Zhao Gao, I have seized the people's lands and manipulated the national treasury. He Shen, my family fortune exceeds the court's income for a decade. Zhou Cheng'an and me? Zhu Yuanzhang merely borrowed a mere 100,000 taels from me. Chapter 1. 500,000 taels? Such a paltry sum for corruption. Your Majesty, I, a humble minister, hereby impeach Zhou Cheng'an, the magistrate of Jiangning Prefecture. Since his appointment, he has violated the ancestral laws of the Ming Dynasty, engaging in commerce as an official and profiting by 500,000 taels of silver. The common people suffer greatly, if not for the oppression of the populace. How could such an outrageous sum be amassed? I beseech your Majesty to render a just verdict and swiftly bring this scoundrel to justice. A small morning assembly. A routine report. It was utterly shocking. Hu Weiyong, holding up his memorial, knelt passionately before the throne. With every rise and fall of his voice, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression grew increasingly grim. He detested corrupt officials above all. Having enacted stringent laws upon ascending the throne, even the slightest embezzlement of 100 taels warranted execution. What then of 500,000 taels? To flay him alive and stuff him with straw, to light lanterns in the sky, none could quell the rage within. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang trembled as he spoke, his tone laced with ferocity. The iron hand, which had taken countless lives, slammed down upon the imperial table. Summon the guards according to the laws of the Ming. Arrest the magistrate of Jiangning Prefecture. The Jinhui must immediately investigate any officials connected to this matter. Such a grave incident occurring beneath the emperor's feet must surely involve collusion among officials at all levels. Once his identity is confirmed, let him be subjected to 1,000 cuts. At that moment, however, the silent crown Prince Zhu Biao stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he offered counsel. Father, I believe it prudent to allow the Jinhui to thoroughly investigate this matter before we reach a decision. The crown prince, clad in a deep purple dragon robe, spoke with clarity that resonated throughout the hushed hall. All present instinctively turned to him, their expressions filled with confusion. Why, they wondered, did the crown prince show such meticulous caution over a mere county magistrate? Moreover, this was a major case reported directly by the prime minister. How could he possibly be slandered by a lowly official? After all, 500,000 taels represented a significant sum that would certainly be seized for the national treasury. Yet, the furious expression of Zhu Yuanzhang quickly transformed into a calm demeanor. Why was Biao defending a corrupt official? What hidden truths lay beneath this? Or perhaps, a chill entered Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze. Zhu Biao was the designated heir to the Ming Dynasty's future and the sole successor. Zhu Yuanzhang's greatest aspiration was to bequeath a flourishing realm to him. But if the promising seed he nurtured were to grow awry, he must intervene. At the same time, Zhu Yuanzhang found it difficult to believe that his clever and sensible son, Zhu Biao, could be blinded by greed. He regarded Zhu Biao with a composed expression. My son, do you possess knowledge of any underlying circumstances? As the vice-emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang's insights were known to Zhu Biao as well. Previously, I examined the security conditions of Jiangning Prefecture, and it appears there has only been one criminal incident throughout the entire year. It is important to note that in ancient times, due to lax control, homicides, thefts, and kidnappings were not uncommon. This is precisely why curfews were imposed. Upon the utterance of Zhu Biao's words, the assembled ministers were taken aback. If what the chancellor suggested were true, that the populace of Jiangning was enduring a life of hardship, it would be inconceivable for there to be merely a single security incident in an entire year. Hu Weiyong gritted his teeth and clasped his hands, stating, the solitary case of disorder is undoubtedly due to this individual's overwhelming influence in Jiangning, suppressing all other occurrences to enhance his record of achievements. Your Majesty, what the crown prince has asserted defies the very principles of the world. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at Zhu Biao, who did not hasten to counter Hu Weiyong's claims, but continued. Moreover, I have come across another rumor. It seems the magistrate of Jiangning has embezzled over 1,000,000 taels. There is a popular saying among the people. Jiangning Prefecture, Jiangning is affluent, year after year, a tribute of millions. Zhu Biao turned his gaze towards Hu Weiyong, whose complexion had turned ashen. Zhu Yuanzhang then made a decisive pronouncement. In that case, let us proceed as my son suggests and instruct the Jinhui to investigate. The assembly dispersed. Before long, only Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang remained in the study. The elder father revealed a look of curiosity. Biaoer, Jiangning Prefecture is rife with controversy. Perhaps we should don disguises and conduct a private visit? Currently, the factional strife between the Huaishi and Zhidong parties had escalated to a fervent intensity. Ever since Hu Weiyong ascended to the position of chancellor, the Zhidong faction had been in decline. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively believed that, in a flash of insight, Zhu Biao discerned his father's thoughts, that he smiled warmly. Jiangning is but an hour's journey. Should father wish to go, I shall undoubtedly accompany you. My lord, would you prefer grapes, or perhaps the ones that I possess? You've come such a long way today. It is only fair that I take my turn in Jiangning Prefecture, in a realm of earthly delights. Zhou Cheng'an remained blissfully unaware of the grave danger that was about to descend upon him. Surrounded by a bevy of enchanting beauties, clad in sheer silk, their graceful figures entwined with him, he felt overwhelmed. Enough, enough! Do you wish to crush me with your charms? Step aside. The alluring women, sought after by countless men, were unceremoniously brushed aside by Zhou Cheng'an. Overwhelmed by their presence, he could hardly bear it. As the courtesans lamented their plight, Zhou Cheng'an's servant, a Fu, hurried over, a mischievous gleam illuminating his face. My lord, I bring you splendid news. Pray, enlighten me that a carriage has arrived at the entrance, and during the guard's inspection, it was discovered that the inner lining is yellow. It must belong to royal kin. With a sudden jolt, Zhou Cheng'an cast aside the beauty beside him. Ignoring her pleading gaze, he hastily exited the brothel. Quickly, leave me to welcome them. I must make a favorable impression. 3 days prior, Hu Weiyong had set his sights on Jiangning Prefecture. As a time traveler from a future world, he was well aware that aligning himself with Hu Weiyong would lead to an undesirable fate. Thus, he had rebuffed Hu Weiyong's overtures. If he could forge a connection with royal relatives, perhaps he could escape the clutches of Hu Weiyong. As Zhou Cheng'an rushed towards the city gate in a flurry of urgency, listening to the cacophony of voices outside the carriage, Zhu Yuanzhang lifted the curtain. Gazing upon the expansive and radiant street, adorned with towering new edifices, he was utterly astounded. Could this truly be a humble little county? Chapter 2, Absurdity. The entire city's citizens are unscrupulous merchants. A wisp of smoke enveloped the streets, wafting with delightful aromas. Observing the passers-by adorned with radiant smiles of contentment, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but inhale deeply. In the earlier years, during his uprising, he had dreamed that merely having a sesame cake to eat each day would suffice. As he gazed at the bustling stalls selling the cakes, nostalgia washed over him. Zhu Yuanzhang dismounted from his carriage. 2 sesame cakes, please. The vendor beamed with delight. Here come the steaming hot sesame cakes. A large and fragrant cake was presented to Zhu Yuanzhang, whose spirits, previously dampened by the corruption scandal in Jiangning County, brightened slightly. He fished 3 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the vendor. Just as he intended to leave, the vendor called out to him, Sir, this amount is insufficient. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. 3 coins aren't enough? He scratched his head, pondering how the prices had risen in his years away from the palace. How much more do I owe? Each sesame cake costs 15 coins, so you still owe 27 coins, the vendor replied with a sycophantic grin. Zhu Yuanzhang stood frozen, fury coursing through him as he clutched the cake in his trembling hand. Unscrupulous merchant. To charge 15 coins for a single sesame cake. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will not be straight. A mere vendor from Jiangning dares to exploit the common folk. Upon hearing this, the vendor bristled. How can you speak to me like that? Zhu Yuanzhang's anger flared. Were it not for his private investigation into Zhou Cheng'an, he would have already dealt with the vendor harshly. Is it not unscrupulous to sell a sesame cake for 15 coins? I advise you to refrain from such actions in the future, or I shall have you reported to the authorities. As Zhu Yuanzhang and the vendor continued their heated exchange, a bystander could no longer bear to watch. You don't seem to be locals, do you? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. And if we are not locals, should that justify your exploitation of us? Though Jiangning appears respectable, it harbors corruption within. Even a humble sesame cake stall engages in unscrupulous dealings. At this proclamation, the gathered crowd erupted in outrage, ready to take action. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Oh dear, why is such a crowd gathered? What? Accusing this official of being a merchant of deceit? Ah. The impoverished have their reasons. Emerging from the throng was Zhou Cheng'an, clad in official robes. Zhu Yuanzhang's fury ignited further. What insolence! What audacity! His voice was low and seething with rage. "Are you the county magistrate, Zhou Cheng'an?" Upon confronting the agitated individual before him, Zhou Cheng'an's smug countenance faltered. Though this man was simply dressed, he exuded an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of the dignitaries of the current regime. With his keen intellect, Zhou Cheng'an quickly deduced that this individual must be a royal relative passing through Jiangning County. "Indeed, I am the magistrate of this locale. What troubles have you encountered?" "Dear gentleman?" The surrounding citizens gazed at Zhou Cheng'an with suspicion. Could it be that the magistrate has taken leave of his senses today? How did he come to this predicament? Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating. "As the magistrate of Jiangning County, instead of properly administering the region, you have fostered a cadre of unscrupulous merchants who harmed the populace. What punishment do you deserve for such negligence?" Upon arriving here, Zhou Cheng'an had already heard the events unfold with clarity. At this moment, he could only twitch his lips in exasperation and replied, "What unscrupulous merchants? These are merely standard prices. Have you not noticed how many are enjoying the sesame cakes?" At that moment, the owner of the sesame cake shop, who had been silent until now, indignantly interjected, "Indeed, everyone can afford them. Is it only you who cannot? My cakes are quite substantial, and the cost is considerable." Zhu Yuanzhang's fury seemed to be abruptly stifled. He turned rigidly to observe that indeed, each person had a sesame cake in hand, their faces devoid of any signs of distress. Zhu Biao, at this juncture, broke open his sesame cake to reveal an abundance of rich filling, glistening with oil and exuding a fragrant aroma. "Oh dear, the situation has become rather awkward. The local consumption level is evidently elevated." Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance stiffened. Who could have anticipated that a mere county town would possess such a high standard of living? Are they treating silver as mere paper flowers? Zhu Yuanzhang found himself in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Fortunately, someone provided an opportunity to alleviate his discomfort. Zhou Cheng'an, with a smile, remarked, "Since you have traveled from afar, as the magistrate of Jiangning Prefecture, I should extend the courtesy of hospitality. If you have the time, you may visit my residence for a discussion." He gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang, his eyes brimming with earnestness. "I feel an instant rapport with this esteemed gentleman." Zhu Yuanzhang was overtaken by a chill. The little beggar, who had emerged from a world of blood and gore to claim the throne, possessed a keen insight into human nature. How could he possibly fail to discern Zhou Cheng'an's ulterior motives? Nonetheless, this was also the purpose of Zhu Yuanzhang's visit. Thus, without hesitation, he acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed to your residence." The onlookers sighed, gazing at Zhu Yuanzhang with pity. Alas, yet another unfortunate soul destined to be swindled by the county magistrate. Zhou Cheng'an's residence was situated on the bustling Jiangning commercial street. It was a short walk. Yet the journey left Zhu Yuanzhang utterly astonished. He witnessed factories belching black smoke, saw water wheels whirring in the fields, and encountered signs prohibiting public urination. Everything was so novel and intriguing. As the exalted Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, he could not help but look around in awe, resembling a rustic villager newly arrived in the city. Zhu Biao mirrored his father's astonishment. They exchanged a glance filled with confusion. Is this truly the county notorious for embezzling millions? If corruption were rampant, how could the citizens be so prosperous? As the three individuals approached the estate, an official hurriedly appeared before Zhou Cheng'an. Upon hearing the news, Zhou raised his gaze to the heavens. How unfortunate, he thought. It was already past the hour of my departure. Do these troublesome citizens not realize they could file their complaints tomorrow? If the matter is not grave, let them return on the morrow. After uttering these words, he noticed the crimson hue spreading across Zhu Yuanzhang's face and suddenly recognized the fragility of his own persona. It was said that during the Hongwu period, the law was rather stringent, particularly under the current emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, who placed great emphasis on the welfare of the people. Clearing his throat, he conceded, "Well, despite the end of my official duties, I am indeed a guardian of the populace. Let us proceed. I shall spare a moment to adjudicate this matter." Chapter 3, Son. Whoever claims him shall have him. As he watched Zhou Cheng'an stride away with determination, Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, his voice laced with murderous intent. How could it be that at this hour, he was idly wandering, neglecting the affairs of the common folk? Did he not regard the law? Beside him, Zhu Biao nodded in agreement. Raised by Zhu Yuanzhang, he had absorbed his father's principles. His cultured demeanor did not mean he could tolerate Zhou Cheng'an's outrageous behavior. The thought of the local populace suffering at Zhou Cheng'an's hands left Zhu Yuanzhang restless. He quickened his pace and followed him to the court. Upon entering the hall, a crowd of commoners gathered outside, while before the court stood two women, fiercely contesting over a newborn child. How peculiar it was. One had never heard of a child being snatched away. Could they truly not recognize their own son? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of curiosity and could not resist pushing through the throng. On the podium, Zhou Cheng'an found the complaint intriguing. What is the nature of the grievance? Speak swiftly, he commanded. The two women began to weep and lament. One was surnamed Zhang and the other, He. They were neighbors. And recently both had announced pregnancies. Yet, after 10 months, only one child had been born, with each family claiming the child as their own. In their desperation, they had resorted to physical conflict, ultimately seeking the magistrate's judgment. In an age devoid of DNA testing and surveillance, such peculiar cases were notoriously challenging to resolve. Surely, one could not simply wait to see whom the child resembled as he grew. The onlookers murmured among themselves, and even the scribes and constables displayed expressions of dismay. However, in the midst of the confusion, Zhou Cheng'an smiled calmly and declared, I possess a solution that will reveal the true parentage of this child. The townsfolk, well aware of Zhou Cheng'an's remarkable intellect, could not help but marvel at his confidence. How would the magistrate adjudicate such an extraordinary case? Even Zhu Yuanzhang held his breath in anticipation, eager to witness Zhou Cheng'an's judgment. With a flourish, Zhou Cheng'an tossed down his feathered command insignia and instructed, Since both of you claim this child, then let the two of you contend for him. Whoever seizes him shall be his rightful parent. Instantly, the courtroom erupted in uproar. How could matters of bloodline be resolved through mere competition? Was the magistrate not well fed today? Zhu Yuanzhang's fury reached new heights. Was this truly how Zhou Cheng'an conducted justice? Such casualness towards the populace, devoid of administrative competence, could spell disaster for the realm. What regard did he hold for the laws of the court? Zhu Yuanzhang had already condemned Zhou Cheng'an in his heart, sentencing him to death. Yet, with the command insignia cast aside, the constables brandished their staffs, ready for action. How could they defy orders? The women surnamed Zhang, and he could only comply, their eyes fixed on the child cradled by the scribe, poised to act. As the scribe released his grip, the child tumbled into the hands of the two women. As the chaos commenced, the woman surnamed He wore a fierce expression, her immense strength causing the child to wail uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the woman surnamed Zhang displayed a look of distress. Though anxious, she hesitated to resort to excessive force. In such a tumultuous circumstance, the child was swiftly seized by the He family. The onlookers murmured in dismay. He triumphantly cradled the child, exclaiming, My dear, I have claimed this child. He belongs to me. Quickly, imprison that vile woman Zhang, who has tried to steal my son. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an opposed and merely raised his hand, commanding, Seize this woman, he. According to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, let her be paraded through the streets for all to witness. I have already adjudicated this case. This child is indeed the offspring of Zhang. A thunderclap of disbelief struck he as she lifted her gaze. My lord, did you not declare that whoever seizes the child would rightfully possess him? How can you, a just magistrate, go back on your word? Zhou Cheng'an scoffed coldly, descending from the platform to reclaim the child from He, handing him back to Zhang. When you two were grappling for the child, you showed no compassion, tearing at him without a shred of remorse. In contrast, Zhang, being the mother, could not bear to fight for him upon witnessing his plight. Thus, it is evident that Zhang is the true mother. Hearing this, despair washed over He. How could this be? The gathered crowd erupted in astonished applause. The magistrate indeed sees through all, exhibiting wisdom and strength. With such a magistrate, our Jiangning prefecture shall not suffer wrongful judgments. Zhu Biao, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, This individual possesses a razor-sharp logic and unwavering fairness. Such abilities are indeed rare. Zhu Yuanzhang wore a complex expression. He scoffed lightly. Although this man can adjudicate cases, that does not necessarily make him a good official. Observe his demeanor. It is exceedingly vile. He may be accustomed to serving as a lackey, only occasionally pretending to uphold justice. Amidst the throng, Zhu Yuanzhang's mutterings caught the ear of an elderly man nearby, who scolded sternly, Do not speak ill of our magistrate. As Zhu Yuanzhang appeared poised to retaliate, Zhu Biao tactfully interjected, Good sir, what brings you to such a conclusion? This is our first visit to Jiangning Prefecture, and we overheard Magistrate Zhou Cheng'an boasting of his corrupt ways, which is why we followed to witness his adjudication. The old man, enlightened by Zhu Biao's explanation, softened his stance. Our magistrate certainly walks a peculiar path, one not easily understood by common folk. It is natural for you outsiders to misconstrue his intentions. Indeed, he is a corrupt official. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists. Excellent. This confirms it. I shall ensure Zhou Cheng'an meets his end upon our return. Moments later, the old man shifted his tone. However, he acquires his wealth through legitimate means. A man must possess some desires. Our magistrate neither oppresses men nor women, nor does he excessively tax. He merely enriches himself through his own endeavors, seeking comfort and ease. What wrong is there in that? Moreover, his goods are clearly priced. If one cannot afford them, they need not purchase. He has deceived no one. Not only that, he vigorously promoted commerce, encouraging us common folk to engage in trade and deceive outsiders. Our Jiangning County, long impoverished, has finally begun to prosper. Zhu Yuanzhang is utterly bewildered. Such fallacious reasoning. The despicable Zhou Cheng'an, not content with his own corruption, has led the local populace astray in their values. The entire atmosphere of this place has been sullied and tainted by his singular influence. Merchants? The merchant class, along with scholars, farmers, and laborers, constitutes the most menial of tiers. As an official, one should suppress such a class. Yet Zhou Cheng'an has done the opposite, shamelessly encouraging it. This man must not be allowed to remain. Suddenly, a fervent voice called from behind, "Brother, what are you doing here? There is nothing of interest in this case. Come to my residence instead, where my cat performs backflips." Chapter 4, Versailles. Old Zhu is being subtly ridiculed. Your cat can perform backflips? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this fellow was attempting to lure him to his residence. Instead of feeling anger, he chuckled and readily agreed. Very well, let us proceed. Within Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, a chilling resolve took root. Visiting would allow him to uncover how this man manipulated the upper echelons while engaging in corruption and bribery behind the scenes, by allying with royal relatives. His own fortunes were on the cusp of flourishing. However, the more triumphant he felt, the stronger the urge to exact vengeance grew within him. Had it not been for the need to comprehend how the Jiangning prefecture, governed by a corrupt official, could maintain a facade of peace and prosperity, he would have already dealt with Zhou Cheng'an on the spot. Moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao beheld a grand estate. Upon entering, they were greeted by opulence. The walls were adorned with azure tiles, and exquisite greenery graced either side, creating an atmosphere of comfort and elegance that was utterly enchanting. How splendid! While we reside in the palace amidst crumbling tiles, you assume the county magistrate sleeps in gilded chambers, do you? Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists tighter, and at that moment, he noticed a throng of people suddenly spilling onto the once quiet street, all heading towards Zhou Cheng'an's direction. Clad in luxurious robes, they appeared either affluent or noble. Yet their faces bore an unmistakable air of sycophancy. Criminals, all criminals. This could only be a grand scene of embezzlement. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened as he observed Zhou Cheng'an encircled by the crowd, his expression one of irritation. Lord Zhou, today we have finally caught you. Indeed. We have awaited your presence for so long that the flowers have withered. Might I inquire if your current business ventures still have openings? Before Zhou Cheng'an could utter a word, several merchants eagerly produced thick bundles of silver notes, stuffing them into Zhou's sleeves. The eagerness with which they offered money could only be described as blatant corruption. Zhu Yuanzhang's fists tightened further as he turned to Zhu Biao, saying, "Biao, your eyesight is keen. Quickly count how much they have given Zhou Cheng'an. In due time, we shall seize their fortunes, all of which rightfully belong to the court." However, just as Zhu Biao focused intently on counting, Zhou Cheng'an shook his sleeves, casting the silver notes to the ground. "Begone! I am not that kind of person." With that, he hastily pulled Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang aside. "Quickly, enter, lest we be besieged by even more people." Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were ushered into the estate, and the door was promptly closed, granting them a brief respite from the noise. Could it be that we have misjudged him? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression was complex. After uttering this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang's body stiffened, for he realized that the opulence of Zhou's residence, as seen from the outside, was merely the tip of the iceberg. Glistening glass lanterns adorned the corridors, their crystalline beauty indicating immense value. The artificial hills and flowing waters behind the moon gate, along with the exotic flowers and unique plants, must have cost a fortune. Ahead, Zhou Cheng'an accepted a bowl of sour plum soup from the steward, wiping his brow as he muttered, "In such sweltering heat. These merchants are truly to be commended. Perhaps I shall allocate 2 more spots for the commercial street." Within the bowl of sour plum soup sparkled ice cubes. It is essential to recognize that in ancient times, the preservation of ice was a formidable challenge, necessitating the collection of ice during winter to be stored in meticulously crafted ice cellars. Moreover, the uniformity of the ice cubes in Zhou Cheng'an's bowl indicates that considerable manpower was expended in their cutting. Such officials, indulging in opulence and extravagance, are utterly detestable, deserving of the most severe punishment. How could a mere county magistrate possess such wealth? It is undoubtedly extracted from the common people, embezzled through collusion among officials. Just moments ago, Zhu Yuanzhang had already discerned the truth, realizing that those merchants had at least offered 10,000 taels in silver notes. This amount could sustain the entire imperial palace for 2 to 3 months. Zhu Yuanzhang seethed with resentment. Overhearing Zhou Cheng'an lamenting to the steward, "These merchants are utterly ignorant of propriety, daring to block the entrance of my official residence. What's more, they only present a mere 10,000 taels as a show of goodwill, as if they regard me as a beggar. Is this Versailles?" In a brief moment, Zhou Cheng'an had ushered Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao into the main hall. Suppressing his fury, Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated. It was imperative to ascertain the true nature of the so-called commercial street that Zhou Cheng'an spoke of, which had attracted such a throng of merchants eager to offer bribes. There must be deeper intrigues involving other court factions behind this. He resolved to follow the leads and capture these corrupt officials in one fell swoop. After Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao took their seats, Zhou Cheng'an rubbed his hands together. Having already devised his pitch to recruit them into his scheme, and he spoke candidly, "As you both journeyed here, you must have witnessed the prosperity of my Jiangning prefecture. Coincidentally, we are preparing to establish a commercial street, yet we find ourselves in need of additional funds. I wonder if you two might consider joining this venture?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, maintaining a facade of calm. "Were those individuals seeking you out for this business?" "Indeed," Zhou Cheng'an replied, somewhat smugly. "The reason for Jiangning Prefecture's flourishing is my vigorous promotion of commerce. Should you choose to join us, I assure you of substantial profits." The mention of promoting commerce ignited Zhu Yuanzhang's indignation. During the late Yuan and early Ming periods, the Central Plains had just endured the cruelty of the Yuan court. In a bid for recovery, the Ming laws prioritized agriculture over commerce. Jiangning Prefecture, situated beneath the emperor's gaze, should not be so brazenly contravening its own policies. Such intent is treasonous. As an official of the court, one ought to be concerned for the emperor and empathize with the people as suffering. How could one encourage merchants? This is an act of great heresy. Are you aware of the harm merchants pose to the nation? For the sake of trivial gains, you are sowing seeds of peril for generations to come. Fool. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice rose in anger as he chastised. Merchants prioritize profit, exploiting the hardships of the populace and destabilizing the government. Before he could finish, Zhou Cheng'an interjected. "I acknowledge the validity of your words. Yet have you considered that at least my current approach allows the common people to lead better lives?" Zhou Cheng'an's nonchalant remark left Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. Throughout his journey, he had witnessed the plight of countless refugees, instances of cannibalism, and the suffering of humanity. Thus, upon his arrival in Jiangning Prefecture, he was struck with astonishment. Only then did one contemplate the notion of ending Zhou Cheng'an's life, having endured until this very moment. The saying goes, "It is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequality." Even if one prioritizes agriculture over commerce, such extremity should not be embraced. Zhou Cheng'an's expression grew more serious. In order to cultivate connections with the royal family, he was willing to expend a few words. What this official has done is merely a matter of macroeconomic regulation. Chapter 5. The Old Bluffer. The true essence of promoting agriculture while suppressing commerce lies in facilitating economic circulation. An increase in merchants leads to a rise in employment rates. Observing Zhou Cheng'an's solemn yet nonsensical discourse, Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with indignation. What nonsense about employment rates? If everyone were to work for merchants, who would tend to the fields? Should a great famine befall the land, could a mere county magistrate like you bear such responsibility? If all officials harbored such thoughts, Zhu Yuanzhang could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue. How narrow-minded can your reasoning be? Zhou Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, pondering how he could conduct business if all the royal relatives thought like this. Currently, farmers barely scrape by throughout the year, and during poor harvests, many perish from starvation. Is this truly beneficial for the common folk? In pursuit of greater income, numerous commoners toil at the docks, yet due to the overwhelming demand for labor, wages are continually driven down. Conversely, if employment were to rise, employers would find it challenging to recruit workers, thus raising wages. In simpler terms, it is a matter of economic internal circulation. The common people labor for merchants, who then sell to them. If you claim that no one is cultivating the land, then a rise in grain prices would surely entice someone to farm again. Zhou Cheng'an shrugged, and Zhu Yuanzhang could even detect a hint of disdain in his gaze. Was he implying that Zhu Yuanzhang was foolish? Under normal circumstances, Zhu Yuanzhang would have swiftly condemned this insubordinate individual to a fate devoid of a proper burial. However, after hearing Zhou Cheng'an's argument, his thoughts grew exceedingly complex. There seemed to be a semblance of truth in those words. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang harbored a deeply entrenched smallholder mentality, making it difficult for him to accept Zhou Cheng'an's worldview at that moment. Zhu Biao, however, was different. As Zhu Yuanzhang's only legitimate heir, he was born under great expectations. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned esteemed scholars to educate him, hoping he would embody the virtues of Confucianism, the principles of legalism, and the integrity of Taoism. At this moment, Zhu Biao felt as if he had been enlightened, akin to parting the clouds to reveal the sun. Indeed, merchants held such significance. Particularly, Zhou Cheng'an's mention of regulation resonated with the principles of balance Zhu Biao had studied. He quickly embraced Zhou Cheng'an's perspective. The economy flourishes through interdependence, rather than through the mere suppression of merchants. Regardless of how manageable the merchants may be, any policy that alleviates the poverty of the common people cannot be deemed treasonous. This individual is intriguing. Zhu Biao's interest was piqued. It was his first encounter with a reform-minded official, and his tone unconsciously adopted a measure of patience. Your reasoning is commendable, though I wonder if it remains merely theoretical. The old guard truly leans towards feudalism. Look at the youth. They swiftly embrace new ideas. Zhou Cheng'an was elated. This surely held promise. Did you not witness the development of Jiangning County when you arrived? Surely. That cannot be doubted. How much? Initially, Zhu Biao was quite intrigued, but upon hearing the figure of 100,000 taels, the usually impassive expression on his face faltered, revealing astonishment. Bang! Beside him, Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer contain his fury. His hand, stained with the blood of countless victims, struck the pearwood table of Zhou Cheng'an with a force that shattered it. Do you comprehend the gravity of 100,000 taels? It represents the bare minimum sustenance for 100,000 common folk over the span of 2 months. You, with your insatiable greed, must be accustomed to embezzling and receiving bribes. You speak so brazenly. Were it not for Zhou Cheng'an's earlier nonsensical ramblings, Zhu Yuanzhang would have executed him on the spot. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "How much wealth have you amassed from this commercial street? Those merchants and aristocrats outside must have already filled your coffers with silver." Seeing his wrathful demeanor, Zhou Cheng'an momentarily froze, a flicker of disdain involuntarily surfacing in his eyes. Though he concealed it well, Zhu Yuanzhang was no ordinary man. Rising from the depths of destitution, he had honed a keen insight into human nature, thus perceiving Zhou Cheng'an's emotions with clarity. This detestable corrupt official dares to look down upon me? This wealth should rightly belong to the national treasury. Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an held contempt for him. What is 100,000 taels? Over the past 3 years as county magistrate, he had amassed considerable wealth, at least 300,000 taels. Were it not for this, he would not have lowered his standards to demand merely 100,000 taels. Then, how about 50,000 taels? Zhou Cheng'an tentatively proposed. How audacious. You still dare to ask for money? Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. Very well, 50,000 taels. We shall burn it for you in the afterlife. Before he could even present his token, Zhou Cheng'an continued, 50,000 taels is not excessive. Once the commercial street opens, I anticipate earning that amount within a month. Surely, I can return it to you then? I see you are quite loyal to the emperor. Consider it for the sake of the people's employment. Zhu Yuanzhang paused. 50,000 taels in a month? The tax revenue from a region over 6 months would barely reach that figure. This fellow must have acquired his wealth through unscrupulous means. While Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily distracted, Zhu Biao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What gives you the confidence to earn such a sum?" He sensed that Zhou Cheng'an was no ordinary character. Heh. Are you familiar with glazed pottery? It is worth a fortune, yet the cost of production is merely a single coin. When sold to the nobility, the profits would be astronomical. Of course, the offerings of a commercial street extend far beyond this. Why don't you stay for a couple of days? I shall arrange for you to experience it firsthand. Zhou Cheng'an resolved inwardly, planning to take them to a place of exquisite beauty and fine wine that evening. With such lavish company, even the most challenging contracts would be easily secured. What did you say? Zhu Yuanzhang's brow twitched. Although it was not a rare treasure, it held considerable value. The production cost is merely a coin? What audacity! Just then, the voice of the steward interrupted. My lord, Master Su, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, has come to pay his respects. Chapter 6. The unyielding Pai Xiao. Zhu Yuanzhang rose to his feet, determined to trace the sinister web of corruption behind Zhou Cheng'an, while ensuring his identity remained concealed. An urgent need suddenly arose within him, as if he were being pursued by unseen phantoms. Zhou Cheng'an curled his lip, observing the departing figures of the father and son, feeling a chill run down his spine. What peculiar obsession was this? At such an advanced age, needing to use the restroom accompanied by a son? Surely there must be some underlying issue. Noticing the doorman's eager demeanor, Zhou Cheng'an sighed, realizing a fierce battle was imminent. He hastily summoned Lord Su to join him. A moment later, the doorman ushered in Lord Su Qianpian, the Deputy Minister of Works, to the main hall. Zhou Cheng'an greeted him with a feigned smile, exclaiming, "Lord Su, it is truly an honor for this humble official to receive your visit amidst your busy schedule." Lord Su Qianpian, portly and imposing, bore an expressionless countenance. I see no signs of astonishment from you. Otherwise, why would you not have inquired about my purpose for coming in advance? Su cast a knowing glance at Zhou Cheng'an, his tone laced with significance. My time is precious. It is indeed a privilege for you that I deign to visit. Do not be ungrateful. Zhou Cheng'an hastily responded, You speak most wisely, Lord Su. The matter you raised previously was indeed an overestimation of my capabilities. Though I am establishing a commercial street, how could I possibly present you with 30,000 taels of silver? It is merely the trifling commotion of the common folk. Upon hearing this, Su Qianpian's expression shifted dramatically. Just as Su appeared poised to erupt in anger, Zhou Cheng'an quickly interjected, Lord Su, please do not be alarmed. If the commercial street thrives, the 30,000 taels will be no issue, perhaps even 50,000. He patted his chest, his gaze earnest. Oh, is that so? Su Qianpian replied skeptically. How can you guarantee success? Alas, to be frank, my private funds are limited. I can only manage to establish this commercial street to collect rent from the locals. If you were willing to invest just a little support, I assure you, I will present you with the 30,000 taels shortly. Outside, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao concealed themselves behind a large tree, its dense foliage thriving in Jiangning's fertile soil. The two men craned their necks, listening intently. As martial practitioners, their keen hearing allowed them to catch fragments of the conversation inside. After hearing Zhou Cheng'an's remarks, Zhu Biao could not help but mutter, Zhou Cheng'an certainly knows how to spin a tale. Zhu Yuanzhang, nearly laughing in exasperation, found it utterly absurd. How ludicrous. A mere deputy minister, a fifth-rank official, daring to speak of 30,000 taels of silver. That sum represented the annual military payroll of the Ming. These officials were unabashedly extravagant, possessing wealth that rivaled even that of the emperor himself. He must ensure that the mastermind behind Su Qianpian is executed. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang trembled with rage, his fury igniting like a wildfire. He could hardly fathom that in Jiangning County, beneath the emperor's very feet, there were repeatedly officials guilty of embezzlement on a grand scale. In other regions, where the mountains were high and the emperor far away, the common folk must be suffering unimaginable oppression. Within the hall, Su Qianpian pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Cheng'an, who was already laughing in disbelief. He had come to win over Zhou Cheng'an at the behest of the prime minister, expecting that with the olive branch extended, Zhou would express gratitude as if receiving a sacred edict. To his astonishment, Zhou not only refused the offer but also dared to utter wild defiance. Could it be that this young man was deranged? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? Su Qianpian narrowed his eyes, his expression dangerously tense. You may maintain order in Jiangning County due to the court's favor, yet you dare to request funds without giving anything back? However, as his words echoed in the air, Zhou Cheng'an displayed a countenance of utmost grievance, his eyes reddening as if he bore unspeakable sorrows. Esteemed Lord Su, you must be mistaken about me. How could I ever defy the court? It is precisely because I cherish the opportunity granted by the court that I have the audacity to make this humble request. After all, if the commercial district is poorly established, it would reflect poorly on my achievements, tarnishing the court's reputation. But if it flourishes, it will showcase your far-sighted wisdom. Esteemed Lord Su, I too wish to serve the court. I implore you, grant me this opportunity. Zhou Cheng'an gazed at the now stiffened Su Qianpian, unable to suppress a smirk within. Had it been any other official in this situation, they would have likely capitulated and offered silver without hesitation. But who was Zhou Cheng'an? He was a born paixio, ever-consuming but never yielding. Humph. Su Qianpian regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a complicated expression, uncertain whether the young man's words held any truth. Finally, he uttered a well-known retort. I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. Seizing the moment, Zhou Cheng'an even managed to squeeze out a few non-existent tears, chokingly pleading, Esteemed Lord Su, please, do not scold me. I beseech you, grant me this chance. Under Su Qianpian's astonished gaze, Zhou Cheng'an rose and unexpectedly clasped his leg, exclaiming, "I truly wish to follow you and the esteemed Prime Minister behind you." Zhu Cheng'an, his face darkening with fury, hastily pulled Zhou Cheng'an away as if brushing off filth. He stood up abruptly, flicking his sleeve as he turned to leave. "You had better genuinely harbor intentions of serving the court. As for your request for funding, you know well that the court is not in an easy position. Let us postpone this discussion." In fear of having his wits muddled by Zhou Cheng'an's antics, Zhu Cheng'an fled in disarray. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Cheng'an narrowed his eyes and instructed the steward by the door, "Quickly command the guards to have all the citizens feign poverty. Anyone who fails to do so will face my wrath." Zhou Cheng'an was acutely aware that this was merely a stalling tactic, since Zhu Cheng'an's backer, Hu Weiyong, intended to catch Zhou Cheng'an off guard. He would not easily be swayed by Zhou's feigned poverty today. It was certain that investigations would return to Jiangning Prefecture. Before the establishment of his commercial street, he must firmly grasp the support of those two royal relatives. After all, he had no desire to meet the grim fate of execution and confiscation of property that awaited Hu Weiyong in the 13th year of Hongwu, which would be next year. Chapter 7. A Sky Above My Head. Guests. Zhou Cheng'an hurriedly trotted to the entrance of the lavatory, fearing he might let slip the royal visitors. Zhu Yuanzhang and his son Zhu Biao emerged from behind a large tree. "What are you shouting for? We are not deaf." What were these noblemen doing behind the tree? Could it be that they were relieving themselves? Upon this thought, Zhou Cheng'an coughed lightly and pointed to a sign erected by the roadside: "Public urination and defecation will incur a fine of 50 wen." Yet, after reigning as emperor for so many years, he could hardly fathom that he would be suspected of such indiscretion today. Moreover, to be confronted with an immediate fine of 50 wen. "Which of your eyes saw us relieving ourselves?" Zhu Yuanzhang glared fiercely, then smirked ominously. "We merely sought shelter here upon noticing the esteemed guest's arrival. Minister Su, a staunch ally of the current Prime Minister, has come specifically to meet with you today. Surely, this meeting will herald a prosperous future for you." Zhou Cheng'an was not particularly surprised by Zhu Yuanzhang's acquaintance with Zhu Cheng'an, as these individuals were all part of the capital's elite. However, the insinuation behind his words carried a hint of probing. Zhou Cheng'an smiled calmly and clasped his hands in greeting. "What Prime Minister? I know nothing of such matters. My heart is solely with the present sovereign and the people of the realm." Zhu Biao raised an eyebrow at this response, casting a furtive glance at his father's face. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's icy demeanor softened slightly, though he let out a cold huff. "Amassing wealth?" Zhou Cheng'an displayed a look of surprise, followed by a wry smile. "Do you truly believe that I toil for these coins solely for my own gain? Is there another reason?" Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, his thoughts darkened by the multitude of greedy officials he had executed for personal avarice that undermined the nation. Zhou Cheng'an chose not to elaborate further and merely gestured invitingly. "It seems you both have a keen interest in our county's exquisite glassware. Why not accompany me to our glass factory?" Zhu Biao, intrigued, responded, "I am indeed quite fascinated by that glass which costs but a single one to produce." "So am I," Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. He held little faith that Zhou Cheng'an could actually produce glass, much less at such a meager cost. No one in the entire Ming Dynasty understood glass better than Zhu Yuanzhang himself. After all, which household would dare claim to possess more treasures than that of the imperial palace? Thus, he was confident that Zhou Cheng'an was either boasting or deceiving. In his eyes, Zhou Cheng'an was doomed. Once they arrived at the so-called glass factory, if Zhou Cheng'an was indeed lying, he would be charged with treason and executed. If he was found to be fraudulent, well, Zhu Yuanzhang harbored a particular loathing for fraudsters, especially officials who led the way in deception. Subjecting Zhou Cheng'an to a gruesome death would be a mere kindness. At this moment, Zhou Cheng'an, enthusiastically leading the way, remained blissfully unaware that the esteemed guests trailing behind him were already contemplating the methods by which to bring about his demise. Under Zhou Cheng'an's guidance, the three departed the county town and ventured into the fields. If the prosperity of Jiangning County was enough to astonish Zhu Yuanzhang and his son, then the sights and experiences in the rural expanse of Jiangning at this moment were nothing short of a profound revelation for their worldview. As they gazed around, they beheld a tapestry of intersecting paths, verdant waters, the sounds of chickens and dogs, diligent farmers tending their fields, and residents comfortably settled in their abodes. A scene of serene tranquility. It was a stark contrast to the desolation and famine Zhu Yuanzhang had envisioned, where the fields lay in ruin and the populace suffered from hunger and nakedness. Moreover, several plots of land were bustling with construction activity. "Lord Zhou, what do you intend to build here?" Zhu Biao inquired, His curiosity piqued as he pointed toward one of the construction sites. Factories, Zhou Cheng'an declared with ambition, gesturing toward the various sites. In just a few months, when you return, you will witness the emergence of several brand new factories. What kind of factories? Zhu Biao asked. Steel, soap, and brewing. Zhou Cheng'an replied with great enthusiasm. By that time, the goods from Jiangning County will be in high demand throughout the entire Ming Dynasty. Steel, soap, brewing? Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang exchanged perplexed glances. Among these three items, only soap was unfamiliar to them, seemingly akin to a type of leguminous substance. However, the other two were already being produced in various workshops across the Ming. They wondered what gave County Magistrate Zhou such confidence that his goods would thrive throughout the empire. With this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang appeared to grasp something and turned to Zhou Cheng'an. So, are you saying that the owners of these factories are none other than yourself? One must admit that the emperor had an uncanny ability to pinpoint the crux of the matter. Zhou Cheng'an did not shy away from the truth and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am the owner of these factories, or more precisely, I am a shareholder. As for the other minor shareholders, they are the residents of the county and those aspiring to invest in our county's development. Take our county's glass factory, for instance. It not only provides employment for local residents but also distributes dividends to the county's populace quarterly. The remaining surplus, under my management, is reinvested to further expand production. Therefore, these factories should strictly be considered county-owned enterprises. County-owned enterprises? This unfamiliar term left Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao somewhat bewildered. Observing their confusion, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled lightly. So when I asked you earlier if you thought the money I earned was solely for myself, I must clarify that I have little interest in wealth. My motivation for generating income is, in fact, for the benefit of the people of our county. Hearing Zhou Cheng'an's lofty declaration of his disinterest in money, Zhu Yuanzhang and his son felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed that this county magistrate not only possessed the audacity to accumulate wealth but also had an exceptionally thick skin. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the entrance of the glass factory. The entire facility was abuzz with industrious activity, with each worker displaying an enthusiastic demeanor. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng'an, the workers paused their tasks and greeted him with respectful bows. After exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Zhou Cheng'an strolled over to a chest and gave it a hearty slap. This chest contained the freshly produced glassware. I invite both of you to appraise it, he declared. With that, Zhou Cheng'an abruptly opened the chest. Under the radiant sunlight, the exquisite glassware inside emitted a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, the breath of Zhu Yuanzhang and his son momentarily halted. Chapter 8. 70% belongs to them. The chest brimmed with exquisite glass, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. These pieces of glass were not only of remarkable quality but also displayed a complete range of forms. Zhu Yuanzhang and his son were utterly astonished. Even within the imperial palace, it would be difficult to find such a plethora of fine glass. Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed upon the smug Zhou Cheng'an. Did you truly create all this glass? As the emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware of the value of these pieces. Just this one chest of glass could easily fetch 1,000,000 taels of silver. It is worth noting that the entire annual fiscal budget of the Ming Dynasty amounted to merely 2,000,000 taels. In other words, the value of this single chest equated to half of the military expenditure of the Ming Dynasty. If Zhou Cheng'an had indeed manufactured this glass, then this young man was akin to a treasure trove. Zhou Cheng'an instantly grasped the meaning behind Zhu Yuanzhang's expression. To be honest, esteemed sir, this glass was indeed produced by me. He admitted this, then a troubled look crossed his face. However, creating such a precious material is no easy feat. It took me a full 2 years to produce these pieces. Zhou Cheng'an spoke flippantly to Zhu Yuanzhang. In truth, he understood that if he desired, he could produce a chest of glass every month. Glass, in essence, is merely a refined form of sand, which is abundantly available. With the workshop already established, the production was a matter of simple execution. Yet, as the saying goes, rarity enhances value. If the uniqueness of this glass cannot be highlighted, how could one command a high price for it? Upon hearing this, the fervor in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes somewhat diminished. So, it is indeed a rare creation. Do you intend to sell this batch of glass to us? Precisely, Zhou Cheng'an nodded. You two clearly appear to be noble gentlemen from the capital. While my Jiangning prefecture is indeed wealthy, there are not many who can afford such exquisite items as this glass. If you are interested, I can entrust this chest of glass to you, to be taken to the capital for sale. We can then split the proceeds 3-7. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened in fury. Why should we receive merely 70%? 70% belongs to you. Zhu Biao, witnessing his father's misunderstanding, quickly interjected. Zhu Yuanzhang was livid. How dare this Zhou official propose to share the profits with him and demand the larger portion? Observing Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled dismissively. Do not underestimate the value. Your Majesty, once this chest reaches the capital, it could easily sell for 3 million taels. A mere 30% of that would yield 900,000 taels. 3 million taels? Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled lightly at this claim. While Zhou Cheng'an was indeed clever, such a statement was rather presumptuous. The capital may have been more prosperous than Jiangning Prefecture, but where were all those wealthy individuals? If such affluence truly existed, he would not be burdened with the annual concern of the treasury's empty coffers. Zhu Yuanzhang was just about to negotiate with Zhou Cheng'an when Zhu Biao unexpectedly spoke up. Father, I believe this business venture might be feasible. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Biao in surprise. Zhu Biao continued, to put it plainly, County Magistrate Zhou merely wishes to leverage our connections to establish a market in the capital. For us, this could be considered a no-risk endeavor. Furthermore, the quality of this batch of glass is indeed exceptional, so I doubt we will face difficulties in selling it. Indeed. Zhou Cheng'an eagerly nodded, giving a thumbs up. You are absolutely correct, my lord. That is precisely my intention. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Biao, thinking to himself that it was unnecessary to state the obvious. If they were to personally sell this batch of glass, there would be no concern about its marketability. However, he naturally could not sell these items under the guise of being the emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang felt somewhat dissatisfied with the 70-30 profit split, and his tone reflected his discontent. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao could only smile wryly, but nodded in agreement before turning to Zhou Cheng'an. County Magistrate Zhou, we shall accept this batch of goods. Splendid. Zhou Cheng'an beamed as he produced a contract he had prepared in advance and placed it before Zhu Biao. This is our agreement. Please review it carefully. Once the deposit is made, you may take the goods. Zhu Biao glanced at the contract and his eyes widened in shock. A deposit of 200,000 taels. Is there a problem? Zhou Cheng'an was puzzled by Zhu Biao's astonishment. Let us speak plainly. If you cannot even produce this 200,000 taels, how can I trust that you will successfully sell this glass in the capital? The reasoning seemed sound, yet Zhu Biao felt an inexplicable sense of being ensnared. Zhu Yuanzhang also glared at Zhou Cheng'an, astonished that a court official could be so mercenary. He claimed to be working for the benefit of the villagers. Yet he resided in a lavish mansion, surely lacking for female company. Such a corrupt official truly deserved to be punished. However, now was not the time for retribution. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes, pointed at the contract, and addressed Zhu Biao. We shall sign this contract. The 200,000 taels will be delivered to you shortly. 2 hours later, as they departed from Jiangning Prefecture, Zhu Yuanzhang's carriage bore an additional crate of glass. Gazing at the crate, Zhu Biao anxiously offered an apology to his father. I acted on my own accord today. Please punish me, father. Punish you? Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled lightly. If this crate of glass fails to sell, then you may come to me for punishment. Zhu Biao wished to say more, but at that moment, several farmers approached from the opposite side of the carriage. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, halted the carriage, and positioned himself in front of the farmers. Good sirs, how has this year's harvest fared? Harvest? The farmers exchanged puzzled glances. One of them chuckled and replied, My lord, in our county, we do not speak of harvests. Do not speak of harvests? How could the farmers refrain from discussing their harvest? Indeed, there is something amiss in Jiangning County. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold snort, pondering whether someone had divulged his whereabouts. Was it possible that the scene of hardworking farmers reaping their fields was merely orchestrated by Zhou Cheng'an? At that moment, he heard one of the farmers continue. The grains produced in our county are all uniformly submitted to the county magistrate. We, the laborers, receive our stipends on a monthly basis from the county office. When the harvest is plentiful, the magistrate rewards us with bonuses. If the yield is poor, the farmers exchanged knowing smiles. After all, we still have our stipends to rely on, whether the harvest is good or bad. Our magistrate has declared that we operate as a county-managed farm. Chapter 9. If we had been born here. As these words were spoken, the faces of several farmers radiated with joy. Compared to the agrarian households in other villages and counties, they were indeed blessed beyond measure. Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly fathom that there existed farmers who did not concern themselves with the harvest. If the harvest is poor, what will you eat? He inquired. We shall purchase our provisions, one farmer replied matter-of-factly. Our county magistrate is quite generous. I have heard that our salaries surpass those of scholars in other regions. Although we cannot afford extravagant delicacies, acquiring grains is certainly within our means. Indeed. Moreover, should a famine strike, we need not fear, for our magistrate is farsighted. The grains we consume daily are all bought, while the crops grown in our county are stored in the granaries. Yes, the magistrate refers to this as reserve grain. Only when external supplies are exhausted shall we resort to the reserves. Listening to the farmer's converse animatedly, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a tumult of emotions within him. After expressing his gratitude to the farmers, the carriage continued its journey. However, Zhu Biao noticed his father sitting in silence, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Father, you seem—" Zhu Biao ventured. It's nothing, just a sudden recollection of the past," Zhu Yuanzhang replied. "Son, I was pondering. Had the county magistrate during my childhood been a man like Zhou Cheng'an, perhaps many things would have turned out differently." Zhu Biao felt a shiver at his father's words. He was aware that his father hailed from a farming family, and that his grandparents, along with numerous aunts and uncles, had perished from starvation during a great famine. After a moment of reflective silence, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke again. "What are your thoughts on Zhou Cheng'an? Greedy and lecherous, silver-tongued, and overly mercantile, he hardly resembles a scholar." Zhu Biao enumerated Zhou's shortcomings before shifting his tone. "Yet, his loyalty to you is undeniable, and it appears that Jiangning Prefecture is governed quite well." "Well governed, indeed." Zhu Biao mused inwardly. In the grand scheme of the Ming Dynasty, Jiangning Prefecture ranks among the most prosperous. He understood his father's temperament. Aware of his deep aversion to corruption, and thus treaded cautiously in his judgment of Zhou Cheng'an. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. "Though the tree may grow crooked, it does not preclude it from becoming a pillar of strength." The civil and military officials in the court were taken aback. They were uncertain of the emperor's whereabouts. Having heard no reports of local officials facing punishment, could it be that the emperor had merely ventured out for leisure? Those familiar with Zhu Yuanzhang knew that such a notion was utterly implausible, for he was an unequivocal workaholic. It was unthinkable that he would abandon state affairs for recreation. No one would believe it. Zhu Yuanzhang truly deserved the title of a workaholic. "I have seen the emperor," Chao Fang remarked respectfully as he approached Zhu Yuanzhang. "I command you to investigate a matter for me. Thoroughly examine the individual known as Zhou Cheng'an, the county magistrate of Jiangning Prefecture. Ensure that every detail is meticulously scrutinized, down to the 8th generation of his ancestors." Upon hearing this, Chao Fang's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. "I shall obey your command." As a vital instrument in Zhu Yuanzhang's governance over officials, the Jinyui proved to be remarkably effective. "Your Majesty, I have ascertained the details regarding Zhou Cheng'an." "Oh?" Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his surprise. "So soon? Are you certain that you have uncovered everything?" "I am indeed certain," Chao Fang replied with unwavering confidence, although a peculiar expression crossed his face. "The reason for my swift findings lies in the fact that Zhou Cheng'an is quite an extraordinary individual." "Extraordinary?" Zhu Yuanzhang's lips curled in skepticism. "Is he truly so? He dares to share profits with me in such a manner. There is no one else in the realm who would do so. Indeed, he is exceptionally unique." Chao Fang continued. "This man appeared in Jiangning Prefecture 5 years ago as a destitute orphan, a mere beggar." "A beggar?" Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "Are you certain there is no mistake? 5 years ago, he was a beggar, and now he holds the position of county magistrate?" "Indeed." Chao Fang nodded affirmatively. After hearing this information, Zhu Yuanzhang was utterly astonished. A beggar, yet literate and capable, having studied at a private school for 2 years. He was able to pass the imperial examination. Such exceptional talent must be the result of extraordinary fortune. However, he soon chuckled to himself, reflecting, "Yet, he cannot surpass me. I too emerged from humble beginnings to ascend the throne. Such a talent, and yet he desires only to be a county magistrate? How intriguing." Zhu Yuanzhang raised his gaze to Chao Fang, then feigned curiosity. "I wonder how he has managed the governance of Jiangning Prefecture?" Chao Fang pondered for a moment before responding. "However, Zhou Cheng'an is driven by greed. He has not only usurped the lands of the common people, but he has also established workshops under the guise of official authority, compelling the local populace into servitude for his own gain. His actions are nothing short of monstrous." Zhu Yuanzhang cast aside the memorial in his hand, regarding Chao Fang with a bemused expression. "Is all of this information provided by the local Jinyui?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, which seemed to question the veracity of his intelligence, Chao Fang hastily replied, "Indeed, this information was relayed to me by the local Jinyui. But I have also visited Jiangning County several times, and my observations corroborate this assessment." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. He brushed off the dust that had inadvertently settled on his attire and approached Chao Fang. "You have worked hard, Chao Guardian. Since you assert this, I shall certainly take your word for it. Chao Feng felt a surge of joy within, though outwardly he promptly knelt in gratitude. However, in his fervent expressions of thanks, he remained oblivious to the coldness concealed behind Zhu Yuanzhang's smile. Chapter 10. From a 3-7 split to a 50-50 division, Chao Feng was doomed. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not hasten to execute him, for the position he occupied was exceedingly vital. As the commander of the Jinhui, he wielded control over a vast and intricate network of personnel and information. Historically, Zhu Yuanzhang had relied on these scattered Jinhui operatives to glean all pertinent information regarding his dynasty. Moreover, Chao Feng had earned his trust and favor. Yet, this time, he had lied. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself perplexed. What conflict could possibly arise between a mere county magistrate, Zhou Cheng'an, and Chao Feng? Why would he fabricate intelligence, casting Zhou Cheng'an into peril? Soon, however, clarity dawned upon him. It was not Chao Feng who sought to eliminate Zhou Cheng'an, but rather Su Qianpian, who had demanded 300,000 taels of silver from Zhou Cheng'an, along with the prime minister lurking in the shadows. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura enveloping him. He soon let out a resigned sigh. He could not fathom why, since ascending to the throne, he had executed countless corrupt officials, yet still, there emerged a relentless stream of undaunted malefactors, eager to deceive him. Even now, the prime minister he had personally appointed conspired with the Jinhui under his command to ensnare him in deception. A wave of helplessness surged within Zhu Yuanzhang. How many more must he slay? Until when would this cycle of treachery persist? At that moment, a young eunuch outside the hall called out loudly, "We welcome His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Zhu Biao entered with a smile, performed a bow, and proclaimed, "Your humble son pays respects to father. Congratulations on resolving a pressing concern." Resolving a pressing concern? Zhu Yuanzhang was bewildered by his son's words. A concern? In this palace? Could there truly be a matter to be set at ease? Observing his son's cheerful demeanor, he commanded, "Rise and elucidate." The sight of the crown prince's smile lightened Zhu Yuanzhang's mood. This son of his was unlike him, bearing a striking resemblance to his mother, Empress Ma. Should he ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly become a wise emperor. Zhu Biao rose, clasped his hands, and addressed his father. "Father, that batch of glassware, I managed to sell it all within less than a day." Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. He knew the exquisite glass was sure to attract buyers. Yet, to sell items worth 1,000,000 taels of silver in less than a day? While this should have been a cause for joy, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself unable to muster a smile. He rubbed his hands together and sighed. It seems our capital is indeed replete with wealthy individuals, selling 1,000,000 taels worth of goods in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao sensed his father's underlying concerns and moderated his smile. And how much did it total? 300,000 taels. With a resounding crash, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his teacup onto the table, his face paling. The palace fell into an eerie silence. As for Zhu Yuanzhang himself, a chill coursed through his neck. To whom had all this been sold? After a brief moment, Zhu Biao calmly inquired. Wealthy merchants, noble offspring, and renowned families. A flicker of anger passed through Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. For the first time, he realized that the world he believed he had firmly in his grasp was, in fact, so foreign. In less than a day, a single box of colored glaze had yielded 3,000,000 taels of silver. It is worth noting that every year, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War squabbled over a mere few 100,000 taels, a dispute that dragged on interminably. Yet here, with just one box of colored glaze, the 30% allocated to him by Zhou Cheng'an was sufficient to cover the budget of the Ming army for 2 years. Where lay the issue? Why were these individuals so affluent while the court bickered annually over paltry sums? Observing his father's expression, Zhu Biao cautiously spoke. Your humble son has deposited all the proceeds from the sale of the colored glaze into the national treasury. Your Majesty, what shall we do with the remaining funds? Should they be given to Zhou Cheng'an, or? The remainder of his words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. If His Majesty had no intention of engaging in a profit-sharing agreement with Zhou Cheng'an, the 3,000,000 taels could simply be confiscated. However, maintaining dignity was paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, since we have already signed a contract with Zhou Cheng'an, his rightful earnings must be honored. Moreover, this colored glaze has earned me 900,000 taels. It is only fitting that he be recognized for his contributions to the court. You may take the remaining funds to him. Zhu Biao nodded, pondering for a moment. Father, I believe this colored glaze presents a lucrative opportunity for the court. If we were to imprint the royal seal upon it, I surmise we could sell it for an even greater sum. Imprint the royal seal? Zhu Yuanzhang shot a sidelong glance at Zhu Biao. The latter quickly lowered his head, aware that his father harbored disdain for merchants. And his suggestion involved conducting business under the royal banner, which made him somewhat apprehensive. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze fell upon a petition from Jiannan requesting disaster relief funds, and he sighed softly. If that is the case, you may proceed. However, one stipulation remains. Any additional profits from the royal seal must not be divided with Zhou Cheng'an on a 3-7 basis, at the very least. It should be a 50-50 split. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao's lips twitched slightly. After their conversation, he took his leave. Zhu Yuanzhang watched his son's retreating figure and mused to himself, "This child is indeed unlike me. Throughout my life, I have loathed unscrupulous merchants, yet I find no objections to his approach. Perhaps this is acceptable. Was my steadfast belief in prioritizing agriculture over commerce truly justified? Agriculture and commerce are the twin arteries of the Ming Dynasty. Yet, as the saying goes, sustenance is paramount. Ensuring the populace has enough to eat surpasses all else in my view. This principle has guided my disdain for commerce. However, my recent experiences in Jiangning have revealed that agriculture and commerce may not be an either-or proposition. Why not embrace both? After all, as adults, we should aspire to have it all. Merchants may indeed disperse a portion of the agricultural populace. However, on the other hand, they can also contribute to the agricultural sector's sustenance. Simultaneously, they may alleviate the court's financial woes. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt compelled to find time to revisit Jiangning Prefecture. Nevertheless, at present, he had more pressing matters to attend to. I am eager to discover just how much silver resides within the households of you esteemed nobles. Chapter 11. The Crown Prince became my money printer the following day. During the morning court session, Zhu Yuanzhang sat upon the dragon throne. Surveying the familiar faces of the civil and military officials, his expression inscrutable. How astute was Prime Minister Hu Weiyong? At a mere glance at Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor, he discerned that a significant event was imminent. What could it possibly be? Hu Weiyong's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of calm, clasping his hands in reverence, and spoke, "Your Majesty, regarding the severe drought in Jiannan province, I humbly request the court to allocate disaster relief funds." "We have received the memorial from Jiannan province," Zhu Yuanzhang interjected, his gaze fixed upon Hu Weiyong. "As the Son of Heaven, I cannot turn a blind eye to the plight of the people suffering from this drought. However, our treasury is currently depleted, and it is challenging to procure a substantial sum at this moment. What does the Prime Minister propose we do?" After a brief contemplation, Hu Weiyong replied, "I believe that while we must alleviate the disaster, the emptiness of the treasury is a reality we cannot ignore. Therefore, it would be prudent to issue a promissory note in the name of the court, borrowing funds from wealthy merchants to address this immediate crisis. As for the repayment, we can gradually settle the debt over time." Zhu Yuanzhang's heart seethed with indignation upon hearing these words. How outrageous. It seems that you esteemed officials can swiftly procure 300,000 taels of silver for your own indulgences, yet when the court requires funds, you suggest I beg wealthy merchants for loans? Should I also be paying interest on top of that? Humph. With a disdainful snort, Zhu Yuanzhang responded, "The Prime Minister's suggestion is indeed a temporary solution. However, I have an even better idea. Let us conduct a tax audit." Conduct a tax audit? The mere utterance of these words from Zhu Yuanzhang's lips sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the assembly of officials. Why has the emperor suddenly decided to initiate a tax audit? Hu Weiyong was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified, "Your Majesty, are you suggesting we identify which provinces have failed to remit their full taxes to the court? While that is a viable approach, I must speak candidly, conducting an audit would require at least a month, and to collect the taxes would take even longer. This timeline is too protracted and may hinder our disaster relief efforts." Zhu Yuanzhang had anticipated this argument and shook his head. The Prime Minister speaks of auditing the entire Ming Dynasty, which indeed necessitates such a duration. Realizing the underlying implication in Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Hu Weiyong hastily inquired, "Does Your Majesty mean to say we will only audit a specific region's taxes?" "Precisely." Zhu Yuanzhang's fierce gaze bore down on him as he declared, "This time, I intend to audit the taxes collected both within and beyond the imperial city, including those of you officials." Hu Weiyong furrowed his brow, poised to voice his concerns once more, but Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. Is the Prime Minister so eager to obstruct my plans that he fears the scrutiny?" Flustered, Hu Weiyong quickly shook his head. "Your Majesty, I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. I merely..." As long as you harbor no such intentions, that is sufficient. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted Hu Weiyong's speech, then yawned and rose from the dragon throne. In that case, let us conduct a thorough investigation. We are innocent, after all. If any of you have been remiss in your tax payments, rectify the situation before nightfall. Otherwise, well. He left the officials dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. In Jiangning County, within the medical clinic. My lady, you have arrived too late. The doctors have already finished their work for the day. That is of no consequence. Lord Zhou, this clinic, built by your own hand, surely possesses the means to cure my ailment. While I did establish this clinic, I must confess I am not skilled in medicine. Come now, Lord Zhou, do assist me. I shall compensate you handsomely. The woman said, casting a beguiling glance at Zhou Cheng'an, captivating him entirely. Zhou Cheng'an licked his lips, making an effort to divert his gaze from her enchanting visage. The clinic had only recently been established, a venture belonging to Zhou Cheng'an, or rather, to all of Jiangning County. Today, he merely intended to make a routine inspection, yet he never anticipated encountering such an alluring patient. Zhou Cheng'an had held the position of magistrate for several years, yet he remained devoid of a romantic partner. Consequently, he had become quite the delectable prospect in the eyes of the single women of Jiangning. Cough, there is no need for payment. Our clinic offers free medical services to the townsfolk. Zhou Cheng'an coughed lightly. Then I shall offer you something else. The woman purred, inching closer to him. This is rather inappropriate. Zhou Cheng'an stammered, though his eyes were drawn to her exquisite form. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the clinic door swung open. Lord Zhou, indeed you are here. His moment of distraction was abruptly shattered. And Zhou Cheng'an felt a surge of annoyance. Who dares to interrupt? Do you not know that the Lord is currently attending to a patient? Oh, it seems I have intruded upon a private affair, came the response. Brother Zhou? Zhou Cheng'an was taken aback. It was rare for someone in Jiangning to address him so familiarly. He looked up to see Zhu Biao approaching. Zhou Cheng'an, puzzled yet amused, stood and discreetly signaled to the woman to depart before greeting Zhu Biao. A distinguished guest. I thought it was someone else. Zhu Biao chuckled in return, nodding. Indeed. There has been an issue with the glazed tiles. The problem lies in the quantity. I managed to sell out all the tiles in less than a day. What? Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily stunned, then a broad smile spread across his face. So swiftly? You truly are remarkable. 100,000 taels worth of goods consumed without so much as a burp. I am thoroughly impressed. Zhu Biao waved his fan, a self-satisfied expression gracing his features. The quality of your goods is exceptional. The affluent in the capital are quite fond of them. Upon noticing the high demand, I naturally raised the price. Zhou Cheng'an raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Are you implying? Zhu nodded, raising 3 fingers. Not merely 1 million taels of silver, but an astonishing 3 million. Zhou Cheng'an gazed at Zhu's 3 fingers, momentarily breathless. 3 million taels? What does that signify? To put it into perspective, the entire Jiangning prefecture, including contributions from the previous dynasty, likely has never paid such a sum in taxes. This is no mere benefactor. This is unequivocally a money-printing machine. With this thought, Zhou Cheng'an stepped forward and grasped Zhu's arm. Brother, come, let us converse at my residence. Chapter 12, Money. My money. Within the opulent mansion of Zhou Cheng'an, a lavish banquet was in full swing. The grandeur of this feast could be deemed the most extravagant in the history of Jiangning. Yet, only 2 individuals graced the gathering, Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu Biao. Come. Zhou Cheng'an poured wine for Zhu Biao with great enthusiasm, proclaiming, A nobleman has come from the capital. Surely, my humble fare cannot satisfy your discerning palate. Next time I visit the capital, I shall host a proper banquet for you. As the crown prince, Zhu Biao had countless admirers eager to curry favor with him. In the capital, if a wealthy merchant spoke to him in such a manner, he would ponder whether the individual was worthy of his attention. However, upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's words, Zhu Biao merely smiled. Brother Zhou, what you say is quite untrue. This feast, even in the capital, would be considered top tier. Besides, since the capital is my territory, it is only right that I host you. How could it be the other way around? Hearing Zhu Biao humbly refer to himself as foolish brother brought great joy to Zhou Cheng'an. Although he was unaware of Zhu Biao's true stature, he knew that this man could sell 300,000 taels of silver in a single day. Such connections were undeniably impressive. To befriend someone of this caliber, even without profit, Zhou Cheng'an would be content. Moreover, Zhu Biao had indeed helped him earn 210,000 taels of silver. With this thought in mind, Zhou Cheng'an's heart stirred, and he retrieved the silver note Zhu Biao had given him. He then extracted 60,000 taels from the 210,000 taels and placed it before Zhu Biao. Zhu Biao gazed at the silver note, puzzled, and furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this, Brother Zhou? Ha. It is merely a token of my appreciation, Zhou Cheng'an replied earnestly. I implore you to accept it, dear brother. No. Zhu Biao quickly waved his hand, laughing as he declined. We agreed on a 30-70 split. I have already secured my 90,000 taels. It would be unreasonable to accept your 60,000 taels. However, Zhou Cheng'an shook his head and asserted, the 90,000 taels were business. This 60,000 taels represents the bond between us. The reason I proposed a 30-70 split was merely due to concerns over whether we could sell at such a price. After all, my brother's glass factory requires operation. So I took a larger share. But now, with the profits exceeding 150,000 taels, well beyond my initial expectations, you must accept this 60,000 taels. From now on, in our future collaborations, we shall split the earnings 50-50. Furthermore, this money is yours to use as you see fit, whether to keep for yourself or to contribute to your family. It is entirely at your disposal. Having spoken with such generosity, Zhou Cheng'an left Zhu Biao profoundly moved. What a genuine person he was. Although Zhu Biao, as the crown prince, received a stipend from the palace and had never lacked for silver, 60,000 taels was still a considerable amount. Who could ever have too much money? In that case, foolish brother shall not be polite. Zhu Biao, with a cheerful demeanor, pocketed the money and lifted his wine glass. Come, let us, as brothers, drink to this toast. After downing 2 cups of wine, the distance between the two men diminished significantly. Buoyed by the effects of the alcohol, Zhou Cheng'an jovially addressed Zhu Biao. Brother, now that we are brothers, I realize I do not even know your name. You can call me Biao Ge, Zhu Biao replied. Biao Ge, the fiercest man in Liaobei. Zhou Cheng'an grinned widely, raised his cup again, and declared, I toast to you, Biao Ge. However, I sense that your visit today is not merely to deliver money to your brother, is it? I knew nothing could escape your perception, Zhu Biao said, his expression becoming serious as he looked intently at Zhou Cheng'an. From now on, my family will purchase all the glass from your Lilikang. No problem, Zhou Cheng'an replied. After all, it's just a box per year, and I can't give you more. We mustn't disrupt the market. Zhou Cheng'an understood the principle of hunger marketing. If there are any lucrative ventures in the future, remember to include me. Of course, Zhou Cheng'an felt a surge of joy, knowing he had many projects yet to launch. With such a powerful ally, he wouldn't mind earning the title of the wealthiest man in the Ming Dynasty. More importantly, Zhou Cheng'an was aware that as a local official, engaging in excessive profiteering during the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, a ruler known for his ruthlessness towards officials and the wealthy, was akin to walking a tightrope. After all, Emperor Zhu, born of humble peasant origins, had never been lenient with those who crossed him. Zhou Cheng'an now occupied both of those precarious identities. At that moment, he knew he must quickly find a strong ally, or he risked losing his life at any moment. Just as Zhou Cheng'an was forging a brotherly bond with the current crown prince, a tempest was brewing in the capital. Distrustful of Chaofeng, Zhu Yuanzhang had specifically recalled a military unit to initiate a vigorous tax investigation. The primary targets of this inquiry were the wealthy merchants of the capital. The findings were shocking. Merely scrutinizing the accounts of 2 or 3 affluent merchants revealed a staggering sum of 500,000 taels in tax evasion. Upon learning this news, Zhu Yuanzhang, seated in his study, was consumed by fury. Money. My money. Continue the investigation. Focus on those officials and businessmen in the capital, as well as the surrounding villages and counties. We shall see just how much of my money these scoundrels have pilfered. The storm persisted until noon the following day. In Zhou Yuan County, the tax owed was 30,000 taels, with a shortfall of 10,000 taels. In Baibei County, the tax owed was 70,000 taels, with a shortfall of 30,000 taels. In Dongfeng County, the tax owed was 20,000 taels, with a shortfall of 10,000 taels. Listening to the eunuch report the lists and amounts of tax evasion uncovered, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of numbness wash over him, coupled with a growing sense of concern. This is not merely a case of tax evasion involving 2 individuals. Rather, it encompasses a multitude of people, including not only officials, but also merchants and even members of the royal family, all engaged in tax fraud. No wonder the national treasury grows increasingly depleted each year. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of agitation and struck the table with his hand. Cease your recitation. The eunuch immediately fell silent. With a sigh, Zhu Yuanzhang resolved to take a stroll to clear his mind, but just as he rose, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze towards the eunuch. Is Jiangning County listed on that roster? Upon hearing this, the eunuch quickly grasped the list and scrutinized it closely. To his astonishment, it was absent. Zhu Yuanzhang could scarcely believe it. Given Zhou Cheng'an's avaricious demeanor, how could he possibly evade taxation? Chapter 13. Unwelcome visitors. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed a finger at the speaking eunuch and immediately commanded, "Go. Investigate the tax revenue of Jiangning County for this year." Had it not been for today's incident, Zhu Yuanzhang would not have thought to scrutinize the tax collection of Jiangning County. Given the county's affluence, it was among the wealthiest in the entire Ming Dynasty. Thus, one would expect its tax contributions to be commendable. Every year, Zhu Yuanzhang personally reviewed the national tax contributions. While he could not recall the exact figures for each county, he certainly had a general impression, particularly of the extremes, those that excelled and those that faltered. Yet, Jiangning County. Zhu Yuanzhang was entirely certain that the taxes submitted from that locale last year definitely did not rank within the top 20 nationwide. Damn it. Could it be that Zhou Cheng'an not only embezzled funds but also underreported taxes? In no time, the young eunuch confirmed the tax figures for Jiangning County. 5,000 taels. What an audacious Zhou Cheng'an. He could sell a single chest of emeralds for several million taels, yet contributed so little to the throne? Such a corrupt official. If we do not teach him a lesson, I shall not be called Zhu Yuanzhang. Consumed by indignation, Zhu Yuanzhang squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Go. Summon Sun Qing here. Upon hearing that name, the eunuch involuntarily shuddered. Silently muttering to himself, it seems the magistrate of Jiangning County is doomed. As the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang had taken countless lives throughout his reign. Naturally, he commanded a cadre of equally fearless and formidable soldiers, including valiant generals like Su De and Chang Yuchen, as well as many ruthless characters adept in underhanded dealings. Sun Qing was one such figure. That night, Sun Qing hastily departed the capital, bearing the emperor's decree. The edict contained but a single line: thoroughly investigate the tax issues of Jiangning. Those who resist shall face execution without mercy. The mere brevity of the command exuded a chilling aura. As Sun Qing journeyed onward, he sharpened his blade, fervently wishing that it would be adequately honed by the time he reached Jiangning County. At the city gate of Jiangning, Zhou Cheng'an gazed at his newly appointed elder brother with a reluctant expression. In truth, his reluctance was not genuine. After all expenses incurred by Zhu Biao in Jiangning would fall upon him. The longer Zhu Biao stayed, the more silver Zhou Cheng'an would have to spend. He had to leave. Zhu Biao looked at Zhou Cheng'an with a melancholic expression, genuinely feeling a pang of regret at the thought of departing. Though Jiangning was somewhat less splendid than the imperial capital, it possessed all that one could desire, coupled with the absence of paternal oversight, allowing for a carefree existence. Fortunately, Jiangning was not far from the capital. As this thought crossed Zhu Biao's mind, his smile grew ever brighter, and he clasped his hands, saying, "Dear brother, do not take offense. I anticipate frequent visits to this splendid Jiangning in the future. I only hope that when the time comes, you do not find my presence bothersome." "Brother Biao, what are you saying?" "I, Zhou Cheng'an, am not of such a nature." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Biao prepared to mount his carriage and depart. At that moment, a band of dark riders charged in from the distance, exuding an ominous aura as they approached the city of Jiangning. As a prince, Zhu Biao immediately recognized that this group of black-clad riders was unmistakably the attire of the Jinui. Moreover, the leader among them was none other than Sun Qing. Known as the living king of hell, Zhu Biao's expression darkened, and he inwardly wondered, what brings Sun Qing here? Zhou Cheng'an also felt a twinge of surprise. Although Jiangning County was no stranger to official visitors, such a formidable presence was indeed unprecedented. The intentions of these arrivals were far from benign. While Zhou Cheng'an pondered the reasons for their visit, he was suddenly interrupted by Zhu Biao's voice. "Brother, have you committed any transgressions against the royal laws?" Approximately 10 minutes later, within the county office of Jiangning County, Sun Qing sat in the hall, gazing at the fragrant tea in his cup, somewhat astonished. The prosperity of Jiangning County surpassed his expectations. Yet, for such a bustling county, the autumn tax amounted to a mere 5,000 taels of silver. It was no wonder the emperor had sent him to investigate this matter. At that moment, Zhou Cheng'an, donned in official robes, arrived belatedly. "I am the magistrate of Jiangning County, here to pay my respects to the esteemed commander." Sun Qing cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Cheng'an, inwardly sighing. The magistrate was not particularly old, and one could surmise he had studied the classics. Alas, he had strayed down a misguided path. Sun Qing set down his teacup, gradually rising to confront Zhou Cheng'an, his voice stern. "Zhou Cheng'an, your misdeeds have come to light. Confess your guilt." Sun Cheng did not specify the nature of Zhou Cheng'an's offenses, merely demanding a confession. Zhou Cheng'an, taken aback, looked at Sun Cheng in confusion. I implore you, sir. Please clarify what crime I have committed? Still feigning ignorance? A faint smile crossed Sun Cheng's face, yet it was more menacing than reassuring. His fleshy visage becoming even more intimidating. Zhou Darren, given your youth, should you confess willingly, I might be able to spare your life. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Zhou Cheng'an's expression grew increasingly perplexed. During his tenure as magistrate in Jiangning County, he had certainly made minor errors, yet he had never committed any grave offenses. Those minor mistakes could hardly warrant the presence of a Jinhui storming into his office with threats of violence. Could it be that the Prime Minister's faction was scheming behind the scenes? As Zhou Cheng'an contemplated how to respond, Sun Cheng lost his patience. Abruptly, he wiped the smile from his face and coldly scoffed. Still unable to recall? Very well. Allow me to remind you. We have discovered your evasion of taxes. Evasion of taxes? Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. How could this be? I, entrusted with the governance of this county, am deeply aware of the Emperor's grace and have never committed such an offense. I beseech you to see the truth. This fellow is truly obstinate. Sun Cheng felt a surge of irritation. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Cheng'an, exclaiming, Your Jiangning County is thriving. Yet this year, the autumn tax amounts to a paltry 5,000 taels of silver. How do you intend to wriggle out of this? 5,000 taels? Zhou Cheng'an was genuinely stunned. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously replied, My lord, I recall that this autumn, our county has indeed remitted a sum of 50,000 taels of silver. Might it be that you have erroneously overlooked a zero? Overlooked a zero? Although Sun Cheng did not fully grasp the implication, he chose not to elaborate further and continued. Are you implying that the court has made an error? Whether the court has erred or not is beyond my knowledge. However, I can assert that I have indeed paid the tax of 50,000 taels of silver. The county office possesses ledgers, and a mere inspection by you will reveal the truth. Ledgers can be fabricated. You claim to have paid 50,000 taels. Who can provide you with proof? As soon as Sun Cheng uttered these words, a resounding voice emerged from outside the county office. I can. Chapter 14. Fortunately, there is an elder brother. Sun Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The Jin Yi operated with an authority that had never been so brazenly interrupted. Who was this audacious individual daring to create chaos? Moreover, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. As Sun Cheng pondered the source of this voice, Zhu Biao swaggered into the county office, fanning himself with flair. Sun Cheng, being an old subordinate of Zhu Yuanzhang, instantly recognized Zhu Biao. Upon witnessing the crown prince's sudden appearance, he instinctively prepared to bow. However, Zhu Biao cast a scrutinizing glance at him. Sun Cheng immediately comprehended that the crown prince wished to conceal his identity. But what should he do now? The emperor had tasked him with a thorough investigation into Zhou Cheng'an's tax evasion, yet the crown prince had emerged to complicate matters. Sun Cheng was well aware of Zhu Biao's reputation for being benevolent and sagacious, as well as his deep affection from the emperor. Why then? Would such a sensible crown prince advocate for a corrupt county official? An unsettling thought crossed Sun Cheng's mind. Perhaps there were hidden circumstances at play. After a brief moment of contemplation, he softened his expression and turned his gaze towards Zhu Biao. Since this esteemed individual claimed to possess evidence, let it be presented, and I shall certainly handle the matter judiciously. The sudden shift in Sun Cheng's demeanor astonished Zhou Cheng'an. He had never anticipated that his elder brother could elicit such a dramatic change in the attitude of the Jin Yi's commander. Just moments ago, this Lord Sun had been stern and unyielding, seemingly ready to execute him at a moment's notice. Now, however, he appeared amenable to a more measured approach. It seemed he had indeed secured a formidable ally. Yet, Zhu Biao found himself in a predicament. Evidence. What evidence did he have? To be candid, his decision to support Zhou Cheng'an stemmed solely from his belief in the man's character. Yet, as the saying goes, to know a person's face is not to know their heart. If Zhou Cheng'an truly had committed tax evasion, it would reflect poorly on him. Zhu Biao sighed softly and glanced at Zhou Cheng'an. Since the esteemed official claimed to have the account books, perhaps it would be prudent to review them. With the crown prince's endorsement, Sun Cheng naturally acquiesced. Zhou Cheng'an promptly retrieved the account books and presented them before Sun Cheng. First, Sun Cheng was astonished by the prosperity of Jiangning County. If the records in these account books were accurate, then Jiangning County was indeed the highest taxpayer in the entire Ming Dynasty. Secondly, the court had undeniably not received such a substantial amount of silver. In other words, the vast sum Jiangning County purportedly paid had not entered the national treasury. Where, then, Had the silver gone? Sun Qing set the account books down and looked at Zhou Cheng'an, who bore a pensive expression. Zhou Darren, I have examined the account books. From the quality of the paper to the ink, there appears to be no issue. However, the reality remains that the court has not received such a sum of silver. Zhou Cheng'an took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and spoke. Lord Sun, the taxes I have submitted are indeed as recorded in the account books, or rather, the taxes Jiangning Prefecture owes to Nanji Li are indeed as stated. Zhou Cheng'an's meaning was unmistakable. The wealth I possess has not been directly bestowed upon the emperor. Rather, it has first been remitted to the southern province of Jiangsu. As for why the emperor has not received these funds, perhaps one should inquire with Jiangsu? Zhu Biao furrowed his brow and spoke. Are you implying that someone in Jiangsu has obstructed the process, withholding the taxes you have paid? Zhou Cheng'an glanced at Zhu Biao and sighed softly. Brother Biao, though our acquaintance is brief, we have forged a bond of trust. You should know me well. While I have an appreciation for wealth, I do not covet it recklessly. Jiangning County is flourishing as it is. Why would I, Zhou, risk my life for a mere few thousand taels of silver? I cannot claim with certainty that someone in Jiangsu has embezzled the funds, but I assure you, I have never entertained any dishonest intentions regarding the tax revenue. Zhou Cheng'an's words were undeniably sincere. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao nodded in agreement. Though this county magistrate Zhou possesses a certain shrewdness, he is indeed a commendable official who benefits the people, at least from what Zhu Biao has witnessed. The citizens of Jiangning County lead lives of remarkable prosperity. If Zhou Cheng'an were truly a corrupt official scheming over tax funds, the people would not be enjoying such happiness. After all, the wealth accrued from the oppression of the populace would far exceed those mere few thousand taels in taxes. Consequently, Zhu Biao turned his gaze towards Sun Qing. My lord, I know Magistrate Zhou well. He is not the sort to forsake life for petty gain. Moreover, this matter is quite complex and warrants careful consideration. Sun Qing initially acknowledged with a sound, though a troubled expression soon crossed his face. Yet, I am bound by the orders from above, which of course, refers to the emperor. Zhu Biao sighed. He did not specify to whom he referred, yet Sun Qing understood perfectly. Given that the crown prince has voiced these sentiments, what further argument could he maintain? Thus, Sun Qing bowed to Zhu Biao and, being a man of promptness, departed hastily. The remaining members of the Imperial Guard stayed behind in Jiangning, keeping a watchful eye on Zhou Cheng'an to prevent any possibility of his escape. Zhu Biao, too, could not linger any longer. As he prepared to leave, seated in his carriage, he looked at the departing Zhou Cheng'an and remarked, the path of an official is akin to walking on thin ice. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. I hope you take care, dear brother. Zhou Cheng'an gazed at his esteemed elder brother, offering a slight smile. Do good deeds without concern for the future. My actions are driven solely by the desire for inner peace. Though the current emperor's name is revered, there are indeed treacherous individuals. Yet, I believe the emperor will not remain passive in their presence. Zhu Biao, upon hearing this, scrutinized Zhou Cheng'an, pondering whether this young man had discerned his true identity. However, it did not appear so. In truth, Zhou Cheng'an would never dare to surmise that this jovial companion was none other than the crown prince himself. Yet, anyone capable of dissuading the commander of the Imperial Guard with mere words is certainly no ordinary individual. Thus, his remarks bore an air of flattery. At times, one must utter agreeable words, especially when the individual in question has not only aided in amassing considerable wealth, but has also recently saved one's life. Zhu Biao chose not to prolong the conversation, merely offering another bow before taking his leave. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Zhou Cheng'an felt a twinge of fear. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Ming Dynasty's Jinyui. Today, he was fortunate to have his esteemed elder brother by his side. Otherwise, he would have found himself in serious trouble. The events of today also served as a stark reminder for Zhou Cheng'an. The blissful days of his carefree existence, akin to that of a mountain king, were likely coming to an end. Chapter 15. It is time for Zhou Cheng'an to take action. The world is rife with upheaval. And once one enters the realm of martial arts, time hastens its passage. What, then, constitutes this realm? Wherever humanity dwells, there lies the world of martial arts. Yet, the most perilous domain of all is undoubtedly the imperial court. Initially, Zhou Cheng'an was able to orchestrate various maneuvers in Jiangning County solely due to his humble position as a county magistrate, largely because Jiangning was impoverished at that time. Wealth resides deep within the mountains, where distant relatives may be found. Poverty, however, breeds turmoil that goes unnoticed. This holds true not just for individuals. In the early days, Jiangning County was regarded as a mere backwater by officials of all ranks within the court, a place they deemed unworthy of their attention or concern. As Jiangning grew increasingly prosperous, it became mired in numerous troubles. Sigh. Zhou Cheng'an reflected on this and could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. He must exercise greater caution moving forward. Today, fortune favored him. Brother Biao had not yet departed, but what of the next time? Would luck smile upon him again? Indeed. One must keep their wealth concealed. Henceforth, he must adopt a more discreet approach to earning. Upon arriving in the capital, his first order of business was to seek out Sun Qing. This matter held great significance, and it was imperative to report to the emperor alongside Sun Qing without delay. Yet, upon inquiry at Lushan Min, Zhu Biao was taken aback. The imperial guard respectfully informed him that Sun Qing was, in fact, in possession of the tax ledger that Zhou Cheng'an had submitted, which would elucidate the unfolding events for the emperor. In the depths of his mind, Zhu Biao felt an ominous premonition arise. We must find him. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a command to Lushan Min, thoroughly search the route from the capital to Jiangning for Commander Sun. The members of Lushan Min were astonished by the urgency displayed by the crown prince. They wasted no time, and a group of imperial guards mounted their swift steeds to embark on the search. Before long, the guards located Sun Cheng. More accurately, they discovered his lifeless body. Not far from the capital, in a secluded hollow, the once formidable Sun Cheng, known as the living Yama, lay riddled with arrows, his eyes forever closed in death. The ledger that Zhou Cheng'an had relied upon to prove his innocence had vanished without a trace. With a resounding crash, Zhu Biao shattered the teapot in his grasp upon receiving this news. This is intolerable, utterly outrageous. Clenching his fists, he turned and made his way to the imperial palace. 2 hours later, within the confines of Zhu Yuanzhang's study, the emperor listened calmly to his son's impassioned account. Only after Zhu Biao had recounted every detail did Zhu Yuanzhang speak, his voice measured. So, Sun Cheng is dead, and the ledger is lost? Indeed, Zhu Biao replied, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang offered a comforting remark. You need not be overly self-reproachful. I too have only recently become aware of their audacity and lawlessness. Them? Zhu Biao inquired urgently. Father, do you know who is behind this? Zhu Yuanzhang was well aware that the governor of Nanzili was none other than a pupil of the left chancellor, Hu Weiyong. If that ledger is indeed authentic, then the one who least desires it to fall into his hands would undoubtedly be the governor of Nanzili. Yet, what precisely is Hu Weiyong's intention? Zhu Yuanzhang finds himself increasingly perplexed by this former ally. If we were to attribute Hu Weiyong's actions regarding money to mere greed, it would be somewhat comprehensible. However, his endeavors to bribe the commander of the Jinyui, assassinate the inspector, and embezzle tax revenues are all offenses severe enough to warrant the annihilation of 9 clans. Does he not fear the repercussions? Or perhaps he possesses some form of leverage, or simply believes that I would not dare to eliminate him. Zhu Yuanzhang squints. A surge of murderous intent enveloping him. Patience is key. He refrains from disclosing the identities of those involved, merely gesturing nonchalantly to Zhu Biao. The timing is not yet opportune. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang has yet to uncover Hu Weiyong's Achilles heel, insufficient to bring him to a fatal end. After all, many of these actions were not directly orchestrated by Hu Weiyong himself, but rather executed by his faction. Should he act now, Hu Weiyong could easily sever ties, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang powerless. Zhu Biao observes his father's demeanor, initially nodding but still harboring concerns. But what of Zhou Cheng'an? Would they dare to slaughter the Jinyui for a mere ledger? I fear they may be driven to madness and turn against Zhou Cheng'an. Zhou Cheng'an, you say? Zhu Yuanzhang glances at his son, somewhat taken aback. After all, he is merely a county magistrate. It is surprising to see my son hold him in such high regard. Now worrying for his safety. What do you propose? Zhu Yuanzhang counters his son's inquiry. I wish to protect him, Zhu Biao states candidly, laying bare his thoughts. Oh, is it solely because he can generate profits for you? That would only account for half the reason. Zhu Biao gazes earnestly at his father. More importantly, in my travels over the years, I have found that the citizens of Jiangning County are, without a doubt, the happiest and most prosperous. Though a county may be small, it reveals much about governance. Given time, Zhou Cheng'an could potentially become a renowned statesman. After absorbing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent for a moment before breaking into a grin. A remarkable statesman, indeed, but such accolades must be earned by your own merit. Here, he is merely a county magistrate. Yet, that lad has lingered in Jiangning County for far too long. So, what is your father's intention? Zhu Biao inquires after a pause. Let him venture to Jiannandao, where a recent calamity has struck. If he is truly capable, let him demonstrate his abilities there. What Zhu Yuanzhang does not articulate is that Jiannan Dao lies beyond Hu Weiyong's influence. Even for Hu Weiyong, attempting to eliminate a court official outside his domain would not be an effortless task. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang's maneuver also serves to safeguard Zhou Cheng'an. Zhu Biao nods thoughtfully and then poses a question. Should we continue investigating the tax issue? The most crucial evidence has been destroyed. Pursuing it further seems futile. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke with a glimmer of ruthlessness in his eyes. However, they would certainly not remain obedient forever. We must first maintain our composure and then seize the opportune moment. Let us strike down those wretches with a single blow. Chapter 16. Peril lurking in Jiangning County. The grand residence of Zhou Cheng'an was ablaze with lights. Though it was already deep into the night, the brilliance emanating from the Zhou house illuminated half the sky. Merchants newly arrived in Jiangning, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "What an affluent family! Such a sight is rare even in Jiangning County." The locals, overhearing this, would chuckle and reply, "That is the abode of our county magistrate. It typically does not appear so extravagant. Perhaps there are pressing matters at hand these days." Indeed, there were urgent matters at stake. After all, nothing holds greater significance than one's own life. The day before, after a group of imperial guards had departed, Zhou Cheng'an sensed that something was amiss. He had paid the taxes himself, and if the accounts did not reconcile, it meant someone was scheming behind the scenes. Yet, he was not in a position to confront either the auditors or the schemers. If someone wished to obscure the matter, the most effective method would be to eliminate Zhou Cheng'an, for a dead man cannot speak nor defend himself. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an promptly commanded his most trusted steward to ensure that guards were stationed both inside and outside the residence around the clock, with the lights burning as brightly as possible. This way, should anyone contemplate an attack, it would not be so easily accomplished. "But, my lord, even our household cannot sustain this indefinitely," lamented Liang Ergu, the steward, who followed Zhou Cheng'an with a furrowed brow while clutching the account book. The expense of hired hands aside, merely the nightly oil for the lamps was no trivial sum. Zhou Cheng'an sighed. "I am well aware of your concerns, but it is imperative to proceed as such for the time being. Rest assured, this situation will not last long, at most, a fortnight. If an investigation is to be conducted, 2 weeks will suffice to unravel the truth." Contemplating this, Zhou Cheng'an felt a twinge of headache. He remained oblivious to the identity of the individual who had embezzled the tax funds, but he was certain that such a person would not be of insignificant stature. His greatest anxiety lay in the possibility that his esteemed brother might not possess sufficient influence. If that were the case, he would find himself in dire straits. After all, he was merely a county magistrate, a figure of some note in Jiangning County, yet in the presence of true powerhouses, a mere county official holds little weight. May my esteemed brother truly possess extraordinary capabilities. Ensure that everything is monitored closely. Spend what needs to be spent. Do not skimp. Liang Ergu nodded in agreement. "Understood. I shall summon a few more young men at once. Rest assured, my lord, we will encircle your residence with layers of protection, leaving no room for risk." Indeed. Zhou Cheng'an pondered further and added, "Moreover, anyone entering the county must be questioned, particularly unfamiliar faces. Should anything seem amiss, notify me at once." Liang Ergu grinned slightly, thinking to himself that his master was overly cautious. Nevertheless, he promptly assured, "You need not worry, my lord. I shall remain by the county gate tonight. As long as there are clandestine individuals, they must not be permitted to step foot into the county. There should be no excessive display, but rather a singular directive: maintain outward leniency while ensuring inner vigilance, and deploy additional concealed sentinels." The night grew deeper, and the entirety of Jiangning County slipped into a state of slumber. Typically, the Zhou family's grand estate would have 3 to 5 guards keeping watch after dark. Yet tonight only one remained. The master truly perplexes me. Despite his insistence on setting up hidden sentinels, he whisked everyone away, leaving the night watch devoid of even a conversational companion. The young guard, stifling yawns, voiced his grievances. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the guard to shiver, and in a fleeting moment, he perceived a shadow passing before him. "Who goes there?" the young guard exclaimed, hastily raising his lantern. His heart raced. After all, Jiangning County harbored an abundance of restless spirits and vengeful ghosts. Not to mention, the daughter of old Wang in the county had tragically died during childbirth. He drew his neck in, quickly making his way toward the brighter light. However, just as the guard departed, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in dark attire, the intruder wielded a long sword and stealthily approached Zhou Cheng'an's chamber. Upon reaching the door, the assailant carefully punctured a hole in the paper window, peering inside to ascertain the position of Zhou Cheng'an's bed. Having confirmed the location, the assassin slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside. The assassin was exceedingly skilled. He executed all these maneuvers without producing a sound. Thus, he crept to the side of Zhou Cheng'an's bed. There, beneath the luxurious quilt, lay a figure. The assassin's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he unsheathed his gleaming blade. With a swift motion, the blade pierced the quilt directly. Yet, in the next instant, the assassin was taken aback. The anticipated scream did not erupt, nor did blood spew forth, and the acrid scent of blood was conspicuously absent. Instead, a cloud of powder accompanied by a repugnant stench wafted towards him. Disaster! The assassin's heart raced, and he attempted to flee. However, before he could move, a man's voice resonated from outside the door. "Since you have come, do not be in such a hurry to depart." As the voice echoed, the entire chamber was suddenly illuminated. The speaker was none other than Zhou Cheng'an. With his arms crossed and a smile gracing his face, he regarded the assassin, while Liang Erge stood beside him, holding a lantern. Behind them, 5 young guards, armed with wooden clubs, stood at the ready. Realizing he had been unmasked, the assassin's eyes hardened, and he raised his long sword, attempting to carve a path to escape. Yet, at that moment, he discovered he could scarcely muster any strength. "Ha ha!" Zhou Cheng'an laughed triumphantly, addressing the assassin. "I anticipated that you would not let me off so easily. I deliberately crafted a decoy and filled it with soporific powder. The force with which you struck just now sent the powder wafting into your nostrils. How does it feel? Can't even stand, can you?" As predicted by Zhou Cheng'an, the assassin's figure swayed twice before leaning back and collapsing onto the bed. Truly, the master's words hold power. Liang Erge, witnessing this, immediately lavished praise. All right. Zhou Cheng'an gestured towards the assassin, instructing, "Quickly bind him, and ensure he does not escape." At once, Liang Erge signaled to several young guards behind him to follow, while he himself swiftly retrieved a rope and approached first. He stood before the assassin and promptly removed the thin veil from her face. "My lord, it is a female assassin." Chapter 17, Survival or Destruction. The female assassin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an swiftly turned his gaze towards the assassin. Indeed, as Liang Erge had mentioned, beneath the mask lay the visage of a woman. She possessed an exceptionally graceful appearance, yet her features bore not the usual softness of a woman, but rather a hint of the chivalry characteristic of those from the martial world. Especially at this moment, her eyes, filled with both exhaustion and fury as they fixated on Zhou Cheng'an, resembled those heroines from his past life in films who had been ensnared by aphrodisiacs. Ahem. Of course, Zhou Cheng'an was not so vulgar. However, since she was a female assassin, he could not allow the guards to act recklessly. What audacity this female assassin had! Rolling up his sleeves, Zhou Cheng'an approached with an imposing demeanor, seizing the rope from Liang Erge's hands. How dare she attempt to assassinate the county magistrate? Today, he would show her the extent of his prowess. With that thought, Zhou Cheng'an intended to bind the hands of the female assassin with the rope. Unexpectedly, the assassin summoned her last vestige of strength and lunged at Zhou Cheng'an. "Dog officer, today, I shall slay you." This outburst genuinely startled Zhou Cheng'an. Alas, the female assassin was already at her limit. Her strength only permitted her body to spring from the bed, insufficient to wield the sword in her grasp. Still not complying? Zhou Cheng'an glared, kicking the sword aside before pushing the female assassin face down onto the bed. Then, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The female assassin was momentarily stunned, before feeling a mix of shame and anger. "You dare strike my backside? And what of it?" Zhou Cheng'an retorted, delivering 2 more vigorous slaps with his fan. It must be said, those trained in martial arts indeed possessed remarkable physiques, and her small posterior was remarkably resilient. Quivering with each strike, the female assassin began hurling furious curses at Zhou Cheng'an, each more scathing than the last. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an paid no heed, proceeding to bind her with the rope. However, the manner of binding. Even Liang Erge couldn't help but marvel at his master's ingenuity. How did the rope manage to weave itself between the young woman's legs, standing upright amidst her ample curves? One could only wonder from which courtesan at Qianhua Pavilion Zhou Cheng'an had gleaned such binding techniques. Before long, the female assassin was entirely secured by Zhou Cheng'an's elaborate bindings. He then hoisted her up and pressed her into a chair. "Cease your cursing," Zhou Cheng'an said, sitting opposite her with a cup of hot tea in hand, smiling. "Your insults cannot kill me." "You dog officer," the female assassin retorted angrily. "You vile and shameless wretch. Sooner or later, someone will come to take your life. Speak. Who sent you?" At his words, the female assassin let out a cold laugh. "Huh. To slay a scourge like you, who brings suffering to the people, is an act of chivalry and righteousness. Why would anyone need to orchestrate such a deed? Chivalry and righteousness? I merely crossed over and have been a tad lecherous. Must it be so extreme?" However, Zhou Cheng'an had long anticipated that the female assassin would not cooperate, for only someone unafraid of death would dare to commit such acts in Jiangning County. He nodded and spoke. "Indeed, the young lady possesses a noble spirit, unwilling to betray her master. If you seek death, I, the county magistrate, shall grant your wish. However, it must be a death of worth." With that, Zhou Cheng'an extended his hand towards Liang Ergu, who grinned mischievously and retrieved a short sword from his bosom, upon which were inscribed the 3 characters Su Qianpian. The female assassin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the inscription, but quickly grasped the situation and exclaimed, "Today's assassination is solely my doing. It does not concern anyone else. Do not attempt to frame others." Zhou Cheng'an, perceiving her intense reaction, realized she was indeed sent by Su Qianpian to eliminate him. It struck him as peculiar. What deep-seated enmity could exist between himself and Su Qianpian to warrant such a relentless pursuit? As the saying goes, there are limits to what one can endure. Anger surged within Zhou Cheng'an, and he pressed the sword's edge against the female assassin's throat, coldly declaring, "You come to assassinate me. What harm is there in pouring dirty water upon your heads? Let me be clear. With a mere exertion, you would be dead. And at that moment, it would matter not if I were to strip you bare and display you on the city tower for 7 days." The female assassin was utterly immobilized by Zhou Cheng'an's sudden fury. Her complexion paled, and soon, tears streamed down her cheeks. Observing this, Zhou Cheng'an could not help but smirk inwardly. What a farcical assassin she was, merely a girl of 17 or 18. Dealing with a young girl was something he found himself adept at. Yet, he possessed a redeeming quality, his inherent kindness. Gradually, his tone softened. Upon hearing this, the female assassin sniffled, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Zhou Cheng'an. "Really? Indeed. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I never deceive women, especially one as beautiful as yourself." After pondering his words, the female assassin hesitated before slowly nodding. "In that case, you may ask." Seeing her capitulation, a triumphant smile appeared on Zhou Cheng'an's face as he sheathed the broken sword. "So, my first question, were you sent by Su Qianpian to kill me?" "Yes." The female assassin replied weakly, nodding. "Why?" Zhou Cheng'an inquired, perplexed. "I fail to comprehend. Have I not withheld my silver from you? Killing me yields you no reward. Perhaps keeping me alive would allow for negotiations, and I have committed no heinous acts. Why, then, does Su pursue my demise so fervently?" A flicker of intrigue crossed the assassin's eyes as she responded, "You are the county magistrate of Jiangning, Zhou Cheng'an?" "Indeed. Then that explains it." The assassin's expression turned disdainful. "I never expected such a distinguished man to be one who acts without taking responsibility. Have you truly never committed any grievous acts?" Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he frantically sifted through his memories. After thorough contemplation, he found no evidence of any outrageous misdeeds he had committed. Although he is lascivious and lacks ambition, he also embodies a timid yet lascivious nature, not to mention committing heinous acts. He has never even lifted a finger to kill a chicken. What, then, does the female assassin mean by her words? Losing his patience, Zhou Cheng'an slammed his hand on the table and glared at the female assassin, demanding, "Very well. Then tell me, what heinous act have I committed?" The female assassin, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and replied, "In the county of Runan, the Bai family, 76 lives, do they hold no value in your heart?" Chapter 18. Alas, I have become the scapegoat. Runan County, the Bai family, 76 lives lost. Zhou Cheng'an furrowed his brow deeply, casting a glance at Liang Ergu beside him. Liang Ergu wore an equally perplexed expression and pondered aloud, "Runan County? My lord, your last visit to Runan was over a year ago. I recall you ventured out of boredom, but I truly do not remember anything about the Bai family. A year ago, Runan County, the Bai family." With these 3 pieces of information, Zhou Cheng'an began to delve into the recesses of his memory. Regrettably, just like Liang Ergu, he was unable to recall anything significant about the Bai family, despite having visited Runan County. Surely, he thought, he could not have forgotten such a grave matter as the extermination of an entire family. He raised his gaze again to the female assassin and spoke solemnly. "There must be some misunderstanding. I did indeed visit Runan County, but which Bai family are you referring to? Why would I want to slay 76 members of their household?" The assassin's expression grew increasingly disdainful, And she retorted with a cold laugh, "You play the fool so convincingly, don't you? Allow me to remind you, Bai Muyu, the young lady of the Bai family." Bai Muyu, the young lady? Zhou Cheng'an still could not recall her. However, Liang Ergus suddenly exclaimed, as if enlightenment had struck him. "Ah, I remember now, my lord. We indeed encountered a young lady named Bai during our time in Runan County. You seemed quite taken with her and wished to forge a connection, but she was not interested." "Oh, there was truly an incident?" Zhou Cheng'an inquired, turning to Liang Ergus. "What happened next?" "Nothing transpired afterward." Liang Ergus shrugged innocently. "The young lady was unwilling, so we left." "Nonsense." The female assassin interjected sharply. "It was clearly the case that upon learning she was to be wed, you and your men stormed the Bai estate under the cover of night, not only violating the young lady, but also silencing all 76 members of her family. Such monstrous cruelty, such inhumanity." Zhou Cheng'an inhaled sharply, as if a sudden realization had struck him. "How do you know it was I who committed these acts? Were you an eyewitness?" he demanded, locking eyes with the assassin. "I was not even in Runan County at the time. How could I have seen anything?" she replied, her eyes wide with frustration. "However, we discovered a sword bearing the inscription of Jiangning Prefecture at the scene, as well as a character written in blood by the young lady before her demise, Azhou. Who else could it possibly be? A sword marked with the inscription of Jiangning Prefecture. A single character, Zhou." Zhou Cheng'an shook his head with a bitter smile and asked the assassin, "You were sent by Su Qianpian to assassinate me tonight. But do you possess any token from him?" "Naturally, I do not." "I am not foolish," she replied. "Then that settles it." Zhou Cheng'an exclaimed, his frustration mounting. "Who would leave their name when committing such acts? Just because you are not foolish, does that imply I am?" With that, he tossed the broken sword inscribed with Su Qianpian's name onto the table. The female assassin gazed at the broken sword, as if she had come to a realization, and murmured, "Are you suggesting that someone is framing you? But what does the character Zhou left by miss by signify?" Zhou Cheng'an retorted with irritation. "Who knows what it means? In this vast Ming dynasty, there are countless individuals associated with the character Zhou. The number of people capable of annihilating an entire family is innumerable. Yet it certainly cannot be me. For if it were indeed me, do you think you could have stealthily entered my chamber tonight?" His words rendered the female assassin speechless. Zhou Cheng'an was correct. The Bai family was no ordinary clan, but rather a renowned family of martial artists. The kind of force capable of exterminating such a martial lineage overnight could not possibly be deterred by a mere handful of guards. The female assassin furrowed her brows and could not help but speak again. "Yet, the people of the martial world claim it was you." "Who are these people of the martial world?" Zhou Cheng'an countered. "I do not know any such individuals. I only know one person after another." The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Zhou Cheng'an had inexplicably been made a scapegoat for someone else's misdeeds, thus inviting this perilous fate upon himself. But who could it be? He had merely earned a modest sum. Why would someone seek to frame him? As he pondered this, Zhou Cheng'an's brow furrowed deeper. If it were Su Qianpian, what could his motive be? Was he not merely driven by greed? What did he stand to gain by placing such a burden upon Zhou Cheng'an? Damn it! Su Qianpian is truly causing me great distress. Zhou Cheng'an clenched his fists, while the female assassin across from him appeared utterly disillusioned. "It truly isn't you. But how can you prove your innocence?" 3 lines of annoyance appeared on Zhou Cheng'an's forehead. "Whoever claims must provide evidence. Do you understand?" "Huh?" The female assassin looked bewildered. Zhou Cheng'an, struggling to maintain his last vestige of patience, replied, "If I were to declare that you are a courtesan, how would you prove your innocence? Would you have to sleep with me to demonstrate that you are an unwed maiden?" The female assassin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she spat at Zhou Cheng'an. "But I am not, and I did not slaughter the Bai family. Yet everyone believes it to be you. Indeed, that is the crux of the problem." Zhou Cheng'an sighed as he regarded the female assassin. "What is your name?" After a moment of hesitation, she revealed, "Han Lingyan." Zhou Cheng'an rose to his feet and looked at Han Lingyan, saying, "Miss Han, tonight Su Qianpian sent you to kill me. If you fail, what fate awaits you?" Han Lingyan replied honestly, "Actually, Su Qianpian did not insist that I kill you tonight. He merely instructed me to look for an opportunity. I felt tonight was a suitable occasion to strike. That is for the best." Zhou Cheng'an nodded, declaring, "I shall not take your life, but from this moment forth, you shall belong to me. In the light of day, you may continue as Su Qianpian's assassin, yet in the shadows, you will serve as my informant. Henceforth, any movements of Su Qianpian must be reported to me without delay." "Why should I?" Han Lingyan's eyes flared with indignation. "Simply because your life rests in my hands." Upon uttering these words, Zhou Cheng'an forcefully seized Han Lingyan's mouth and inserted a pill into it. Han Lingyan was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she coughed and inquired, "Cough, what have you made me swallow?" Zhou Cheng'an, holding her face gently, replied, "It's merely the Aegean exploding body pill, my exclusive concoction. There exists no antidote but for me. From this moment on, you must come to me every 12 hours for the antidote. Otherwise, you shall perish in an explosive demise. Miss Han, you must strive to survive. At the very least until I uncover the true perpetrator behind the annihilation of the Bai family." Chapter 19 Arrival in Jianan. Zhou Cheng'an, a mere county magistrate and not a martial arts master, certainly did not possess any lethal poison akin to a time bomb. However, few would stake their lives on a gamble, especially a young girl like Han Lingyan. Moreover, upon witnessing Zhou Cheng'an's earnest demeanor, she sensed that there might indeed be hidden truths behind the massacre of the Bai family. With a gaze filled with complexity, Han Lingyan regarded Zhou Cheng'an. He offered a faint smile and untied her bindings, effectively winning over this young assassin. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng'an's internal composure was not as steadfast as he appeared. Regardless of Han Lingyan's reasons for her presence, it undeniably indicated that there were individuals intent on taking his life. It seemed he would have to exercise greater caution henceforth. As Zhou Cheng'an pondered how to transform his residence into an impregnable fortress, he was overly concerned. For the very next morning, an edict arrived from the capital, directed towards Jiangning County. The decree announced that Zhou Cheng'an, having rendered significant service to the local populace, was deemed worthy of further appointment but required training. Thus, he was to be dispatched to Jianan for this purpose, with the hope that he would not disappoint the emperor's earnest intentions. The eunuch proclaimed the grounded edict of Zhu Yuanzhang word by word. Jianan, one might say. Zhou Cheng'an felt a whirlwind of emotions upon hearing the announcement. Nevertheless, the order had been issued, and he had no choice but to comply. To everyone's astonishment, news of Zhou Cheng'an's transfer spread like wildfire throughout Jiangning County. What? The county magistrate is being transferred? Is that true? Zhou County Magistrate is truly a benevolent leader in our county. Why would the emperor wish to remove him? No. Our current way of life is entirely thanks to Zhou County Magistrate. We cannot allow him to leave. Thus, on the day Zhou Cheng'an had packed his belongings and prepared to depart in a horse-drawn carriage, the entrance to Jiangning County was completely barricaded, impassable. Countless citizens had knelt at the gates. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, a figure of great esteem in Jiangning, akin to an elder. The old man stood resolutely in front of Zhou Cheng'an's carriage, his voice hoarse as he implored, "County Magistrate Zhou, you cannot leave. Can you truly bear to abandon the citizens of our county?" Zhou Cheng'an leaped from the carriage, assisting the elder to his feet, offering a wry smile. "Esteemed sir, I am a servant of the court. Since the emperor has issued a decree, I cannot choose to remain. I hope you can understand and allow me to depart." Upon hearing this, the elder shook his head with unwavering resolve. "You are not merely an official of the emperor, you are also the father of our Jiangning people. You cannot leave us, no matter the circumstances." With the elder's declaration, the crowd of citizens echoed in unison, "Indeed, County Magistrate Zhou, you cannot leave." Zhou Cheng'an, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow and retorted angrily, "You unruly commoners! It seems I have been too lenient with you all. The emperor has commanded my departure from Jiangning. Yet you deliberately obstruct me? Do you wish to defy the imperial edict?" Upon hearing these words, the common folk exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, they remained reluctant to depart. Observing their hesitation, Zhou Cheng'an exclaimed, "What are you all doing kneeling here? Is the factory not to be opened? Are the crops not to be sown? Do you truly believe that by kneeling here, you will secure a better life? Let me make it clear. It is not I, Zhou Cheng'an, who will grant you a good life. It is you yourselves. Now, I command you all to leave." Seeing Zhou Cheng'an genuinely enraged, the crowd dispersed like startled birds. He sighed and bowed slightly in their direction. Half a month later, at the entrance of Jianan County, as Zhou Cheng'an entered the city, he was greeted by the local gentry, Liu Yunlong, who had come with a host of followers. Zhou Cheng'an smiled warmly at the enthusiastic Liu Yunlong. "You are most considerate, my lord. I have just arrived in the city and have yet to visit the county office. And yet you have come to welcome me. Truly, you are too kind." Liu Yunlong quickly explained, "When you were resting at the tea house outside the county, my servants encountered you. I was just about to send a sedan chair to bring you down the mountain when you happened to arrive first." "Encountered? I trust it was not a deliberate act of following me?" Zhou Cheng'an thought inwardly, but maintained a cheerful demeanor as he replied, "You are truly thoughtful, my lord. As you are new to Jianan, it is only fitting for me, a local, to host you. Come, it just happens to be mealtime, and I have prepared a banquet in your honor." Liu Yunlong warmly invited Zhou Cheng'an. With a feast laid before him, Zhou Cheng'an saw no reason to decline. He was aware that in Jianan, Lu Yunlong was the true authority, while he himself was merely a transient county magistrate. Thus, he smiled and stepped into the sedan. As the procession made its way to Lu's residence amidst the sound of drums and gongs. Upon arriving at Lu's home, Lu Yunlong greeted Zhou Cheng'an with great enthusiasm, even presenting his beloved concubine to meet the new county magistrate. This surprised Zhou Cheng'an. Lu Yunlong's concubine, Zhao Wensi, was a gentle beauty, reminiscent not of a local woman but of one from Jiang'an. However, as she was another man's wife, Zhou Cheng'an deemed it inappropriate to linger on her, offering only a formal greeting before preparing to take his seat. At that moment, Zhao Wensi unexpectedly lost her footing and stumbled into Zhou Cheng'an's arms. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, and they found themselves in an unexpected embrace. The sudden turn of events left Zhou Cheng'an momentarily stunned, forgetting to release her. Lu Yunlong's eldest son, Lu Songgao, witnessing this, could not restrain his anger and exclaimed, "Master Zhou, this is utterly disrespectful." Zhou Cheng'an stammered, I did not react in time. Master Zhou meant no offense. Please apologize to him." Lu Songgao remained silent, disdainfully regarding Zhou Cheng'an. "You ungrateful wretch." Lu Yunlong, incensed, raised his hand to strike his son. Just then, Zhao Wensi hurriedly interjected. "Master, it was merely my momentary lapse that led to this situation. If punishment is to be dealt, let it be upon me." At that moment, Lu Songgao abruptly flicked his sleeves and turned to leave the gathering, leaving the others standing awkwardly in place. Lu Yunlong gazed toward the direction in which his son had departed, letting out a sigh, and cast an apologetic glance at Zhou Cheng'an. "My lord Zhou, I truly regret my ineptitude in raising my son. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all. Not at all. After all, they are merely young." Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand dismissively, though inwardly he pondered the underlying intentions of this family's theatrical display. Chapter 20 Unexpected Developments. The meal concluded in an atmosphere of awkwardness, devoid of any tension. "My lord, it has become apparent to me that today's banquet was a trap," exclaimed Liang Ergu. "Oh?" Zhou Cheng'an cast a glance at Liang Ergu. "You noticed as well?" "Indeed." Liang Ergu retorted with indignation. "It was evident that Lu Songgao was deliberately dismissive towards you, and that woman was undoubtedly complicit in the charade. In essence, the Lu family aimed to assert their dominance, making it clear that they are not to be trifled with." Zhou Cheng'an nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. "I must admit, Ergu, you seem quite astute now." Liang Ergu scratched his head, responding, "I have merely learned from you, my lord. However, there is one point in which you are mistaken. Lu Yunlong's favored concubine may be more complex than she appears." As Zhou Cheng'an spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a crumpled piece of paper, which had just been slipped into his hand by Zhao Wensi, Lu Yunlong's beloved concubine. The note contained but a single phrase, "Come meet me." Unable to restrain himself, Liang Ergu interjected, "My lord, when someone offers undue favors, it is often a sign of ulterior motives. This woman surely harbors some hidden agenda." Zhou Cheng'an dismissed this concern with a scoff. "Do not fret. You may rest assured of your lord's capabilities. Should the Lu family dare to provoke me, I shall transform this residence into a brothel in an instant. All their wives and concubines will be ushered to welcome guests." "And what shall be our next course of action, my lord?" Liang Ergu inquired. "I shall first pay a visit to Madame Zhao," Zhou Cheng'an replied before turning and exiting the room in search of Zhao Wensi. However, the Lu family, being a prominent local clan, resided in an expansive estate, and Zhou Cheng'an found it challenging to locate Miss Zhao's quarters. Instead, he inadvertently wandered into a secluded courtyard. Just as he was about to depart, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Who are you to dare come here?" The voice belonged to a woman. Zhou Cheng'an turned to look and was instantly captivated. This woman was unlike any he had encountered before. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding an ethereal grace. Dressed in loose, unadorned garments and holding a bamboo flute, her delicate features, with finely arched brows and a heart-shaped face, were accentuated by a pair of bright eyes that regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a hint of displeasure. Her visage resembled a shattered painting, imbued with an inexplicable fragility and sorrow. Zhou Cheng'an found himself entranced, momentarily at a loss for words. With a flicker of disdain in her eyes, she scrutinized Zhou Cheng'an's face before letting out a cold huff. "Ah, so it is County Magistrate Zhou. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Surprised that she recognized him, Zhou Cheng'an responded with curiosity, "And you are?" "I am the matriarch of the Lu family, though my given name is not for public knowledge," she replied. "Ah, I did not expect Lu Yunlong's wife to be so youthful and beautiful. Zhou Cheng'an remarked. He surmised that she must be a later wife. Else her son could not possibly be of such an age. With a slight smile, Zhou Cheng'an clasped his hands in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you. Madame Lu. Madame Lu's face wore a persistent expression of disdain, as if she were shooing away an unwelcome fly. Leave at once. This is the inner courtyard. It is not a place for conversation. Seeing her haughty demeanor, Zhou Cheng'an felt a twinge of displeasure and a mischievous urge arose within him. He swiftly stepped in front of Madame Lu, sporting a teasing smile. I must speak with you here, Madame Lu. Madame Lu, alarmed by his boldness, exclaimed. Don't come any closer. Move away quickly. As she spoke, she reached out to push Zhou Cheng'an away. He, however, did not flinch in his eyes. How could a mere woman possibly displace him? Yet, to his utter astonishment, Madame Lu unleashed a formidable force. With a mere push from her hands, Zhou Cheng'an was sent flying backward, landing directly in a pond behind him. Startled, he instinctively grasped Madame Lu's arm as he fell. She let out a cry. And with a splash, both of them plunged into the water. Fortunately, the pond was not very deep. After a brief moment of panic, Zhou Cheng'an found his footing beneath the water. Raising his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him, Madame Lu's flowing white garments clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, while her exquisite face bore a pale hue from the surprise. What does it mean to be the epitome of pure desire? This is what it signifies. Though submerged in cold water, Zhou Cheng'an felt a fiery heat igniting within him, and his gaze grew increasingly fervent. Perhaps sensing the intensity of his stare, Madame Lu clenched her silver teeth and raised her hand to strike his face. With a swift motion, Zhou Cheng'an caught her delicate wrist, exerting his strength to pull her into his embrace. Though both were clothed, their garments were thoroughly soaked. Their skin pressed tightly together through the damp fabric. Madame Lu, taken aback by Zhou Cheng'an's audacity, felt every inch of her skin tremble, her voice betraying her unease. What? What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Zhou Cheng'an gazed down at the enchanting woman in his arms, lifting her chin gently to meet her eyes. What do you think? Their breaths grew heated as the tension mounted. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Madam, where are you? Madame Lu's expression shifted to one of panic as she urgently whispered to Zhou Cheng'an. This is bad. The servants are coming. You must hide. Hide? They were both in the water. Where could they possibly conceal themselves? Zhou Cheng'an felt a flicker of anxiety. Although teasing a woman was not a grave concern for him, this was the Lu household, and Lu Yunlong sought to eliminate him. If caught in the act, it would be akin to handing a weapon to his adversary. As the voice of the old matron drew ever nearer, the pair of men and women in the pool exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Mrs. Lu sighed deeply, placing her hands firmly on Zhou Cheng'an's shoulders and urging him downward into the water. Confused by her intentions, he obediently crouched. The instant his head submerged, Mrs. Lu lifted the ample fabric of her plain attire and draped it over his head. Zhou Cheng'an was utterly bewildered, realizing that he was concealed beneath the skirt of this enchanting woman. Naturally, his swimming skills were commendable, and he could easily sustain himself underwater for 2 or 3 minutes. However, his body persistently floated to the surface. Almost instinctively, Zhou Cheng'an reached out, his hand brushing against the woman's flawlessly straight legs. Thus, he embraced those nearly perfect limbs, pulling them gently into his embrace. Chapter 21. Clouds of suspicion. Zhou Cheng'an could distinctly sense the owner's shyness and indignation regarding her jade-like legs. However, she refrained from further actions, as the sounds from outside the courtyard grew increasingly nearer. Once assured of safety, Zhou Cheng'an opened his eyes underwater, reveling in the sight of the exquisite pair of legs in his embrace. Perfect. This woman was simply too flawless. Her legs were a marvel, exquisite to the point where any addition or subtraction would detract from their beauty. Her skin was tender and her muscles firm, making them utterly irresistible. Zhou Cheng'an's desire stirred, and his hands, which held the woman's legs, began to wander. On the water's surface, the woman sensed the increasingly intrusive hands, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. Just as she was about to voice a reprimand, the old matron entered the courtyard. The woman quickly composed herself and turned her gaze to the newcomer. The old matron, upon seeing the woman in the pool, flashed a look of surprise, then bowed respectfully. I have seen the lady, she exclaimed. The woman nodded and, with a cool tone, replied, My hairpin has fallen into the pool, so I am searching for it. Please bring me a dry garment. A hint of skepticism crossed the matron's face. Yet she nodded and smiled, saying, This old servant will fetch the lady some clothes at once. In the future, the lady need not trouble herself with such matters. Simply instruct this old servant. Understood, the woman replied. Zhou Cheng'an, listening to their exchange from the water, felt a twinge of curiosity. Why was Lady Lu aiding him in deceiving the old matron? If she wished to rid herself of him, she should have seized this opportunity to accuse him of harassment. Perhaps she feared that their intimacy in the pool would tarnish her reputation. With this thought, Zhou Cheng'an's hand squeezed Lady Lu's thigh a little more. Have you had your fill of touching? Lady Lu's voice came coldly. Realizing that the old matron had departed, Zhou Cheng'an hastily emerged from the water. However, before he could catch his breath, a sharp sound echoed. Lady Lu's palm struck his face with force, feeling the searing pain on his cheek. Zhou Cheng'an managed a wry smile as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him, his expression somewhat complicated. Such a beautiful woman, yet regrettably already married. With this thought, Zhou Cheng'an quickly gathered his composure, clasping his hands together in a gesture of apology. I am grateful for the lady's slap. Hearing Zhou Cheng'an refer to himself as this official, a blush crept across Lady Lu's face, and she clenched her teeth in anger. Shameless. Haha, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled, wiping the water from his face. I admit I was somewhat disrespectful earlier, but it was you who lifted your skirt to invite me in. So, enough. Lady Lu interjected, her brows furrowing as she spoke coldly. If you wish for what transpired to remain unknown to my husband, forget it at once. Although Zhou Cheng'an was indeed lecherous, he was not the kind to bully virtuous women. He quickly scrambled out of the water, sincerely bowing to Lady Lu. I truly apologize for my intrusion today. I merely intended to jest with you. I hope you will not take offense. Zhou Cheng'an, having not even changed his clothes, hurriedly set out to seek Zhao Wensi. After much effort, he finally located her residence. However, before he could enter, he was obstructed at the door by the Lu family's steward. This humble servant, Feng Lai, pays his respects to you, sir, he said. Though his demeanor was anything but respectful, bordering on dismissive, Zhou Cheng'an chose not to engage with him, merely nodding before stating, inform Madame Zhao that this official requests an audience. Feng Lai, however, remained unmoved, casting a glance at Zhou Cheng'an and retorting, Zhou Cheng'an frowned at Feng Lai, perplexed by the steward's insolence. I seek an audience with Madame Zhao, not your master. Did you not comprehend my words? His voice carried a hint of impatience. Yet, Feng Lai still did not budge. He raised his head, a forced smile plastered across his face, meeting Zhou Cheng'an's gaze. Internally seething, Zhou Cheng'an was on the verge of losing his temper when a voice floated from within the palace. Who was causing such a commotion? The speaker was none other than Zhao Wensi herself. Adorned in resplendent attire and exuding an air of grace, she emerged slowly, supported by a maidservant. Her eyes reflecting the haughtiness characteristic of a noble woman as they swept over Zhou Cheng'an and Feng Lai. Upon seeing her, Feng Lai hurriedly knelt in reverence. This humble servant greets you, madam. Zhao Wensi acknowledged him with a slight nod, but then shifted her gaze to Zhou Cheng'an, bowing slightly. This servant greets you, sir. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled softly in response. Please rise, my little beauty. Feng Lai shot Zhou Cheng'an a fierce glare, admonishing, Sir Zhou, I implore you to mind your language. Oh? Zhou Cheng'an furrowed his brow. Do you find my words inappropriate, steward? Frivolous. Utterly frivolous. How can you speak to my master's wife in such a manner? Feng Lai retorted. Then, Zhou Cheng'an turned to Zhao Wensi and inquired, do you find my words inappropriate? Zhao Wensi rolled her eyes at Zhou Cheng'an but replied, I do not find it objectionable. At her words, Zhou Cheng'an laughed heartily and pointed at Feng Lai. Your master is not anxious. Why are you so agitated? You. Feng Lai's face flushed crimson, yet he struggled to articulate a retort. After all, Zhou Cheng'an was the county magistrate, while he was merely a steward. Seeing this, Zhao Wensi quickly interjected. Enough, Steward Feng is only concerned for my well-being. I shall remember this filial intent. However, I am curious as to why you have come today, sir. Zhou Cheng'an, uninterested in further banter with the steward, clasped his hands respectfully. I possess a recipe for health and beauty, which I have come to present to you, madam. Zhao Wensi nodded slightly. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Then let us enter and discuss this matter further. With that, Zhao Wensi turned and walked towards her quarters, while Zhou Cheng'an hurriedly followed. Feng Lai watched Zhou Cheng'an's retreating figure, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he silently vowed, let him revel in his arrogance for a few more days. In a few months, just wait and see how I will bring you to your knees. By then, what magistrate will you be? I would rather have you as a dog, yet even then I would find your servitude lacking. A sinister smile crept across Feng's face, as if he could already envision Zhou Cheng'an kneeling before him in a few months' time. Chapter 22. The transaction. The group entered the inner room and took their respective seats. Zhao Wensi first instructed a maid to serve a cup of tea to Zhou Cheng'an, then spoke, "Mister, might you reveal the recipe for the health and beauty elixir to me?" Zhou Cheng'an took a delicate sip of his tea before responding with an air of mystery. "I must confess, my lady, this recipe possesses a peculiar trait. It can only be seen by 2 individuals at a time. Beyond that, it becomes invisible." At his words, Zhao Wensi nearly burst into laughter. What a fanciful tale. Surely, such a thing could not exist in this world. Nevertheless, she decided to play along. "Oh, so, are you suggesting that? Simply dismiss your attendants, and I shall present the recipe to you immediately," Zhou Cheng'an replied. Before Zhao Wensi could respond, Feng Lai interjected, unable to contain himself. "I beseech you, Sir Zhou, to exercise caution. My lady is of noble birth, poised and elegant. How could she be alone with you in a room?" Feng Lai's indignation resembled that of those ardent admirers in later times, fervently defending their idol. Zhou Cheng'an, unfazed, shrugged and stood up. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." "Please, wait," Zhao Wensi called out hastily, casting a fierce glare at Feng Lai. "Sir, your visit today is out of goodwill. Do you wish for me to grow old and lose favor in my lord's eyes, which would bring you joy?" Feng Lai, startled by her words, hastily knelt and bowed his head. "My lady, I assure you, that was not my intention." Zhao Wensi regarded him with a frosty demeanor. "If you truly mean that, then take the others and leave us." Feng Lai hesitated but eventually nodded. "As you wish, my lady. We shall withdraw, but rest assured we will remain just outside the door. Should you require our assistance, merely call for us." "Understood," Zhao Wensi replied, waving her hand in dismissal. With reluctance, Feng Lai led the other servants away. As soon as they exited, Zhou Cheng'an mischievously settled beside Zhao Wensi. "Upon seeing you today, my lady, I was utterly captivated. Yet, I wonder why you sought a meeting with me. Could it be that Lord Lu's age has rendered him less capable?" Zhao Wensi's face flushed crimson, and she quickly retorted, "Sir, I am not a courtesan to be trifled with." "Ha!" Zhou Cheng'an chuckled. "Then what is the purpose of your visit? Surely, you did not summon me merely to play chess?" Zhao Wensi fixed him with a serious gaze. "Sir, your current situation is perilous." Zhou Cheng'an's playful demeanor vanished as he raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Lu Yunlong intends to target you." "Target me?" Zhou Cheng'an paused, scratching his head in confusion. "What manner of targeting do you speak of? Given that Jian Nandao has only recently endured calamity, it would be exceedingly difficult for a single individual to revitalize it." "Indeed. That is a fair point," Zhou Cheng'an reflected, nodding thoughtfully. "Are you implying that Lu Yunlong intends to undermine me and impede my progress?" Zhao Wensi inquired, nodding slightly as she elaborated. "Moreover, the former county magistrate has left behind numerous financial gaps that require funds to rectify. If you fail to address these deficiencies within half a year, the county will not even be able to meet its tax obligations. At that point, the court will undoubtedly hold you accountable. You may find it difficult to maintain your position as county magistrate." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an let out a hearty laugh, gazing skyward. "Thank you, madam, for your concern. However, I fear not such matters." Zhao Wensi furrowed her brow slightly. "Do you possess a solution?" "I have my own methods," Zhou Cheng'an replied with a faint smile, turning his attention to Zhao Wensi. "Nevertheless, I am curious as to why you are worried for my sake." Zhao Wensi fell silent for a moment before responding softly, "I have my own reasons." The following day, Zhou Cheng'an officially assumed office and promptly enacted a series of policies. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as they set foot in Jiannan County, a group of imperial guards followed closely behind. These guards had been dispatched by Zhu Yuanzhang to monitor Zhou Cheng'an. Zhu Yuanzhang's motives for tracking Zhou Cheng'an were twofold. First, to ensure his safety. Second, to ascertain what achievements this young man would accomplish upon his arrival in Jiannan. In the capital, within the imperial study, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "Has he arrived in Jiannan?" "Indeed," the spy affirmed with a nod. Upon his arrival, Lord Shou first engaged with the local chieftain, Lu Yunlong, before assuming his duties. "Local tyrants, you say?" Zhu Yuanzhang squinted at the mention. Such figures had always been a source of concern for him. If Zhou Cheng'an were to align himself with them, it would spell trouble. He cast a sidelong glance at the spy, who immediately understood and continued. "I will keep a close watch on Lord Zhou's interactions with Lu Yunlong and report promptly to your majesty." Furthermore, upon taking office, Lord Zhou swiftly introduced numerous reform measures. This was precisely the information Zhu Yuanzhang was eager to hear. Raising an eyebrow in interest, he queried, "What kind of measures are we talking about?" "They encompass land reform, the welfare of the populace, and the development of industry." I have compiled the specifics into a document for your majesty's review. The spy respectfully presented a scroll to Zhu Yuanzhang. As the emperor received the scroll, a smile crept across his face. It is indeed characteristic of that young man to make such significant moves right from the start. The spy, eager to contribute further, added, however, the true magnitude of his actions lies beyond these measures. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang responded, intrigued. What other significant actions does he intend to take? Lord Zhou has declared an investment of 500,000 taels of silver to reform the entirety of Jiannan County. With a thud, the scroll slipped from Zhu Yuanzhang's grasp and fell to the floor. At that moment, his expression was one of profound astonishment. 500,000 taels. Damn it! As the illustrious emperor of the Ming Dynasty, the entire annual budget of the realm scarcely exceeds 3 to 4 million taels of silver. Yet that fellow demands an investment of 5 million taels solely in Jiannan County. Is he out of his mind? Or are we the ones who have lost our senses? Stunned, Zhu Yuanzhang stood in silence for a moment before promptly instructing his attendants to summon Zhu Biao. Upon his arrival, Zhu Biao, noticing his father's peculiar expression, inquired, "Father, has Zhou Cheng'an stirred up yet another incident? You must depart for Jiannandao at once. Keep a close watch on that lad and discern his true intentions." Chapter 23. The Crown Prince visits Jiannan. Is it merely Zhou Cheng'an that we are observing? After listening to his father's words, Crown Prince Zhu Biao could not restrain his curiosity. He was well aware of his father's character, despite appearing carefree. Zhu Yuanzhang possessed a keen intellect and remarkable foresight. After all, he had risen from the status of a beggar to that of an emperor. Indeed, a sly smile crept across Zhu Yuanzhang's face as he addressed Zhu Biao. That young lad, Zhou, may have his shortcomings, but he certainly has a knack for making money. When you journey to Jiannan, you must seize any opportunities to profit, as long as he remains within the bounds of law and integrity. Engaging in business with him should be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao felt a surge of pride, realizing that his foresight was indeed commendable. He had already forged a bond with Zhou Cheng'an, having sworn brotherhood and made arrangements to conduct business together. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang's suggestion aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhu Biao bowed respectfully, declaring, "I understand, father. I shall prepare to set forth for Jiannan at once." True to his word, Zhu Biao wasted no time. The following day, he packed his belongings, accompanied by a loyal guard, and embarked on his journey to Jiannan. The trek took nearly 10 days, and as he approached Jiannan, Zhu Biao observed that the conditions of the common folk grew increasingly dire. This was unsurprising, for Jiannan had long been impoverished, and recent calamities had exacerbated their suffering. However, Zhu Biao, being a man of compassion and integrity, felt a pang of discomfort witnessing such hardship. He couldn't help but ponder. Is it truly possible for Zhou Cheng'an to thrive in such an environment? It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, he understood that circumstances heavily influenced the realm of commerce. In Jiangning, despite its own struggles, the proximity to the imperial capital provided ample opportunities for trade. But Jiannan. Although he had not yet fully entered Jiannan, the glimpses he caught painted a grim picture. The local populace seemed to be barely surviving, scarcely possessing the means to engage in business. What Zhu Biao could not have anticipated, however, was the significant transformation he would observe upon entering Jiannan County. While the people remained impoverished, it was evident that they had enough to eat and drink, their faces adorned with smiles. As he passed by a humble farmhouse, he noticed a young couple preparing to slaughter a chicken for their midday meal. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Biao called out, "Pardon me, as I passed through this area. I was informed that Jiannan recently suffered a natural disaster, and I had assumed the locals would be enduring great hardship." He glanced at the chicken destined for the pot and continued, "Yet what I see before me suggests otherwise." The young couple exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. The man then replied to Zhu Biao, "The young master spoke wisely. Indeed, our Jiannan has previously endured a great calamity. Today, we owe our current prosperity to our newly appointed county magistrate." The new county magistrate? Could it be that fellow Zhou Cheng'an? Zhu Biao nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his face. "However, I have heard of the magistrate surnamed Zhou. It appears he is a benevolent official, generously providing relief to the people." Yet, the farmer shook his head in response. The young master knows but one side of the story and is unaware of the other. Our county magistrate's love for the people is genuine, yet the situation is not merely a matter of altruistic donations. Intrigued by this statement, Zhu Biao inquired, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" The farmer smiled and explained, "Our county magistrate has declared that upon his arrival in Jiannan, His foremost priority is to initiate extensive construction projects. The people of our county, if they wish to earn a meal, can register at the county office to participate in the construction. Indeed, the farmer's wife added, both men and women can partake. Men will handle the physical labor while women will attend to more meticulous tasks. The magistrate provides us with 3 meals a day, as well as grains, meat, and livestock. This chicken, for instance, was given to us by the magistrate. The farmer nodded, contemplating. Our county magistrate refers to this as disaster relief through labor, a solution to our dual predicaments. Disaster relief through labor, a solution to our dual predicaments? Upon hearing this phrase, Zhu Biao felt a flicker of understanding. He then bowed respectfully to the couple and expressed his gratitude. Thank you both. I must make my way to the urban area of Jiannan and shall not impose further. The farmer and his wife, ever hospitable, wished to invite Zhu Biao to dine with them. However, Zhu Biao was not in the mood. He was eager to enter Jiannan and discern what Zhou Cheng'an was truly up to. After bidding farewell to the couple, Zhu Biao proceeded to Jiannan County. Just as the couple had indicated, the entire county was abuzz with vigorous construction and development. Construction sites were visible everywhere, bustling with workers, creating a cacophony of activity. Zhu Biao, accompanied by his guards, did not linger. He made his way directly to the county office. Upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by a figure clad in a long robe, resembling a clerk, who greeted him with a smile. Young master, judging by your appearance, you must hail from a wealthy family. Might I inquire whether your visit to our Jiannan County office is for investment purposes? Investment? Zhu Biao, now even more curious, asked. What kind of investment? Does Jiannan currently have any worthy projects? The clerk, with a confident smile, stroked his beard and replied, what a question. Although Jiannan is not yet affluent, I trust you have observed the vigorous activity throughout your journey. Our entire county is undergoing extensive construction. Our county magistrate has proclaimed that in 2 years, we shall transform this place into the most prosperous county in the northern regions. Thus, the most promising investment project in Jiannan County is indeed the future of Jiannan County itself. Future? Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao was utterly perplexed. He gazed at the steward in confusion and inquired, what does future mean? With a gentle smile, the steward regarded Zhu Biao and gestured towards the county office. If you are truly interested, young master, I invite you to accompany me into the office for a discussion. There, I shall elucidate to you how to transform your wealth into a future of appreciation here in Jiannan County. Zhu Biao had initially come for Zhou Cheng'an, so he nodded in agreement. Then I shall trouble you, sir. Chapter 24, Silver and the Future. Upon welcoming Zhu Biao into the government office, the clerk warmly guided him into a study. He first invited Zhu Biao to take a seat, then instructed a maid to serve several cups of hot tea. Afterward, he slowly retrieved a map and placed it before Zhu Biao. Please take a look, young master. Zhu Biao gazed at the map, only to discover it was a depiction of Jiannan County. However, unlike conventional maps, this one was divided into 4 distinct regions, marked by the vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, and green. Perplexed, Zhu Biao inquired, what do these colors signify? With a light chuckle, the clerk pointed to the map, explaining, the red represents the industrial zone. Orange signifies the commercial area, yellow denotes the entertainment sector, and green indicates the residential district. This map was crafted by our county magistrate as a delineation for Jiannan County. As you can see, our entire Jiannan County is poised for development along these 4 fronts. If you wish to invest, now is indeed the most opportune moment. As everything is still in the planning stages, and many areas have yet to finalize their investment solicitations. Should you wait until everything is set in motion, the cost will undoubtedly soar. Investment solicitation? The clerk's remarks left Zhu Biao quite bewildered. Although he seemed to grasp part of the clerk's intention, the deeper intricacies eluded him. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, are you suggesting that I should provide funding to assist Jiannan in developing these areas? The clerk nodded initially but quickly shook his head. Your statement holds some truth, yet it is also misleading. You are not merely providing funds to aid our Jiannan County. Rather, we are facilitating your wealth accumulation. How exactly does that work? Zhu Biao asked with keen interest, aware that the entire scheme was likely orchestrated by Zhou Cheng'an, with this clerk merely serving as a messenger. Allow me to illustrate with an example, the clerk suggested, pointing to the yellow region on the map. In the future, our county magistrate intends to construct the most luxurious brothel in all of the northern territories at this location. Once established, it is projected to yield a minimum of 1 million taels of silver annually, according to our magistrate's plans. Now, if you were to invest 3 million taels, you would become the owner of this brothel. Once it is built, the profits would be split between you and our county, with you receiving the larger share while we take the smaller portion. The clerk's voice brimmed with an enticing allure as he articulated this proposal. Zhu Biao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. If what the clerk said were true, it would be akin to purchasing a treasure trove for merely 1 million taels of silver. Zhu Biao held immense trust in Zhou Cheng'an, harboring no doubts that he could indeed transform that brothel into the finest establishment in all of the northern territories. However, Zhu Biao is, after all, a prince, not an ordinary merchant. The notion of a prince running a brothel would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Moreover, to summon a sum of 100,000 taels of silver at once, while not entirely impossible, would nonetheless prove to be quite burdensome. Contemplating this, Zhu Biao hesitated momentarily before addressing the steward, saying, "This project is indeed splendid. However, for the initial investment, would 70,000 taels of silver suffice?" Upon hearing this, the steward raised his eyebrows, poised to respond. Yet, before he could utter a word, a burst of laughter echoed from outside the door. "Had it not been for my prior investments in other ventures, such an opportunity would never have been bestowed upon you." Zhu Biao turned to gaze out the door, where a group of elegantly dressed individuals strode in with great aplomb. Among them was Lu Yunlong, who had previously attended to Zhou Cheng'an. And they were indeed the affluent gentry of Jiannan and its neighboring regions. Despite Zhu Biao's inherently magnanimous nature as a prince, he could hardly tolerate being belittled by a band of local tycoons. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Bargaining truly belongs to the genuine buyer. While I am not incapable of presenting 100,000 taels of silver, if a business deal could be accomplished with 70,000, why expend 100,000? Lu Yunlong nodded in agreement. "Your words hold merit, yet the projects in Jiannan are exceedingly coveted at present. Do you not fear that your protracted negotiation may lead to missed opportunities?" "Indeed," chimed in another wealthy merchant beside Lu Yunlong. "For instance, there is Qian Yuanwei from the neighboring county, who wishes to invest in a residential development project. The price set by the county magistrate was 200,000 taels of silver. Alas, that old miser hesitated, claiming he needed time to contemplate, only to find the project snatched away by others the following day. In business, one must act with decisiveness and precision. Excessive hesitation invariably results in lost opportunities." Zhu Biao was inwardly astonished by their words. Zhou Cheng'an truly is a prodigy when it comes to financial matters. Just then, Zhou Cheng'an approached with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, everyone is here." He warmly greeted the assemblage of merchants before turning his attention to the study. "Brother Biao." Zhou Cheng'an's face lit up with joy as he rushed toward Zhu Biao. He felt immense gratitude for his elder brother, for without him, he may never have had the opportunity to venture beyond Jiangning County. Although uncertain, Zhou Cheng'an sensed a profound connection between his transfer to Jiannan and this esteemed brother. A smile graced Zhu Biao's visage as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Dear brother, it has been a while. It seems your business is flourishing. Isn't it thanks to you, Brother Biao? Without your support, how could Zhou Cheng'an have achieved such success?" Zhou Cheng'an urged, "Quickly, have the kitchen prepare the finest food and wine." He took Zhu Biao by the hand, disregarding the other merchants present, and led him toward his elegant residence. Lu Yunlong and his companions exchanged glances of surprise. They were well aware of Zhou Cheng'an's demeanor in these recent days. He had never shown such fervent hospitality to any other merchant. It appears that this unfamiliar young gentleman possesses a remarkable background. Considering that Zhou Cheng'an previously held a position in Jiangning County, and given the noble demeanor of this young man, astute individuals have swiftly deduced that he is most likely from the imperial capital. Chapter 25. Fortune from the heavens, as the saying goes. A prime minister's door is graced by officials of 3 ranks. Merchants hailing from the capital, whether in terms of connections or wealth, undoubtedly surpassed the local magnates such as Lu Yunlong. Consequently, the local merchants felt a burgeoning desire to associate themselves with these newcomers. Zhou Cheng'an, however, remained oblivious to the merchant's thoughts. It had been some time since he and Zhu Biao had last met. Setting aside matters of business, the two indulged in spirited conversation over drinks until the night grew late. Yet, as Zhou Cheng'an passed through the backyard, he stumbled upon a familiar figure, none other than Han Lingran, whom he had not seen for many days. During this time, Han Lingyan had sought Zhou Cheng'an daily for what she referred to as the antidote. Yet, she had consistently shunned public appearances, and Zhou Cheng'an had not pressed her. What, then, had prompted her sudden appearance tonight? Reflecting on it, he realized it was not yet time for the antidote. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Cheng'an approached Han Lingyan and inquired, Are you waiting for someone? I am waiting for you, Han Lingyan replied, her gaze veiling a hint of melancholy. For me? Is there something of great importance? Zhou Cheng'an asked, intrigued. You. Han Lingyan hesitated before speaking. Would you accompany me to a place? How could one refuse an invitation from such a beauty? Zhou Cheng'an nodded readily. As long as it is not too far, I shall gladly go. They arrived at the rear mountains of Jianxin County, where Han Lingyan led him to a grave. Zhou Cheng'an gazed at the unmarked stone tablet atop the grave and inquired solemnly, Is your master buried here? A trace of sorrow flickered in Han Lingyan's eyes as she murmured, The unparalleled holy physician has ultimately left behind but a solitary grave. Zhou Cheng'an offered a wry smile, choosing silence as he discreetly observed her profile. Although he had long surmised that Han Lingyan hailed from an esteemed lineage, he was taken aback to discover that his temporary protector was a disciple of the revered physician of the martial world. It seemed the holy physician was indeed a connoisseur of beauty, having taken such an enchanting apprentice. He quickly composed his expression and, in an explanatory tone, addressed Han Lingyan. I had heard of the holy physician's illustrious name during my time in Jiangning, yet I never anticipated he would be laid to rest in the Jinan region. This seems to be a unique connection between us. Upon hearing this, Han Lingyan's gaze softened slightly. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of my master's passing. I had initially intended to come here alone. However, after witnessing your actions over these past days, I feel you are not the sort to commit heinous acts against others. I realize now that I misjudged you. Bringing you here today is also my way of expressing my apologies. My master left me an item before he passed, which may prove useful to you. Really? The holy physician bequeathed something to you? What might it be? Zhou Cheng'an's expression grew curious, based on his understanding of Han Lingyan. Leaving behind that item might not be as simple as it seems. The prescription. Han Lingyan uttered 2 words. What? Zhou Cheng'an was taken aback. A prescription? But he was not a doctor. What use would he have for it? This is no ordinary prescription. It is worth a fortune, Han Lingyan softly conveyed to Zhou Cheng'an. If you are willing to become my disciple, I shall entrust you with this prescription, but I hope you can grant me my freedom in return. By joining the ranks of the medical immortals, Han Lingyan would essentially become his senior sister. Well, having this connection with Han Lingyan is not an entirely unfavorable situation. Yet, granting her freedom, Zhou Cheng'an pondered for a moment, feeling that the prescription, valued at a fortune, seemed to outweigh the significance of Han Lingyan. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Cheng'an nodded at Han Lingyan. All right, I agree. A look of joy illuminated Han Lingyan's face as she immediately instructed Zhou Cheng'an to bow in recognition of his master. Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng'an knelt down, bowing deeply several times. Thus, Han Lingyan became Zhou Cheng'an's senior sister. With this new relationship established, Zhou Cheng'an no longer held back and directly revealed to Han Lingyan that the poison afflicting her was entirely fabricated by him. Upon hearing this, Han Lingyan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, ready to explode in anger, yet she managed a resigned smile. You are indeed skilled in scheming. However, I shall not hold it against you. I will give you this prescription, but you must not sell it, for my master despises such people above all else. What nonsense! A prescription worth a fortune is given to him, yet he cannot sell it? Would that mean he is to become a physician? Zhou Cheng'an's expression turned peculiar as he prepared to voice his thoughts. At that moment, however, a captivating yet dangerous smile blossomed on Han Lingyan's face. Junior brother, this is my master's dying wish. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? If you insist on declining, heh. Did I mention that I did not learn merely medical skills from my master, but rather the art of poison? How could he refuse? For the sake of his own safety, Zhou Cheng'an took the prescription and tucked it into his bag. This is acceptable. Han Lingyan nodded with satisfaction. I hope you are not merely placating me. I trust you can use this prescription to rejuvenate our sect. This is also my master's last wish. If anyone obstructs you during this process, I will ensure all obstacles are cleared. In an instant, a murderous aura enveloped Han Lingyan, as if she could determine the fates of thousands with a mere gesture. Zhou Cheng'an trembled, hastily assuring her, Rest assured, senior sister, I will fulfill our master's wishes. Upon hearing this, Han Lingyan nodded and spoke. In that case, you may go. I shall remain here a while longer. She called for Liang Ergu, retrieving the prescription and stating, Ergu, were you not trained as a physician? Take a look at this prescription and see what it pertains to. Liang Ergu picked up the prescription, his eyes widening in astonishment. I do not know where the master obtained this prescription, but I have never seen anything like it. However, it appears to be a recipe for enhancing vitality. Enhancing vitality. Upon hearing those 2 words, Zhou Cheng'an was taken aback. In that instant, he comprehended why Han Lingyan had bestowed upon him this priceless prescription, as well as the reason for its immense value. It is important to note that this was a vitality-enhancing remedy provided by the revered sage of medicine. The remarkable success of Viagra in later years needs no further elaboration, as it represents an annual business worth billions. As for Han Lingyan gifting him this prescription, it is likely due to her predicament as a young woman, which renders her unable to sell such a remedy. Just as Zhou Cheng'an was envisioning how to profit immensely from this prescription, Liang Ergu let out a sigh. Alas, this prescription undoubtedly originated from the hands of a master. However, it is a pity that the ingredients required are rather difficult to procure. Chapter 26. A shorthand in the eyes of Zhou Cheng'an. There was simply nothing in this world that could not be obtained. If something were indeed unattainable, it could only signify that the offered silver was insufficient. As for silver, he chuckled, not being modest. Zhou Cheng'an was indeed not lacking in this regard. With a slight furrow of his brow, he expressed his displeasure, questioning what sort of medicinal herb could be so elusive. Was it the snow lotus from Tianshan? Or perhaps a ginseng that had attained sentience? Hearing his master's words, Liang Ergu chuckled lightly. Master, the truth is, these herbs are not as precious as they sound. The issue lies in the fact that these herbs can only be found in the snow region. That is where the trouble arises. The snow region? Zhou Cheng'an was certainly aware of it, having visited there several times in his previous life. However, although the Ming Dynasty nominally included the snow region within its territory, it had not truly exerted control over that land. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude towards the snow region was ambiguous, essentially forbidding the subjects of the dynasty from conducting business there at will. In simple terms, the Ming Dynasty's stance on the snow region was one of both ambiguity and vigilance. If Zhou Cheng'an and his companions wished to procure medicinal herbs from the snow region, the primary obstacle would be obtaining a permit. If Zhou Cheng'an were merely a civilian merchant, it might not be as problematic. However, the unfortunate reality was that he was currently an official of the Ming Dynasty. To conduct business there, he would likely need to secure a special travel order from the emperor. Otherwise, he risked earning little profit while attracting the attention of those who wished for his downfall, which would pose significant complications. After all, Zhou Cheng'an was indeed treading on thin ice at present. Well, Zhou Cheng'an pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I have my ways. Zhu Biao was enjoying himself immensely in Jianan. While the prosperity of Jianan could not rival that of the capital or Jiangning, its customs and culture offered a unique charm. Additionally, Zhou Cheng'an had been accompanying him in indulgent feasting and entertainment for several days. Such was truly a life akin to that of a deity. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 days had passed. Noticing that the time had come, Zhu Biao prepared to bid farewell to Zhou Cheng'an. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an immediately arranged for a banquet and took Zhu Biao's hand. Brother, are you truly leaving? I shall miss you dearly. Zhu Biao looked at Zhou Cheng'an with a hint of emotion and sighed softly. Alas, I too wish to stay. But there are pressing matters in the capital that compel me to depart. However, rest assured, with you at the helm in Jianan, I believe we will have ample opportunities for cooperation in the future. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Cheng'an smiled and produced a contract from his pocket. Brother, you must not leave empty-handed after traveling such a distance to Jianan. This is a contract for the ownership of a brothel. If you wish, simply sign it, and the brothels of Jianan will henceforth be yours. Zhu Biao is well aware of how many eyes were on the emerging industries in Jianan. The fact that Zhou Cheng'an was willing to offer him the most lucrative part of it was indeed a tremendous honor. Yesterday, a wealthy merchant from another province offered 2 million taels for this brothel, yet it was not secured. Are you truly willing to offer me such a sum, my dear brother? Of course, Zhou Cheng'an replied grandly. What is our relationship, dear brother? Moreover, this brothel is not solely for you. I shall only require 70,000 taels, merely to cover costs. What? Zhu Biao was taken aback, surprised that Zhou Cheng'an, who typically appeared rather shrewd and mercantile, could be so magnanimous. This left Zhu Biao feeling somewhat embarrassed. He picked up the contract, contemplated for a moment, and addressed Zhou Cheng'an. If it is truly as you say, I will not stand on ceremony. I will remember this kindness. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Zhou Cheng'an had been waiting for such a response. He expressed his gratitude to Zhu Biao, then hesitantly began, In truth, dear brother, there is something I wish to request of you. As the adage goes, one who receives a favor is bound to reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao nodded eagerly. Speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall not hesitate. Zhou Cheng'an lifted his cup and took a sip. Alas, it is nothing too serious. As you know, Our Jiannan County is rather mediocre in its geographical standing. It lies neither by the sea nor near the bustling capital. After much consideration, if we are to thrive here, we must possess certain advantages that others lack. Zhu Biao, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "But brother, have you not already begun extensive construction here?" Zhou Cheng'an shook his head with a wry smile. "Dear brother, the apparent prosperity of Jiannan County is merely a fade. We are merely living off past resources. Consider the brothels, taverns, and workshops. These can be established anywhere. Without developing unique advantages for Jiannan County, all of this is but a superficial veneer, unable to withstand the tempest of fate." After listening to Zhou Cheng'an's words, Zhu Biao nodded thoughtfully. "You make a valid point. So, what is your intention?" "The snowy region." Zhou Cheng'an finally revealed his true purpose. "Dear brother, you are surely aware that the snowy region, while not abundant in grain or prosperity, possesses a unique geographical advantage and rare commodities not found within our Ming Dynasty. I believe it is a missed opportunity not to capitalize on our proximity to the snowy region. Thus, a clever man need not state his intentions explicitly." At this juncture, Zhu Biao grasped Zhou Cheng'an's meaning. His good brother aspired to engage and trade with the snowy region. However, Zhu Biao was acutely aware of his father's stance on the snowy region. Though it was approached with a mix of caution and allure, fundamentally, it was one of wariness. Particularly in matters of trade, regulation was exceedingly strict. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang would not wish for a formidable power to suddenly emerge from the snowy region, threatening the security of the empire's heartland. Zhu Biao's expression gradually grew more solemn. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhou Cheng'an hurriedly interjected, "Elder brother, rest assured, I shall never sell any iron armor or weapons there. At most, it would merely be some provisions." Zhu Biao cast a glance at Zhou Cheng'an, his esteem for him rising considerably. It seemed that this young man was indeed not a merchant solely driven by profit. He possessed a remarkable understanding of the court's policies. Thus, Zhu Biao nodded and chuckled. "In that case, allow me to devise a plan for you in the capital." Chapter 27. The persona of Zhou Cheng'an in the imperial study of the capital. Zhu Yuanzhang sipped his tea while Zhu Biao meticulously recounted his observations and experiences from Jiannan, leaving no detail unexamined. Upon hearing about Zhou Cheng'an's series of benevolent policies, a smile graced Zhu Yuanzhang's face. However, his expression darkened when he learned that Zhou Cheng'an intended to unify the county's construction projects through centralized investment. Zhu Biao cautiously gauged his father's demeanor and seized the opportunity to speak. It must be noted that Zhou Cheng'an's initiatives for the welfare of the people were indeed substantial. Such policies, even officials in the capital would be hard-pressed to propose. Thus, the son opined that Zhou Cheng'an's approach to investment, while overly commercial, was nonetheless a pragmatic response to current circumstances. Listening to his son's remarks, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of helplessness. His eldest son, ever since meeting Zhou Cheng'an, seemed as if he had been enchanted, convinced that everything Zhou Cheng'an did was justified. Nevertheless, Zhu Biao's words held a semblance of truth. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and remarked, "Jiannan lacks the unique geographical advantages of Jiangning. If he seeks ways to generate revenue and foster development, I have no objections. But did you not invest in any of his ventures during your visit?" At this, Zhu Biao's face flushed slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. The entertainment industry? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered this unfamiliar term, perplexed about its nature. Yet, he understood that while Zhou Cheng'an was fond of wealth, he was not one to hoard it. His eldest son, though seemingly simple-minded, was certainly no fool. Zhu Yuanzhang believed that he would indeed manage to profit. With a nod, Zhu Yuanzhang chose not to pursue the matter further. Zhu Biao, relieved that his father did not press on, thought it fortunate. Otherwise, he would have struggled to explain the true nature of the entertainment industry. After all, he could not simply admit that he and Zhou Cheng'an had collaborated to establish a brothel. Noticing that his father appeared to be in a relatively good mood after the report, Zhu Biao seized the opportunity to speak again. "By the way, father, Zhou Cheng'an has entrusted me with a request regarding a matter." He then elaborated on Zhou Cheng'an's desire to engage in trade with the tribes of the snow region. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's face betrayed a hint of hesitation. The tribes of the snow region merely feign allegiance to our Ming Dynasty. Engaging in trade with them at this juncture might inadvertently bolster their power, leading to potential unrest in the future. "Rest assured, father," Zhu Biao promptly countered with his prepared rationale. "Zhou Cheng'an is no fool. He understands the implications involved and will undoubtedly choose appropriate goods for trade. Furthermore, if a suitable trade route can be established, it may also assist the court in gathering intelligence from that region. This could prove advantageous." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang finally nodded. Your arguments are not without merit. In that case, we shall grant him a letter of passage. However, it is essential to convey to him that, given the numerous conveniences we have extended, he must deliver results. Zhu Biao's heart filled with joy, and he immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Father. I shall certainly relay your words to Zhou Cheng'an. In truth, it was unnecessary for Zhu Yuanzhang to emphasize this point. Zhou Cheng'an was well aware that his position as county magistrate was largely due to his favorable reputation among the populace. Otherwise, considering the many reckless actions he had undertaken since his arrival, he would likely have lost his head by now, rather than holding an official position. Acknowledging his advantage in this regard, Zhou Cheng'an resolved to further cultivate his image as a capable and benevolent leader. Moreover, having traversed from the modern world, he could not bear to witness the suffering of the people. Thus, 3 days after Zhu Biao's departure from Jinan County, a proclamation was posted in the most prominent location of the county town. The individual responsible for this posting was none other than the secretary who had received Zhu Biao. The secretary, surnamed Tang, was one of the few scholars in the entire Jiannan region. After he affixed the proclamation, a few local onlookers nearby called out with laughter. Scholar Tang, what good news does our new magistrate have for us? Indeed, is it another distribution of relief grain? Or perhaps an increase in wages for the construction workers? Hearing their remarks, Scholar Tang recognized that most of them were illiterate, so he cleared his throat and announced, Our county magistrate Zhou indeed has good news to share with everyone. However, it is not just one matter, but two. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately gathered around him. Even passers-by halted in their tracks. Within moments, a throng surrounded the proclamation. Noticing the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Scholar Tang continued. The first piece of news is that County Magistrate Zhou has decided to establish a human resources department. From today onwards, regardless of gender, anyone aged between 15 and 60 is welcome to report to the county office. We shall register each of you and assign suitable positions based on your individual skills. After Scholar Tang concluded his announcement, the villagers exchanged glances, falling into a moment of silence. After a brief pause, a robust man spoke up. But aren't we already working at the construction site? Do we have to take on 2 jobs? Scholar Tang glanced at him and retorted, Ernyo. You are indeed strong and capable, and working at the construction site is to be expected. However, the tasks there are not suitable for everyone. Those who already have work need not register. This policy primarily targets those who are presently unemployed. Upon hearing Scholar Tang's explanation, the crowd began to stir with curiosity. After all, the work at the construction site was not suited to every individual, and the number of laborers that could be accommodated was limited. Many envy those employed at the construction site. Yet, with this new policy in place, it seemed there was no longer a need for envy. Contemplating this, someone suddenly asked another question. Thus, are we to become mere laborers for the county magistrate from now on? I wonder, what will the remuneration be? The speaker is Feng Yunshan, a man of considerable wit and skill in arithmetic, yet he has failed to obtain any scholarly titles. He was dismissed during the recruitment for laborers due to his lack of physical strength. Recently, he has been enviously eyeing the well-fed artisans. Scholar Tang glanced at Feng Yunshan and raised 2 fingers. Upon witnessing this, everyone present felt a wave of disappointment. A mere 2 coins a month? That seems rather insufficient. Ah, well, having anything at all is better than nothing, is it not? It is not that I complain, but I have several mouths to feed at home. Those 2 coins barely suffice for my own sustenance. Scholar Tang, overhearing their conversation, chuckled softly. Every month, 2 taels of silver. Chapter 28, The Restless Jian County 2 Taels of Silver. Upon the utterance of Scholar Tang, the room erupted in astonishment. What does 2 taels of silver signify? While it may not rival the current wages of construction crews, it is certainly sufficient to cover the basic living expenses of a family of 3 for at least 3 months. Yet, this 2 taels of silver represents merely a month's salary. A flicker of excitement danced in Feng Yunshan's eyes. If this were indeed the case, his family would no longer have to endure hunger. Yet, there were those even more eager than he. A man standing before Feng Yunshan boldly declared, I wish to enlist. I wish to enlist. Sensing that he might lose this opportunity, Feng Yunshan hurriedly pressed forward, clamoring to sign up as well. In an instant, the previously composed crowd transformed into a boiling cauldron, bubbling with fervor. Now this is more like it. Scholar Tang observed the rising enthusiasm with a satisfied smile. Everyone, please remain calm. Our county magistrate has decreed that any resident of Jian County who is willing to work can earn this 2 taels of silver. Beginning tomorrow, you may report to the yamen. Upon hearing this, Feng Yinshan managed to regain some composure, but was quick to inquire, Scholar Tang. You mentioned that the county magistrate had 2 matters to announce. This was the first. May I ask what the second matter is? With a chuckle, Scholar Tang responded. The second matter is also quite auspicious. Are you all aware of the newly constructed residences to the north of our county town? Indeed. No one in Jian County was oblivious to the elegant homes that had recently sprung up in the southern part of the town. Feng Yinshan himself had visited those houses when they were first built. Adorned with blue bricks and white tiles, they exuded a refined charm, perfectly suited for a scholar like him. Yet, he was acutely aware that such residences were beyond his reach. He was but a destitute scholar who could barely pass the examinations. In the past, he relied on the meager earnings from his relative's small shop to make ends meet. Were it not for some savings, his family might have struggled to afford even a meal. Given his circumstances, what connection did he have with those beautiful homes? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Feng Yinshan cast a puzzled glance at Scholar Tang, silently pondering the significance of the mention of those houses. Could it be that the county magistrate intended to bestow those homes upon the residents of Jian County? If that were true, the county magistrate would be nothing short of a benevolent bodhisattva. However, the words that followed from Scholar Tang left Feng Yinshan in a state of disbelief. Indeed, I can now affirm that those homes are intended for the people of Jian County. But, naturally, they will not be given away for free. Instead, you must exchange your own homes for them. Exchange? How does that work? Someone inquired with curiosity. Quite simply, Scholar Tang elaborated. In essence, it is a matter of adjusting the difference. If any household possesses a residence larger than the newly constructed one, the county will compensate for the additional area. Conversely, if a dwelling is smaller, the deficit will also be reimbursed. Rest assured, the county magistrate has assured that if funds are currently lacking, one may defer the payment until later earnings are acquired. Tang Xiucai's words stirred a tempest within Feng Yinshan's heart. Is it truly possible? Could such an exquisite residence actually become his? He dashed toward Tang Xiucai, his voice trembling with eagerness. Are you certain your words are not mere jest? I have no leisure for frivolity, Tang Xiucai replied, somewhat irked. I am swamped with matters at the yamen. If what I say holds true, I am willing to make the exchange. Feng Yinshan, unable to contain his excitement, bravely became the first to seize the opportunity. However, his declaration prompted an elderly gentleman nearby to interject. Yinshan, I must remind you that your home has been passed down from your grandfather. It is, by all accounts, an ancestral property. Are you truly willing to part with it? Feng Yinshan regarded the elder with respect. Second uncle, you are well aware of our situation. That old house has been in our family for 60 or 70 years, undergoing repairs no fewer than 100 times, and it still leaks during rain. I am not skilled in construction and must hire craftsmen, which incurs significant expenses. Now that the county magistrate is willing to facilitate an exchange, why would I not seize this opportunity? Tang Xiucai, upon hearing Feng Yinshan's words, could not help but commend him. Well said. Ah, Yinshan, you are indeed a learned man, possessing sound judgment. After this, Tang Xiucai gestured to a nearby bailiff, who produced a contract for Tang's perusal. Here is the contract. If it meets your approval, we shall proceed to measure your property. Feng Yinshan hastily examined the document before leading Tang Xiucai and his entourage to his home. Tang Xiucai, with 2 or 3 bailiffs in tow, promptly measured the area of Feng Yinshan's residence. Your house exceeds the new one by 3 feet. According to County Magistrate Zhou and Appo's regulations, each foot warrants a compensation of 1 tael of silver. Tang Xiucai retrieved 3 taels of silver from his pocket and presented them to Feng Yinshan. If you have no further concerns, accept the payment, sign the contract, and prepare for your move. 3 taels of silver. Feng Yinshan's heart soared with joy as he swiftly signed the contract, then hurried to instruct his wife to arrange for the move. Before long, news of Feng Yinshan's relocation to the new residence, where he not only spent no money but also gained 3 taels of silver, spread throughout Jianxian County. Initially, many were skeptical. Yet, upon witnessing Feng Yinshan, a once impoverished scholar, dining lavishly with his wife and children, disbelief turned to acceptance. Thus began a fervent wave of house exchanges sweeping across Jianxian County, with each household eagerly seeking Tang Xiucai for property measurements. Zhou Cheng'an's reputation has ascended to an entirely new pinnacle. Oh, how splendid it is that Magistrate Zhou is indeed a benefactor to the region. Is it not so? In my lifetime, I have never encountered such an exemplary official, who not only provides us with new residences but also offers us monetary support. Haha, you are indeed fortunate. Your current abode surpasses the newly constructed mansion in size. Were it smaller, would you not have to compensate? Ah, but that is where your misunderstanding lies. Magistrate Zhou has decreed that the compensation shall be calculated at 1 tael per foot, while should we need to pay extra, it will be at a rate of 1 tael and 2 coins per foot, and we may even defer the payment. Such a remarkable arrangement exists. Indeed, Magistrate Zhou is truly the paternal figure of Jianxin County. Chapter 29. The Spring of Jian County amidst the resounding praise of the citizens of Jian County. A grand initiative for housing exchange commenced with fervor. It must be noted that even Zhou Cheng'an himself could scarcely have anticipated the remarkable success of his policy's implementation. At this juncture, the populace was still largely steeped in traditional values, lacking a robust commercial awareness. Merely uttering the phrase selling ancestral homes was sufficient to instill fear in a considerable segment of the community. Zhou Cheng'an had even braced himself to personally persuade the townsfolk. However, the anticipated challenges failed to materialize. Indeed, while some among the populace held conservative views, none were truly naive. The quality of the new residences was evident to all, and most importantly, financial subsidies were offered. After the calamity, Jian County stood on the brink of revitalization. Although relations among the citizens had improved somewhat in the interim, life remained exceedingly austere. In such circumstances, a few pieces of silver, while not substantial, were undeniably a lifeline. Moreover, have you heard? The son of the old Feng family managed to exchange his family's dilapidated home for a new one at the magistrate's office, even netting a few pieces of silver. Shouldn't you act swiftly? If a family like the Fangs, without influence or power, received such favorable treatment, could the county magistrate possibly neglect you? Isn't your cousin employed at the county office? I've already conspired with my cousin to measure the house with an extra foot or two. Many harbored intentions of taking advantage of Zhou Cheng'an's generosity. In response, Zhou Cheng'an chose to turn a blind eye. To him, having amassed a fortune sufficient to last several lifetimes, it was hardly worth quibbling over a few pieces of silver with the common people. With only a few thousand households in Jian County, even if each household claimed extra space, his total expenditure would not exceed 10,000 taels. What was the return on this investment? It was the trust and support of the people. After all, the citizens of Jian County were genuinely struggling to make ends meet. If circumstances worsened, they would surely abandon their homes and descend into the ranks of the displaced. Once that happened, there would be no one left to speak of building Jian County. A great thinker once proclaimed, "To preserve the people while losing land, both people and land endure. To preserve land while losing people, both people and land are lost." Zhou Cheng'an wholeheartedly resonated with this sentiment. Under the influence of this policy, the people of Jian County held a profound admiration for their newly appointed magistrate, who had embarked on such ambitious undertakings from the very outset. Indeed, many even erected altars in their homes to honor Zhou Cheng'an. The common folk are remarkably straightforward. Whoever can lead them to a better life is deemed a good official. Consequently, Zhou Cheng'an's reputation quickly spread beyond Jian County, resonating through neighboring regions. Initially, those from other counties reacted with a tinge of envy upon hearing of such a commendable official in Jian County. Yet soon, some astute individuals sought ways to procure dilapidated homes in Jian County. However, according to the Ming Dynasty's household registration policies, to possess a residence in Jian County, one must be registered as a resident there. Thus, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded, despite the natural disasters. The population of Jian County not only remained stable, but even experienced a modest increase. Frightened, Zhou Cheng'an hastily established certain thresholds for citizenship, which somewhat quelled the tide of immigration. However, this indirectly indicated that the majority held a favorable view of the future of Jian County. The once declining Jian County swiftly radiated a newfound vitality. "Boss, Zhou Cheng'an is indeed quite capable," remarked a shadowy figure from the Jinyue, covertly observing Zhou Cheng'an while watching the bustling populace. Zhao nodded and chuckled softly. "Damn it, I'm tempted to acquire a residence here myself." The monthly stipend of the Jinyue was naturally far superior to that of ordinary citizens. But who could resist the allure of free silver and property? Zhao took out his portable writing tablet, inscribing a few notes before turning to his subordinates. "You all stay here and remember to record everything meticulously." The Jinyue. Upon hearing this, all clasped their hands and replied in unison, "We understand, sir." Seeing their response, Zhao said no more and swiftly mounted his steed, heading toward the capital. "What?" Zhu Yuanzhang, seated upon the dragon throne, widened his eyes upon hearing Zhao's report. "Are you saying the entire populace of Jian County is exceptionally prosperous?" "Indeed, Zhao Hu affirmed with a nod. Those capable of labor have joined the construction teams. Free from worry regarding food and drink, with silver to earn. Those who could not join the teams have registered at the county office and receive a monthly allowance. Even those who have joined neither can benefit from the housing distribution policy. Most importantly, the silver Zhou Cheng'an provides to the citizens is quite substantial. After listening to Zhao Hu's analysis, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression turned peculiar. It must be said that, at present, Zhou Cheng'an was indeed quite wealthy. His policies were not merely short-term measures but rather long-term strategies. Even in the capital, Zhu Yuanzhang doubted he could achieve such results, even with the treasury at his disposal. Damn it, he is merely a county magistrate. Zhu Yuanzhang thought to himself, feeling a sense of frustration. Here he was, an emperor. Yet he found himself outshone by a mere county official. Wang Zhen, a court eunuch and attendant to Zhu Yuanzhang, noticed this and chuckled, "Your Majesty, as the saying goes. All under heaven is the king's land. Zhou Cheng'an may possess some wealth now, but should your Majesty wish, you could reclaim those funds for the national treasury at any time." Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at Wang Zhen but remained silent. As the emperor, he was well aware of his rights. Yet, he was an emperor, not a bandit. An emperor's acquisition of wealth must be justifiable and legitimate. If he were to disregard propriety and forcibly demand that Zhou Cheng'an surrender all his funds, it would not only raise questions about Zhou Cheng'an's willingness but also tarnish his reputation. Having observed Zhu Yuanzhang's silence, Wang Zhen, who had cultivated a keen sense of observation, continued with a smile, "If your Majesty desires, there is no need to personally intervene. Let us set aside the opinions of others. The servant can certainly devise a means for Lord Zhou to willingly surrender all his silver to your Majesty. After all, the wealth he has acquired is merely the hard-earned money of the citizens of the Ming Dynasty. It is only fitting that it be submitted to the national treasury." Zhu Yuanzhang, a man of remarkable intellect, instantly grasped Lord Wang Zhen's intentions upon hearing his words. It was nothing more than a scheme to fabricate charges and place a few labels upon Zhou Cheng'an, compelling him to expend his fortune to save his life. The riches Zhou Cheng'an possesses are indeed derived from the coffers of the Ming Dynasty. How could it be that a mere county magistrate possesses greater wealth than an emperor? Chapter 30. Zhu Yuanzhang's subtle thoughts. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhao Hu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu hesitated momentarily. He understood the emperor's expectations for a response. Ultimately, he sought a pretext to deal with Zhou Cheng'an. However, despite being a member of the Jinui, Zhao Hu hailed from a humble background. Though he lacked formal education and had never perused any historical texts, he sincerely believed that a county magistrate achieving what Zhou Cheng'an had was no small feat. Thus, risking the emperor's displeasure, Zhao Hu spoke, "The people are swayed by self-interest." The phrase swayed by self-interest struck Zhu Yuanzhang like a slap to the face. After all, he harbored a deep disdain for commerce, viewing merchants as a threat to the foundation of his empire. To his surprise, Zhou Cheng'an had significantly benefited the populace through commercial means. Could it be that he was mistaken? For the first time, this thought flickered in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. While he did not entirely endorse Zhou Cheng'an's methods, he recognized that extorting wealth from him was hardly appropriate. As the emperor, he was not a bandit. Let him continue his endeavors, but, at this juncture, Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly shifted his tone. "You must keep a close watch on that fellow. Should he engage in any corrupt dealings, I shall not spare him." Zhao Hu, upon hearing this, respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Your servant shall obey." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and gestured for Zhao Hu to depart. Yet, before Zhao Hu could exit the palace, a young eunuch hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, Left Chancellor Hu Weiyong seeks an audience." Hu Weiyong. Upon hearing this name, Zhu Yuanzhang paused momentarily, then regarded the announcing eunuch with a bemused expression. The morning court had already concluded. What pressing matter could Chancellor Hu possibly have? After a moment's reflection, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. "In that case, allow him to enter." Before long, Hu Weiyong approached, keeping his head lowered and walking briskly to stand before Zhu Yuanzhang. "I, Hu Weiyong, pay my respects to your Majesty." Zhu Yuanzhang smiled warmly at the Chancellor, who had long since drifted away from his favor, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Chancellor Hu, please rise. What brings you to my presence today? Is there some urgent matter at hand?" Hu Weiyong cleared his throat slightly and replied, "An important matter?" Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyebrows in surprise. "If there is a matter of importance, why not address it during the court session? Why come here to seek me out?" Hu Weiyong sighed and said, "Alas, the issue is neither trivial nor monumental. Thus, I dared not trouble your Majesty until the court had adjourned. A matter that is neither trivial nor monumental?" Zhu Yuanzhang scrutinized Hu Weiyong, uncertain of his intentions. However, It was likely a plot to implicate someone. After all, Hu Weiyong would not have sought him out unless he intended to accuse someone of wrongdoing. At present, within the court, the faction led by him is undeniably growing in number. It is indeed a display of audacity. The sole reason for his continued presence is that Zhu Yuanzhang believes the opportune moment to deal with him has yet to arrive. As the saying goes, one must strike the snake at its vital point. At this juncture, Hu Weiyong has morphed into a formidable creature, if not dealt with decisively. He could pose an endless future threat. Is there anything within the court that the esteemed prime minister who cannot resolve? Zhu Yuanzhang subtly jabbed at Hu Weiyong, followed by a sardonic chuckle. Then do enlighten us. What exactly is this matter? Upon hearing this, Hu Weiyong immediately proclaimed a petition to the emperor. On behalf of whom? The citizens of Jianan County. Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but smirk at this. A petition on behalf of the people of Jianan County? How far removed is Jianan from the capital that it necessitates a prime minister's intervention? Moreover, I am well aware of the current circumstances in Jianan County. It seems that Hu Weiyong has not relinquished his pursuit of Zhou Cheng'an. This is, however, quite reasonable, for the tax evasion case involving Zhou Cheng'an is still under investigation, and no conclusion has been reached. In such a scenario, if Hu Weiyong could tarnish Zhou Cheng'an's reputation, it would undoubtedly benefit his faction immensely. Zhu Yuanzhang feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow. What plight befalls the citizens of Jianan County that requires an esteemed prime minister to petition on their behalf? With gritted teeth, Hu Weiyong replied. The county magistrate Zhou Cheng'an is utterly devoid of conscience. He has unlawfully seized the homes and lands of the common people, appropriating them for official use. This has incited public outrage in Jianan County. If not addressed promptly, it will surely lead to calamity. Public outrage? Zhu Yuanzhang regarded Hu Weiyong with a quizzical expression. How does the esteemed minister know of the discontent in Jianan regarding Zhou Cheng'an? Could it be that you have relatives there? Hu Weiyong continued. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding Jianan affairs. The Lu family, Lu Yunlong. Zhu Yuanzhang was well aware of who Lu Yunlong was. The Jinyui had meticulously reported all of Zhou Cheng'an's activities to him. He was also cognizant that Lu Yunlong, being a local magnate, harbored intentions to suppress the outsider magistrate. However, after Zhou Cheng'an issued his new edicts, Lu Yunlong had remained silent and compliant. Zhu Yuanzhang initially suspected that Lu Yunlong and Zhou Cheng'an had struck an undisclosed agreement. Perhaps Lu Yunlong feigned acquiescence to covertly gather incriminating evidence against Zhou Cheng'an, awaiting the opportune moment to undermine him. Zhu Yuanzhang's disdain for Lu Yunlong intensified. Yet his demeanor grew more solemn. Is Lu Yunlong able to come to the capital? Ultimately, Zhu Yuanzhang, as an emperor, understood the necessity of vigilance towards his ministers. From the very first day of his reign, he recognized the importance of safeguarding against potential treachery. Should Shouqing and oppose, and indeed be concealing matters from him, or even from the Jinyui, and engage in actions that would incite public outrage, Zhu Yuanzhang would not hesitate to wield the sword against him. Chapter 31. The undercurrents of the court. The moment arrived. Hu Weiyong, upon observing the emperor's serious countenance, felt a surge of joy within him. He understood that such a demeanor from Zhu Yuanzhang indicated a genuine intent. At this juncture, securing a solid case against Zhou Cheng'an was paramount. Hu Weiyong was quite exhilarated. A mere county magistrate had repeatedly rebuffed his overtures. Should he fail to bring Zhou Cheng'an to justice, his position as chancellor would be rendered futile. The actions of Zhou Cheng'an in Jianan County were all too apparent upon inquiry. How swift was the unfolding of events! Zhu Yuanzhang was somewhat taken aback by Hu Weiyong's unwavering resolve to see Zhou Cheng'an punished, for Zhou had always been steadfastly loyal to him. This thought brought a faint smile to Zhu Yuanzhang's face. He then composed himself and nodded. Since he had arrived, let him come forth. Curiosity piqued. The emperor wished to hear what heinous deeds Zhou Cheng'an had committed in Jianan County. Your servant obeys. Before long, Lu Yunlong, escorted by a eunuch, entered the palace. Though hailing from a prestigious lineage, this was Lu Yunlong's first encounter with someone of the emperor's stature. A wave of anxiety enveloped him. He dared not raise his head. Hastily making his way to Zhu Yuanzhang, where he prostrated himself in reverence. I, Lu Yunlong of Jianan, pay my respects to your majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang scrutinized Lu Yunlong and inquired, Are you the one who wishes to lodge a complaint? Indeed, Lu Yunlong replied with unwavering conviction. And against whom? Zhou Cheng'an. What are your accusations? He has unlawfully seized the lands of the common folk in Jianan County, resulting in widespread dislocation and suffering among the populace. I implore your majesty to champion our cause. Lu Yunlong's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. Observing his demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Cease your wailing. I ask you, Zhou Cheng'an has only been in office for a mere 2 months. How can he have committed such egregious acts in such a brief span of time? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunlong quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, Your Majesty, I too did not foresee that Zhou, the county magistrate, would possess such audacity. Then do the people of your county simply permit this outsider to act with impunity? At this query, Lu Yunlong hesitated, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Hu Weiyong, who stood beside him. Prior to his arrival, Hu Weiyong had assured him that as long as he lodged a complaint, it would likely lead to Zhou Cheng'an's downfall. How, then, could Lu Yunlong respond? Hu Weiyong, noticing Lu Yunlong's glance, cleared his throat and interjected. Upon his appointment to Jinan County, he immediately employed a cadre of ruthless enforcers, thus instilling fear among the local populace. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang, with a fierce glare, reproached him. Are you a citizen of Jinan County? I am addressing Lu Yunlong, not you. Hu Weiyong, momentarily taken aback, hurried to clarify. This was also conveyed to me by Lu Yunlong. Silence. Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted, pointing at Lu Yunlong. We wish to hear your account. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Yunlong's forehead, yet he still nodded. Indeed, Your Majesty. What Minister Hu just said is precisely what the common folk believe. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled lightly, rising from his seat to stand before Lu Yunlong. Then let me ask you again, what does Zhou Cheng'an intend to do with the land he has acquired? What does he intend to do? Lu Yunlong's eyes darted back and forth, contemplating before responding. He likely plans to lease the land to the commoners for cultivation. Oh? Zhu Yuanzhang clasped his hands, a look of perplexity crossing his face. But your Jinan has just suffered a disaster. If farming could yield profit, why would Jinan have faced such calamity? Zhu Yuanzhang's inquiry struck directly at the heart of the matter. Jinan County was nestled amidst mountains, the soil far from fertile. The meager land barely sufficed for the farmer's sustenance, let alone generating profit. Lu Yunlong momentarily hesitated, but then a spark of cleverness ignited within him, prompting him to speak urgently. Your Majesty, our great Ming is founded upon agriculture. Zhou Cheng'an's actions would surely undermine the very foundation of the state. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Undermine the state? Can a mere Jinan County like yours even claim to do so? You pay such a paltry tax each year, and now, after a disaster, you still rely on the court for relief. Were it not for Zhou Cheng'an revitalizing the entire county, the court would have had to allocate silver and grain to assist Jinan. With a grin, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, I never expected that you, Lord Lu, so far in Jinan, would still be aware of what constitutes our foundation. Truly remarkable. Realizing he had overstepped, Lu Yunlong hastily sought to rectify his words. I spoke in haste. Your Majesty, please do not take it to heart. Do you dare to speak so recklessly? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice suddenly darkened. Lu Yunlong's heart raced, and he quickly bowed his head. I dare not. Since you do not dare, let me ask you, how much land does your family possess? Without a moment's thought, Lu Yunlong replied. My humble family owns a total of 120 mu of land. Impressive, Lord Lu, Zhu Yuanzhang said, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The entire Jinan County has but 500 mu of arable land, and you alone claim 120 mu. Now let me ask you again. How much does it cost to employ a laborer for your household? At this moment, Lu Yunlong dared not fabricate an answer and replied honestly. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction. You are quite forthright. Now, do you know how much Zhou Cheng'an pays for laborers in the county? The common folk remember that for unskilled laborers, it is 3 taels of silver per month, and for those with some skill, it can reach 6 to 7 taels. 6 to 7 taels? Zhu Yuanzhang gasped at this figure, realizing the wealth Zhou Cheng'an possessed. He left Lu Yunlong and Hu Weiyong standing there. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Yunlong turned to Hu Weiyong and asked, Minister Hu, what do you think about this? Silence. Hu Weiyong snapped, irritation flaring in his eyes. Why does it seem as though the emperor possesses an intimate understanding of Jinan County? Chapter 32. Zhu Yuanzhang's concerns. Zhu Yuanzhang was engulfed in a profound sense of melancholy. He trudged into the inner hall, seizing a cup from the table and shattering it against the floor in a fit of frustration. At that moment, Zhu Biao, who was on his way to pay respects to his father, was taken aback by the scene and immediately inquired, Father, what has transpired? Casting a glance at Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang tempered his fury slightly and exhaled a weary sigh. Being an emperor is indeed a formidable challenge. In the case of the insignificant Jinan County, our Jinui presents one account, while the Prime Minister offers an entirely different narrative. The discrepancies are stark and bewildering. I find myself at a loss as to who is spinning tales. In truth, Zhu Yuanzhang leaned more towards believing the Jinui. However, Years of navigating treacherous waters had instilled in him a profound skepticism towards others. Thus, even though he yearned to trust Zhao Hu's words, he held back a measure of doubt. Zhu Biao perceived his father's unease and felt a surge of irritation. The audacity of Hu Weiyong and his associates to deceive the emperor was infuriating. After all, Zhu Biao had first-hand experience of Jiannan's true condition. He was acutely aware of the realities there. Nevertheless, he recognized that, given his father's temperament, advocating for Zhou Cheng'an at this juncture would only provoke further resentment. Hence, after a brief contemplation, he proposed, "Father, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. The accounts regarding Jiannan are strikingly divergent. Perhaps we should journey there ourselves to ascertain the truth? Journey there ourselves?" Zhu Yuanzhang mulled over this suggestion and nodded in agreement. "That is indeed a sound proposition. We shall set forth tomorrow." Zhu Yuanzhang's decisiveness was never in question. Within a mere 10 days of their decision to travel to Jiannan County, Zhu Yuanzhang and his son Zhu Biao found themselves nearing their destination. Throughout the journey, Zhu Yuanzhang maintained a furrowed brow, for it seemed that the further they ventured from the capital, the more dire the plight of the common folk became. "Father, we should arrive in Jiannan by noon today," Zhu Biao remarked as he stood on a hillside, gazing at a distant mountain town. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in response, poised to speak when suddenly a voice echoed from below the slope. "Are you two also heading to Jiannan?" Turning towards the voice, the Zhu father and son beheld a vendor laboriously pushing a wooden cart laden with jars of liquor. The sight piqued Zhu Yuanzhang's curiosity. It was known that Jiannan had recently suffered a calamity. Even if Zhou Cheng'an possessed extraordinary capabilities, he could not conjure food from the earth. However, liquor was brewed from grain. How could the people of Jiannan still afford to produce alcohol? Amused by this realization, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "Indeed, young sir, is it true that your cart is filled with liquor?" "Indeed," the young vendor affirmed with a nod. "It is all premium sorghum liquor." "Haha. Would you care to sample some?" The vendor's words, though seemingly innocuous, stirred a thirst within Zhu Yuanzhang. "How much for this jug of wine?" he inquired. "Esteemed guest, a jug of wine costs 3 taels of silver." The vendor's response elicited a startled glare from Zhu Yuanzhang, causing the vendor to tremble with fear. Observing this, Zhu Biao quickly interjected, "My good fellow, your pricing is rather exorbitant. Is this sorghum wine brewed with gold or silver? How dare you charge 3 taels for a mere jug? Such a price is unheard of, even in the capital." The vendor, sensing their discontent, offered a weary smile as he explained, "Gentlemen, it seems you have traveled from afar. Does our distance entitle us to exorbitant prices for your wine?" "Certainly not," the vendor hastily protested. With Zhu Yuanzhang's ire ignited, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. The vendor, flustered, hastened to clarify, "You see, there is a pressing demand for spirits in Jianxian County, yet we lack sufficient grain for brewing. Hence, this wine is transported from neighboring counties and even provinces, necessitating a slightly higher price." Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing this, could not suppress a derisive snort. How peculiar. The people of Jianxian County lack the means to brew their own wine yet indulge in drinking. Is the entire county sustained by libations? I would not dare deceive you. The vendor replied, his face a mask of distress. The grain here is imported from other counties. Admittedly, while prices are steep, the residents of Jianxian possess wealth and can afford it. Moreover, this wine is primarily destined for the local brothels. Brothels? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback. What? Jianxian County has brothels? Indeed. The vendor's enthusiasm ignited at the mention. Not only brothels, the county magistrate has been quite industrious. Within just a month or two, Jianxian has seen the emergence of brothels, gambling houses, and taverns. Rumor has it a racetrack is also in the works, attracting the affluent from across the province. Zhu Yuanzhang was astonished by the revelations about Jianxian County. If the vendor's words were to be believed, the common folk here must be living quite well. Yet, a nagging worry tugged at him. To Zhu Yuanzhang, both gambling and brothels were signs of moral decay. Should the entire Ming dynasty continue down this path of extravagance and indulgence, it would surely lead to ruin. With this thought, a flicker of menace gleamed in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Ah, is that so? I must indeed witness Jianxian County for myself. The prospect of enjoying the wine had faded for the Zhu father and son. They spurred their steeds onward, hastening towards Jianxian County. Upon arriving at the county's gates, a familiar scene gradually unfolded before their eyes. Much like Jiangning County, the entire outskirts of Jiannan County are currently undergoing extensive factory construction. The construction sites stretch seamlessly from one to another, almost forming a continuous expanse. It is at this moment that Zhu Yuanzhang's furrowed brow begins to relax somewhat. Evidently, Zhou Cheng'an has not forgotten to undertake the necessary developments. Observing his father's expression, Zhu Biao cannot help but reflect on his foresight in discreetly informing Zhou Cheng'an to conceal his investment in the brothel. Otherwise, the trouble would have escalated significantly. With this thought in mind, Zhu Biao addressed Zhu Yuanzhang, saying, "Father, Zhou Cheng'an is a man of reliability in his dealings. I believe that his construction of brothels and gambling establishments is merely an endeavor to address the livelihood issues of the local populace. For Jianan County has historically been exceedingly impoverished." Chapter 33. Crisis amidst prosperity. Zhu Yuanzhang was not oblivious to this truth. However, if all the county magistrates in the Ming Dynasty were to emulate Zhou Cheng'an, it would indeed spell disaster. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang merely grunted noncommittally. Having entered the city, there was no need for horseback riding. The father and son dismounted and proceeded towards the town. Zhu Biao had initially intended to take his father directly to meet the local Jinui. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang disagreed. He was exceedingly intrigued by the current state of Jianan County. What better way to understand a place than to meander through its marketplace? Consequently, Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang ambled about the bustling streets of Jianan County like ordinary visitors. "Esteemed guest, take a look. Fresh fruit, 50 yuan per jin. Just out of the oven, pancakes, 10 yuan each. Top quality jade. Come and see." The myriad of dazzling goods and some rather outrageous prices left Zhu Yuanzhang utterly astonished. Zhu Biao could not suppress his exclamations. It seems the people of Jianan County are indeed well off. This was a comment Zhu Biao intended to flatter Zhou Cheng'an, yet unexpectedly. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression grew even more solemn upon hearing it. "Do you truly consider this a good thing?" Zhu Biao was taken aback and hastily replied, "I only think that the current situation in Jian and Apos and county is far better than before." Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing this, remained non-committal, merely sighing deeply. "Alas! Let us go meet the local Jinui." Certainly, the local Jinui naturally referred to Zhao Hu and his companions. Upon learning that the emperor and the crown prince were visiting Jianan incognito, Zhao Hu and the others had prepared to welcome them well in advance. "Master, young master." Upon encountering the father and son duo, Zhao Hu and his companions bowed respectfully and proceeded to usher them into a newly constructed residence. However, as Zhu Yuanzhang approached the entrance of the mansion, he suddenly halted. "Is this residence rented by you?" Zhao Hu, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile and explained, "Oh?" Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Hu. "You certainly know how to enjoy life, procuring a residence for yourself merely for your duties in Jianan County." Zhao Hu quickly clarified, "Master, you misunderstand. This residence was not purchased by me. In truth, new houses in Jianan County are not for sale. This mansion was exchanged." "Exchanged?" Zhu Yuanzhang was increasingly perplexed, looking at Zhao Hu with curiosity. Zhao Hu continued, "Master, currently, all the houses in Jianan County are undergoing a renovation initiative, where old residences are exchanged for new ones. In the words of County Magistrate Zhou Cheng'an, this is known as the Urban Renewal Project. Just the other day, I discovered a dilapidated, uninhabited house, and I spent 10 taels of silver to acquire it, thus transforming it into this residence." As a member of the Jinui, Zhao Hu was acutely aware of a fundamental principle. To whom can one lie, if not to the emperor? However, refraining from deceiving his majesty does not imply that one must divulge every truth to him. For instance, regarding this residence, Zhao Hu chose to conceal the fact that the initial purchase of the old house cost merely 7 taels, while the remaining 3 taels were allocated for managing connections and establishing residence in Jianan County. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his displeasure. Zhao Hu trembled, quickly kneeling before him. "How could a subordinate dare to act so? My intent was solely to ensure you, my lord, had a place to stay in Jianan County." This reasoning was rather palatable. Zhu Yuanzhang then nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Well, I suppose you possess a modicum of filial piety." After uttering these words, he stepped forward and pushed open the gate of the courtyard. This was not an overly large residence, merely comprising 2 courtyards, yet it was adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, truly a picturesque sight. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted slightly, surveying his surroundings, and could not help but ponder, if every inhabitant of Jianan County resided in such a dwelling, then surely the lives of its people would surpass those in the capital. At this moment, Zhu Biao approached and could not resist exclaiming his admiration. One cannot deny that Zhou Cheng'an is indeed capable. He has managed to construct such residences for the citizens of Jianan County, fulfilling the ambition of providing vast shelters. Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent, opting instead to sit on the threshold, gazing at the scene before him. Yet, it is all but an illusion. The arable land in Jinan County is already scarce. Zhou Cheng'an's extensive constructions here rely on the wealth he previously amassed. However, money is finite. It will inevitably be exhausted. He may be able to offer the county's populace such generous salaries for a year or two, but I cannot believe he can sustain this for 3 or 5 years. When the funds are depleted, what will become of the people of Jinan County? Even if Zhou Cheng'an opposes and is exceptionally capable and possesses inexhaustible wealth, what if the realm faces another drought? The county would be unable to procure grain from outside, leaving the populace in dire straits. After all, while money is valuable, it cannot substitute for food. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement with his father's words. His father spoke wisely. Despite the current vibrancy in Jianan, the lurking threat beneath this prosperity is palpable. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophe. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Let us proceed to the county office. Throughout our journey, you have praised Zhou Cheng'an as a clever individual. Yet if he were truly astute, he would not overlook the risks that accompany Jinan County's existence. We shall meet him at the county office and ascertain whether he is genuinely intelligent or merely a charlatan seeking fame. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang strode away from the elegant dwelling. Observing this, Zhu Biao hurriedly followed, silently contemplating, Brother Zhou, oh Brother Zhou, though I am aware of your remarkable abilities, the events you have orchestrated in Jinan diverge significantly from the emperor's intentions. Whether you can preserve your position this time hinges entirely upon your own actions. As the conversation unfolded, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao arrived at the entrance of the Jinan County office. Zhu Biao approached the gatekeeper with a cheerful demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. My dear brother, we have come to pay our respects to County Magistrate Zhou of Jinan. The gatekeeper, discerning at a glance that Zhu Biao and his companion were of noble status, assumed they were merely affluent merchants seeking a share of the local wealth. Thus, he brusquely replied, Every wealthy individual under heaven wishes to meet my master, but my master has little time to spare. There are others ahead of you. Please wait your turn. Chapter 34. Strategies for breaking the impasse. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. How outrageous! Zhou Cheng'an certainly presented himself with an air of grandiosity. Here he was, the reigning emperor, wishing to meet with him, yet he had to wait in line. Just as Zhu Biao was about to speak further, Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer contain himself. Go. Inform Zhou Cheng'an that a father and son from the capital wish to see him. Ask him if he will receive us. The constable, not a fool, grasped the significance of Zhu Yuanzhang's mention of the capital and noted his imposing demeanor. Surely, a person of great stature had arrived. Thus, he dared not delay, swiftly turning and making his way back to the government office. Moments later, Zhou Cheng'an emerged from the office, a broad smile illuminating his face. Ah, it is Brother Biao. And father has come as well. Father? At this title, Zhu Yuanzhang's features twitched with surprise. What did you say? When did I become your father? With a light chuckle, Zhou Cheng'an replied, Has Brother Biao not informed you? I have sworn brotherhood with him. And as he is your son, by extension, you are my father as well. Zhu Biao, wearing an awkward smile, hastily interjected, Haha, Zhou brother enjoys jesting. Well then, shall we proceed inside to converse? Come along. Zhou Cheng'an was unperturbed, linking arms with the Zhu father and son, leading them into the government office. However, for his own convenience, he resided within the office itself. This revelation astonished Zhu Yuanzhang somewhat. Why would Magistrate Zhou, who provided housing for the common folk, dwell within the government office? Zhou Cheng'an, sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's curiosity, wore a wry smile. Alas, I fear I am a source of amusement to you, uncle. Although Jinan County appears bustling at present, I am under immense pressure. Pressure? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed inwardly, noting the abundance of silver Zhou Cheng'an possessed. What pressure could you possibly face? Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang feigned ignorance, inquiring further, What burdens you, Magistrate Zhou? Zhou Cheng'an gestured towards the ceiling, saying, Look around. Jinan County is bustling with construction, laborers are working hard, and money is being distributed. Yet, it is all but a fade. As the county magistrate, I awaken each day to a burden of expenditures amounting to hundreds of taels of silver. Even if I bore the national treasury upon my shoulders, I could not sustain such expenditure. Perhaps the treasury itself lacks the wealth you possess. Zhu Yuanzhang silently remarked. Yet, he recognized the validity of Zhou Cheng'an's concerns. However, Zhou Cheng'an swiftly shifted the topic. Moreover, if the money spent could genuinely improve the lives of the populace, it would be one thing. Yet, I fear that in the end, it may all be in vain. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang and his son exchanged knowing glances. Zhu Biao chuckled softly and inquired, "What do you mean by that, Brother Zhou?" "We journeyed all the way from the capital to Jian County. I have indeed witnessed various villages and towns. Among these numerous villages and towns, it seems that the citizens of Jian County, led by Zhou Xiandi, are living the most prosperous lives." Zhou Cheng'an raised his wine cup and shook his head vigorously. "An illusion. Everything is an illusion. You too. Are you aware of the bustling market in Jian County?" Zhu Biao nodded. "Naturally, we have already taken a stroll around. Since you both have explored, I trust you have noticed that the prices in Jian County are hardly inferior to those in the capital." Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled heartily. "Indeed, the people of Jian County are affluent. With such high prices, they manage to sustain their livelihoods. This indicates that you, as the county magistrate, are performing admirably." Zhou Cheng'an's expression became serious as he gazed intently at Zhu and his son. "Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Although the citizens of Jian County possess some wealth, it is merely a result of policy benefits. However, policies will eventually be rescinded. After all, no matter how plentiful my small treasury may be, it cannot withstand years of depletion. Although Jian County has developed some industries, these can only provide employment for a fraction of the populace. Once the necessary constructions are completed and the industries fully developed, where will the majority of Jian County citizens turn?" Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's concerns, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of delight. It appeared that Zhou Cheng'an was not a short-sighted individual, but rather a person of genuine foresight. Nevertheless, he was curious about how Zhou Cheng'an intended to navigate this predicament. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "Your worries are indeed reasonable. However, I am curious to know your subsequent plans." Zhou Cheng'an poured wine for the Zhu father and son, then earnestly looked at them. "At this juncture, the future livelihoods of Jian County citizens depend on you too." "Us?" The Zhu family was taken aback. Zhu Biao furrowed his brow in confusion. "What does Zhou Xiandi mean? We are merely ordinary merchants. You place the welfare of the entire Jian County populace upon our shoulders. Surely, you are overestimating us." "You are unaware," Zhou Cheng'an replied. "In addition to my role as the county magistrate, I hold another identity." "What is that?" "I am the esteemed disciple of the late medical sage." Zhou Cheng'an shamelessly proclaimed this. Zhu Yuanzhang had heard of the medical sage's renown. Yet he wondered how Zhou Cheng'an's status as a disciple could resolve the challenges facing Jian County. In truth, the current predicament of Jian County stems from its underdeveloped agriculture. After all, the county's residents even rely on purchasing food supplies from outside. While my role as county magistrate contributes to this situation, the fundamental issue lies in Jian County's climate, which is not conducive to crop cultivation. In the tomes left by my master, there exists a record of a substance known as the potato. This peculiar entity is deemed highly toxic. However, with appropriate handling, it transforms into a remarkable crop. A mere acre of land can yield between 2,000 to over 5,000 pounds. Most importantly, potatoes are exceptionally suited for cultivation in regions such as Jiannan, where temperatures are low and water resources are scarce. Alas, such a splendid commodity is an overseas treasure. Thus, I earnestly hope that you both can assist me in persuading the emperor to lift the maritime restrictions. Chapter 35. Zhou Cheng'an's young disciple Clang. The moment Zhou Cheng'an uttered the phrase lifting the maritime ban, the cup in Zhu Biao's hand clattered to the ground. As the crown prince, he understood all too well how much his father despised any mention of lifting the maritime restrictions. Cough, cough. Zhu Biao cleared his throat, retrieved the fallen cup, and glanced at his silent father before speaking. "Let us discuss this matter later. Today is the first time my father and I have come to visit my esteemed younger brother in Jian County. We shall indulge in wine and conversation. As for official matters, we can address them tomorrow." Upon witnessing Zhu Biao's reaction, Zhou Cheng'an immediately grasped the situation. He chuckled softly and nodded. "Very well. Let us confine our discourse today to the frivolities of life. The rest can wait for another time." As the evening wore on, after several rounds of wine and a delightful array of dishes, Zhou Cheng'an warmly escorted the father and son of the Zhu family to their carriage. At that moment, a swift steed approached from the distance, causing a stir in the street. "Damn it! I specifically ordered that no horses should be ridden into the city from now on." Zhou Cheng'an silently cursed, preparing to enter the county office. Just then, with a creak, the white horse came to a halt directly in front of him. Startled, Zhou Cheng'an wondered what the rider intended, and he looked up to see a figure clad in a form-fitting rain cloak, her silhouette distinctly feminine. though a wide-brimmed hat obscured her features. Just as Zhou Cheng'an's curiosity piqued, the woman removed her hat, letting her long, dark hair cascade down. She was indeed an extraordinarily beautiful woman. If Han Lingyan was a delicate daffodil, then this woman was undoubtedly a passionate rose. Her fair complexion was exquisitely refined, with piercing large eyes that sparkled with life. A high, elegant nose added a three-dimensional quality to her already perfect features, while her full lips curved gracefully, reminiscent of tender rose petals. Zhou Cheng'an gazed at this stunning woman, who was now assessing him in turn. With a graceful dismount, she approached him confidently, her long legs accentuated by her leather boots. "You are Zhou Cheng'an." To his astonishment, she recognized him. Zhou Cheng'an felt a surge of curiosity within him, for he was certain this was their first encounter. Such a captivating woman would not have escaped his memory had he known her before. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Indeed, I am Zhou Cheng'an. It is truly you." The woman's eyes lit up, and she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I knew I had not mistaken you." But the next moment, her demeanor shifted as she composed herself and respectfully bowed before him. "Senior brother, at last, I have found you." "Senior brother?" Zhou Cheng'an was utterly bewildered. When did he acquire such a stunning female disciple? Half an hour later, at a tavern near the county office. Zhou Cheng'an raised his cup and took a hearty swig, gazing at the smiling woman across from him. "Thus, it seems that Han Lingyan has already met with you and disclosed my identity? If that is the case, you ought to address me as junior brother." It turns out that the woman before me is also a former disciple of the divine physician. A few days ago, Han Lingyan unexpectedly visited Zhou Cheng'an to bid farewell, stating that she had urgent matters to attend to. Although Zhou Cheng'an felt reluctant to see her go, he ultimately permitted her departure. Unexpectedly, just as the senior sister departed, a junior sister arrived. "You are older than I am." The woman nodded coyly, stating, "If you keep calling me senior sister, others will think I am an old hag. Since the master is no longer with us, how we address one another is entirely up to us." "Well, that seems acceptable." Observing the woman who had usurped his title as the master's closed-door disciple, Zhou Cheng'an set down his cup and said casually, "By the way, what did you say your name was?" "Brother, how could you forget my name so quickly?" "I am Xia Yuyi." Xia Yuyi pouted in displeasure, exuding a hint of playfulness. Zhou Cheng'an found it difficult to reconcile this charming demeanor with the bold horse-riding woman he had encountered moments earlier. Indeed, women possess more than one facade. He cleared his throat, averted his gaze, and inquired, "Junior sister Xia, if I understand correctly, you and Han Lingyan study together? Who among you is more skilled?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyi let out a soft sigh and replied, "Alas, the master taught that his medical prowess is all a result of childhood practice, requiring one to start at a young age. Though I possess some talent, I arrived too late, thus I only learned some elementary medical skills. Therefore, I cannot compare to senior sister Han. That is why she sent me to seek you out." "Seek me out?" Zhou Cheng'an pondered. "What did she wish for you to find me for?" Suddenly, admiration illuminated Xia Yuyi's face as she gazed at Zhou Cheng'an, exclaiming, "Because my senior sister said you possess remarkable abilities. As long as I can follow in your footsteps and learn from you, it will greatly benefit my future." Witnessing Xia Yuyi's fervent expression and excited tone, Zhou Cheng'an could hardly believe that Han Lingyan held him in such high regard. Regrettably, he felt unworthy of such praise. Recognizing his own limitations, he shook his head with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly stating, "What abilities? In terms of medical skills, I am not even your equal." "Huh?" Xia Yuyi looked at him with confusion. Fearing that she would inquire further, Zhou Cheng'an hastily excused himself and headed towards the restroom of a nearby tavern. However, as he passed by a private room, he unexpectedly overheard his name once again. "Ha, that gullible fool. How does he compare to our brother's son?" "Exactly. That Zhou Cheng'an I have seen twice. He appears weak and lacks the gallantry expected of a man. Just a mere scholar. Now he simply has some silver. But in the end, this Jinan County will be ours to dictate." Initially uncertain, upon hearing the terms gullible fool and silver, Zhou Cheng'an was certain that they were indeed speaking of him. As the saying goes, what can be tolerated if not this? Undoubtedly, these individuals were the local tyrants of Jinan County. Anger surged within Zhou Cheng'an as he contemplated confronting those who feigned camaraderie while secretly undermining him. Just as he steeled himself to storm into the private room to address them, a familiar voice resonated from within. "Enough of that fellow. I've already orchestrated everything within the court. In due time, everyone will come to understand." Zhou Cheng'an paused, a frown creasing his brow, if he had not misheard. The speaker was none other than Lu Yunlong. Chapter 36. The Wavering Emperor. In a subtle manner, Zhou Cheng'an detected the ominous sin of conspiracy. Contemplating this, he found himself hesitant to plunge into the fray. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the local magnates of Jiannan would yield no advantage. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous that he overheard such discourse. Zhou Cheng'an held the belief that the majority of these local elites were adept at straddling both sides. They could neither afford to offend him nor the local despot, Zhu Yuanzhang. To act in anger would be a display of imprudence, jeopardizing the retreat of many who might wish to ally with him. Yet, as for Zhu Yuanzhang, it appeared that this fellow had resolutely chosen to oppose him. If you find yourself with nowhere else to go, then from this day forth, accompany me, Zhou Cheng'an suggested to Xia Yi. Her face brightened with joy as she responded. That sounds wonderful. Following you, brother, I am certain to learn a great deal. Observing the innocent demeanor of this girl, akin to an undergraduate yet to graduate, Zhou Cheng'an smiled broadly. As long as you are willing, you shall learn in abundance. Meanwhile, within the residence of Zhao in Jiannan, the saying a father knows his son best held true in reverse as well. Zhu Biao, witnessing his father's demeanor, understood that Zhou Cheng'an's words had undoubtedly stirred a considerable turmoil within his father's heart. However, he felt it inappropriate to further advocate for Zhou Cheng'an. Moreover, regarding the issue of lifting the maritime ban, Zhu Biao himself was uncertain whether it was advantageous or detrimental. Nevertheless, he was well acquainted with his father's disposition. This matter was likely doomed to failure. Biao, what are your thoughts on Zhou Cheng'an's remarks today? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly inquired. Why does father ask this all of a sudden? Could it be? Zhu Biao hesitated, unable to articulate a definitive response. Well, I have read some texts from the southern seas, and the customs depicted therein are entirely different from our great Ming. Thus, it is plausible that the potatoes Zhou Cheng'an mentioned may indeed exist. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a discerning glance at Zhu Biao. So, you are in favor of lifting the maritime ban? But do you comprehend what it signifies if the ban is lifted? Zhu Biao, aware of the implications, replied without a moment's pause, Father is concerned about the pirates? Precisely. Zhu Yuanzhang affirmed, nodding sagely. Our great Ming boasts an extensive coastline. At any point, the pirates could land and wreak havoc upon our people. If the maritime ban remains, they are already a menace. Should it be lifted, the repercussions could be far graver. Zhu Biao wholeheartedly concurred with his father's concerns. Although the prospect of a miraculous crop yielding thousands of pounds per mu was enticing, such a phenomenon had not been witnessed throughout the vast history of the Central Plain. However, the pirates posed a distinct threat. Should they gain the upper hand and threaten the southern territories, it would be disastrous for the court. One cannot simply construct another great wall along the coastline. Nonetheless, Zhu Biao recognized that Zhou Cheng'an, in voicing such sentiments, must have had substantial reasons behind his assertions. Upon contemplating this, Zhu Biao mustered his courage to speak. Father, I believe that with Zhou Cheng'an's intellect, he cannot possibly overlook the issue of pirates. Perhaps we should seek him out again tomorrow to ascertain his precise thoughts. It is possible that he has some clever schemes in mind. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed upon hearing this and nodded slowly. Very well, let us indeed meet with him once more tomorrow. The following morning, Zhou Cheng'an was preparing to enjoy a leisurely outing with his newly arrived junior apprentice in Jiannan when suddenly a servant approached, announcing the arrival of the Zhu father and son. Zhou Cheng'an had initially thought the matter of lifting the maritime ban was futile. Yet it seemed there was still a glimmer of hope. Please, do come in, Zhou Cheng'an exclaimed joyfully to the servant. Quickly, invite our esteemed guest inside. Seeing this, Xia Yi understood that their shopping plans were thwarted for the day. However, she was not displeased and patiently stood behind Zhou Cheng and Appos. After all, there would be many more days ahead, and there was no need to rush. Once the Zhu father and son were welcomed into the official residence, Zhou Cheng'an guided them to a comfortable setting and personally poured them tea. Esteemed guests, please take a seat. As before, we must ensure that we do not leave without being thoroughly intoxicated. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Biao, who immediately grasped the cue and spoke. Haha, we can drink at any time. Let us first discuss the matter at hand. Oh, what does Brother Biao imply? Zhou Cheng and Appos, and inquired. Concerning the maritime ban you mentioned yesterday. Zhu Biao replied. He then paused thoughtfully and sighed. The crux of lifting the maritime ban lies with the pirates. In our southeastern coastal regions, they are rampant. Not only does this hinder trade, but even a slight relaxation of border defenses will invite them to cause chaos on land. What does my esteemed brother plan to do about these pirates? Zhou Cheng'an nodded, exuding confidence as he responded. I do not wish to conceal from you both that I have long contemplated a strategy to deal with the pirates. The moment he uttered these words, Both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao's gazes fixed intently upon Zhou Cheng'an. If he indeed possessed a method to counter the pirates, it would be a monumental achievement. To be candid, if you two can assist me in lifting the maritime ban, I would be willing to personally train a formidable naval force capable of effectively combating the pirates, Zhou Cheng'an declared, his face brimming with confidence as he looked at the Zhu father and son. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, nearly sputtered his tea upon hearing this. You? He exclaimed, amusement dancing in his eyes. Haha, Master Zhou, warfare is a perilous endeavor, far removed from the likes of running a brothel or a gambling house. Oh? Is it that you do not believe in my capability, uncle? Zhou Cheng'an furrowed his brow, sensing skepticism. Rest assured, I do not doubt your intentions, but... Zhu Biao interjected with a smile. It is evident that you hail from a scholarly background, and the matters of warfare are fraught with danger. They are no trifling matter. Zhou Cheng'an bristled at being looked down upon for the first time. Just as he was about to retort, Master Tang hurriedly rushed in. My lord, someone has arrived. Who is it? Zhou Cheng'an cast a displeased glare at Master Tang. Regardless of who it may be, instruct them to await the Lord's presence. Do they not see that the Lord is engaged in receiving esteemed guests? It is Lord Lu. Lord Lu. Zhou Cheng'an gasped in astonishment. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered briefly and swiftly discerned whom Master Tang referred to as Lord Lu. The governor of Chuanxi County, where Jian County is located, bears the surname Lu, named Lu Wuhui. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang hastily rose and said, as Lord Zhou has esteemed guests, we shall take our leave for the moment, so as not to intrude upon your honor. Chapter 37, Dividing Spoils in the Emperor's Presence to his astonishment. Zhou Cheng'an never expected that these two individuals would choose to leave voluntarily. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wuhui, a prominent provincial official, had indeed met with Zhu Yuanzhang in person. If Zhu Yuanzhang were to encounter Lu Wuhui now, the secret of the emperor's incognito visit would be compromised. However, instead of departing, the two concealed themselves beside a nearby window. Zhu Biao, somewhat perplexed, inquired of his father, Father, what are you doing? I wish to observe what Lu Wuhui seeks from Zhou Cheng'an, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a cunning smile, pulling Zhu Biao into hiding. Inside the room, Zhou Cheng'an remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched by the emperor. As Lu Wuhui was his direct superior, Zhou Cheng'an greeted him with utmost warmth. Ah, Master Lu, what brings you here today? Zhou Cheng'an greeted Lu Wuhui with a smile. Lu Wuhui did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by a number of affluent merchants and officials. These individuals shared a common trait. They were all investors from Jinan County. With a similarly warm smile, Lu Wuhui took Zhou Cheng'an's arm in a friendly manner. Ah, Master Zhou, I happen to be on official business in the area, and coincidentally, it is the 15th of the month, so I brought my colleagues to pay you a visit. The 15th was the day Zhou Cheng'an had promised these individuals their dividends. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an immediately grasped Lu Wuhui's intentions. The notion of coincidentally being in the area for official duties was clearly a ruse. These individuals had likely come specifically to collect their dues. Nevertheless, having made a promise, Zhou Cheng'an was determined to honor it. With a grin, he nodded and called out towards the entrance, Xiao Xia, please summon the accountant. Xia Yui stepped forward, her face radiant with a gentle smile, and performed a courteous bow. Understood, my lord. As she made her entrance, all the men's gazes inevitably fell upon her. However, no one was particularly surprised. After all, as a county magistrate with considerable wealth, it was only fitting that Zhou Cheng'an had a few exquisite women by his side. Especially considering that in the entirety of western Sichuan, every eligible maiden coveted the position of the county magistrate's wife. As Xia Yi turned to leave, a magistrate from another county remarked with a chuckle, County Magistrate Zhou possesses remarkable talent, and his wife is a beauty beyond compare. I must say, we are in awe. Ah? Zhou Cheng'an was taken aback by this remark, hastily clarifying, that young lady, Xia, is not my wife. She is merely my junior. Upon hearing this, the men's faces broke into knowing smiles, as if they understood the nuances of Zhou Cheng'an's relationships. Seeing their expressions, Zhou Cheng'an decided not to indulge in further banter and simply gestured for everyone to take their seats. Outside the window, Zhu Yuanzhang listened to these words, his face betraying a look of perplexity. Why had Zhou Cheng'an summoned the accountant? Could it be that he had established financial ties with the various officials and local gentry of western Sichuan? Was this young man attempting to undermine the entire bureaucratic system of the Ming Dynasty? Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. Zhu Biao, witnessing this scene, silently prayed, my dear brother Zhou, please refrain from any reckless actions, otherwise, I would be unable to save you. Moments later, Xia Yuyi arrived with the accountant, accompanied by several guards from the yamen, who bore 5 substantial chests that appeared quite heavy. Zhou Cheng'an gestured to the accountant, signaling him to hand over the ledger. Then, cradling the ledger, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled, "Esteemed guests, you have all contributed significantly to the development of Jianan County and the prosperity of our great Ming Dynasty and its citizens. I have long promised that should Jianan County generate profits, I shall not neglect any of you. The silver is prepared. Please be patient as I commence the distribution of your dividends." Upon hearing this, the faces of all present lit up with anticipation. Zhou Cheng'an opened the ledger and began to announce the distributions. From Qiqing County, young Master Wang, your dividend this month is 500 taels of silver. The guards immediately fetched 500 taels from the chest and handed them to a young gentleman. From Songshui County, Master Liu, your dividend is 700 taels. From Dongyu County, Director Zhao, your dividend is 300 taels. With each announcement of dividends, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly exuberant. However, unbeknownst to them, Zhu Yuanzhang, lurking outside the window, felt his ire intensifying. What was Zhou Cheng'an doing? Engaging in corruption right under his nose. Moreover, according to the list in that ledger, it seemed that virtually every official in western Sichuan was involved. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists, his heart burning with murderous intent. "Ah, Zhou Cheng'an, you possess quite the audacity." Zhu Biao, observing his father's reaction, silently lamented, "My brother Zhou has truly crossed the line this time." The dividend meeting continued unabated. Finally, it was Lu Wuhui's turn. Zhou Cheng'an, adept in the ways of human relations, personally brought forth 1,000 taels of silver to Lu Wuhui. As Lu Wuhui gazed at the sum, he furrowed his brow. "This is incorrect, Cheng'an. Your ledger indicates 800 taels. Why have you given me an additional 200? Zhou Cheng'an chuckled heartily at this remark and replied, "My dear Minister Lu, this 1,000 taels includes your 800 taels of dividend, along with 200 taels as a token of gratitude from the people of Jianan County. You have indeed labored greatly for our county. If it were not for Lord Lu, our Jianan County would not have prospered to its current state in such a brief span of months. Thus, this 200 taels of silver is a token of gratitude from the entire Jianan community. Please do not consider it paltry." These words were greatly appreciated by Lu Wuhui. He modestly waved his hand, stating that serving in an official capacity and benefiting the local populace is his duty, and there is no need for any reward. However, since the people of Jianan feel this way, I shall graciously accept the silver. Chapter 38. The Emperor's Wrath. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang, hiding outside the window, could no longer bear the sight. What a group of corrupt officials! Zhao Hu and the others from the Imperial Guards, witnessing the Emperor's dark expression, were filled with trepidation. Who could have provoked His Majesty to such fury? Zhu Yuanzhang entered the room and seized a teacup from the table, smashing it violently to the floor. Seeing this, Zhao Hu swiftly positioned himself beneath Zhu Yuanzhang and knelt down. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." "Quell my anger?" Zhu Yuanzhang glared, nearly roaring. "Damn it! Every official in Sichuan is corrupt. How can I possibly calm down?" He then pointed at Zhao Hu. "You go. Bring Zhou Cheng'an here." Zhu Yuanzhang initially intended to have Zhou Cheng'an apprehended directly, but suddenly hesitated and waved his hand. "Forget it. Do not move him yet. First, bring that fellow Lu Wuhui to me." Zhao Hu wasted no time, responding affirmatively before departing with an air of menace. Meanwhile, having just counted a sum of silver, Lu Wuhui emerged from the county office of Jianan, his face alight with joy, only to be confronted by several individuals. Initially, he assumed they were troublemakers seeking confrontation and was about to dismiss them. However, Zhao Hu suddenly revealed the badge of the Imperial Guards at his waist. Lu Wuhui, upon seeing the 3 characters of Imperial Guards on the badge, was utterly dumbfounded. How could there be Imperial Guards in Jianan County? Yet, being worldly wise, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully inquired of Zhao Hu, "Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed brother of the Imperial Guards?" "You are to accompany us." "Lu Darren," Zhao Hu replied expressionlessly. "Tell me, will you walk on your own, or shall we assist you?" "I will walk myself. I will walk myself," Lu Wuhui hastily insisted. He understood all too well that being summoned by the Imperial Guards meant certain death, or at the very least, severe punishment. It was better to suffer less if possible, wasn't it? Under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guards, Lu Wuhui was escorted to a residence. Just as he pondered why the guards had brought him there, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Lu Wuhui, do you recognize me?" Lu Wuhui, lowering his head, did not see the face of the speaker, but the voice struck a familiar chord within him. Summoning his courage, he looked up and was instantly seized by terror. Your Majesty!" Zhu Yuanzhang, with a cold smirk, pointed at Lu Wuhui and thundered, "You, Lu Wuhui, when I appointed you as the governor of Sichuan, it was due to your reputation for honesty. Yet, you have not only failed to uphold your duties, but have also colluded with Zhou Cheng'an in acts of corruption. How do you justify this to me and to the people of Sichuan?" Lu Wuhui's face turned pale. He understood the implications of Zhu Yuanzhang's words. His recent acceptance of 1,000 taels of silver had been discovered. However, facing certain death, he found an unexpected courage within himself and addressed Zhu Yuanzhang solemnly. "Your Majesty, I have indeed engaged in some business dealings with Zhou Cheng'an. However, the wealth I have acquired is entirely legitimate. I have never exploited the common folk. Therefore, I have no shame before the people, nor do I betray their trust." Upon witnessing Lu Wuhui audaciously retort, Zhu Yuanzhang struck him across the face with 2 resounding slaps. "Absurd. You, a dignified district governor, ought to focus on benefiting the local populace instead of meddling with Zhou Cheng'an. How can you claim to be worthy of the people's regard? Moreover, does the court not provide you with a salary? Must a district governor resort to personal ventures for survival?" Lu Wuhui, upon hearing these words, was left speechless, tears almost welling up. The most prominent characteristic of our emperor is his fierce aversion to wrongdoing, coupled with the meager salaries allocated to officials. Lu Wuhui, despite being a governor, receives only a slight elevation above the ordinary officials. Although he manages to get by, given his status, is it truly acceptable to extort the citizens? Such thoughts, of course, must remain unspoken before the emperor. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Wuhui did not flinch but responded earnestly, "I do not solely seek wealth. Rather, I aspire to learn Zhou Cheng and Apos, and Apos' methods for enriching the populace." "Methods for enriching the populace? Nonsense!" Zhu Yuanzhang retorted furiously. "You are clearly colluding with Zhou Cheng and Apos, and exploiting the commoners for personal gain. Your Majesty, since you have arrived in Jiannan, I trust you have observed the local conditions. Have the people of Jiannan been exploited?" This question rendered Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. Indeed, it would be unreasonable to assert that Zhou Cheng'an and Lu Wuhui were oppressing the populace, as the living standards of Jian and Apos, Nan and Apos, as citizens were evident. Although they do not compare to the true affluent and noble families, they rank respectably within the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang, in a fit of frustration, glared at Lu Wuhui, visibly struggling to contain his anger. Observing the emperor's silence, Lu Wuhui seized the opportunity to assert, "If your Majesty doubts my words, you may scrutinize my accounts. I have spent a year in Sichuan, and my records are impeccably clear. No need for you to suggest it. We shall certainly dispatch someone to investigate." Zhu Yuanzhang continued his inquiries. "Very well. Since you claim not to have exploited the populace, then I must ask, from where did you procure the funds to invest in Jiannan? If you had not invested in Jiannan, why would Zhou Cheng and Apos and distribute profits to you today?" Lu Wuhui, maintaining his composure, replied, "Through technical investment." This unfamiliar term left Zhu Yuanzhang perplexed. "Pray tell, how does one engage in technical investment?" Lu Wuhui, who lacked sufficient knowledge of Jiannan and the entire Sichuan region, had been approached by the emperor, seeking to consult him on local matters. Naturally, Lu Wuhui did not refuse this request, and to his surprise, the emperor expressed profound gratitude, subsequently inviting him to invest in a project in Jiannan. Chapter 39. The knife raised and then lowered at this point. Lu Wuhui let out a deep sigh. "Alas! Of course, I am aware that Zhou Cheng'an's actions are meant to curry favor. However, the achievements he has brought to Jiannan are undeniably evident. I am curious to know how he has transformed what was once a barren Jian County into a place of prosperity in such a short time." Thus, I acquiesced to his proposal. After hearing Lu Wuhui's words, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a significant portion of his anger dissipate. If it is wealth for the people, Zhou Cheng'an truly possesses a method. Lu Wuhui and other governors ought to learn from him. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang remained uncertain of the veracity of Lu Wuhui's claims, and thus replied with a cold snort, "Ah, your words are indeed pleasing to the ear. However, I shall certainly investigate your accounts. Should I discover even the slightest hint of corruption, you know well what fate awaits you." Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhui's heart soared with joy. Did the emperor intend to spare him? After his moment of elation, Lu Wuhui hastily bowed and declared, "Your Majesty is indeed wise." "Wise?" Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Lu Wuhui, his tone sharp. "Currently, all officials in Sichuan are entangled in mutual interests with Zhou Cheng'an. If I were truly wise, I would have had Zhou Cheng'an torn to shreds by now." The murderous intent in Zhu Yuanzhang's words sent shivers down the spines of both Zhu Biao and Lu Wuhui. If Zhu Yuanzhang truly intended to act against Zhou Cheng'an, no amount of talent would save him. This must be dissuaded. Both Zhu Biao and Lu Wuhui thought simultaneously. As Zhu Biao pondered how to advocate for Zhou Cheng'an, Lu Wuhui spoke first. Your Majesty, I believe that Zhou Cheng'an should not be executed. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Lu Wuhui. What? Are you waiting for him to share his profits with you? Not at all. Lu Wuhui quickly replied. I do not speak this for my own sake, but rather for your Majesty's benefit. For us? Zhu Yuanzhang found this notion rather amusing. What do you mean by that? With utmost seriousness, Lu Wuhui continued, currently, every household in Jian County, and even in the surrounding areas, has a statue of a figure in their home. This figure is neither Guan Yu nor the god of wealth, and certainly not your Majesty. It is Zhou Cheng'an, the county magistrate. The local populace is acutely aware of how their lives were before Zhou Cheng'an arrived, and how they have transformed since his arrival. Thus, they regard him as a benevolent figure, akin to a second father. If you were to act against Zhou Cheng'an at this time, it would surely wound the hearts of the people, your Majesty. Lu Wuhui's words left Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. He had previously heard of Zhou Cheng'an's esteemed reputation among the populace from Zhao Hu, but he had not taken it to heart at that time. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang finally comprehended the significance of Zhou Cheng'an in the hearts of the common people. Indeed, although Zhou Cheng'an had implemented numerous policies since his appointment in Jiannan that Zhu Yuanzhang deemed frivolous, even undermining the very foundations of the state, the local populace had undeniably flourished under his governance. Now, whenever the residents of Jiannan mentioned Zhou Cheng'an's name, they could not help but give a resounding thumbs up. As the sovereign, Zhu Yuanzhang could certainly issue an edict to have Zhou Cheng'an executed, yet such an act would undoubtedly position him in opposition to the populace. After all, a new official might not possess the same competence as Zhou Cheng'an. If the people's lives were to deteriorate, they would certainly harbor grievances against their emperor. Discontent among the populace would render the hearts of the people unstable, which would be akin to digging a grave for the entire realm. Moreover, future historians might even record this event, branding him as a tyrant in the annals of history. Upon reflecting on this, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly recognized that Zhou Cheng'an had transformed into a hedgehog, while eliminating him was not particularly difficult. His prickly demeanor meant that any attempt to act against him would incur significant costs. Alas, what a predicament! Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Lu Wuhui and spoke. As for the silver you received from Zhou Cheng'an, you need not return it. However, you must be mindful of how to utilize those funds. Lu Wuhui let out a long sigh of relief and expressed his immense gratitude. I am profoundly thankful for your Majesty's grace. Rest assured, I am fully aware of how to use that silver. I shall not squander it, but will instead allocate it towards repairing bridges and roads, for the benefit of the people's livelihood. This was precisely the response Zhu Yuanzhang wished to hear. He nodded in approval and signaled the Jin Yiwei to escort Lu Wuhui away. As he watched Lu Wuhui's receding figure, Zhu Biao could not help but reflect. Zhou Cheng'an's superior is indeed quite remarkable. Having been by my father's side for many years, it is rare to witness such restraint after he has raised the axe of judgment only to lower it again. Brother, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhu Biao deliberately inquired. Father, are you asking about Lord Lu or about Zhou Cheng'an? Are you trying to be clever with me? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a glare. Somewhat irritated. I know you are on good terms with Zhou Cheng'an, but I merely wish to hear your thoughts. Zhu Biao chuckled awkwardly, contemplating before responding. In my humble opinion, Zhou Cheng'an is a man destined for greatness. However, to achieve great things, he must inevitably disrupt many established norms and perhaps even transgress numerous taboos. Yet, in this world, where can one find a perfect resolution? Take Jiannan as an example. If an ordinary county magistrate were appointed, who would dare to undertake such perilous ventures? Yet, if these risks were not taken, the current state of Jiannan would surely be one of famine, with the entire populace relying on the imperial court's relief to survive. Thus, while Zhou Cheng'an's methods may seem reckless, the outcomes have thus far proven beneficial. This, then, is my perspective. Upon hearing Zhu Biao's words, Zhu Yuanzhang, feeling somewhat vexed, kicked the wooden beam beside him. It was evident that they were entangled in matters of little significance, yet they found themselves at a loss for a solution. Observing his father's distress, Zhu Biao hastily spoke. Father, do not fret. If Zhou Cheng'an is indeed a corrupt official, I believe it is only a matter of time before his true colors are revealed. Chapter 40. The unique military service. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his decision. Indeed, It would be prudent for the Jinyui to keep a close watch on him, if this young man were to harbor any ulterior motives. It was only a matter of time before he revealed his true colors. However, Zhu Yuanzhang could not foresee that this seemingly innocuous decision would carve out a myth in the annals of the Ming Dynasty, one that would forever be associated with Zhou Cheng'an. The emperor chose not to act against him despite being aware of Zhou Cheng'an's financial dealings. This revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of Ming officials, akin to the unexpected windfall of a falling pie from the heavens. Zhu Biao felt elated upon hearing his father's softened tone. After all, in his eyes, Zhou Cheng'an was a true talent, a significant loss to the entire Ming court. In a bid to swiftly divert his father and Appo's attention, Zhu Biao proposed an idea. Father, why don't we visit Jianxian County tomorrow to observe the local military service? Oh. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Biao, puzzled. What is this? Has that young man asked you to take us to see the military service? Zhu Biao quickly defended himself against the misunderstanding. No, it's not that. I merely believe that since Zhou Cheng'an claims he can assemble a force capable of eradicating the pirates, he must possess some genuine capability. After all, military affairs are of utmost importance to the nation and cannot be taken lightly. His bold assertion might indicate he has remarkable skills in military training. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was not swayed by Zhu Biao's words. Having risen from a beggar to the emperor of the Ming, he understood better than anyone the qualities a general must possess. It was not that there were no cultured generals or individuals skilled in both civil and martial disciplines, yet even the most gifted among them would be rendered ineffective without practical experience. Zhu Yuanzhang had perused Zhou Cheng'an's background, and it was evident that he had no combat experience, let alone any ordinary oversight of troops. Under such circumstances, how could one convince Zhu Yuanzhang that Zhou Cheng'an had any expertise in military training? It seemed implausible. Nonetheless, Zhu Yuanzhang had a deep affection for his son. Not wishing to dampen Zhu Biao's enthusiasm, he nodded and said, Very well, if you wish to see. Then let us go. Inform Zhou Cheng'an tomorrow morning, and we shall visit together. The following day, Zhu Biao approached Zhou Cheng'an to convey his intentions. To his surprise, Zhou Cheng'an responded with exuberance. Ah, the ones who give me life are my parents, but the one who truly understands me is Brother Biao. I was just contemplating inviting you and your father to our military camp to observe the troops. I didn't expect you to propose it first. Zhu Biao smiled awkwardly and then, after a slight cough, whispered into Zhou Cheng'an's ear, My dear brother, there is something I must caution you about as the elder. My father has strict principles, yet your unconventional style of conduct may provoke his displeasure. Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback but then nodded vigorously. All right. I understand your concerns, Brother Biao. Rest assured, in the presence of your esteemed father, I shall endeavor to conduct myself with greater caution. Zhu Biao sighed inwardly, hoping that such vigilance would indeed be observed, especially considering that my father had entertained lethal intentions towards you just yesterday. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng'an addressed his companion, Xia Yui. Xia? Please arrange for 2 carriages to fetch Biao's father. We shall visit the military camp together. Currently, Xia Yui held the position of Zhou Cheng'an's personal secretary, a role she accepted without objection. After all, Zhou Cheng'an's status in Jianan was indisputable, and serving as his secretary ranked one beneath him but above the masses. With a prompt acknowledgement, Xia Yui hurried away. Observing this, Zhu Biao expressed his concern. Brother Zhou, to speak candidly, my father possesses considerable military knowledge. If you are not adequately prepared, it may be prudent to postpone our visit to the camp. Zhou Cheng'an, brimming with confidence, replied, Do not worry, Biao. I have been in Jianan County for a full 6 months now. During this time, aside from earning a living, I have been collaborating with the local defense commander to train troops. We have now forged an undefeated Iron Army. Upon hearing the term undefeated Iron Army, Zhu Biao's expression became subtly complex. In his view, the notion of an undefeated army was preposterous. Even if such a force existed, it could not possibly be the product of a mere county magistrate's training. However, Zhu Biao refrained from voicing his skepticism, merely nodding and smiling, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, Xia Yui had prepared the carriages. She then led the way to collect Zhu Yuanzhang. Once Zhu Yuanzhang boarded the carriage, their first destination was the government office. It was only then that he was astonished to discover that the carriage traversed Jianan County's roads without the slightest jolt. In utter disbelief, he lifted the carriage curtain to glance at the ground. My goodness, the entirety of Jianan County's surface was paved with smooth blue stone. Zhou Cheng'an had evidently invested significantly in urban development. I wonder if the county's troops are equally well equipped? With this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a burgeoning anticipation for the Jianan military. As they conversed, the carriage arrived at the county office entrance. Zhu Biao shared a carriage with Zhu Yuanzhang, while Zhou Cheng'an and Xia Yui occupied another. Thus, the two carriages proceeded, one following the other, towards the city gates. However, as they reached the city gate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The carriage carrying Zhou Cheng'an and his companion was suddenly obstructed by a group of burly men who had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Leading them was a bald, formidable figure exuding an air of menace. Is the person in the carriage the magistrate of Jianan County, Zhou Cheng'an? Zhou Cheng'an remained seated in the carriage, choosing to respond from within. Indeed, it is I. Who are you to obstruct my path? The fierce man, upon hearing these words, revealed a hint of malice on his face and spoke. I hail from Guojiazhuang, located outside Jian County. I have come today to discuss some matters with Lord Zhou. I wonder if Lord Zhou would deign to dismount his carriage and converse with me? Guojiazhuang? Upon hearing this name, Zhou Cheng'an in the carriage could not help but sigh. He was quite familiar with Guojiazhuang, for it was the region most resistant to his reform efforts in Jian County. Chapter 41. The terrifying deterrent. The audacity of the Guo family village to confront Zhou Cheng'an directly stems primarily from the fact that all of its inhabitants are mere servants to Lu Yunlong. Zhou Cheng'an peered out from his carriage, casting a glance at the menacing figure leading the group. Guohuai, did you come to seek my favor in order to sell your land to me for 10 taels of silver? I have already informed you that the fixed price for land throughout Jian is 5 taels. It is utterly impossible for the price to increase by 5 taels merely due to your family's influence. Kneeling and kowtowing will yield you no advantage. Upon hearing this, Guohuai erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha! Zhou Cheng'an, do you even comprehend what you are saying? You want me to kneel before you? On ordinary days, I grant you a modicum of respect and call you County Magistrate Zhou. But without my regard, you are nothing. Guohuai's face twisted in fury, nearly contorting into a grotesque mask. I see you are truly out of your mind. Do you genuinely believe I am jesting with you? Inside the carriage, Zhu Biao's face darkened with indignation at Guohuai's insolence. After all, Zhou Cheng'an was a government official. The fact that this mere Guohuai dared to speak to a magistrate in such a manner was utterly outrageous. Zhu Biao, incensed, turned to leap from the carriage. However, Zhu Yuanzhang reached out, restraining him. Patience, let us observe how Zhou Cheng'an deals with this scoundrel. If he cannot manage even such a ruffian, then I fear our journey to the military camp may be in vain. Zhu Biao, upon hearing his father's reasoning, found it entirely cogent. Indeed, if he could not handle a mere thug, how could he contend with the pirates? Zhou Cheng'an maintained his composure, watching Guohuai's furious antics, even allowing a smile to grace his lips. I assure you, I am not jesting. This smile incited Guohuai's fury further. He resolved that even if Zhou Cheng'an were to kneel and plead for mercy, he would not easily relent. With a swift motion, Guohuai signaled, and a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the county gates. A triumphant expression spread across his face. Soon, a group clad in black surged into the county, led by a burly, bald man, his scalp marred by several scars. It was evident that this individual was no paragon of virtue. Young Master Guo. The bald man acknowledged Guohuai with a nod upon entering the county. Guohuai, emboldened, stepped forward and brazenly pointed at Zhou Cheng'an, sitting opposite him. This is the man. Handle him as you see fit. This bald figure was none other than the notorious mountain bandit of Jiannan, known as Wogue, the tiger of the mountain. Wogue, famed for his ferocity and strength, was said to possess fists capable of slaying a tiger. He regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a menacing glare, cracking his knuckles ominously, a malevolent grin stretching across his face. Brother, what say you? Shall I escort you out, or will you leave of your own accord? Leave? Zhou Cheng'an sat on the sofa, as steady as a mountain, and inquired with curiosity, where are we going? A sinister smile crept further across Fifth Brother's face. Don't play dumb with me, kid. I don't wish to resort to violence here. After all, this is a county town, and too many eyes are watching. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in agreement, acknowledging the imprudence of causing a scene in such a populous place, yet he had no intention of stepping outside. Oh, Fifth Brother raised an eyebrow. Are you implying that you want me and my brothers to assist you before you dare venture out? After uttering these words, Fifth Brother gestured for his companions to seize Zhou Cheng'an and drag him away. However, just then, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Zhou Cheng'an announced, "My people have arrived." A group of individuals approached from outside the town, led by a burly man, exuding an imposing presence. This man was none other than Luo Chahan, the local defense commander. Both Fifth Brother and Guohuai were taken aback, realizing that Zhou Cheng'an had summoned reinforcements. They stared in astonishment at the robust Luo Cheng'an, momentarily rendered speechless. It turned out that during the confrontation, Zhou Cheng and Oppos and had discreetly sent a message to Luo Cheng'an, requesting his presence. This did not imply that Zhou Cheng'an was incapable of handling a few ruffians himself. Rather, he considered it unnecessary to exert himself against such insignificant foes. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He cast a cold glance over Fifth Brother and his gang, sneering as he inquired, "Are you the ones causing trouble for our county magistrate?" Fifth Brother remained silent, merely sizing up Luo Cheng'an. Truth be told, Fifth Brother was already among the more imposing figures among ordinary people, yet he appeared somewhat diminutive in the presence of Luo Cheng'an. How strange. When did such a person emerge in Western Sichuan? Fifth Brother furrowed his brow, pondering Luo Cheng'an's background. At that moment, Luo Cheng'an was dressed in simple attire, resembling a figure from the martial world, rather than in official robes. Despite ruminating on it, Fifth Brother could not recall the specific identity of this individual. After all, he was well acquainted with the prominent thugs of Western Sichuan. Thus, in Fifth Brother's eyes, Luo Cheng'an was merely a remarkably sturdy commoner. However, even if Luo Cheng'an's stature was impressive, he was still just one man, and Fifth Brother's subordinates were seasoned fighters. What of his size? With that thought, Fifth Brother's courage swelled slightly. He scoffed and shouted at Luo Cheng'an, "That's me. I am Fifth Brother. I wonder which path you hail from." Luo Cheng'an dismissed Fifth Brother's bravado. In his view, anyone who threatened Zhou Cheng'an deserved to perish, since someone had already stepped forward seeking their doom. What need was there for courtesy? Cracking his knuckles, Luo Cheng'an prepared to act. At that moment, Zhou Cheng'an interjected. Zhou Cheng'an gently shook the fan in his hand, casting not a glance at Luo Cheng'an, and remarked, "Take them outside. I do not wish to be embroiled in a tumultuous affair later. Oh, and ensure that no one meets with harm." Luo Cheng'an, ever obedient to Zhou Cheng'an's commands, responded with a sullen acknowledgement before extending his hand toward He Wu. An astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The 200-pound He Wu was effortlessly lifted by Luo Cheng'an by the collar, as if he were but a mere toy. Chapter 42. Who wins? Who they aid in an instant. Black 5 subordinates gazed at Luo Cheng'an with expressions of sheer disbelief, as if he were a monster. Is this truly a power attainable by an ordinary person? Yet, Luo Cheng'an disregarded their astonished stares and effortlessly dragged Black 5 towards the city gates. Meanwhile, Black 5's underlings stood rooted to the spot for a few seconds before erupting into loud protests. "Let go of my brother. Damn it, you scoundrel. How dare you?" A cacophony of curses ensued as they pursued him. Shortly thereafter, the townsfolk heard a series of dull thuds from outside the city, followed by Black 5's blood-curdling screams. As his cries echoed, his subordinates joined in, each scream more pitiful than the last. Sighing softly, Zhou Cheng'an turned his gaze towards the pale-faced Guohuai across from him. "What's the matter? Are you not going to check on your brothers?" Gone was Guohuai's earlier arrogance. He now trembled slightly, unable to suppress the quaking of his hands. When Zhou Cheng'an addressed him, Guohuai swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, and stammered, "Why you can't touch me? I'm the sole heir of the Guo family. If you harm me, you won't escape unscathed either." Although his words were laced with threats, it was evident that his confidence was waning. Even his voice quivered. His feeble bravado was almost comical, prompting Zhou Cheng'an to chuckle involuntarily. "I could let you go." Upon hearing this, Guohuai's expression brightened as he hurriedly stood up and moved towards the exit. However, just as he passed Zhou Cheng'an, the latter spoke again. "Wait, I haven't finished my sentence." Guohuai's steps halted instantly, and he turned to Zhou Cheng'an, terror etched across his face. It was well known that Guohuai was utterly incompetent. He had exhausted his body with indulgence, and even running a few steps would leave him gasping for breath. Should Luo Cheng'an choose to strike him, a single blow could very well end his life. Guohuai was acutely aware of this. What do you want?" he stammered, fear evident in his voice. "Nothing much." Zhou Cheng'an casually replied, idly cleaning his ear with his pinky. "Did you not hear what I said earlier?" "Huh?" Guohuai blinked in confusion. "You mean?" Zhou Cheng'an chuckled lightly. "I am rather straightforward. What I say is what I mean. As long as you comply, you may leave here safely. All you need to do now is kneel and apologize to me." At this, Guohuai's face drained of color. To kneel or not? After a brief internal struggle, a conclusion formed in his mind. Damn it, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Guohuai bit the bullet and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Zhou Cheng'an. "County Chief, I was wrong. County Chief, I was wrong." County Chief, I was wrong. With each utterance, Guo Huai bowed his head forcefully, resembling someone paying respects during the new year. Ha ha. Zhou Cheng'an let out a hearty laugh before gently patting Guo Huai on the head. You are not without intelligence. Enough of this. Be gone. At that moment, Guo Huai harbored a desire to eliminate Zhou Cheng'an, yet he could only seethe in silence. After Guo Huai departed, Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang sat in their sedan, gazing at Zhou Cheng'an, who appeared calm and unperturbed, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward until the two of them alighted from the sedan. Brother, what shall we do next? Finally, it was Xia Yuyi who shattered the silence. Concerned, she approached Zhou Cheng'an, her expression fraught with worry. Zhou Cheng'an inquired, somewhat puzzled. What is there to consider next? Guo Huai. Xia Yuyi replied with a sense of urgency. I believe you will not simply let this matter rest. What else can we do? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build a dam. Zhou Cheng'an responded with nonchalance, prompting the onlookers to erupt in exclamations. County Chief, you possess remarkable prowess to compel Guo Huai to kneel before you. One citizen exclaimed. Surely you are aware of who Guo Huai is? County Chief, do not be misled by knowing a couple of formidable individuals. You cannot contend with Guo Huai. This will not only affect you, but may also bring calamity upon the entire county. How can you speak like this? Xia Yuyi retorted, addressing the crowd. This is not Zhou Cheng'an's fault. It was Guo Huai who instigated the conflict. At that moment, Zhou Cheng'an cast a glance at Xia Yuyi, signaling her to refrain from further words. Brother, these people are utterly unreasonable. Why do you still? Xia Yuyi was perplexed. Zhou Cheng'an smiled gently and replied, precisely because I understand them, I do not wish for you to waste your breath. The world is bustling for profit, and all actions stem from self-interest. As long as we handle Guo Huai appropriately, they will have nothing more to say, perhaps even holding me in greater esteem. For the common folk, they always rally behind the victor. As he finished speaking, a voice from behind called out in approval. Bravo! Indeed, they support the victor. Zhou Cheng'an turned to see Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao looking at him with gleaming smiles. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Zhou Cheng'an approached them and clasped his hands in greeting. I sincerely apologize for subjecting you to such a spectacle today. Oh, it is nothing. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively. Every grain of rice nurtures 100 different people. If you do not encounter such unruly citizens, it would indeed be strange. I had just observed that the imposing figure who supported you seemed to possess a military background. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in acknowledgement. It is impossible to conceal anything from my uncle. That man is indeed the commander of the provincial troops in Jiannan, Luo Cheng'an. Is such a formidable warrior merely a commander? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of admiration for talent and thus nodded in agreement. In that case, let us proceed to the military camp at once. I am genuinely intrigued to see what kind of troops are led by such a fierce general. It would be an honor to witness them. Zhou Cheng'an cheerfully gestured for him to proceed. Then let us set off quickly. Only upon seeing the troops of Jiannan can we continue our discussion regarding future business. Chapter 43. Uncle Zhu, you have misjudged in truth. Zhu Yuanzhang held little expectation for the garrison troops of Jiannan. As an emperor who had seized his empire from horseback, Zhu Yuanzhang possessed a profound understanding of the military of his Ming dynasty. To him, the so-called garrison troops did not even qualify as a true army. The real military forces were the border troops and the imperial guards. The garrison troops were merely organized farmers. Consequently, Zhu Yuanzhang had not anticipated much from the garrison troops of Jiannan until he witnessed the formidable valor of Luo Cheng'an. Even now, he did not expect the local garrison to display exceptional combat prowess. His willingness to visit the local barracks stemmed entirely from Luo Cheng'an's influence. Zhu Yuanzhang could easily discern that Luo Cheng'an was a genuinely formidable general, and it would indeed be a great pity for such a talent to be overlooked in Jiannan. As Zhu Yuanzhang pondered how to justify extracting Luo Cheng'an from Zhou Cheng'an, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Moments later, the voice of Zhu Biao echoed from outside the carriage. Father, we have arrived at the barracks. Ah, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, lifting the curtain of the carriage and leaping down. The garrison troops of Jiannan were stationed in a valley not far from the county seat. As Zhu Yuanzhang looked up, he saw sturdy barracks forming a cohesive unit in the valley, faint training calls emanating from within. However, he soon scoffed derisively. After all, they are merely garrison troops. Their vigilance is lacking. In such a large encampment, there is but a single sentry. If an enemy were to attack, a single hidden arrow could take the sentry's life, placing the entire barracks in jeopardy. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's assessment, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled. Who would have thought that uncle would have such military insight? As the saying goes, outsiders enjoy the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. The moment you arrived at the barracks, you scrutinized the sentry, demonstrating true understanding rather than mere pretense. Naturally, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, puffing with pride. I have lived through tumultuous times. I am not like you young ones. Zhu Biao found this amusing, reflecting that his father had not merely experienced turmoil but had been a true hero of such chaotic eras. However, he sensed that his father's judgment might have been flawed this time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Cheng'an spoke with a languid tone. I fear Uncle Zhu has misjudged. What? An absurd feeling welled up within Zhu Yuanzhang. Had he truly erred in his assessment? Could Zhou Cheng'an, merely a civil official, possess greater military acumen than himself? Is it possible that I have spoken incorrectly? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned, a hint of defiance in his voice. You are indeed correct about the importance of the sentry, uncle. Zhou Cheng'an replied with a smile. However, do you truly believe there is only one sentry here? With that, Zhou Cheng'an gestured toward the sentry stationed at the entrance of the barracks. The sentinel immediately comprehended the situation and swiftly made his way to Zhou Cheng'an. I have seen Lord Zhou. The subordinate saluted. Observing the sentinel's spirited demeanor, Zhou Cheng'an opposed and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Let the brothers hidden in the shadows come forth as well. As you command. The sentinel then seized a whistle hanging from his garment and blew into it forcefully. A crisp, bird-like sound echoed throughout the valley. In an instant, 4 or 5 sentinels emerged from the nearby thickets, trees, and even the muddy ground. Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing this scene, felt an unexpected astonishment. He could hardly fathom that hidden sentinels were stationed here, and in such considerable numbers. Even more intriguing was the observation of these sentinels' attire, which differed markedly from that of the ordinary troops of the Ming Dynasty. Their garments were composed of green and earth-toned hues, a novel design altogether. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled, Uncle. Surely you must realize that we cannot afford to skimp on the deployment of sentinels. In truth, we have stationed a sufficient number of hidden sentinels here. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and approached the sentinels, pointing at their attire. Did you design these uniforms as well? Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an promptly replied. While the original armor was sturdy, it lacked concealment. Thus, I have outfitted all hidden sentinels in this color scheme, which provides excellent camouflage. You hardly noticed them, did you? I must admit, you have quite the cunning mind. However, relying solely on clever tactics will not secure victory on the battlefield. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Yuanzhang lifted his foot to proceed into the barracks. Yet, as he did so, a thought seemed to strike him, and he turned to Zhou Cheng'an. By the way, do these uniforms have a name? Naturally, they do, Zhou Cheng'an replied, gesturing towards the modeled attire. I refer to these as camouflage uniforms. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Zhu Biao quickly chimed in, I understand, father. Subsequently, Zhu Biao discreetly gave Zhou Cheng'an a thumbs up and whispered in admiration, Well done, Lord Zhou. We ought to procure at least 200 or 300 sets. Wait, are we discussing money here? Brothers should keep accounts clear. Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu Biao bantered as they followed Zhu Yuanzhang into the barracks. Although the trio had not yet reached the training ground, they were already met with the resounding battle cries emanating from the tents. Each command and movement reverberated like thunder. Hearing this commotion, Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire of Zhou Cheng'an, County Magistrate Zhou, how many men are stationed in this barracks? Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng'an replied. The barracks, at full capacity, comprise a little over 500 men. Over 500? Zhu Yuanzhang stared in disbelief at Zhou Cheng'an. Is this uproar truly the result of a garrison of just 500? Why does one harbor such skepticism within? Upon this reflection, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but quicken his pace toward the barracks. At this moment, his countenance betrayed a surge of excitement. Zhu Biao observed this scene with astonishment, for it had been a long time since he had witnessed his father in such a manner. Chapter 44. Discussing military strategy with Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhou Cheng'an possessed an unwavering confidence in his regiment. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang was correct. Zhou had no prior experience in commanding troops. In fact, he had never organized any gatherings of over 50 individuals in his previous life. However, fortune smiled upon him. Upon his initial arrival at the barracks in Jianan County, he encountered Luo Cheng'an, who at that time was merely a captain of the guard. After several conversations with Luo, Zhou made a decisive choice to dismiss the previous commander, who was utterly incompetent and even drawing a salary without performing any duties. In pursuit of this goal, Zhou did not hesitate to offend Lu Yunlong, for the dismissed commander was Lu's cousin. Nonetheless, this decision proved worthwhile. Within a few months, Zhou Cheng'an had transformed Zhou's regiment into a formidable force. How do you find it? Zhou Cheng'an asked with a sense of pride as he gazed at the soldiers before him, smiling at Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Gentlemen, behold the troops of Jianan County. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were indeed taken aback. The formidable army of 500 men stood with an air of authority, exuding an aura of lethal prowess. Each soldier stood tall, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. Zhou Cheng'an approached Zhou with purposeful strides, bowing respectfully. I have the honor to see you, Lord Zhou. Zhou chuckled heartily in response. General Luo, you have worked tirelessly. It is no burden. Protecting the realm and ensuring the well-being of the people is my solemn duty. Luo replied. Zhou then took Luo's arm and led him to stand before Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. Cheng'an, allow me to introduce these esteemed gentlemen from the capital. Although Luo was a military officer, he was not devoid of warmth. Having risen through the ranks under Zhou's guidance, he felt compelled to show respect. Thus, a smile graced his steely visage. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed gentlemen. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded him with an approving grin. It is evident that General Luo possesses exceptional skills in training troops. Though they are merely a local militia, they exhibit remarkable discipline and vigor. I am truly impressed. To this, Luo humbly shook his head. You flatter me, sir. This regiment is merely undergoing drills. In truth, the training methods, formations, and strategies are all the result of Lord Zhou's meticulous planning. Oh? Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze to Zhou Cheng'an. So, it appears that Lord Zhou is indeed adept at military training? In truth, I must admit that I am not well versed in military exercises, Zhou replied candidly, refraining from boasting. If I may say, I have merely infused some innovative ideas into this regiment. Innovative ideas? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow at this revelation. Having led countless battles, he believed that training primarily revolved around two key elements, morale and formations. As for the entirely new concept that Zhou Cheng'an mentioned, it was indeed the first time he had ever heard of it. What does this novel idea proposed by Lord Zhou mean? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. I wonder from which military treatise it has been derived? Military treatise? Zhou Cheng'an chuckled heartily, shaking his head. Uncle, matters of warfare cannot be approached like the imperial examination, where one must consult tomes at every turn. This statement resonated deeply with Zhu Yuanzhang. Since ascending to the throne, he had perused numerous military texts. However, he firmly believed that a general relying solely on written strategies would ultimately achieve little. After all, the battlefield is a realm of ever-shifting dynamics. Even the most comprehensive military compendium could not encompass all conceivable scenarios that might arise in combat. Zhou Cheng'an continued. The new idea I speak of is a fundamentally different combat philosophy. This philosophy advocates for the abandonment of the large phalanx formations traditionally employed by our Central Plains soldiers, opting instead for small-scale engagements. We shall organize ourselves into units of 3, forming the smallest combat entity to confront the enemy. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's words, Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but furrow his brow. What nonsense is this? To disregard large phalanx formations? Unthinkable. Zhu Yuanzhang gestured dismissively. The importance of military formations is irreplaceable for our dynasty. Without such formations, soldiers would be reduced to scattered grains of sand, easily defeated one by one. How could we hope to overcome our foes? Zhou Cheng'an did not dispute this, but rather concurred, saying, Uncle, your words are indeed profoundly insightful. However, as I previously mentioned, warfare cannot be approached with rigid inflexibility. Take military formations as an example. If the enemy deploys their troops and engages us in a positional battle, the utility of formations is evident. Yet I pose a question. In the time of the Han Dynasty, were there any adversaries among the Xiongnu or today as pirates who could stand against our dynasty? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment before responding. As for events of the Han era, it and oppose, it's difficult to comment. However, regarding those pirates, to put it plainly, they are mere bandits. They come to plunder, not to besiege. Their numbers are hardly substantial, often amounting to merely dozens or hundreds at a time, with at most 1,000 or so. In such circumstances, they naturally lack the confidence to confront our troops directly. Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an exclaimed in agreement. Uncle, you possess a profound understanding of military affairs, which I greatly admire. Yet, if they are incapable of engaging our forces, how have they become such a dire threat to our southeastern coast? The answer, which you have just articulated, lies in the fact that they are not an army, but rather bandits. They raid when hungry, discard their spoils when sated, and operate with no clear objectives, neither to besiege nor to conquer land. Yet, despite their fly-like presence, our dynasty seems utterly powerless against them. May I ask, uncle, why is this the case? This question struck a sensitive chord with Zhu Yuanzhang. After all, if he knew how to deal with those Japanese pirates, they would not have transformed into a grave threat to the Ming dynasty. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not hold much faith in the current civil official, Zhou Cheng'an, to propose effective strategies against the pirates. With a disdainful grunt, Zhu Yuanzhang asserted, "This is something I cannot comprehend. I wonder what solutions Zhou County Magistrate has in mind." Zhou Cheng'an replied in a somber tone, "The answer is quite simple. There is but one principle at play. Our army lacks agility. The reason for this lack of agility lies in the fact that our troops and commanders have become accustomed to large-scale engagements. Consequently, when confronting those petty rogues, we are more prone to suffer losses. Ultimately, our military's failure can be distilled into two words: agility." Chapter 45. The theatrical confrontation with Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's words, Zhu Yuanzhang fell into a contemplative silence. Deep down, he could not deny that there was a semblance of truth in Zhou Cheng'an's assertions. However, theoretical reasoning alone does not suffice in the art of warfare. After all, human beings are often bound by psychological dependencies. The very foundation of Zhu Yuanzhang's establishment of the Ming dynasty lay in his martial prowess. Thus, he had never perceived any flaw in his military strategies. As for Zhou Cheng'an's claims, they initially appeared to hold merit, yet ultimately lacked substance. With unwavering confidence, Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze upon Zhou Cheng'an and remarked, "The concept of flexibility is easily articulated but challenging to execute. Setting aside other considerations, if we were to disperse soldiers into groups of 3 across the battlefield as you suggest, how do you intend to command them?" "I possess my own methods to direct them," Zhou Cheng'an replied, brimming with self-assurance. To Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhou Cheng'an's confidence seemed nothing more than idle speculation. Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng'an's steadfastness ignited Zhu Yuanzhang's temper. This exchange of theoretical discourse is futile. Why not engage in a genuine contest of arms? Before Zhou Cheng'an could respond, Zhu Biao interjected, visibly alarmed. "Father, such an undertaking is unnecessary, is it not? Please consider, should you sustain any injury, how could I possibly explain it to the palace? To our family? Fear not, Zhou Cheng'an interjected reassuringly. "Dear brother, rest assured, my discourse with your esteemed father is merely a discussion of military strategy. In other words, we are both commanders, not required to engage directly in battle. We shall merely oversee from a secure position." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanzhang replied, flexing his arm with confidence. "Moreover, I am in robust health. Even should I clash with County Magistrate Zhou, I am not likely to find myself at a disadvantage. As for you, perhaps you should engage in more physical training." Zhu Yuanzhang's words made Zhu Biao somewhat bashful, for he recognized that his physical conditioning paled in comparison to that of his father. Subsequently, Zhou Cheng'an began preparations for the confrontation with Zhu Yuanzhang. Over 500 troops were divided equally, with Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhou Cheng'an each taking command of one half. Zhu Yuanzhang opted for an offensive strategy, while Zhou Cheng'an naturally assumed the role of the defender. The primary battleground was a small hillock adjacent to the barracks, with Zhou Cheng'an tasked with its defense and Zhu Yuanzhang leading the charge to seize it. Zhu Yuanzhang brimmed with confidence. After all, he had already conquered the entirety of the Ming territory, and how could he falter at the prospect of capturing a mere hill? He sat firmly in the central command tent, issuing orders to his subordinates. "Go, first deploy a couple of scouts to assess the situation." Zhu Yuanzhang understood well that his greatest disadvantage in this engagement lay in Zhou Cheng'an's elevated position. Conversely, his own advantage was equally clear. If he could sever Zhou Cheng'an's supply lines, the latter would have no choice but to capitulate. Much like the famed strategist Ma Su from the era of the Three Kingdoms, one could assert that even a mere 200 individuals, let alone 20 or 30,000, could find themselves ensnared and ultimately perish upon this hillside. The purpose of dispatching scouts was straightforward: to ascertain the precise locations of the enemy's supply and water routes. Once this intelligence was gathered, it would suffice for his troops to engage in relentless harassment, thereby preventing Zhou Cheng'an's entire army from enjoying a moment's peace. This tactic was especially effective because Zhou Cheng'an did not possess a substantial force. To defend the supply route would necessitate neglecting the water route, and vice versa. Under prolonged harassment, Zhou Cheng'an's forces would inevitably grow weary. At that juncture, a concerted effort could be made to seize either the supply or water route, or perhaps both. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an would find himself thoroughly ensnared, ensuring victory for himself. Seated in his tent, Zhu Yuanzhang reveled in his thoughts. Report to the commander. We have successfully determined the locations of the enemy's supply and water routes. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he bellowed, Excellent. Now tell me, approximately how many guards are stationed at these routes? The scout hesitated before responding. Only 30 men? Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. It was astonishing that Zhou Cheng'an, commanding over 200 troops, had allocated a mere 30 individuals to guard such vital routes. Clearly, he was merely a scholar, lacking comprehension of the true lifeblood of a military force. Even as a scholar, he seemed to have poorly grasped the wisdom that one must ensure supplies before engaging in battle. With a hearty laugh, Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard and declared, In that case, all troops, heed my command. Assemble 100 valiant warriors to accompany me in severing Zhou Cheng'an's supply route. As for the rest of you, engage in feigned assaults on the battlefield. The priority is to keep the enemy's main force occupied. In a moment of enthusiasm, he resolved to personally lead the charge against Zhou Cheng'an, eager to enjoy the fruits of victory and mock his adversary thereafter. Understanding the importance of swiftness in warfare, Zhu Yuanzhang wasted no time. He first selected 20 light cavalry, and under the guidance of the scout, they hastened towards Zhou Cheng'an's supply route. After a vigorous ride, they arrived at a small thicket. Commander, the scout pointed towards the woods. Beyond this thicket lies the critical position of the enemy's supply route. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon surveying the trees, felt a twinge of apprehension. Having fought for many years, he understood the wisdom of avoiding forest and water. Yet, this hesitation lasted but a few fleeting minutes. Time was of the essence. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth and commanded, Charge through the thicket. Launch a surprise attack on the supply route. At his command, the scout dashed into the woods, with Zhu Yuanzhang and his men quickly following. However, to his utter astonishment, the scout turned a corner and vanished from sight. Realizing the trap, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart raced as he shouted, We've fallen into a trap. Retreat at once. Regrettably, it was already too late at that moment. Just as he bellowed in fury, a massive net descended from the heavens. This net ensnared several cavalrymen behind Zhu Yuanzhang. Subsequently, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a troop of horsemen emerged from the forest. Leading them was none other than Zhou Cheng'an. Upon reaching Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhou Cheng'an respectfully clasped his hands and declared, Uncle, on the battlefield, you have already been captured. Chapter 46. Relentlessly powerful Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Zhou Cheng'an with a stormy expression. He had considered the possibility of defeat, yet he never anticipated it would be so. Humiliating. Indeed, humiliating. If Zhou Cheng'an had vanquished him in direct combat on the battlefield, it would have been somewhat acceptable. But what was unfolding now? Zhu Yuanzhang took a moment to collect himself, narrowing his eyes defiantly as he spoke. Even if you have captured me, I have already assigned tasks to my troops. You cannot claim victory in this battle. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled heartily. Uncle, your scouts have all been captured by me. How can you be certain that the information you received is genuine? Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang grasp the situation. Are you implying that the grain routes and water paths are all traps you have laid? Precisely. Zhou Cheng'an nonchalantly brushed the dust off his shoulders. The essence of warfare lies in deception, after all. However, even if I had not set this trap for you, you would still be unable to win this military exercise. Such confidence? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, clasping his hands behind his back. What makes you so certain? Because you have not even located my main forces. Eh? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, staring at Zhou Cheng'an in confusion. Isn't your main force stationed on the slope? Impossible. Zhou Cheng'an dropped the pretense and revealed his cards. Since you are aware of deploying ambushes, I am naturally acquainted with the same strategy. This should not be too difficult to comprehend, should it? And where is your main army? Follow me, please, Uncle, to the slope. Upon reaching the summit, Zhou Cheng'an assured, you need only glance, and you will understand everything. Seeing Zhou Cheng'an's self-assured demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a rising sense of unease. Could it be that they truly had not located Zhou Cheng'an's main forces? But that seemed implausible. It would be one thing for a scout to be captured, but it was inconceivable for there to be only one scout on the battlefield. As a seasoned commander, Zhu Yuanzhang always endeavored to ascertain the battlefield conditions. He had dispatched no fewer than 10 scouts. Under such circumstances, any movement of Zhou Cheng'an's main forces should have been detected promptly. Could this young man possibly possess some form of invisibility? Regarding Zhou Cheng'an's assertion, Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed it as mere trickery, not giving it a second thought as he casually followed Zhou Cheng and Appos into a nearby high ridge. Uncle, please look. Zhou Cheng'an gestured toward the distance. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted into the horizon and was met with a cloud of dust rising. From his original position, a throng of individuals suddenly surged from all directions, charging toward his camp. As Zhu Yuanzhang witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a sense of dismay wash over him. He had been defeated, not by cunning schemes, but by the sheer reality of the situation. Even if Zhou Cheng'an had not incited his scouts to defect, he might still have faced a precarious fate. For everything was as Zhou Cheng'an had articulated. Even at the moment of his capture, he had yet to discern the true strength of Zhou Cheng'an. Under such circumstances, Zhu Yuanzhang's troops were akin to meat on a chopping block, entirely at the mercy of their adversaries. Contemplating this, the notion that he had fallen victim to Zhou Cheng'an's cunning seemed somewhat more palatable. With this thought, the expression on Zhu Yuanzhang's face softened slightly. He turned to Zhou Cheng'an and stroked his beard, conceding, "Indeed, I underestimated you. I never anticipated that a scholar could possess such military acumen." Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand dismissively, replying, "In truth, uncle, I am not versed in military affairs." Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him, thinking how audacious this young man was. "You claim ignorance of military strategy, yet have managed to defeat me. Does that render my lifelong battles futile?" Noticing the murderous intent in Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze, Zhou Cheng'an cleared his throat and hastily clarified, "I speak the truth. If we were to truly engage in a confrontation, I would stand no chance against you. My victory today stems merely from a few clever stratagems." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, your subtle maneuvers are quite impressive. However, I am most curious as to how you managed to conceal your entire force around my encampment without my knowledge." "That is not difficult," Zhou Cheng'an replied with a soft smile. "As I previously mentioned, one need only divide the whole into parts." Zhu Yuanzhang grasped the concept. It appeared Zhou Cheng'an had implemented a division strategy, allowing what was originally a few hundred troops to infiltrate the vicinity of his camp in smaller groups. Yet, this all seemed merely an illusion of grandeur. "You still do not comprehend the essence of warfare," Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, his expression somewhat complex as he gazed at his besieged camp. "Ultimately, you are but a scholar who has never truly set foot on the battlefield. I, however, have experienced the chaos of war firsthand. I am acutely aware of what transpires in such turmoil, bloodshed, and carnage. In that dire moment, should an entire army be fragmented as you suggest, what would emerge would not be disciplined units, but rather throngs of fleeing soldiers. After all, no one is willing to sacrifice their life unnecessarily." Zhou Cheng'an wholeheartedly agreed with Zhu Yuanzhang's perspective. "You speak wisely, uncle. Thus, the foundation for employing such tactics lies in ensuring that the commanders understand the cause for which they fight." Zhu Yuanzhang appeared perplexed. He could not recall any military text that articulated such a notion, nor did he understand the origins of Zhou Cheng'an's viewpoint. Observing Zhu Yuanzhang's confusion, Zhou Cheng'an continued, "It is a simple truth. I wish to ask you, uncle, after years of military service, have you ever been a deserter?" "Certainly not," Zhu Yuanzhang replied. "Then why have you never fled?" Zhou Cheng'an inquired. "Naturally, it is because the Mongols wreak havoc in the central plains. We must restore order to the mountains and seas. Even if it means dying on the battlefield, what does it matter?" "You are correct, uncle. Therefore, I believe that if every soldier possesses the spirit and fortitude akin to that of an uncle, there would naturally be no deserters. Even in the unlikely event of a defection, it would be inconceivable for a mass exodus to occur as described by the uncle." Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment and then inquired in a grave tone, "What do you intend to do to achieve this? Are you suggesting that we conduct daily lectures for the entire army? That would surely be impractical." Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand dismissively and confidently replied, "However, we can assign cultured and thoughtful officers to the grassroots units, ensuring that our ideological essence is effectively conveyed to the soldiers at the base level. In this manner, we can succeed. We may refer to these officers as political commissars." Chapter 47, Beyond the Sea Lies, the Political Commissar? This term was rather unfamiliar to Zhu Yuanzhang. However, he grasped the essence of Zhou Cheng'an's words. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. Would the soldiers truly refrain from deserting if they comprehended the purpose of their struggle? Zhu Yuanzhang, still somewhat skeptical, inquired. "I cannot assert this with absolute certainty." Zhou Cheng'an replied pragmatically. "However, I am confident that if a sense of belief can be instilled in the soldiers, if they understand the cause for which they fight, the number of deserters will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the army will be greatly enhanced." Zhou Cheng'an's assertions were grounded in historical reality. After all, A great leader from his era had successfully established an invincible army across the war-torn landscape of China using this very approach. Zhu Yuanzhang fell into contemplation. If what Zhou Cheng'an proposed was indeed valid, instituting a political commissar position within the army would not be an insurmountable task. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang recognized that such reforms must be approached with caution. Governing a vast nation is akin to delicately preparing a fine dish. One cannot rush every matter. Then you shall proceed, Zhu Yuanzhang said, directing his gaze towards Zhou Cheng'an. Test it first among the soldiers in Jian County. If the results prove to be favorable, inform me, and I shall persuade the emperor to implement it across the entire army. Ah, the old man even understands the concept of establishing special zones? Truly. He possesses a certain talent, Zhou Cheng'an responded eagerly. Thus, I shall take this to heart. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang said, waving his riding whip and signaling a soldier to bring forth a horse. Let us be off. Zhu Biao awaits us. After speaking, he mounted the horse, cracked the whip, and galloped down the mountain. Upon witnessing his father's safe return, Zhu Biao approached with a beaming expression. Father, how did your competition with County Magistrate Zhou fare? Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance grew serious, yet he refrained from answering, opting instead to shift the topic. Zhu Biao, perceptive as he was, recognized his father's silence and understood. His admiration for Zhou Cheng'an deepened. It seemed this young man truly possessed remarkable qualities, even surpassing his own father. Excellent, excellent, Zhou Cheng'an exclaimed, hastening to interject. I have already arranged for my junior sister to secure a banquet at an inn in the city. Thus, I extend my gratitude to you, dear brother. Hearing this, Zhu Biao chuckled heartily. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, held reservations about spending time with Zhou Cheng'an. After all, he had lost, albeit not in a wholly honorable manner. A loss is a loss. Yet, as Zhu Biao had already made a promise to Zhou Cheng'an, Zhu Yuanzhang felt compelled to acquiesce, merely nodding in agreement. In Jian County, as the evening lights twinkled, the newly established grand inn buzzed with patrons. The air was filled with the aromas of exquisite food and fine wine, wafting through the bustling streets. In a private chamber on the top floor of the inn, Zhou Cheng'an, along with his junior sister, sat across from Zhu Yuanzhang and his son. The four individuals engaged in lively conversation, exchanging toasts and laughter, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Although Xia Yi was not intimately acquainted with Zhu Yuanzhang and his son, she belonged to the realm of martial arts, where serendipitous encounters and the swift resolution of grievances were esteemed. Thus, there was no sense of estrangement between them. On the contrary, her temperament resonated well with Zhu Yuanzhang's disposition. After all, Zhu, having risen from humble beginnings to the throne, still retained the essence of a rugged man of the martial world. Consequently, the two quickly found common ground in their dialogue, with Zhu hinting at the possibility of adopting Xia Yi as his goddaughter. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Zhou Cheng'an sensed that the moment was ripe. He thus addressed Zhu Yuanzhang, inquiring about the matter of his military forces from Jian County and their potential for embarking upon maritime ventures. Zhu Yuanzhang paused, realizing that his previous discussions on military strategy had indeed been in relation to the maritime ban. Zhou's inquiry caught Zhu off guard. He had never anticipated that Zhou could best him in their exchanges. Yet, Zhou had not only triumphed but had done so with remarkable finesse. Nevertheless, even with victory, success at sea was not guaranteed. Zhu Yuanzhang replied, the matter of the maritime ban is quite complex. It is not sufficient to merely train soldiers to set sail. At the very least, one must possess a vessel, and not just any vessel, but a warship. He continued, the court's fleet is already limited, and there may not be resources available to support your endeavors. Zhou Cheng'an easily discerned Zhu's evasion. However, fortuitously, the topic of warships was exactly what Zhou had in mind. With a smile, he declared, Uncle, there is no need for concern. I have long intended to construct my own fleet of warships. Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Construct warships? That requires significant financial investment. Zhou replied confidently, I am well aware of the costs, but as you have seen, I possess a knack for generating income. Moreover, the warships I aim to build will not be ordinary vessels, but ironclad ships. Ironclad ships? Funded by yourself. Zhu Yuanzhang was astonished that the money-loving Zhou would willingly spend his wealth on such an endeavor. He scrutinized Zhou Cheng'an closely, realizing for the first time that this imaginative county magistrate was not as superficial as he had assumed. Yet the issue of the maritime ban remained a source of discomfort for Zhu Yuanzhang. Why is it that you are so determined to venture out to sea? He questioned. Perplexed. Is it merely for the sake of potatoes? Merely, Zhou Cheng'an felt a surge of frustration. It seemed his uncle had yet to grasp the significance of the potato. At that moment, he yearned to exclaim, if the Zhou family had potatoes, perhaps the Ming dynasty would not have perished. However, such words were not ones he could utter. Whether or not anyone believes is a matter of debate. Even if some do, they are likely to attribute the notion to mere folly and deception. However, it appears that to lift the maritime ban, the allure of potatoes alone is insufficient. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an resolved to raise the stakes. Naturally, it involves more than just potatoes. To be candid with uncle and brother Biao, my esteemed master, the physician immortal, bequeathed to me a map. This map delineates a plethora of agricultural products from overseas, encompassing not only potatoes but also a wondrous crop known as maize. More significantly, beyond the sea lies. Chapter 48, the Jianan Shipyard. What? Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao widened their eyes in astonishment. The two of them stared intently at Zhou Cheng'an, their expressions filled with disbelief. Zhou Xiandi, are you truly not speaking in jest? Zhu Biao inquired, his brow furrowed. Is there really a vast expanse of untapped fertile land beyond the sea? Not merely land. It is an entire continent. Zhou Cheng'an emphasized. It is akin to a territory as grand as the Ming Dynasty, perhaps even larger. There are indeed indigenous people residing there, though their numbers are not significant, and they do not possess even wheels. If we venture there, we could easily establish our dominion over that region. In such a scenario, not only would the entire populace of our Ming dynasty benefit, but His Majesty would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a singular, unparalleled emperor throughout the ages. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. If what Zhou Cheng'an claimed was true, and there lay a land without a master across the ocean, then securing it would surely make him the foremost figure in history, surpassing even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yet, was it truly the case? After a brief surge of exhilaration, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned at Zhou Cheng'an. Is it so? Has your master truly ventured to such distant lands? We have only read about such things in books, where they speak of celestial mountains and bodhisattvas, but never have we encountered mention of an unclaimed land across the sea. Zhou Cheng'an found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, revealing the existence of America was beyond the comprehension of many in his time. Convincing the native Ming people was an arduous task. You need not believe me, Zhou Cheng'an retorted playfully. However, my master's words have always been accurate. He is a celestial being. How could he possibly lie? At this juncture, Zhou Cheng'an nudged the equally bewildered Xia Yi. Comprehending the cue, Xia Yi chimed in. Yes, yes. My master never lies. After uttering this, Xia Yi couldn't help but feel anxious within. Did the master truly leave behind a tome detailing the overseas lands? Why was she unaware of it? Her elder sister had never mentioned it. Seeing the conviction with which the duo spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang fell into contemplation. After a moment of silence, he turned to Zhou Cheng'an. Very well, since you wish to train troops and construct ships, proceed with your endeavors. Once you have accomplished what needs to be done, I would not oppose persuading the emperor to allow you to venture across the sea. Zhu Biao felt a jolt of surprise, sneaking a glance at his father, and quietly gave Zhou Cheng'an a thumbs up beneath the table. His younger brother was truly remarkable. He might actually convince their father to lift the maritime ban. Zhou Cheng'an's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. In that case, allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the people of the Ming dynasty, uncle. With that, Zhou Cheng'an rose and bowed deeply to Zhu Yuanzhang. However, there was one thing he felt compelled to mention beforehand. What is it? Although I am wholeheartedly eager to venture overseas, I am well aware that there are no elixirs of immortality to be found beyond the seas. I hope my esteemed uncle will clearly convey this to the emperor upon their meeting. Otherwise, should the emperor send me on a quest for such a potion, it would indeed lead to complications. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, the lifespan of a person is predetermined by heaven. The current sovereign is certainly not one who is obsessed with the pursuit of eternal life. The following morning, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao approached Zhou Cheng'an to discuss their journey. Before their departure, Zhou Cheng'an discreetly pulled Zhu Biao aside and produced a silver note from his robe, placing it in Zhu Biao's hands. Confused, Zhu Biao inquired, "What is the meaning of this, brother Zhou?" "This is your share of the profits," Zhou Cheng'an whispered. "A total of 500,000 taels of silver. Do not think it too little. You must accept it." Zhu Biao, possessing a naturally kind disposition, was aware that their partnership in establishing a brothel was indeed questionable. Therefore, he had refrained from mentioning the profits during their meeting. Now, with Zhou Cheng'an presenting the silver note, he felt a touch of embarrassment. Take it, Zhou Cheng'an urged with a grin. The cost of living and housing in the capital is steep. It is not easily attained. Has it lessened? Zhu Biao queried, patting his abdomen. Indeed. It seems you have slimmed down a bit since before. Relenting, Zhu Biao grasped Zhou Cheng'an's hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. And I will certainly visit you again in the future. Come, do not hesitate. With that, Zhou Cheng'an bid farewell to the father and son, watching their retreating figures. He sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, this marked the beginning of the shipbuilding project in Jiannan. Su Yuyi observed her senior brother's excitement and spoke up. Brother, did Master truly leave behind a tome detailing the wonders of foreign lands? Zhou Cheng'an turned to glance at the young girl. What? Do you not believe your elder brother's words? It's not that I don't believe, but rather that senior sister mentioned you are Master's most trusted disciple. How could Master possibly bestow a book upon you? Master appeared to me in a dream. Su Yuyi, though innocent, was not naive. Upon hearing her brother's response, she realized he was merely deflecting her inquiry. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled heartily and shifted the topic. By the way, I heard that a new batch of shoe brocade has arrived at the tailor's. You seem to be in need of a few new garments. Shall we visit the tailor today? No woman can resist the allure of new attire, especially when shoe brocade is considered a luxury in this era. Su Yuyi's face brightened at the suggestion, instantly casting aside thoughts of her master and the mystical tome. Really? Brother, you are so kind. Of course, I am kind. For as the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. With laughter and camaraderie, Zhou Cheng'an and Su Yuyi made their way to the tailor's shop. As the two walked along the path, engaged in delightful conversation, their camaraderie swiftly caught the attention of the entire county's populace. Soon after, the news of the amiable relationship between the esteemed magistrate, Lord Zhou, and the local residents spread like wildfire. That night, countless young maidens of Jiannan County wept until their eyes were red and swollen. The following day, as Xia Yuyi strolled through the streets, she noticed an increase in the hostile glares directed at her. Moreover, the misunderstanding that she and Xia Yi were a couple quickly reached Zhou Cheng'an's ears. Zhou Cheng'an merely smiled at the notion, choosing not to dispel the rumors. If truth be told, his little junior sister was indeed a striking beauty, and they were well suited for each other. Not to mention, the spread of such news would conveniently serve to ward off unwanted romantic advances, wouldn't it? Chapter 49, Setting Traps for Zhou Cheng'an in the imperial capital. Within the royal study, the Jinui reported to Zhu Yuanzhang about the happenings in Jiannan. According to the whispers of the streets, it seemed that Lord Zhou had developed a somewhat ambiguous relationship with his junior sister. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but chuckle softly in resignation. Alas, we tasked you with investigating Zhou Cheng'an, not to indulge in gossip. He is a talented young man, and his junior sister is quite charming. They appear to be a fine match. As he pondered this, Zhu Yuanzhang was reminded of his own relationship with Empress Ma, and a gentler expression graced his face. Thus, he remarked, in the future, trivial news such as this need not be reported. The Jinui promptly responded, as you command. What is the progress at the shipyard? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. He nodded in acknowledgement, as this revelation was not unexpected. Rather, it would have been peculiar had Zhou Cheng'an not taken such action. After relaying several mundane matters, the Jinui took their leave. No sooner had they departed than Zhu Biao entered. I pay my respects to father, he announced, arriving at an opportune moment. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said to his son, Rise. Just now, the Jinui reported on Zhou Cheng'an's affairs. Curiously, Zhu Biao asked, Oh, what new developments has brother Zhou stirred up in Jiannan? Nothing much, Zhu Yuanzhang replied. Lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip, he is merely constructing a shipyard. My dear son, he continued. How likely do you believe it is that Zhou Cheng'an will succeed in creating his ironclad ship? Zhu Biao expressed unwavering confidence in his friend. If he has the determination to build an ironclad vessel, then I believe he will undoubtedly succeed. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, yet a sigh escaped him. If he truly manages to construct an ironclad ship, do you think we should lift the maritime ban? This prompted Zhu Biao to ponder before responding. I believe it would be worth allowing Zhou Cheng'an the opportunity to try. Are we truly prepared to let him attempt it? Zhu Yuanzhang mused. It is not that we are unwilling, but at that time, he will undoubtedly face considerable pressure. Zhu Biao, seasoned in courtly affairs, understood the subtleties behind his father's words. The lifting of the maritime ban was never merely a matter of issuing commands, it was intertwined with the intricate power struggles within the court. He was aware that a faction of entrenched officials vehemently opposed maritime ventures. Once the ban was lifted, a myriad of foreign influences would inevitably invade the Central Plains. With grain being the foremost concern, many officials were, in fact, representatives of large landowners, and permitting foreign crops to enter the Central Plains would threaten their interests. Thus, not only Zhou Cheng'an but even Zhu Yuanzhang, should he support Zhou's maritime endeavors, could face significant pressure from the court. After all, challenging vested interests is often more arduous than touching the very soul. However, the more Zhu Biao contemplated this, the more he felt compelled to advocate for Zhou Cheng'an. Father, those who aspire to achieve great things will inevitably encounter criticism, be it Zhou Cheng'an or any other. To avoid controversy while aspiring to achieve great things is an impossibility. In this regard, I, the son, believe that Zhou Cheng'an has traversed his path too smoothly. Encountering some setbacks would not be without merit. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at his son, feeling a sense of melancholy. This son of his, seemingly simple-minded on ordinary days, often articulates profound thoughts at crucial moments. As the saying goes, great skill appears clumsy, and great wisdom seems foolish. Perhaps this encapsulates the truth. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang intended to commend Zhu Biao, a young eunuch unexpectedly arrived with news. The left chancellor, Hu Weiyong, has come to pay his respects. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's face as he spoke to Zhu Biao. You claim no one is causing trouble for Zhou Cheng'an? Here comes someone intent on undermining him. At this juncture, the relationship between Hu Weiyong and Zhu Yuanzhang had become exceedingly delicate. Were it not for Zhu Yuanzhang's summons, Hu Weiyong would hardly seek an audience so easily. Unless, of course, he intended to speak ill of Zhou Cheng'an in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. Why not address such matters in the court? This is because, despite Zhou Cheng'an's brilliance, he remains merely a county magistrate. In Hu Weiyong's view, a mere county magistrate hardly warranted discussion in the court. Zhu Yuanzhang had long since discerned Hu Weiyong's mindset. Thus, Hu Weiyong's desire for a private audience with him likely pertained to matters concerning Zhou Cheng'an. Zhu Biao felt a surge of indignation, yet he refrained from voicing his feelings, merely clasping his hands. However, Zhu Yuanzhang gestured dismissively. No need. You may remain here. As he spoke, Hu Weiyong respectfully entered the hall. Upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, he first saluted Zhu Yuanzhang, then turned to Zhu Biao with a smile, saying, I did not expect to find His Highness the Crown Prince here. It seems the old minister has come at an inopportune time. I merely wish to pay my respects to my father. Zhu Biao displayed his characteristic innocent smile. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed. And should it be inconvenient for this Crown Prince to hear, I shall take my leave. Zhu Biao's strategy of retreating to advance left Hu Weiyong somewhat embarrassed. He hastily replied, No need for such formality. I have come today to speak with His Majesty regarding state affairs. As the Crown Prince, you need not stand on ceremony. In truth, Hu Weiyong possessed some understanding of the relationship between Zhu Biao and Zhou Cheng'an. After all, he had been observing Zhou Cheng'an for quite some time. Initially surprised to learn that Zhou Cheng'an had the backing of Zhu Biao, Hu Weiyong had been taken aback. After all, Zhou Cheng'an was merely a county magistrate, and he could not fathom how he had secured such a connection. Once Hu Weiyong had resolved to take action against Zhou Cheng'an, he had no intention of letting him off, regardless of his ties to the Crown Prince. After all, Zhu Biao was merely a prince, while Hu Weiyong represented a significant faction of officials with vested interests, namely, the infamous Hu faction of later generations. At this moment, the Hu faction was flourishing, with Hu Weiyong at its helm, leading the ranks of officials. In such circumstances, should Zhu Biao dare to oppose Hu Weiyong? Hu Weiyong was not averse to emulating his esteemed predecessor, Hua Guang, who had the audacity to replace emperors. At this moment, Zhu Biao had yet to ascend to the throne, and thus, the challenge of replacing him seemed considerably less formidable than that of toppling an emperor. With this thought, Hu Weiyong's courage swelled as he addressed Zhu Yuanzhang, saying, Your Majesty, I have come today to discuss the matter of the magistrate of Jianan County, Zhou Cheng'an. I have recently received confidential reports indicating that Zhou Cheng'an may harbor intentions of rebellion. Chapter 50. Is it really time to build ironclad ships? Here we go again. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed down at the earnest Hu Weiyong, feeling somewhat exasperated. What strange madness had seized this old fellow, a distinguished prime minister, fixated on nitpicking a mere county magistrate, and the attempts have repeatedly failed. Is there truly nothing of substance to attend to? Zhu Yuanzhang was well aware that Zhou Cheng'an harbored no treasonous intentions, yet since Hu Weiyong had broached the subject, he could not refrain from inquiring. Oh, does a mere county magistrate aspire to revolt? Do you possess any evidence? Hu Weiyong responded vociferously, I have received word that recently Jianshan County has been extensively acquiring copper, iron, and other raw materials, and is recruiting artisans. This raises suspicions of disloyalty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao could no longer contain himself. Is recruiting artisans and acquiring copper and iron tantamount to rebellion? Surely, Minister, you are being overly speculative. Unfazed by Zhu Biao's challenge, Hu Weiyong replied, otherwise. Does His Highness believe Zhou Cheng'an is engaged in what exactly? Zhu Biao opened his mouth, yet helplessly closed it again. He understood that Hu Weiyong's words were not entirely without merit. While copper and iron are not as strictly regulated by the court as salt, they remain highly sensitive. Significant fluctuations in the market for such materials would naturally attract the attention of the authorities. However, to substantiate that Zhou Cheng'an is indeed plotting rebellion based solely on this was implausible. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing Hu Weiyong's words, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He mused. This fellow is indeed proactive. Is he truly about to commence shipbuilding? Could he genuinely construct ironclad vessels? Though Zhu Yuanzhang was not a craftsman, he understood that iron is considerably heavier than ordinary materials. Ensuring that a ship does not sink would pose a formidable challenge. Hu Weiyong, who had come to report, noticed the emperor's silence and thus spoke again. Your Majesty, at this moment, I believe it is imperative to pay heed. If we do not take it seriously, by the time those treacherous rebels grow wings, it will spell trouble. Finally, Zhu Yuanzhang recalled that he ought to address Hu Weiyong. Trouble? What trouble? Zhu Yuanzhang looked down at Hu Weiyong, his gaze laced with dissatisfaction. Let us not even discuss whether Zhou Cheng'an is indeed plotting rebellion. Even if he were, what chaos could a mere Jianshan County unleash? As the saying goes, a scholar's rebellion takes 10 years to succeed. How could Zhou Cheng'an, a scholar who has never even stepped onto a battlefield, dare to defy me? Zhu Biao found himself amused by his father's words. Sensing that the emperor was rather sensitive about having been bested by Zhou Cheng'an on the battlefield, he frequently emphasized that Zhou Cheng'an had never fought in a war. Hu Weiyong was momentarily taken aback, contemplated for a moment, and was about to speak again when Zhu Yuanzhang, losing patience, directly interrupted him. Enough, Minister Hu. If Zhou Cheng'an truly poses a problem, then present some concrete evidence. It is always so elusive and over time, it inevitably invites criticism. You may take your leave for now. Since the emperor has issued an edict of dismissal, Hu Weiyong naturally has no reason to linger. Thus, the old minister will take his leave. However, I hope your Majesty will take my words to heart. In Jianan County, the newly established Jianan shipyard is bustling with activity. Nearly half of the shipbuilding craftsmen of the Ming Dynasty have gathered here. Some artisans have traveled great distances to seek refuge with Zhou Cheng'an. This is not solely due to the unexpectedly generous remuneration offered by Zhou Cheng'an, but also because, following the maritime ban, these craftsmen have lost their livelihoods. Aside from a few orders from the court each year, there is almost no other shipbuilding work available. Even with the court's orders, only a small number of craftsmen can profit. In truth, merely locating them has consumed a significant amount of Zhou Cheng'an's energy, as the majority of craftsmen have already changed professions. Fortunately, persuading them to return to their trade did not require excessive effort on Zhou Cheng'an's part. However, the real challenge lies in bringing to fruition the ironclad vessels envisioned in Zhou Cheng'an's mind, despite the recruitment of so many craftsmen. Thus it is, Zhou Cheng'an produced a small ship model and placed it in the water before him. As they gazed at the model, a group of craftsmen exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, one of the artisans mustered the courage to speak. Lord Zhou, constructing such a vessel from wood is not particularly challenging. However, if you wish to fabricate it from steel, it becomes quite troublesome. Firstly, we do not have sufficient steel. Do not worry about that. Zhou Cheng'an confidently replied. I can establish several steel mills. We will surely produce the finest steel in all of the Ming Dynasty. The process of steel making in blast furnaces was something Zhou Cheng'an had previously experimented with. When he was refining glass, he had managed to produce steel. However, as steel was not as valuable as glass, he had not pursued it further. The craftsman nodded slowly after hearing this. Yet even if you manage to produce steel, crafting an iron vessel remains exceedingly difficult. You may not have ventured out to sea much. Both the seawater and the sea winds are formidable. A house by the coast, if uninhabited for just half a year, can succumb to rust. Furthermore, should your iron vessel set sail, the seawater will likely corrode the metal swiftly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could he have overlooked such a crucial point? Whether it be a wooden ship or an iron one, reliability must be paramount. If the iron vessel he constructed were to be entirely corroded shortly after launching, it would be nothing short of a farce. Zhou Cheng'an fell into deep contemplation. It seems he must seek a material that would render iron less susceptible to corrosion. In the recesses of Zhou Cheng'an's memory, he recalled that during his era, vessels were often coated with a layer of paint to prevent corrosion. Yet, it was evident that in a time when industrial and chemical advancements were rudimentary, the notion of producing the anti-corrosive paint utilized in later generations was nothing short of fanciful. Thus, he resolved to seek alternative materials. With this thought in mind, Zhou Cheng'an addressed the artisans present. I shall devise a solution for corrosion prevention. For now, your task is to fabricate a prototype vessel from steel. Remember, it must not be overly heavy, yet possess sufficient strength to withstand the tempests. The artisans present nodded in unison, responding, "We shall faithfully obey your command." Chapter 51. The perilous schemes of Hu Weiyong. While Zhou Cheng'an was preoccupied with the ironclad vessel, Hu Weiyong was not idle in the capital. Having just finished presenting his grievances to Zhu Yuanzhang, Hu Weiyong exited the palace and entered an opulent carriage. Seated within was none other than Lu Yunlong. Noticing the displeasure etched on Hu Weiyong's face, Lu Yunlong pondered briefly before inquiring, "Master, has the situation not unfolded favorably?" Hu Weiyong nodded slightly. Zhou Cheng'an has inexplicably forged a connection with the crown prince. Furthermore, we currently lack the evidence necessary to substantiate any accusations against him. Naturally, the emperor is reluctant to act against Zhou Cheng'an. At this juncture, Hu Weiyong cast a disapproving glare at Lu Yunlong. "You have been in Jiannan with him for quite some time. How is it that you have not managed to uncover any incriminating evidence?" Utterly inept, Lu Yunlong flushed at the rebuke and hastily defended himself. "Master, it is not a matter of my incompetence, but rather that Zhou Cheng'an is exceedingly cautious. Moreover, the officials of Jiannan and even throughout the entirety of Sichuan are now profiting alongside him. They are no longer inclined to cooperate with me." Continuing, Lu Yunlong glanced at Hu Weiyong and deliberately remarked, "Word in the street suggests that Zhou Cheng'an has become the local sovereign of Sichuan. If this continues, not only will the emperor have to reckon with him, but even you, master, will find yourself at his mercy should you venture into Sichuan." A sharp glint flickered in Hu Weiyong's eyes, his expression darkening further. As a seasoned politician, he could discern the exaggeration in Lu Yunlong's words. Yet this was indeed the very concern that gnawed at Hu Weiyong's mind. His position as the foremost official, second only to the emperor, was primarily due to the substantial number of officials under his command, many of whom were his former prot-gs or had risen through his patronage. Ultimately, their willingness to heed Hu Weiyong's directives stemmed from the benefits he could provide them. Initially, Hu Weiyong was confident in his ability to maintain control over the entire Ming bureaucracy. However, the emergence of Zhou Cheng'an, a master of wealth accumulation, posed a significant disruption. Zhou's ability to amass substantial resources while winning the hearts of the populace was alarming. Such a figure, given time, could undoubtedly carve out a formidable presence. Were it merely a matter of wealth, Hu Weiyong might not have been overly concerned. However, the most disconcerting aspect was Zhou Cheng'an's outright rejection of Hu Weiyong's overtures. This compelled Hu Weiyong to take precautions. Currently, Zhou Cheng'an, as a mere county magistrate, commanded the loyalty of the local officials and wealthy elites of Sichuan. Should his authority expand further, he might indeed rival Hu Weiyong's position as chancellor. With this realization, a profound sense of impending crisis loomed over Hu Weiyong. After a moment of contemplation, he appeared to have made a resolute decision and addressed Lu Yunlong. "I shall soon make a special journey to Jiannan." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunlong felt a surge of elation within, though he feigned confusion on his visage. "What does the master mean?" he inquired. Hu Weiyong let out a cold chuckle, gently rubbing his palms together. "Is it not the emperor who complains about our lack of evidence? Very well, I shall personally journey to Jiannan to procure it." Having served in official capacities for many years, Hu Weiyong was acutely aware that absolute integrity among officials was a mere illusion. Moreover, to speak of someone like Zhou Cheng'an as being incorruptible was nothing short of a jest. Lu Yunlong had previously failed to uncover any compromising evidence against Zhou Cheng'an purely due to his own ineptitude. This time, with his own involvement, he was confident that he would unearth something. Furthermore, even if nothing substantial came to light, controlling Zhou Cheng'an would allow him to manipulate the situation at will. Days later, a black sedan chair, exuding an aura of menace, made its way toward Jiannan County. The occupant within was none other than Hu Weiyong. Accompanied by a throng of loyal guards, he boldly entered Jiannan County, coming to a halt right in front of the county office. Inside, Zhou Cheng'an had just awakened from his slumber. "Not good." Xia Yui rushed in, breathless. "Brother, Something terrible has happened. What is it? Zhou Cheng'an responded with a calm demeanor, gazing at Xia Yuyi. What calamity could possibly befall Jiannan County? It truly is a grave matter. Xia Yuyi gasped, urgency lacing his words. A black sedan chair arrived at the entrance, surrounded by armed guards. An elderly man emerged from the sedan, striding directly into the office, and he appeared rather formidable. A sedan? Guards? An old man? Zhou Cheng'an swiftly connected these three elements, realizing the gravity of the situation. This must be a significant figure from the capital. But who could it be? Normally, officials from the court announce their visits in advance. It is unusual for someone to arrive unannounced. Moreover, if Xia Yuyi's description is accurate, this visitor likely harbors ill intentions. Zhou Cheng'an's expression grew serious, and without uttering further words, he hastened toward the main hall. Upon entering the hall, he indeed found, as Xia Yuyi had described, an elderly man seated in his usual position of authority, regarding him with a piercing gaze. Zhou Cheng'an was taken aback and promptly bowed. I am Zhou Cheng'an, the magistrate of Jiannan County, and I pay my respects to the chancellor. Hu Weiyong's face broke into a smile. Does Master Zhou recognize this old man? I had the fortune of encountering the chancellor once, though it was amidst a crowd. And you may not have noticed this humble official, Zhou Cheng'an replied graciously. Ah, indeed. I oversee the trivial affairs of the realm for the emperor. And I encounter countless individuals. If I have met Master Zhou and failed to recall, I hope you will forgive my oversight. Hu Weiyong spoke with an air of condescension, his tone devoid of any true contrition. Zhou Cheng'an's lips curled slightly as he thought to himself, what business does this old cur have here in Jiannan County instead of remaining in the capital? Nevertheless, Zhou Cheng'an forced a sycophantic smile and replied, Indeed, Chancellor. You are a person of great importance. As a mere county official, I am hardly worthy of your remembrance. As the saying goes, those of high status often forget matters of lesser significance. It is no surprise that Lord Hu fails to remember a mere official such as myself. At this juncture, however, Zhou Cheng'an deftly shifted the conversation. Might I inquire whether your visit to Jiannan County today bears any official business? His question was clear, implying that if there were indeed official matters to discuss, they should be addressed promptly. Otherwise, it would be best for Lord Hu to take his leave. As time was of the essence for him, a slight rigidity appeared on Hu Weiyong's face. After years of serving as chancellor, it was the first time he encountered a county magistrate who dared to speak to him in such a manner. With a resounding clap upon the table, Hu Weiyong rose, his countenance icy. I have come here today specifically to investigate you. Chapter 52, Take away Magistrate Zhou? Absolutely not. Investigating me? Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. This old scoundrel had come to trouble him. Zhou Cheng'an raised his gaze to Hu Weiyong, his eyes devoid of emotion. Upon meeting that gaze, Hu Weiyong felt a profound discomfort, as if Zhou Cheng'an were regarding a lifeless corpse. That was indeed how Zhou Cheng'an perceived him, for quite some time. His attitude towards Hu Weiyong could be summarized in two words, mere acquiescence. He would engage in feigned politeness when necessary, but would evade confrontation whenever possible. Zhou Cheng'an believed he had no need to entangle himself with someone destined for demise. However, he had never anticipated that despite his desire to avoid conflict, Hu Weiyong would traverse countless miles from the capital to seek him out. This minister who truly could not abide even the slightest grain of sand in his eye. It was no wonder that Zhu Yuanzhang would eventually seek to be rid of him. Now that trouble had come knocking at his door, Zhou Cheng'an saw no reason to maintain pretense. He fixated his gaze on Hu Weiyong and spoke, investigating me? I wonder what law I have contravened to warrant such a journey from the capital by Minister Hu. Surely, there must be no smoke without fire. Hu Weiyong's eyes turned icy as he glanced at a guard beside him. The guard immediately understood and shouted towards the entrance of the yamen. Summon Lu Yulong of the Lu family from Jiannan. As expected, a cold smile crept across Zhou Cheng'an's lips. After all, his policies upon arriving in Jiannan had inflicted severe losses upon the Lu family. The most significant of these losses stemmed from Zhou Cheng and Apos' rigorous crackdown on the practice of lending usury in Jian and Apos, Nan. The Lu family's wealth had been built upon precisely this practice, having even established a commercial firm dedicated to it. Not long ago, Zhou Cheng'an ordered the closure of that business, expecting Lu Yulong to come protest. Yet, Lu Yulong had remained silent. It appeared that the lad had not cowered, rather, he had gone to the capital to seek assistance. Lu Yulong entered the yamen, not sparing Zhou Cheng'an a glance, and immediately knelt before Hu Weiyong. Commoner Lu Yulong pays his respects to Minister Hu. Lu Yulong, I have come here today solely because you once journeyed to the capital to lodge a complaint. Now, with Zhou Cheng'an present, feel free to voice any grievances you have against him. Speak boldly. I shall advocate for you. Though Hu Weiyong held the esteemed title of Prime Minister, he was not in a position to directly confront Zhou Cheng'an. Thus, he required a pawn, and Lu Yulong fit that role perfectly. As a local, should Lu Yulong petition in the capital, Hu Weiyong, as Prime Minister, would be obliged to investigate the matter. In this manner, the entire procedure would appear justified. The commoner accuses Zhou Cheng'an of constructing illicit vessels and armor, suggesting treasonous intentions. Furthermore, he charges Zhou Cheng'an with corruption and the unlawful seizure of common folks' lands. Lastly, he claims that Zhou Cheng'an has deceived his superiors and bullied the populace, offering bribes to officials. I implore the esteemed Prime Minister to investigate these allegations thoroughly. After uttering these words, Lu Yunlong, as if genuinely aggrieved, prostrated himself in a deep bow. Zhou Cheng'an observed his performance with an involuntary chuckle in his heart. However, Hu Weiyong furrowed his brow and sternly interrogated Zhou Cheng'an. I inquire of you. Lu Yunlong accuses you of these 3 crimes. Do you admit to them? Naturally, he would not admit to such charges. I truly do not understand why Lu Yunlong would slander me so, Zhou Cheng'an replied, feigning innocence as he gazed at Hu Weiyong. Meanwhile, he had already concocted a retort in his mind to counter Hu Weiyong's forthcoming inquiries. Yet, to Zhou Cheng'an's utter astonishment, Hu Weiyong was entirely unpredictable. He slowly nodded and spoke. I have always been one to discern right from wrong and would not wrongfully accuse another. Although there are accusations against you, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate to avoid unjustly implicating you. Therefore, let us proceed to detain Lord Zhou in the prison outside the city. And once I have clarified the matter, I shall make a decision. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger ignited in Zhou Cheng'an's eyes. What nonsense is this? Merely on the basis of a few utterances, he intends to imprison me? Once I am taken out of the county office, what may transpire within is beyond my control. After all, the truth of framing and slandering matters little. Should Hu Weiyong be allowed to search at will, it would not surprise me if he discovered an imperial robe beneath my bed. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an coldly retorted, Lord Hu, you intend to imprison me based solely on Lu Yunlong's baseless words? Which provision of the Great Ming Code do you base this on? The Great Ming Code? Hu Weiyong regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a look of incredulity, as if seeing a fool. In the eyes of a dignified prime minister, what significance did the Great Ming Code hold? What? Are you dissatisfied? After delivering this classic line, Hu Weiyong waved his hand. Someone, take him outside the city. Immediately. Several guards stepped forward to seize Zhou Cheng'an. His mind raced as he sought a strategy to counteract this predicament. Unfortunately, he tragically realized that he seemed devoid of effective options. Although there were many officials within the office who were his allies, they were ultimately government officials. Now that the prime minister sought to apprehend him, even if they harbored discontent, they dared not voice it. As for those officials who usually called him brother, there was no need to expect any support from them either. In the midst of his contemplation, Zhou Cheng'an was already being escorted outside the office by Hu Weiyong's guards. However, at the very moment the doors swung open, a sound of astonishment escaped the guards' lips, causing them to halt in their tracks. Zhou Cheng'an felt a stir in his heart and looked up ahead. There, outside the office, stood a throng of citizens. Men and women of all ages filled the space, each face adorned with expressions of fury, particularly upon witnessing their beloved county magistrate Zhou being paraded like a common prisoner. Their indignation surged uncontrollably. Lord Zhou is a good official. How can you treat him this way? Indeed, without Lord Zhou, I could never have imagined living such a splendid life. You cannot take Lord Zhou away. The people of Jiannan County will not permit it. Indeed, we shall not allow it. Initially, the citizens expressed their sentiments, each voicing their thoughts in turn. Ultimately, countless voices resonated in unison, chanting, Do not take Lord Zhou away. We shall not permit it. Do not take Lord Zhou away. We shall not permit it. Do not take Lord Zhou away. We shall not permit it. Chapter 53. The lawsuit in the capital. Never before had Hu Weiyong, nor even his guards, witnessed such a scene. Hearing the shouts from outside the courthouse, Hu Weiyong stormed out, his face contorted with rage, closely followed by Lu Yunlong. Upon seeing the common folk blocking the entrance, preventing them from taking Zhou Cheng'an away, Lu Yunlong erupted in fury. You unruly peasants! Zhou Cheng'an is guilty of embezzlement and deserves his punishment. Why do you continue to speak on his behalf? Do you all wish to court death? As soon as Lu Yunlong uttered these words, the crowd responded with mocking voices. Isn't this Lu Leo from Jiannan County? Indeed, Lu Yunlong. You scoundrel who lends money at exorbitant rates. How dare you accuse Lord Zhou of corruption? I know not whether Lord Zhou is guilty, but I do know that if he hadn't intervened to shut down Lu Yunlong's money-lending business and repaid our debts, I would still owe the Lu family. Exactly. The Lu family drove us to sell our children, behaving like wolves and tigers. Lu Yunlong, taken aback, had not anticipated that his words would incite the people's anger towards him. You unruly peasants, he shouted, his frustration boiling over. At that moment, an egg suddenly flew through the air, striking Lu Yunlong squarely on the head, leaving him momentarily stunned. Hu Weiyong, witnessing this spectacle, felt his anger surge. Although he understood that Lu Yunlong, as a member of the elite, had likely not endeared himself to the locals, he was astonished by the depth of their resentment. As an official, Hu Weiyong cherished his reputation above all else. If word of this incident spread, and he were seen as supporting such a character, it could tarnish his standing and perhaps even be recorded unfavorably in history. Yet, despite any grievances he harbored against Lu Yunlong, Hu Weiyong recognized that this was the opportune moment to rid himself of Zhou Cheng'an. If he let this chance slip away, he might not find another like it. Thus, in hushed tones, he instructed his guards, "No mercy for those who obstruct us." The guards, taken aback, glanced at Hu Weiyong in disbelief. These were not criminals or traitors. They were the common people of the Ming Dynasty. However, duty compelled them to obey, and reluctantly, one guard drew his sword, bellowing, "We are tasked with escorting this criminal to justice. You must disperse at once, or face the consequences." To their astonishment, rather than retreating, the crowd surged forward. Zhou Cheng'an, observing this turn of events, could not help but let out a bitter laugh. If the people do not fear death, how can they be deterred by it? Hu Weiyong shot Zhou Cheng'an a fierce glare, his mind racing. Surely, he could not truly draw his sword and carve a bloody path through the crowd, could he? Yet, the situation was spiraling out of control. As the guard brandished his weapon, the people's anger boiled over. Is this what officials from the capital are like? Worse than bandits. They cannot distinguish right from wrong. Utterly shameless. Fellow villagers, these individuals cannot bear to see us live well. The common folk exchanged words, their anger gradually accumulating. The situation appeared to be veering toward uncontrollable chaos. At this moment, a voice suddenly erupted amidst the crowd, commanding silence from all. Zhou Cheng'an turned towards the source of the sound, where he beheld a robust man standing among the throng, brandishing a badge of the Jinyui. This man was none other than Zhao Hu, the Jinyui commander concealed within Jianxin County. A slight smirk involuntarily tugged at Zhou Cheng'an's lips. Although he had long suspected that some eyes of the court were hidden in Jianxin County, he had never anticipated that it would be Zhao Hu. After all, Zhao Hu was one of the few esteemed patrons of the brothels in Jianxin County. Is it true that those from the capital engage in such frivolities? Zhao Hu's appearance rendered Hu Weiyong momentarily speechless. This is dire. Hu Weiyong's expression transformed into one of profound dismay. Firstly, he had been confident that he had grasped the vital points of the Jinyui, yet he was utterly unaware of their presence in Jianxin County. This indicated that the emperor had already sensed his clandestine maneuvers and begun to guard against him. Secondly, Hu Weiyong's audacity to confront Zhou Cheng'an was predicated on the belief that Jianxin County was too distant from the capital for anyone in the court, particularly the emperor, to be aware of his actions. However, with the Jinyui's emergence here, everything had changed. Given Hu Weiyong's understanding of the Jinyui, the emperor would be informed of all that transpired in Jianxin County by tomorrow evening at the latest. Realizing this, Hu Weiyong hastily instructed the guard beside him, "Quickly, put away your blade." Just as the guard sheathed his weapon, Zhao Hu's voice rang out once more. "I am the commander of the Jinyui from the capital. I shall certainly report today's events to the emperor. The truth of right and wrong shall be determined by his majesty." Then, Zhao Hu pushed through the crowd to stand before Hu Weiyong, his expression devoid of emotion. "Lord Hu, do you possess an imperial decree to apprehend Lord Zhou? Someone has reported him." "Then it appears you do not?" Zhao Hu interrupted Hu Weiyong. "Since there is no imperial edict, it seems rather inappropriate for you to imprison Lord Zhou." "I do not intend to place Lord Zhou in confinement," Hu Weiyong hastily retorted. "I merely request Lord Zhou's temporary departure from the office for the sake of further investigation." "Further investigation?" Zhao Hu raised an eyebrow. "But I recall that you, Lord Hu, are still the chancellor, correct?" "Indeed. Then even if Lord Zhou has transgressed against the law of the state, it should be the censorate's officials conducting the inquiry. Your actions suggest." Zhao Hu left his statement unfinished, yet the implication was clear. "Hu Weiyong, your reach extends too far." At this moment, Hu Weiyong's heart seethed with rage. Yet he could do nothing against Zhao Hu. After all, Zhao Hu was the commander of the Jinyue, who was undoubtedly here under the emperor's directive. No matter how powerful he, as chancellor, might be, he dared not lay a hand on the emperor's men. Thus, Hu Weiyong forcibly maintained a rigid smile. Commander Zhao is indeed correct. I have no authority to investigate this case. Oh, Zhao Hu nodded. So it is. Now I comprehend. In that case, shall we leave this matter for the emperor to adjudicate? After a brief silence, Hu Weiyong sighed in resignation. If that is the case, I shall entrust Master Zhou to Commander Zhao. Chapter 54. Confrontation in the Golden Hall. Zhou Cheng'an could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a peculiar manner. However, it was certain that Hu Weiyong could no longer conspire against him in the shadows. Upon seeing Hu Weiyong's acquiescence, Zhao Hu clasped his hands and addressed the assembly. Fellow villagers, since Lord Zhou has found himself embroiled in a lawsuit, let us ascertain whether he is indeed at fault. With my protection during this journey to the capital, Lord Zhou's safety shall remain assured. The populace, upon hearing these words, fell silent, their attention captured. Zhao Hu had resided in Jianshan County for quite some time. Though he typically maintained a low profile and had few acquaintances, many locals regarded him as one of their own. Consequently, the townsfolk were inclined to trust Zhao Hu. Yet, the thought of allowing Zhou Cheng'an to depart Jianshan County stirred unease among them. Noticing this sentiment, Zhao Hu glanced at Zhou Cheng'an, his eyes pleading. Understanding Zhao Hu's silent request, Zhou Cheng'an sighed and spoke. Esteemed friends, I am grateful for your unwavering support. However, as there are individuals seeking to accuse me, I have a duty to travel to the capital and clarify the truth before the emperor. For now, I urge you all to attend to your own affairs. Upon hearing this, the gathered citizens ceased their insistence. Indeed, County Magistrate Zhou was a good official. The emperor must not wrong him. One by one, they bid farewell to Zhou Cheng'an before dispersing. Zhao Hu cast a glance at the two guards stationed by Zhou Cheng'an's side and turned to Hu Weiyong. Minister Hu, according to the laws of our great Ming, Lord Zhou is not yet a criminal. Might I suggest? With a flourish of his sleeve, Hu Weiyong signaled the guards to release Zhou Cheng'an. He then scrutinized Zhao Hu with an impassive expression before addressing Zhou Cheng'an. Lord Zhou, I shall take my leave. In a few days, I hope to see you in the capital. Having uttered these words, Hu Weiyong paid no heed to the flustered Lu Yunlong and strode away. Lu Yunlong, momentarily taken aback by Hu Weiyong's departure, shot a fierce glare at Zhou Cheng'an before hastily pursuing Hu Weiyong. As Zhou Cheng'an observed their retreating figures, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Fortunately, Zhao Hu was present today. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Zhou Cheng'an himself was unperturbed, confident in his ability to navigate the complexities posed by Hu Weiyong. However, if a conflict were to erupt, the well-being of the common folk would be at stake. Contemplating this, Zhou Cheng'an smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhao Hu. Thank you, Commander Zhao, for your assistance. He refrained from inquiring who had commanded Zhao Hu to conceal himself or what activities he had engaged in within Jianshan County. One of the cardinal principles of governance is to refrain from asking what should remain unasked and to remain silent on matters best left unsaid. No need for thanks. Zhao Hu waved his hand dismissively. As a member of the Jinyue, I am inherently tasked with overseeing officials. Had I allowed a conflict to arise between Minister Hu and the citizens, the emperor would not have spared me. If thanks are to be given, they should be directed toward the citizens of Jianshan County. Zhao Hu and Appo's words were not entirely mere politeness, given Zhu Yuanzhang and Appo's temperament. If Hu Weiyong's subordinates harmed the common folk in Jianan County today, it would not only be Hu Weiyong facing misfortune, Zhao Hu, as a bystander, would also be unable to escape retribution. Zhou Cheng'an smiled broadly and then inquired further. Zhao Hu, with a shrewd grin, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Zhao. Inside the magistrate and Appo's office, Xia Yuyi and the others awaited Zhou Cheng and Appo's arrival. Xia Yuyi held a long sword tightly, poised for action at any moment. As you are aware, I shall be departing for the capital with Zhao Hu tomorrow, he announced. No sooner had he spoken than Xia Yuyi interjected, Master, I wish to accompany you. However, Zhou Cheng'an shook his head. It is unwise. This journey to the capital will undoubtedly be perilous. If you accompany me, I shall be unable to safeguard you. Remain here in Jianan. I do not require your protection, Xia Yuyi retorted, glaring as he brandished his sword. I can look after myself. I might even be of assistance to you. Enough of that. The capital is a realm teeming with dragons and hidden tigers. What can a girl with mere rudimentary skills accomplish? Zhou Cheng'an admonished firmly, adopting a rare authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuyi felt a surge of delight but feigned dissatisfaction. Humph, when have I ever played around? Zhou Cheng'an chose not to engage further in their banter and turned to the steward, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Ergu. Zhou Cheng'an summoned Liang Ergu, who stood nearby. Your charge is their safety. He patted Liang Ergu's shoulder with conviction. My lord, you can rest assured. Liang Ergu replied, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. As the one who had served Zhou Cheng'an the longest, he understood all too well what it meant to offend the current chancellor. Do not worry. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the heavens. Let us not forget, we have powerful allies. His mention of above referred, of course, to his well-meaning brother and the remarkably astute uncle. Although he could not yet ascertain their true identities, they were certainly not ordinary merchants. He wondered silently if he would have the opportunity to meet them during this trip to the capital. Little did Zhou Cheng'an know that his next encounter with that father and son duo would occur within the imperial palace. The following morning, accompanied by Zhao Hu, Zhou Cheng'an set forth for the capital. As he rode, he gazed back at Jianan County, which gradually faded from view, and could not help but shout aloud. Chapter 55. It's you. The journey to the capital was remarkably smooth. Zhou Cheng'an had initially anticipated that Hu Weiyang might arrange for someone to create trouble for him. However, Zhao Hu escorted him along the official road at a brisk pace, stopping only at nightfall to rest and resuming at dawn without delay. The imperial guards were indeed different. One morning, Zhou Cheng'an and oppose, and could not help but exclaim, truly, one comes and goes like the wind. Not willing to spare even a second to rest. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu could not suppress a wry smile. The truth was not that the imperial guards were so relentless, but rather that the emperor had already learned of the situation. On the very night that Hu Weiyang sought to trouble Zhou Cheng'an, the matter had been swiftly communicated to the capital. Shortly after they set off the next day, Zhao Hu received an imperial edict, which contained but a single command: hasten to bring Zhou Cheng'an to the capital. Thus, Zhao Hu urged Zhou Cheng'an onward with great intensity toward the capital. After all, should any misfortune befall Zhou Cheng'an en route, Zhao Hu's own head would surely be at stake. With this thought, Zhao Hu flashed a smile at Zhou Cheng'an. Was this not an endeavor to clear the county magistrate's name? Let us hasten our pace. A few days later, within the gilded hall of the court. If there is business, please present it. If not, you may retire. The sharp voice of the young eunuch echoed throughout the hall. This was the customary practice during morning court, yet today's atmosphere was notably different, particularly among the group of civil officials led by Hu Weiyang. Each appeared to be in deep contemplation. In contrast, Hu Weiyang, standing at the forefront, maintained a serene countenance. The right chancellor, Wang Guangyang, held his tablet, eyes fixed on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Zhu Yuanzhang observed Hu Weiyang, who appeared somewhat fatigued, and spoke with a smile. In response to the emperor's initiative, Hu Weiyang remained unperturbed. Very well, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, applauding. You, esteemed officials, should take a leaf out of Chancellor Hu's book. Such a spirit of dedication to the country and its people is truly commendable. Upon hearing these words, the officials exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. For while Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to be praising Hu Weiyang, there lingered an undercurrent of irony in his tone. Yet Hu Weiyang continued to wear his calm demeanor. Zhu Yuanzhang's reaction was anticipated. It would have been abnormal if he had not challenged Hu Weiyang. Given that the imperial guards were present in Jianan, Hu Weiyang had naturally prepared for Zhu Yuanzhang's awareness of all matters at hand. Clearing his throat, he began, Your Majesty. The reason I traveled to Jianan was due to a report I received, alleging that the county magistrate Zhou Cheng'an is deeply corrupt and even conspiring to rebel. Thus, I made the journey to investigate. Oh, Zhu Yuanzhang and Appo's eyes glinted with intrigue. An investigation, you say? What is Chancellor Hu discovered in his inquiries? Naturally, I have uncovered certain matters, Hu Weiyang replied, his voice suddenly infused with fervor. Indeed, the county magistrate Zhou Cheng'an is guilty of corruption. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes narrowed, and an icy tone crept into his voice. Is Zhou Cheng'an truly guilty of embezzlement? Do you possess any evidence? The civil and military officials, listening to the dialogue between Zhu Yuanzhang and Hu Weiyang, found themselves perplexed. Who exactly is Zhou Cheng'an? They had not heard of him before. Why did it seem that the emperor and the chancellor were so familiar with him? Certainly, evidence exists. As he spoke, Hu Weiyang produced an account book from his person. This is a ledger I obtained from Jianan County, which contains evidence of Zhou Cheng'an's bribery of officials in West Sichuan and local gentry over the past year. I implore your majesty to conduct a thorough investigation. The eunuch swiftly took the ledger from Hu Weiyang and presented it before Zhu Yuanzhang. The emperor was already aware of Zhou Cheng'an's distribution of profits among the officials of West Sichuan, but this was the first time he had seen the specific accounts. Flipping through the ledger casually, he was instantly consumed with rage. Good heavens, has he distributed such a vast sum in just 1 year? How much has that scoundrel Zhou Cheng'an profited? Hu Weiyong observed Zhu Yuanzhang's expression with great caution, and upon noticing his sudden grim demeanor, he felt a surge of delight. Indeed, one's nature is difficult to change. Zhou Cheng'an, even with the crown prince as your backing, your hands are still tainted. The emperor despises corrupt officials above all else. After perusing a few pages of the account book, Zhu Yuanzhang rose from his dragon throne and spoke in a deep voice. Summon Zhou Cheng'an. Call for the magistrate of Jinan County, Zhou Cheng'an. As the eunuch's voice echoed, Zhou Cheng'an entered the grand hall slowly, escorted by the guards. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, he felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness in this moment. After all, this was the imperial palace. It was his first time in such a place in both of his lives. This palace was far more imposing and solemn than those depicted in dramas. As he felt the scrutinizing gazes of the officials from all directions, Zhou Cheng'an focused on the ground before him and approached Hu Weiyong. Then, lifting his long robe, he knelt down. I, Zhou Cheng'an, pay my respects to your majesty. Rise. Oh, why does that voice sound somewhat familiar? Have I heard it before? Zhou Cheng'an pondered, slowly rising from the ground, cautiously lifting his gaze. In the next moment, he trembled all over and exclaimed in shock. How could it be you, Lord Zhou? Do not be disrespectful. A young eunuch furrowed his brow, glaring at Zhou Cheng'an. I beg your pardon. It was truly due to the emperor's striking resemblance to a distant cousin of mine that I, Zhu Yuanzhang, seated upon the throne, revealed a half-smile upon hearing this. You are quite perceptive. Do not indulge in idle chatter. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed to the account book and questioned Zhou Cheng'an. As a minister of the court, how do you justify taking the hard-earned silver of the common people to bribe officials in West Sichuan? Is this true? Zhou Cheng'an lifted his gaze slightly to glance at the ledger, and in his heart, he understood the predicament he was in. He was utterly bewildered as to how he had ended up in this grand hall. However, the emperor's accusation of bribing the officials of West Sichuan was unfounded. With the ledger presented before him, how could he deny it? Hu Weiyong spoke angrily. Lord Zhou, the emperor has already reviewed the account books. In just this year alone, you have generously bestowed a staggering 5 million taels of silver upon the officials of Sichuan. Is this not bribery? As Hu Weiyong's words echoed through the court, a wave of astonishment swept over the entire assembly. 5 million taels of silver? This Lord Zhou Cheng'an indeed epitomizes the archetype of a minor official turned into a voraciously greedy magnate. Chapter 56. Development requires funding. Zhou Cheng'an cast a glance at the furious Hu Weiyong and offered a slight smile. What is it you claim, my lord? If I truly possessed a ledger detailing bribes to officials in Sichuan, how could you have obtained it so easily? Zhu Yuanzhang snorted and replied. That is because I possess considerable ability. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us assume you are indeed capable. You must have perused the ledger, and you would find that only 1/3 of the officials listed outrank me. The remaining 2/3 either hold lesser positions or are local gentry and wealthy merchants. If I were to engage in bribery, why would I target them? If bribes truly existed, your name, Hu Darren, should also appear in that ledger. Upon hearing this, Hu Weiyong sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What nonsense are you spouting? I have always been upright. How could I conspire with someone like you? I implore your majesty to discern the truth. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang paid no heed to Hu Weiyong and inquired further. If this ledger is not for bribery, then why distribute funds to them? Do not speak of dividends. You are an official of the court, not a merchant. What dividends do you speak of? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Cheng'an replied with clarity. This is the ledger for the shared prosperity of Jinan County, or rather, the entire Sichuan region. Shared prosperity? The unfamiliar phrase left the gathered officials in a state of confusion. Even the well-informed Hu Weiyong wore a perplexed expression. Shared prosperity? Zhu Yuanzhang echoed, his face reflecting deep bewilderment. What does this mean? Are you suggesting that this money is simply given away? Such an act would be beneath me. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled. After all, no one's wealth is simply blown in by the wind. Your Majesty, Minister Hu, and esteemed colleagues, I trust you have not forgotten what Jianan was like approximately a year ago. Indeed, none could forget. A year prior, Jianan had just suffered a calamity. As Zhou Cheng'an spoke, his gaze swept across the assembly, his voice growing somber. In such dire circumstances, I received the emperor's decree to assume my post in Jianan. To be candid, your Majesty, upon my arrival, my heart sank. The streets were filled with the starving, the land lay barren, and the rivers ran dry. The common folk could scarcely survive, let alone forage for wild greens. In that moment, I understood that if I did not take action in Jianan, the people would be doomed. His voice quavered, and tears glistened in his eyes, though it was all a performance. When he arrived in Jianan, the populace was indeed impoverished. Yet it was not to the extent of corpses littering the streets. However, he was the only one in the court who had witnessed the grim reality of Jianan at that time. Who could dispute his account? After all, Zhu Yuanzhang had no time machine. Alas, the suffering of the people. Then why did you not seek assistance from the court? Zhou Cheng'an suppressed the sorrow etched upon his face and stated with solemnity, as a servant of the sovereign, it is my duty to alleviate the burdens of the ruler. If there are matters requiring assistance, the court should be the first recourse. What face do I have to continue as the county magistrate? This declaration brought a sense of comfort to Zhu Yuanzhang, who reflected on the implications. If every issue necessitated his intervention, what purpose did his retainer serve? Observing the flicker of amusement on Zhu Yuanzhang's face, Hu Weiyong felt a twinge of unease and hastily interrupted Zhou Cheng'an. The populace is suffering from calamities, living in dire straits, yet you, Master Zhou, have disbursed 500,000 taels of silver in a single year. How can you bear to extract such wealth from the common folk? That is a misconception, Zhou Cheng'an replied, shaking his head. These funds were not extorted from the people. On the contrary, it is precisely because these resources have been allocated that the lives of the citizens of Jianan have improved. Pray, what reasoning leads you to assert such a claim? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned, bewildered. You leverage the people's hard-earned resources for your own connections. And you dare to claim it is for their benefit? Your Majesty, allow me to clarify, Zhou Cheng'an responded, bowing respectfully and clearing his throat before continuing. As I previously mentioned, at that time, the entirety of Jianan was on the brink of collapse. I yearned to assist the populace. Yet a skilled woman cannot weave without thread. Jianan was destitute, lacking in every resource. Thus, I sought to attract investment from other regions of Sichuan, encouraging those with grain to provide sustenance and those with wealth to contribute funds to rejuvenate Jianan. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. In exchange for support from other areas, I assured them that should they lend aid in our time of greatest need, once Jianan emerged from its crisis, we would foster prosperity across all of Sichuan. This, Your Majesty, is my vision for shared prosperity. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slowly, grasping the essence of Zhou Cheng'an's intent. So, you imply that your dealings were not mere bribes, but rather an exchange of goodwill? Indeed. There is an element of reciprocation involved, Zhou Cheng'an replied candidly. Yet, the primary objective remains to lead Jianan in fostering collective wealth throughout Sichuan. With some business acumen and the support of neighboring villages and counties, Jianan rapidly regained its vitality. Eventually, not only did we recover, but we also flourished. As the saying goes, a drop of water shall be returned with a fountain of gratitude. Once we had a surplus in our coffers, I contemplated the welfare of our neighboring villages. Accordingly, I allocated these surplus funds proportionately to my colleagues in those villages, and even to the local gentry, who in turn would distribute the silver back to the people. After all, as the magistrate of Jian and Apos, Nan, it would be inappropriate for me to personally engage in such matters, and my limited energy necessitated this approach. Thus, this ledger is not a record of bribery, but rather a testament to common prosperity. After Zhou Cheng'an uttered these words, the entire court fell into a profound silence once more. If what Zhou Cheng'an stated is indeed true, then he is not merely an official of ill repute, but rather a true patriot, one who is grateful and holds the welfare of the nation close to his heart. Chapter 57. Who else? The Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang sat upon his throne, momentarily taken aback. For the words of Zhou Cheng'an were indeed irrefutable. Not only were they beyond reproach, but they also resonated with profound sentiment, loyalty, and strategy. As for the question of how much of the distributed funds actually reached the common people, and how much was intercepted by officials at various levels, such matters were beyond Zhou Cheng'an's control. After all, it was rather unreasonable to expect a county magistrate to oversee corruption. Was it truly so? Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze upon Zhou Cheng'an, hesitantly inquiring, do you truly possess such a heart for the well-being of the people? Zhou Cheng'an responded with a respectful gesture. I merely endeavor to fulfill the duties of a loyal subject. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression brightened. The emperor, a man of simple disposition, had little patience for pretentiousness. It was the plain yet profound words of Zhou Cheng'an that moved him most deeply. Meanwhile, Hu Weiyong, observing the exchange, felt a sense of dread. This could turn the tide for Zhou Cheng'an. However, it was not the time to revisit the accounts for what was initially thought to be a weapon had. In an instant, transformed into a testament of Zhou Cheng'an's loyalty to the emperor and love for the people. Realizing this, Hu Weiyong hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, you must not be swayed by Zhou Cheng'an's insidious words." Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Hu Weiyong, his brow furrowed. "What? Do you harbor alternative views regarding these accounts?" In response, Hu Weiyong unleashed his second tactic. "However, I have come to learn of another piece of information." As he spoke, a hint of malice flickered across his face. The silver distributed within these accounts was never recorded as revenue for Jianan County. This seemingly innocuous statement incited a ripple of unease among the officials. This could spell trouble. A total of 5 million taels of silver were allocated. If it was not recorded in Jianan County's revenue, does that not imply that Jianan County has not remitted a single tael of tax to the court? The murmurs of the court reached Zhu Yuanzhang's ears, and he immediately grasped the implications. In the early years of the Ming Dynasty, merchants were required to pay a tax of 1/20th of their earnings. In other words, for every 20 taels of silver earned, 1 tael must be submitted to the court. Taxation was expected to represent 1/20th of the merchant's income. Of course, agricultural taxes were typically lower. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang understood that Jianan County had little agriculture to speak of, relying heavily on commerce. In other words, Zhou Cheng'an's 5 million taels should have produced a tax of 250,000 taels for the court. However, Zhou Cheng'an had not included this sum in Jianan County's commercial revenue, instead opting to distribute it directly. While Zhou Cheng'an's reasoning might have merit, it resulted in a shortfall of 200,000 taels in tax revenue for the court. If, from this point forward, officials across the land were to emulate Zhou Cheng'an's approach, promoting such notions of shared prosperity, retaining silver without taxation and distributing it freely, what would become of the court? At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the ledger with a peculiar expression. If circumstances permitted, he would have liked to roar in indignation. "My wealth! Your Majesty! Zhou Cheng'an's actions are nothing short of a national calamity. To safeguard the integrity of our great Ming Dynasty, I beseech you to punish Zhou Cheng'an according to the law." The implications of tax evasion in the Ming Dynasty are self-evident. Yet, if one were to truly hold Zhou Cheng'an accountable according to the law, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself reluctant. This young man is remarkably adept at generating wealth. It would be a pity to extinguish such potential. "Zhou Cheng'an, do you have anything to say in response to Prime Minister Hu's words?" At that moment, Zhou Cheng'an was somewhat bewildered. However, his confusion did not stem from his failure to pay taxes on the 5 million taels of silver. Rather, he was perplexed as to how Hu Weiyong had come to know of this matter. If it were merely the ledger, it could be explained, as it lay within the accounts room and could easily be pilfered if one were determined. Yet, the knowledge of the unpaid taxes on 5 million taels likely indicated an informant within the government. Otherwise, how would Hu Weiyong have been aware? Stealing himself. Zhou Cheng'an raised his eyes to Zhu Yuanzhang and respectfully declared, "I humbly report to your Majesty that Prime Minister Hu's assertion holds merit. However, I am willing to rectify the oversight by remitting the taxes on this 5 million taels." A cold chuckle escaped Zhu Yuanzhang as he forcefully struck the dragon throne. "What? If Hu Weiyong had not mentioned this today, would you have intended to evade payment entirely?" He then pointed to a eunuch. "It is nearly year-end, and the taxes from various regions are being collected. Bring me the ledger. I wish to ascertain how much Zhou Cheng'an has contributed in taxes from Jianan County this year." Zhu Yuanzhang's intention was primarily to determine whether Zhou Cheng'an had genuinely forgotten or had concocted this faude of shared prosperity solely to evade taxes. After all, if Jianan County had remitted a substantial amount this year, then perhaps the 25 taels had indeed slipped his mind. However, if Jianan had contributed only a meager sum, then Zhou Cheng'an's intentions would be deemed nefarious, fabricating such rhetoric of commonwealth merely as a guise for tax evasion. In a short while, the eunuch returned with the ledger detailing the tax contributions from various regions. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has just compiled the figures. Would you care to take a look?" "Read." Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed, his eyes bulging with intensity. "I wish to see how much Jianan County has paid into my coffers this year." Upon witnessing this, Zhou Cheng'an's heart sank. Nevertheless, he had indeed engaged in some dubious maneuvers in this regard, while they were minor and could be construed as reasonable tax avoidance. Some matters are such that they do not reveal their weight until weighed. Once placed on the scales, they could tip the balance dramatically. Zhu Yuanzhang seemed intent on weighing his actions. Zhou Cheng'an silently broke into a cold sweat, rapidly concocting words to utter when Zhu Yuanzhang's wrath erupted. Hoping to save his own life, the eunuch glanced at the ledger, his expression growing strange as he turned to Zhou Cheng'an. Then, In a voice that was neither fully masculine nor feminine, he read aloud, "This year, Jinan County has remitted a total of 1,000,000 taels of silver in taxes. Position me at the pinnacle of all the counties of the Ming Dynasty." Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials were rendered speechless. Zhou Cheng'an was equally taken aback. Hu Weiyong stood frozen in place, glancing at the silent emperor, then shifting his gaze to Zhou Cheng'an. A single county is to yield 100,000 taels in tax silver? Madness. Chapter 58. Lord Zhou cannot evade taxes. What Hu Weiyong was contemplating mirrored the thoughts of the other officials present. What on earth was Zhou Cheng'an up to? A mere county, and one that had recently suffered a calamity, yet he managed to produce a tax remittance of 1,000,000 taels in a single year? It is worth noting that the entire annual budget of the court barely amounted to 5 to 6 million taels. How could a single Jian county contribute nearly 1/5 of that? What would become of the other counties? Feeling the murderously intense gazes of his colleagues, Zhou Cheng'an was drenched in cold sweat. He understood the principle that the tallest tree catches the wind. Initially, he thought that by paying 1,000,000 taels in taxes, he might secure a respectable ranking. Who could have anticipated that he would suddenly find himself at the very top? This was utterly inappropriate. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's expression was even more remarkable, a blend of amusement and ire, caught in a dilemma of words that evaded him. In truth, he himself was at a loss. He had already devised a plan to reprimand Zhou Cheng'an, but now, how could he do so? To chastise Zhou Cheng'an would raise questions about the other local officials. After all, while one might accuse Zhou Cheng'an of tax evasion, he still ranked first in tax contributions nationwide. The other officials could only fall into one of two categories. Either they lacked Zhou Cheng'an's capability, or their own tax evasion was even more egregious. The civil and military officials began to recognize this predicament. Their envious glares shifted slowly from Zhou Cheng'an to Hu Weiyong. "Oh, Hu, why did you have to bring up the issue of tax collection? Were you unaware of the consequences of your own actions?" Now, if the emperor were to conduct an investigation, every official beneath Zhou Cheng'an would inevitably come under scrutiny. After all, if the highest taxpayer in the nation was to be examined, what justification was there for the others to escape investigation? It would be best if the emperor chose not to investigate. Yet regardless of whether he did or not, Zhou Cheng'an's reputation had already soared to remarkable heights. He had transformed a disaster-stricken, impoverished county into the nation's foremost tax contributor in the span of a single year. This was no longer merely the mark of a virtuous minister, it was the hallmark of an exceptionally capable official, a rarity throughout history. Hu Weiyong could scarcely fathom that matters would escalate to such an extent. He now found himself in a precarious position, unable to move forward or retreat. At that moment, the usually silent Right Chancellor Wang Guangyang gently cleared his throat. "May I speak, Your Majesty?" Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze to Wang Guangyang and nodded. "Speak, Chancellor Wang." The Chancellor continued, "I believe that what County Magistrate Zhou has accomplished is truly unprecedented. It is well known that those who undertake new initiatives often overlook certain aspects. However, if we were to impose severe penalties due to these oversights, it would be both unjust and might stifle innovation among others, forcing them to adhere strictly to antiquated methods. Therefore, I propose that we do not impose a harsh punishment on County Magistrate Zhou. Instead, let us deduct 2 months' salary from him and require that he rectify the outstanding tax payments within a specified time frame. In this way, we can avoid harming Zhou while also preserving the dignity of the court. This would be a solution that serves both interests admirably." The notice issued by Wang Guangyang was merely an attempt to provide an exit strategy for everyone present, including Zhou Cheng'an. To put it plainly, it was an effort to smooth over the situation. However, at this moment, it seemed there was no alternative. After listening to Wang Guangyang's words, Zhu Yuanzhang did not make an immediate decision, but instead turned to Hu Weiyong and inquired, "What does Prime Minister Hu think?" Hu Weiyong hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "I believe that what Minister Wang has said is quite reasonable." Observing Hu Weiyong's crestfallen demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of secret satisfaction. "Well then, since both ministers have no objections, let us proceed with this course of action. Zhou Cheng'an, take note. While I harbor some reservations regarding your past actions, I shall overlook them in light of your loyalty to the throne and the people. However, this does not grant you immunity. Should you dare to act recklessly in the future, you will face dire consequences." After uttering this seemingly both praiseworthy and admonitory statement, Zhou Cheng'an hurriedly knelt and replied, "I shall heed your Majesty's words. Enough, enough, you may leave." And thus, Zhou Cheng'an was ushered out of the Golden Hall. As he walked through the vast courtyard of the palace, he finally felt his breathing ease somewhat. Damn it. How come I never sensed that terrifying aura when I met the old emperor privately before? However, his misfortune was indeed remarkable. He had thought that Biao and his father were merely royal relatives, yet it turned out they were the emperor. Wait a moment. If Biao's father is Zhu Yuanzhang, then Biao must be. Could it be that he is the renowned crown prince Zhu Biao, known for his benevolence and virtue, who once pointed to the thorns by the roadside and remarked, in ancient times, this was used as a punishment, for it can dispel the wind, though it may injure without killing. The ancients were so kind-hearted. I remember this. Zhou Cheng'an halted in his tracks, feeling a tumult of emotions. He had unwittingly engaged in the company of such a virtuous crown prince in a brothel. Fortunately, very few were aware of this affair. Otherwise, he would have tarnished Biao's reputation for life. Thank heavens. At that moment, a hearty voice emerged from beneath a nearby small tree. Why are you in such a hurry to leave, dear brother? Zhou Cheng'an paused and looked in the direction of the voice, where he saw Zhu Biao standing behind the tree, beaming at him. The smile was still familiar, but he was no longer the simpleton of a landlord's family. Clad in a resplendent yellow brocade robe, with a long sword at his waist and black rhinoceros leather boots adorning his feet, he wore the crown of a prince. Indeed, one's attire can transform one's appearance. Zhou Cheng'an's expression was complex as he approached Zhu Biao with respect. I am Zhou Cheng'an, your highness. With a sigh, Zhou Cheng'an displayed disappointment, raising his hands in exasperation. Even you, dear brother Zhou, cannot escape the customs? It seems I was wise not to disclose my true identity to you earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an couldn't help but smile. To reveal his identity and still refer to him as dear brother was indeed a sign that he had not mistaken his elder brother. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an quickly whispered, at this moment, we must remain discreet within the palace. However, dear brother, there is a banquet tonight at Chuanxiang Tower, and you must honor us with your presence. Chuanxiang Tower? Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao was taken aback, and then lowered his voice. Isn't Chuanxiang Tower a place of indulgence? I suppose it may not be entirely appropriate for me to attend. What is inappropriate about it? You yourself possess interests in the pleasure quarters. Our visit today is not for any other purpose but to glean advanced insights from the industry. Ah, well, your words do hold some merit. But if father were to find out, rest assured, come quietly this evening, and I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly, leaving not a whisper of our gathering. In that case, it would indeed be splendid, splendid. Ahem, acquiring advanced knowledge in our field is essential. We cannot afford to neglect it. Chapter 59. Keep an eye on him. It is often said that a man's bonds are forged through shared experiences, enduring hardships together, facing challenges side by side, and to summarize, Zhou Cheng'an was not one to readily forfeit such opportunities to deepen connections. While he contemplated methods to engage with Zhu Biao in the pursuit of advanced industry knowledge, the political arena remained as tumultuous as ever. In the prime minister's residence, Hu Weiyong hosted a gathering of court officials, most of whom were his loyal supporters. Amidst the convivial atmosphere, flattery and sycophantic remarks were abundant. Yet Hu Weiyong's face revealed not a trace of mirth. Eventually, one official could no longer contain himself and ventured to inquire, is it true, Lord Hu, that you are troubled by the county magistrate, Zhou? Hu Weiyong let out a huff, raised his cup only to place it back down, and sighed, indeed. Why should you be troubled, my lord? Another chimed in with a smile. Though Zhou Cheng'an possesses some talent, he is fundamentally just a county magistrate. Nothing more than an insignificant insect in your eyes. Indeed, to Hu Weiyong, Zhou Cheng'an was but a mere ant. Yet, this very ant had evaded his attempts to crush him more than once, leaving Hu Weiyong increasingly vexed. I once sought to recruit Zhou, but he refused to ally himself with me, Hu Weiyong remarked as he surveyed the assembly. What do you suppose is the reason? At this, none of the attendees dared to respond. Given Hu Weiyong's stature, merely attempting to recruit or even admonish Zhou Cheng'an would be considered a stroke of fortune. How could Zhou dare to refuse? Had he lost his senses? Noticing the silence, Hu Weiyong continued, perhaps you are unaware of the individual backing Zhou. Allow me to clarify, he is supported by the Eastern Palace. His words fell like a bombshell at the dining table. This seemingly inconspicuous county magistrate was, in fact, allied with the Crown Prince. But why would the Crown Prince seek to cultivate the allegiance of such a minor official? Could it be, suddenly, an official ventured to guess, is the Crown Prince attempting to foster his own faction within the court? Hu Weiyong regarded the official with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Thus, you comprehend why I am at odds with that young lad? Realization dawned upon the assembly, and they nodded in understanding. The game of power has always been a zero-sum affair. The notion of mutual benefit is utterly implausible. In Hu Weiyong's view, The crown prince's efforts to fortify his influence among the courtiers were a direct affront to him. Today, there is Zhou Cheng'an. Tomorrow, it could be Zhang Cheng'an. The day after, perhaps Wang Cheng'an. Should whose faction refrain from retaliating, the crown prince's supporters would only multiply within the court. Yet, at present, even a mere county magistrate eluded Hu Weiyong's grasp. How could he possibly find joy in such a predicament? Sighing, Hu Weiyong raised his wine cup, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. In the future, it would be prudent for everyone to proceed with caution, lest they inadvertently grant others power and invite unnecessary troubles. After all, the court may no longer be governed by our dictates. Hu Weiyong's words instantly united everyone present in a shared animosity. Consequently, in the eyes of Hu's faction, Zhou Cheng'an transformed from a somewhat unruly young official into the foremost political adversary that must be eliminated. At that moment, as Hu's faction solidified their strategic objectives. Within the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was receiving Zhao Hu in his study. Has Hu Weiyong drawn his sword? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, the first words out of his mouth. Zhao Hu understood that the emperor was referring to the incident in Jian County and nodded in affirmation. A flash of fury crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. He could comprehend Hu Weiyong's intention to cultivate his own faction within the court. After all, the practice of favoring one's kin was not entirely unfathomable to him. However, to act upon a vague document and venture from the capital to Jian County to apprehend a court official, even to the extent of clashing with local citizens, was a blatant disregard for the laws established by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, for his people, and for his realm. How audacious of you, Hu Weiyong! Yet Zhu Yuanzhang, true to his nature, swiftly tempered his rising wrath and donned a smile, nodding at Zhao Hu. You have done well. Zhao Hu's heart soared at the praise. Zhu Yuanzhang seldom offered compliments. To receive such acknowledgement was a harbinger of a promising future in his career. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Hu replied solemnly, "It is my duty." Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang continued, "But your efforts have yet to suffice." Zhao Hu was well aware of Zhou Cheng'an's and Zhu Biao's current endeavors. However, in the presence of the emperor, he could not disclose that Zhu Biao was visiting a brothel, so he simply responded, "Yes." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. "From now on, you must closely monitor Zhou Cheng'an's every movement. Whatever he does, you must document it meticulously." "I understand," Zhao Hu affirmed. "Moreover, you must ensure Zhou Cheng'an's safety." Zhao Hu's gaze flickered. "I understand." When necessary, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice took on a chilling tone. "There are some individuals whom you may deal with summarily." A tremor ran through Zhao Hu at the implication. Summarily? The emperor had entrusted him with such significant authority? Could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang foresaw imminent threats against Zhou Cheng'an? Noticing Zhao Hu's silence, Zhu Yuanzhang's fierce gaze bore down upon him. "What is the matter? Do you have a problem?" "I shall obey," Zhao Hu hastily responded. "Very well. If there are no further issues, you may leave." Zhu Yuanzhang gestured for Zhao Hu to depart. As Zhao Hu rose to exit, Zhu Yuanzhang, hands clasped behind his back, strolled to the windows. Gazing out at the serene night enveloping the garden, lost in thought. Suddenly, he called out to Zhao Hu, "Wait a moment." Zhao Hu halted and turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, inquiring, "Your Majesty? There is one more matter. You must inform Zhou Cheng'an." A surprise? Zhao Hu was keenly curious about the surprise the emperor had prepared for Zhou Cheng'an. However, he was also aware that such inquiries were not befitting his position as a member of the Jinyue. Thus he merely responded in the affirmative and took his leave. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Zhao Hu's receding figure and let out a faint sigh. "Hu Weiyong, oh Hu Weiyong, it seems we are just beginning." Chapter 60. Surprise? What is a surprise? The following noon, Zhou Cheng'an slowly awoke from his drunken stupor. He had initially perceived Zhu Biao as a rather honest fellow. Yet he did not anticipate his remarkable capacity for drink. Last night, Zhou Cheng'an had intended to make Zhu Biao intoxicated. However, after only a few cups, it was he who succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Rubbing his heavy head, Zhou Cheng and Appo's, and was abruptly interrupted by a loud knocking at the inn and Appo's door. Who could it be at this early hour, summoning spirits? Zhou Cheng'an grumbled as he called out toward the door. "Haha, Lord Zhou, it's hardly early now," came Zhao Hu's voice from outside. "Zhao Gu, please, come in." After freshening up, Zhou Cheng'an welcomed Zhao Hu into his room. Their camaraderie had grown quite familiar by this point. Zhao Hu sat at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and then gazed at Zhou Cheng'an with a broad smile. "Brother Zhou, I have come today to offer my heartfelt congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" Zhou Cheng'an responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What is there to celebrate?" "My dear brother, you certainly made quite the impression in the Golden Hall yesterday. Now, Every official and even the citizens of the capital are aware that Jianan County boasts an extraordinary magistrate. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an could only smile wryly. This notoriety was not something he desired. As the saying goes, it is the quiet ones who amass great wealth. Now that everyone was aware of Jianan County's affluence, it was undoubtedly not a favorable situation. Zhao Gao, please do not jest with me. Wealth is a double-edged sword. Those who flaunt it often meet misfortune. Zhao Hu chuckled in response, his tone implying more than mere jest. However, it seems that few dare to provoke you, Brother Zhou. I am but a feeble scholar. Who would fear me? Though you may be a scholar, Brother Zhou, you have allies, do you not? Zhao Hu winked, suggesting something unspoken. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Cheng'an. It was evident that the brother Zhao Hu referred to was none other than Zhu Biao. Zhao Dage must have long been aware of the noble's identity. Am I correct? Indeed. Zhao Hu replied enigmatically, followed by a hearty laugh. Knowing who is of little consequence, the Jinyui are merely the court's hounds. But you, Brother Zhou, are different. You are still young, yet already renowned across the land, and with the support of a benefactor, your rise to greatness is surely imminent. With this, Zhao Hu lifted Zhou Cheng'an's cup, poured him more tea, and with great reverence, presented it to him. I wish you a prosperous career. May you ascend effortlessly. Observing Zhao Hu's humble demeanor and reflecting on his words, Zhou Cheng'an gradually grasped Zhao Hu's intentions. It appeared that Zhao Hu was considering aligning himself with him. Although they were both officials of the same dynasty, and Zhao Hu's current position even surpassed that of Zhou Cheng'an. It is indeed as Zhao Hu has articulated. The name Jinyui is fearsome in reputation, yet ultimately, it is merely a blade wielded by another. Zhou Cheng'an, on the other hand, appears to be on a different trajectory, at least from Zhao Hu's perspective. As long as Zhou Cheng'an does not commit any grave errors in the future, he is destined to become the new bearer of the blade. After all, the elderly emperor will eventually pass, and the current status of the crown prince appears remarkably secure. When the day arrives for the crown prince to ascend the throne, Zhou Cheng'an, possessing both capability and camaraderie with the prince, is bound to soar to great heights. Thus, forging a strong alliance with Zhou Cheng'an, even serving as his subordinate, is an astute choice, akin to selecting a stock poised for inevitable appreciation. Having discerned Zhao Hu's sentiments, Zhou Cheng'an smiled as he took the teacup from Zhao Hu's hands and sipped delicately. Henceforth, he would be calling upon Zhao Hu's expertise more frequently. I am willing to devote my utmost for you, my lord. In truth, Zhou Cheng'an was not particularly inclined to cultivate numerous friendships. However, following the recent upheaval involving Hu Weiyong in Jianshan County, he realized the necessity of establishing connections with trustworthy allies within the court. Reliable friends can provide invaluable assistance in critical moments. Even a mere word can wield significant influence. A friend like Zhao Hu, endowed with both capability and experience, and positioned in such a pivotal role, is truly a rare treasure. Moreover, Zhou Cheng'an felt indebted to Zhao Hu. He could hardly conceive of a reason to decline Zhao Hu and Apos' overture of loyalty, albeit with the understanding that this loyalty is somewhat metaphorical. Ultimately, they remain officials of the Ming Dynasty, albeit forming a small circle of camaraderie. Such circles, regardless of time or place, will invariably exist. As Zhou Cheng'an journeyed, he shared his forthcoming plans with Zhao Hu. The first objective was to eliminate the internal traitors within the yamen. This task will require your expertise, Zhao, he noted. Recognizing Zhao Hu's proficiency in such matters, Zhao Hu nodded confidently, declaring, "Give me 4 or 5 days, and I shall uncover the spy within the yamen who has been relaying information to Hu Weiyong. After all, that is the very purpose of the Jinyui." Zhou Cheng'an nodded in agreement, continuing, "The second matter pertains to the Lu family." He had resolved that the Lu family, led by Lu Yuanzhang, must be eradicated from Jianxian County. Since Zhou Cheng'an's arrival in Jianxian, Lu Yuanzhang had persistently attempted to undermine him. At that time, Zhou Cheng'an felt his foundation was too fragile to provoke the local gentry, fearing that it might deter other influential families in Sichuan from collaborating with him. However, his patience had been thoroughly exhausted by Lu Yuanzhang's relentless machinations. Frankly speaking, Zhou Cheng'an had been quite generous towards the Lu family, never failing to distribute their fair share of profits, and the Lu family had, in turn, leveraged their local power to dominate the second most lucrative gambling establishment in Jianxin County. Yet, despite this, the Lu family repeatedly sought to bring Zhou Cheng'an to ruin. Such treachery could not be tolerated. They must be eliminated. Zhao Hu gazed at Zhou Cheng'an's expression and nodded. "Very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me." Suddenly, as they approached the city gates of Jianan County, Zhao Hu halted his steed. "What is it?" Zhou Cheng'an inquired, puzzled by Zhao Hu's sudden stop. Zhao Hu referred to Zhu Leoi, meaning Zhu Yuanzhang. Oh, what further plans does Zhu Leoi have? Zhao Hu cleared his throat and addressed Zhou Cheng'an. Zhu Leoi has mentioned that he has prepared a surprise for you, which will soon arrive in Jianan County. A surprise? Pray tell, what does that entail? Chapter 61. The surprise is that Zhu Di has arrived. Zhou Cheng'an had an inkling that Zhu Yuanzhang might have set a trap for him. A surprise? He looked at Zhao Hu, perplexed, and inquired, what sort of surprise? This question left Zhao Hu momentarily speechless. The emperor did not elaborate, but he did insist that you must exert your utmost effort. Exert my utmost effort? This suggested that the so-called surprise was either a person or a formidable task assigned to him by Zhu Yuanzhang. In truth, Zhou Cheng'an, by nature, was not fond of being manipulated. This was precisely why he preferred the position of a county magistrate over the allure of high office. However, since Zhu Yuanzhang had personally spoken, Zhou Cheng'an felt compelled to show some respect. All right, I understand, he nodded and said, for now, let us first enter the city. Soon. This news spread throughout Jianshan County. The townsfolk erupted in cheers, filled with uncontainable joy. Some even climbed the tall trees at the county gate, shouting at the top of their lungs. It must be said that Zhou Cheng'an was genuinely moved by the enthusiasm of the common people. Despite their lack of formal education, some barely recognizing a few characters, they possessed an innate understanding of who the good people were and who truly contributed to Jianshan County. At the Yamen, Xia Yui and Liang Ergo had been waiting, while Master Tang had set up a brazier on the path leading into the Yamen. Gentlemen, it is good to see you. Zhou Cheng'an greeted them with a broad smile. Not so fast. Xia Yui waved his hand. You must first step over the brazier to ward off ill fortune before we converse. Zhou Cheng and Appos, and, though speechless, did not argue. After crossing over the brazier, he joined the others in light-hearted banter as they entered the Yamen. Inside the back courtyard, a feast had already been prepared. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Cheng'an finally asked, has anything significant occurred in the county recently? Nothing major, Liang Ergu replied, except for the Liu family. The Liu family, as mentioned by Liang Ergu, naturally referred to Liu Yunlong. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an's expression shifted, and he asked, what trouble is the Liu family causing now? Liang Ergu responded with mild irritation. Miss Xia nearly clashed with those people over this matter. At this, Xia Yuyu raised her delicate fist, indignantly declaring, they should be taught a lesson for their baseless accusations. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled heartily and quickly reassured her, do not be angry, do not be angry. Yet, this matter was beyond his control. Currently, even Hu Weiyong, the most powerful backer of Liu Yunlong, could do nothing about it. In Zhou Cheng'an's eyes, the Liu family was merely a withered bone in a grave. Moreover, the Liu family was not the most pressing issue at hand. All right, Zhou Cheng'an said with a faint smile. Oh, by the way. Zhou Cheng'an cast a glance at the ever-smiling Tang Shiya beside him. Tang Shiya, upon noticing Zhao Hu, felt a surge of astonishment. The entire Jianan County was now aware that Zhao Hu was affiliated with the Jinyue. It was indeed unusual for a member of the Jinyue to take residence in the county office. Yet, observing Zhou Cheng'an's seemingly relaxed demeanor, as if he were merely arranging accommodation for a friend, Tang Shiya thought little of it and nodded. No problem, my lord. Unbeknownst to Tang Shiya, Zhao Kang's intent was for Zhao Hu to investigate who the traitor within the office was. After 2 days of well-deserved rest, Zhou Cheng'an finally commenced his official duties. However, on his very first day back, before he could inspect the various industries of Jianan County, Zhao Hu hastily sought him out. Zhou Lao, I need to discuss something urgent with you. Zhou Cheng and Appos, and, not daring to delay, inquired promptly, what is it? Have we found the traitor? Not yet. But we have some leads. I did not come to discuss that today. Then what is it? Surprise. A surprise is arriving, and it comes in a carriage. Standing at the city gate of Jianan County, Zhou Cheng'an and Zhao Hu watched as a black carriage approached swiftly, finally coming to a halt before them. The carriage door creaked open, and a man leaped down. This man stood tall at nearly 6 feet, with striking features that conveyed both refinement and ruggedness. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his gaze profound, his high nose and square jaw hinted at a resolute character. Dressed simply, he nonetheless exuded an air of nobility. He approached Zhou Cheng'an with a slight smile and cupped his hands in greeting. I am Zhu Di, honored to meet you, Lord Zhou. Zhu Di, the renowned Zhu Di. Zhou Cheng'an mused, realizing he was in the presence of royalty. As he spoke, he pondered what business Zhu Yuanzhang's son could have in Jianan County. Cough, there is no need to mention Prince, Zhu Di responded with a smile. Lord Zhou, my elder brother holds you in high regard. While in the capital, he often praised your talents, saying you possess remarkable abilities, thus establishing a bond of brotherhood with you. Zhou Cheng'an felt a flush of embarrassment at such flattery. Such talents, I am unworthy of such praise. Zhu Biao is truly a master of embellishment. Ha ha, Lord Zhou. You are exceedingly humble, Zhu Di replied with a grin. I know my brother well, he does not easily commend others, if he regards you as a talent. And my father echoes this sentiment, then it is certain you possess extraordinary qualities. As they spoke, Zhu Di produced a bundle from within his robes and handed it to Zhou Cheng'an. This is a message from my father for you. Upon receiving the bundle, Zhou Cheng'an opened it to discover a letter and documents contained within. He unsealed the letter, confirming it was indeed written by Zhu Yuanzhang. In the letter, Zhu Yuanzhang primarily conveyed his desire for Zhu Di to accompany Zhou Cheng'an in military training in Jiannan. As for the document, Zhou Cheng'an scrutinized it carefully in his hands, and then an overwhelming joy surged within him. This was the past document leading to the snowy region. Chapter 62. This thing will change the world. Previously, Zhou Cheng'an had troubled Zhu Biao by requesting him to procure a document that would grant access to the snowy territories. After all, he possessed a prescription for a potent aphrodisiac. If he could successfully establish a business around this elixir, it would truly lead to great wealth. Although Zhou Cheng'an had accumulated some money, it was merely ephemeral, as the development of Jiannan County required a continuous influx of investment. The ventures of gambling houses and brothels, regardless of their growth, were inherently limited. Jiannan County, while not a desolate backwater, only affected the region of Sichuan. However, the aphrodisiac was an entirely different matter. Firstly, the formula for the aphrodisiac was unique to Zhou Cheng'an, creating a significant technological barrier. Moreover, this product had the potential to be sold throughout the Ming Dynasty and indeed to every corner of the world. Once the business reached that scale, the profits would transcend mere immediate gains. This was the true surprise. Zhou Cheng'an accepted the passage document with delight. Young Master Zhu, since you have traveled such a distance, may I offer you a warm welcome? That would be most gracious of you, County Magistrate Zhou, Zhu Di replied. Unlike his elder brother Zhu Biao, Zhu Di had a long-standing fascination with martial affairs, which had only intensified over time. He found it perplexing why his father had sent him to Jiannan County to learn military tactics from a civil official. Yet he trusted that his father had his reasons. Thus, Zhu Di treated County Magistrate Zhou with utmost courtesy. Given their similar ages, after a few drinks, they began to address each other as brothers. Brother Zhou, it seems we have nearly finished our meal. Is it not time for you to show me around the military camp in Jiannan County? Zhu Di inquired, his face flushed with intoxication and anticipation. Zhou Cheng'an was somewhat taken aback. Zhu Di was indeed no ordinary individual. Even after a meal and drinks, he was eager to visit the military camp. It was evident he possessed a certain zeal for military matters. Zhou Cheng'an nodded. Of course, I shall arrange for a carriage. Moments later, the two arrived at the Jiannan Prefecture military camp. As they toured the premises, passing by a commander's tent, Zhu Di looked curiously at the enclosure and asked, Brother Zhou, what is the purpose of this tent? Why is it so deserted? Zhou Cheng'an glanced over and replied with a smile. This tent serves as our storage for cannons. We are still in the process of recruiting artillerymen, hence its current emptiness. Artillerymen? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Zhu Di was filled with curiosity. Is the cannon you speak of the famed red robe cannon? Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an affirmed with a nod. Zhu Di was momentarily speechless. The red robe cannon was rare within the Ming Dynasty, and he was astonished to discover that such a remarkable piece of artillery was housed within this modest military camp. Not only did they possess the red robe cannon, but they were also training artillerymen. Was specialized training truly necessary for artillery? In Zhu Di's perception, the red artillery merely required the barrel to be aimed in a certain direction, followed by the soldiers igniting the gunpowder. There was no need for specialized training. Upon hearing Zhu Di's remarks, Zhou Cheng'an could not help but chuckle heartily. Though my cannon bears resemblance to the red artillery, it possesses distinct differences. Would you care to step into my tent for a closer look? Naturally, Zhu Di could not decline Zhou Cheng'an's invitation. Upon entering the modest tent, they were greeted by the sight of 4 or 5 cannons. Unlike the artillery he was accustomed to, each cannon was equipped with a sighting device and a vernier caliper atop its carriage. Zhou Cheng'an gestured toward the sight and caliper, explaining, These are specially crafted by my artisans. They represent the most significant divergence of my cannons from the red artillery. I refer to them as the aiming system. Zhu Di approached one of the cannons, scrutinizing it with curiosity and perplexity. He pondered the functionality of Zhou Cheng'an's aiming system on the artillery. It's quite simple. Zhou Cheng'an replied, pointing to the vernier caliper. In the future, each cannon in my regiment will be operated by 2 soldiers. One will observe the projectile's impact point, while the other will adjust the cannon's precision based on that point using the caliper. Admittedly, everything is rather rudimentary at this stage, and I am still in the exploratory phase. However, it won't be long before I can assemble a formidable artillery force. Jade gazed at Zhou Cheng'an in confusion. Brother Zhou, I have employed the red artillery on the battlefield. These weapons are excessively heavy and cumbersome, making them quite inconvenient to use. Their power is also severely limited. Instead of exerting effort in training an artillery unit, would it not be wiser to invest more energy into cavalry or produce additional armor for the soldiers? At Jade's words, Zhou Cheng'an let out a faint sigh. It was likely that Jade could not fathom that the once dominant cavalry on the Eurasian roads were ultimately vanquished by these seemingly cumbersome firearms. Armor and cavalry are indeed important, Zhou Cheng'an responded. However, training artillery is essential, as cannons can inflict mass casualties on the enemy from a greater distance. Most crucially, I intend to create a type of firearm that can be wielded by all, what you may call a musket. A musket? Jade furrowed his brow slightly. Though he could not comprehend Zhou Cheng'an's fervor for these firearms, he nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall await Brother Zhou's good news. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhou, I heard from my father that there is a new position in your army called a political commissar. Jade began to engage Zhou Cheng'an in a discussion about the political commissar. Zhou Cheng'an, having ample examples to share, led Jade to the training grounds. At this moment, a multitude of soldiers had gathered on the training grounds, yet they were not engaged in drills. Instead, they sat upon the ground, attentively listening to a man clad in a scholar's attire who spoke eloquently before them. Although he bore the appearance of a learned individual, a closer inspection revealed that his garments were indeed military uniform. Zhou Cheng'an gestured towards the man and addressed Jade, stating, "That individual is the first political commissar I have recently appointed. He is currently initiating the first phase of ideological education for our warriors. Would you be interested in hearing him?" Oh. Jade's face lit up with curiosity, and he responded eagerly, "I am indeed interested. That is precisely why I have come." Chapter 63. The insider in the Yamen. Jade possessed a remarkably down-to-earth demeanor. He did not reveal his identity nor exhibit any pretentiousness, choosing instead to sit among the soldiers. The political commissar on the podium spoke eloquently, "Ladies and gentlemen, what do you believe is the purpose of our enlistment?" After a moment of silence, a bold soldier timidly ventured, "ISN and Oppos. Just to earn a living?" This sentiment resonated with many soldiers present. Indeed, the political commissar nodded. "We leave our homes primarily to seek sustenance. However, we soldiers are not like the ordinary folk. The greatest distinction lies in the responsibility we bear. We carry the weight of safeguarding our nation. Why? Because we are men. Behind us stand the common people, our parents, our wives and children, and our vast homeland. Thus, I often say, if one fears for their life, they should not enter the military. Since we have joined the ranks, why not wield a sword or a gun and strive for glory and legacy? That is the mark of a true man. Do you all agree?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted into cheers, as if infused with renewed vigor. Jade, seated among them, felt exhilarated, clapping enthusiastically. "Well said. Excellent." Noticing this, Zhou Cheng'an hurried over to pull him up. "Young master, we must attend to other matters." Reluctantly, Jade rose and joined Zhou Cheng'an. "Brother Zhou, is your role as the political commissar merely to invigorate the troops?" "Yes and no," Zhou Cheng'an replied enigmatically. "What you refer to as invigorating the troops is, in my view, the use of words and ideas to elevate the soldiers' morale. A unit imbued with spirit and morale is truly a formidable force. No matter the time or the weaponry, it is the human element that remains paramount." At this juncture, Zhou Cheng'an chuckled. Jade, in agreement, nodded fervently before inquiring, "May I return to continue listening to your lectures?" "Absolutely. It would be my pleasure," Zhou Cheng'an readily affirmed, patting his chest with generosity. "These are trivial matters. If you wish, I could even train 2 political commissars for you to take along. How can I accept such an offer?" Jade laughed heartily. Zhou Cheng'an then guided Jade through the barracks until dusk beckoned their departure. Initially, Jade had doubted Zhou Cheng'an's capability due to his background as a scholar, questioning his ability to train troops. However, after a day spent wandering the modest barracks of Jian County, Jade realized he had underestimated Zhou Cheng'an. Not only was he adept at military training, but he also possessed a profound understanding of human nature, an invaluable talent. Thus, Jade felt a burgeoning desire to cultivate a friendship with Zhou Cheng'an. As the few individuals were about to part ways, Zhu Di suddenly turned to Zhou Cheng'an and proposed, "Brother Zhou, I sincerely thank you for your hospitality today." Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No, no, no. In Jian County, you need only adhere to my arrangements. When you arrive in the capital or Yin territory, you may invite me then." Zhu Di, hearing this, readily agreed. And thus the two planned to meet again the following day. "Who is it?" Zhou Cheng'an wondered, puzzled by the unexpected visitor at this hour. "Sir, are you resting?" came the voice of Zhao Hu from outside the door. Zhou Cheng'an, aware of Zhao Hu's cautious nature, understood that he would not come at such a late hour unless there was an urgent matter. He rose and opened the door. Indeed, Zhao Hu's first words were, "Sir, we have located the traitor you were seeking." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Cheng'an's eyes as he inquired, "Who is it?" Since Zhou Cheng'an's arrival in Jian County, the days had been bustling with activity. Merchants traveling from the south to the north sought opportunities to prosper in Jian County. First and foremost, establishing connections was essential. One could not hope to gain wealth in Jian County without making the necessary arrangements. Additionally, the current prosperity of Jian County was closely tied to its county magistrate, and these merchants were eager to see what kind of person he truly was. Unfortunately, most of them would never get the chance to meet him. After all, Zhou Cheng'an was not a spectacle in a zoo, available for public viewing. However, it was also inappropriate to deny entry to all visitors. Thus, the responsibility of receiving these guests fell upon the capable shoulders of Steward Tang. Steward Tang was indeed a person of great charm, and managing such affairs was a task he handled with ease. Moreover, many of these visitors brought small gifts, which, although the county magistrate had no opportunity to accept, were graciously received by Steward Tang. Consequently, he found great satisfaction in his role. One day, after receiving the last visitor as per usual, Steward Tang reclined in his chair and stretched contentedly. He glanced at the dimming sky, nodding in satisfaction. It seems I can call it a day." Just as Steward Tang was preparing to tidy up and leave, Zhou Cheng'an walked in slowly from outside. Upon seeing him, Steward Tang immediately approached with enthusiasm. "County Magistrate, what brings you here at this hour?" Zhou Cheng'an smiled gently. "I came to see you. I've troubled you with county affairs during my recent absence." Of course, Steward Tang replied with a beaming smile, flattering him. "To serve you, sir, is my utmost pleasure, no matter how exhausting or difficult the tasks may be." Normally, Zhou Cheng'an would have teased Steward Tang in response, but today he did not. Instead, he sighed deeply and sank into the very chair that Steward Tang had just vacated. "Do you truly feel that way?" Old Tang, being an astute individual, sensed that something was amiss upon hearing those words, yet he maintained a facade of smiles. "Naturally, my intentions, known only to me, should be clear even to you, County Chief." The last trace of a smile vanished from Zhou Cheng'an's face. "Old Tang, do you know what I despise the most? It is when others deceive me." Chapter 64. An opportunity for confession. Old Tang observed the gradually chilling expression on Zhou Cheng'an's face, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His voice trembled slightly, as though he could barely maintain his composure. "Lord Shou, what do you mean by that? If you have something to say, please speak plainly and do not frighten me." Old Tang, "Very well," Zhou Cheng'an replied, nodding. He produced a stack of letter paper from his bosom and slammed it down before Old Tang. "Do you recognize this letter paper?" Naturally, Old Tang recognized the paper, for it contained the very letters he had written to Lu Yunlong. To his astonishment, he never imagined that his clandestine correspondence with Lu Yunlong would be uncovered by Zhou Cheng'an. In his mind, he believed he had been exceedingly discreet, unaware of the subtle maneuvers he had undertaken in secret. In truth, Jianing County was still home to many eyes belonging to Zhou Cheng'an. Eyes that were none other than the Jinyui. Indeed, Zhao Hu and Zhou Cheng'an had departed from Jianing County, yet the remaining Jinyui remained vigilant. Furthermore, Zhao Hu had specifically assigned them tasks to monitor the yamen, fearing that Hu Weiyong might fabricate evidence against Zhou Cheng'an. Unexpectedly, instead of unearthing any leads on Hu Weiyong's alleged fabrications, they had instead collected evidence of Old Tang's betrayal of Shou Cheng to Lu Yunlong. At this moment, Old Tang had collapsed entirely onto the ground. Zhou Cheng'an looked down at him from his elevated position, his voice grave. "Do you have any further arguments to present?" "Old Tang, though our acquaintance may not be lengthy, I have treated you generously," Zhou Cheng'an continued. "How long have you served as a scribe in Jianing County? I have heard that you have already taken 2 concubines." Upon hearing this, Old Tang, in a state of panic, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head as he pleaded, "Lord Zhou, it is true that I, Old Tang, have been foolish. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. While Zhou Cheng'an could comprehend this mindset, what infuriated him was the fact that, despite many harboring similar thoughts, no one in the entire Jianan County Yamen had betrayed him. Instead, it was old Tang, the very person he had trusted and promoted upon arriving in Jianan County, who had plunged a knife into his back. Understanding was one thing. Forgiveness was another. With a darkened expression, Zhou Cheng'an sighed and tossed a pouch of loose silver onto the ground before old Tang. Take this money and be gone. From this day forth, you are no longer my scribe in Jianan County. I do not wish to see your face again. Upon returning to the inner chambers, Zhou Cheng'an had scarcely settled when Liang Ergu and Xia Yui approached him. Master, are you truly letting that scoundrel Tang go? Liang Ergu exclaimed, his face contorted with indignation. Not only do you spare him, but you also give him silver? I say, he ought to be soundly beaten and then thrown to the dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an lifted his gaze and shot Liang Ergu a glare. I detest those who, emboldened by wealth and power, oppress the common folk. To act as you suggest. What distinguishes me from those who abuse their power? Indeed, Xia Yui sat down beside Zhou Cheng'an. My senior brother is a good person and would never stoop to such actions. However, dear brother, what if old Tang has not departed from Jiannan, but instead sought refuge with the Liu family? What then? After all, he has served as your assistant for such a long time and knows many of your secrets. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an replied coldly, rest assured. I have already granted him a chance at redemption. Should old Tang stubbornly choose to oppose me, then, at that point, I shall not hesitate to act. With a sudden crash, Zhou Cheng and oppose and crushed the teacup in his hand. This was the first time he displayed his murderous aura before Xia Yui. Startled, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of admiration in her eyes. As someone from the martial world, she cherished the swift resolution of grievances and the principle of an eye for an eye. Enough of that. Let us discuss other matters, Zhou Cheng'an said, lifting his cup to quell his inner turmoil as he turned to Liang Ergu. Ergu, I need you to venture out. Absolutely. Liang Ergu pounded his chest boisterously. Whether scaling mountains of blades or descending into seas of fire, just say the word, and I, Liang Ergu, shall comply. There is no need for such extremes. You simply need to make a trip to the snowy lands. At this, Zhou Cheng'an produced a prescription for a potent tonic from his robes. Take this prescription with you. The snowy lands? A prescription? Liang Ergu, puzzled about the connection between the two, looked curiously at Zhou Cheng'an. Zhou Cheng'an was not one to elaborate excessively before undertaking a task. He firmly believed in the principle of conducting oneself with grandeur while maintaining a low profile in action. Even Liang Ergu, who was undeniably one of Zhou Cheng'an's closest aides, was only now learning of his intent to delve into the business of tonics. Zhou Cheng'an continued to instruct Liang Ergu, you must swiftly assemble a team to seek out the necessary ingredients in the snowy lands as specified in this prescription. I have already prepared the necessary documentation for passage. Should you require funds, feel free to withdraw from the county treasury at your convenience. In essence, your primary objective is to procure all the required ingredients for the master in the shortest time possible. After listening to Zhou Cheng'an's directives, Liang Ergu did not inquire further and merely nodded in agreement. Rest assured, master. The task you have assigned will be accomplished. This was precisely what Zhou Cheng'an appreciated about Liang Ergu. Despite his numerous flaws, he possessed two commendable traits: unwavering loyalty, never to betray Zhou Cheng'an like old Tang, and a readiness to follow orders without questioning the rationale behind them. Zhou Cheng'an placed a reassuring hand on Liang Ergu's shoulder and said solemnly, prepare yourself and set off at once. It is essential to understand that the future of Jianan County rests entirely in your hands. Chapter 65. The county chief's leg is broken. The necessary individuals have been dismissed, and those who needed to depart have set forth. The flow of people in Jianan County is ever-changing. The arrival or departure of a few does not attract anyone's attention. As for the new clerk of Jianan County, Zhou Cheng'an has simply appointed Xia Yui to the role. Though this young girl lacks experience, she is literate and possesses exquisite handwriting, surpassing even Zhou Cheng'an's own. Moreover, she is remarkably intelligent, mastering any subject with ease. With such a capable individual assuming the position of clerk, no one in Jianan County dared to voice any objections. Besides, who could resist the allure of such a stunning beauty accompanying the county chief? One might even speculate that she could become the county chief's wife one day. Once this notion took hold, who would dare dissent? As for Liang Ergu, Zhou Cheng'an felt secure allowing him to venture into the snowy expanse. This was partly to provide him with some experience, and partly because Liang Ergu had previously been responsible for ensuring Zhou Cheng'an's safety. However, Zhao has since taken on that role. Despite Liang Ergu's unwavering loyalty, he falls short of the protection offered by the elite Jin Yiwei. Thus, his departure would have little impact. Just as Zhou Cheng'an believed he could enjoy a few days of peace, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. It is well known that Jiannan County's current development heavily relies on external factors, particularly concerning grain, currency, and essential goods. The locals even jest that County Magistrate Zhou Cheng'an possesses 3 legs, a reference to the merchants dealing in grain, consumers, and small commodities, all of whom are vital to the county's livelihood. However, no one could have anticipated that Zhou Cheng'an's stability would be shaken. What? Zhou Cheng'an exclaimed, slamming his hand down on the table, rising in anger. Bandits have appeared within Jiannan County. They have raided the grain carts. The constable reporting the news had never witnessed such fury from Zhou Cheng'an and hastily responded, "Indeed, my lord. A band of bandits emerged from nowhere and seized all the grain carts that arrived in our county this morning. Now, other merchants are too frightened to come. Only a few bold ones dare to venture here, and their numbers have drastically dwindled. If this continues, in just a week's time, the people of our county will have no food to eat." With a stern expression, Zhou Cheng'an opposed and ceased further discussion and mounted his swift steed, heading towards the military camp. He had become quite familiar with the soldiers there. Furthermore, he had previously informed Luo Cheng'an of Zhu Di's extraordinary identity, prompting Luo Cheng'an to treat Zhu Di as a distinguished guest. Zhu Di himself was quite adept at leading troops, and he and Luo Cheng'an had developed a rapport. It seemed Zhu Di was gradually assuming the role of vice commander in Jiannan County. As for the bandit incident, Zhou Cheng'an was the first to receive the news, followed closely by Luo Cheng'an and Zhu Di. The two individuals had assembled their elite troops early, forming a formidable presence within the military camp. Upon the arrival of Zhou Cheng'an, Luo Cheng'an and Zhu Di promptly approached to greet him. Zhou Cheng'an, upon seeing them, realized that they were already aware of the day's urgent matters. Thus, he refrained from superfluous conversation and directly issued orders to Luo Cheng'an. "After nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, the time to employ them has come. Mobilize the troops. I am determined to eradicate all bandits and marauders within the Jiannan territory." Soon, the news of the county chief's intent to eliminate bandits spread throughout the entire Sichuan province. "Did you hear? The county chief has resolved to eradicate the bandits. He claims he will wipe out all the marauders in Jiannan." "Oh, come now. Year after year, bandits persist despite the efforts to eliminate them. But Zhou County Chief is different, isn't he?" "Different?" Although Zhou County Chief possesses some skills, the bandits of Jiannan are notoriously difficult to subdue. This sentiment was not only shared among the common folk. Even Luo Cheng'an felt that Zhou Cheng'an's declarations might have been somewhat overzealous. After Zhou Cheng'an had made his pronouncement, Luo Cheng'an approached him, yet hesitated to articulate his thoughts. Zhou Cheng'an recognized that Luo Cheng'an, being a man of action, preferred directness. His current demeanor surely indicated he had something significant to convey. Therefore, Zhou Cheng'an took the initiative to inquire, "What troubles you, Cheng'an? Speak freely, we are comrades here. So share your thoughts candidly." "Indeed," Luo Cheng'an nodded. "I wish to inquire if you intend to personally lead the troops in a battle?" "Why not?" Zhou Cheng'an retorted. "Do you doubt my capability to command?" "Not at all," Luo Cheng'an hastily clarified. "It's merely that the treacherous mountains of Jiannan harbor numerous bandits, making them exceedingly difficult to rout. If I may suggest, it would be wiser to station soldiers to guard the caravans and allow the enemy to exhaust themselves. There is no need for us to venture into the mountains ourselves to confront the bandits." Luo Cheng'an's suggestion was not without merit, and Zhou Cheng'an had indeed contemplated it. However, he believed that such a strategy would only address the symptoms, not the root of the problem. Furthermore, he had already proclaimed his intentions, vowing to completely eradicate the bandit scourge in Jiannan. It would be unseemly to retract his words so soon after making them. "Fear not," Zhou Cheng'an declared confidently, waving his hand. "This expedition will undoubtedly eradicate all bandits in Jiannan. Zhu, my dear brother, are you willing to lend me your support?" "Ha ha." Zhu Di laughed heartily. "A mere handful of bandits? With the two of us leading, their defeat is merely a matter of time." Zhu Di indeed regarded the bandits with disdain. This was not a matter of underestimating the enemy. Rather, to him, these brigands were simply creatures of the dense forests, likely to find no solace. "Today, I shall assist you wholeheartedly," Zhu Di proclaimed, brandishing his whip as he advanced before the soldiers. He then addressed the troops with a booming voice. "Brothers, this mission to eradicate the bandits is for the sake of the people of Jiannan. It is also for our honor. Today is the day for us to establish our legacy. Charge with me, brothers." Judy's words were profoundly stirring. With just a few utterances, the morale of the entire unit surged remarkably. This display did not escape the notice of Zhou Cheng'an, who found himself in agreement. Some individuals are simply endowed with innate talent. Although Zhu Di had only recently arrived at the military camp in Jianxin, he had already emulated the demeanor of a political commissar to a striking degree. Zhou Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a murmur. Upon hearing this, Luo Chenghan laughed heartily and remarked, "My dear brother, given some time, you will undoubtedly become a formidable general." Chapter 66. The Black Wind 18 camps. As Zhou Cheng'an's soldiers advanced in their mission to eradicate bandits, they were unaware of a perilous mountain to the northwest of Jiannan. Known as Black Wind Mountain, this mountain was home to a notorious group of brigands, deemed the greatest scourge of the region. Their leader, who self-identified as the King of Black Wind Mountain, commanded a stronghold referred to as Black Wind Stronghold. According to the brigands' own claims, the stronghold comprised no fewer than 18 camps and boasted over 1,000 men. They had long terrorized Jiannan County, but ever since Zhou Cheng'an had arrived, their incursions into Jian and Apos had diminished significantly. This development was indeed rather peculiar, as Jian and Apos had become a veritable treasure trove, a prime target for plunderers. Yet, the King of Black Wind had sternly warned his subordinates against venturing into Jiannan County. Initially, the leaders of the 18 camps were bewildered by their king's decree. However, none dared to defy his will, resigning themselves to the situation. Yet, as the saying goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but the one who covets what is not theirs. The bandits, ever vigilant over such a sumptuous bounty in Jiannan, found themselves increasingly restless with unfulfilled desires. At length, on this day, something inexplicable stirred within the King of Black Wind. He personally led his men to ambush several merchant caravans headed for Jiannan County, thereby granting the brigands of Black Wind Stronghold their long-awaited taste of the county. Good wine, exquisite wine, in the grand hall of Black Wind Stronghold. The brigands reveled in their ill-gotten gains, toasting and drinking merrily. The King of Black Wind squinted his eyes, surveying the jubilant expressions of his comrades, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a young bandit burst into the hall, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, trouble has arisen." The King of Black Wind set down the wine jar. Though his demeanor suggested he was not taken aback, he inquired of the young bandit, "What is the matter? Why the commotion?" The county magistrate of Jiannan, Zhou Cheng'an, is personally leading the government troops toward our stronghold. The young bandit knelt before the king, urgency in his voice. Moreover, Zhou Cheng'an has declared his intent to eradicate all the bandits in Jiannan in one sweep. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Moments later, the bandits erupted into laughter, jeering, "Eradicate us? How audacious! Who would dare come to Black Wind Stronghold to hunt us down? To eliminate all the bandits in Jiannan? What folly! When we were rampant, that mere county magistrate was likely still finding his way." Indeed, at this juncture, a burly, rotund leader approached the King of Black Wind and respectfully knelt before him. "Your Majesty, I volunteer to take my men and confront this county magistrate." The king regarded the stout figure thoughtfully and slowly nodded. "Old Five, if you wish to go, then go. However, I must caution you that Zhou Cheng'an appears to be no ordinary opponent. You must exercise utmost caution." The man known as Old Five scoffed dismissively. "Humph. I have encountered many a county official. They are merely a bunch of scoundrels who only know how to exploit the common people. Once I make my move, they will witness the might of our Black Wind Stronghold." After uttering these words, the fifth brother seized the large axe hanging on the wall and swaggered towards the entrance of the stronghold. After all, they had occupied this place not for a day or two, but for over a decade. What kind of officials and soldiers had they not encountered? A mere Zhou Cheng'an was hardly worthy of their attention. However, while everyone else was lost in indulgence, the Black Wind King stealthily left the hall and made his way to a terrace behind it. There, several swift horses were tethered, and a messenger awaited him. If Zhou Cheng'an were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this messenger as none other than Master Tang, whom he had expelled from Jian County. Upon seeing the Black Wind King, Master Tang grinned and clasped his hands in greeting. "I trust the king has received the news, Zhou Cheng and Apos, and is indeed marching towards Black Wind Stronghold." The Black Wind King nodded. As expected from what the Lord had said, Zhou Cheng'an had mobilized his troops. "What should my next course of action be?" Master Tang stroked his beard, speaking with a leisurely air. "Zhou Cheng'an is merely a civil official, although he has a formidable warrior named Luo Chenghan at his side. Luo is just a brute. I am confident that with the strength of Black Wind Stronghold, eliminating such a force would pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, the Black Wind King displayed a moment of hesitation. Yet, they are still soldiers. And so what if they are soldiers? Master Tang interjected with a piercing gaze. Continuing, the Lord has sent me to convey a message. Currently, the Lord's situation is precarious. If you can eliminate Zhou Cheng'an in one fell swoop, the Lord will surely reward you handsomely. But if you fail to eliminate him, then why should the Lord continue to support you and Black Wind Stronghold? A flicker of displeasure crossed the Black Wind King's eyes upon hearing this, but it quickly vanished as he clasped his hands once more. Please, Master Tang, convey to the Lord that Black Wind Stronghold will find a way to deal with Zhou Cheng'an. With the king's affirmation, a satisfied expression graced Master Tang's face. He refrained from saying more, merely bowing to the Black Wind King before mounting his horse and riding down the path towards the mountain's base. As Master Tang reached the foot of the mountain, a carriage appeared before him. He rode up to the carriage, dismounted, and respectfully approached its side. A voice emanated from within. Has Black Wind Stronghold been informed of Zhou Cheng'an's departure? Indeed, Master Tang replied. I have also conveyed the Lord's intentions to the Black Wind King. Silence fell within the carriage, and after a pause, the voice spoke again. Old Tang, if you truly manage to kill Zhou Cheng'an, will you feel any regret? After all, you have followed him for such a long time. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Master Tang's eyes as he spoke. From the moment Zhou Cheng'an expelled me from Jianxian County, he became my sworn enemy. Indeed, Jianxian County belongs to us. It has never been Zhou Cheng and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, S domain. Master Tang and Amp, Oppos, S words struck a chord with the gentleman inside the carriage. The gentleman let out a hearty laugh, and then the curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted. Lu Yunlong's treacherous and malevolent visage appeared before Master Tang. At that moment, a dark cloud loomed in the distance. Crack! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating half of it. A torrential downpour was imminent. Chapter 67. May I ask your name? Lu Wendao was uncertain how long he had been imprisoned in the Black Wind Stronghold. Gazing out at the torrential rain, he realized that an opportunity for escape had finally arrived. Lu Wendao, originally a swordsman from Jianxian County, was renowned for his exceptional knife skills, which had earned him a formidable reputation both within and beyond the county. Unfortunately, his prowess had caught the attention of the notorious Black Wind King, who dispatched men to lure him into the stronghold, intending to recruit him as one of his henchmen. However, Lu Wendao refused to associate himself with bandits and had persistently resisted submission to the Black Wind Stronghold. With the onset of the heavy downpour, he believed he might be able to steal a key from his captors. Contemplating this, Lu Wendao cast a glance out the window. The darkened sky poured rain incessantly, transforming the entire Black Wind Stronghold into a vast pond. The once familiar streets now resembled winding rivers, while the barak houses stood as isolated islands amidst this watery expanse. Occasionally, splashes could be seen, but rather than large fish, they were the bandits moving about beneath the surface. Damn it! Lu Wendao rubbed his aching head, nearly moved to tears. Having been confined in this place for so long, he felt he was on the verge of becoming a mere shell of his former self. If he continued to linger here, he would either be driven mad by the bandits or meet a grim fate. He resolved to take the woman with him as well. Lifting his gaze, Lu Wendao looked up at the opposite building. He noticed a window ajar, with a white bedsheet hanging from it, inscribed with some text. Indeed, there was another unfortunate soul imprisoned in that building, a woman. Lu Wendao had seen her a few times before. She was a woman of considerable charm. Typically, a woman like her would face a dire fate at the hands of bandits. Yet, curiously, they seemed to treat her with a degree of courtesy. This piqued Lu Wendao's curiosity. Although he was unaware of her true identity, he sensed that it must be of significance. By a stroke of fate, it appeared that he and this enchanting woman were the only survivors in this bleak situation. Upon discovering each other's presence, both felt a surge of joy. Unfortunately, the chasm between their prison cells loomed like an insurmountable divide. To avoid attracting the bandits' attention, they dared not speak aloud, resorting instead to writing messages on the bedsheet to share survival tips and alleviate their boredom. After a month of correspondence, they had grown quite familiar, even developing a sense of mutual reliance. However, one day, the woman unexpectedly left a final message on the bedsheet. I must leave. After inscribing this last delicate line, she vanished from sight. Lu Wendao was not a romantic at heart, nor would he recklessly endanger himself for a woman he barely knew. He suspected that she could no longer endure her predicament. Yet, he too found himself at the brink of despair. To survive, one must escape from this prison and venture elsewhere. With this thought, Lu Wenda glanced once more at the cell across from him. He picked up an iron rod from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and resolved to act. Very well. He would first investigate the opposite cell. Whether for his own survival or for that woman, Lu Wenda felt compelled to make an attempt. The only route to the adjacent building was straightforward: descend to the second floor of the encampment, then leap across the stones that remained above water, landing in the prison on the other side. For Lu Wenda, descending to the second floor posed no challenge, as over the past month he had meticulously mapped the positions of all the bandits within the stronghold. However, each subsequent step was fraught with peril. Yet, how could one hope to endure in the den of bandits without facing risks? Lu Wenda muttered an expletive regarding the ancestors of these brigands under his breath, then donned the attire he had custom-tailored to ensure he would not draw undue attention. Armed with the iron rod, he ascended to the second floor. During these days, Lu Wenda had closely observed the bandit skills. He discovered that, despite their ferocity, their prowess was lacking. Given his current abilities, he believed he could take on 2 adversaries under favorable conditions. Thus, as long as he tread lightly and avoided provoking a mob of bandits, he should be fine. Upon reaching the second floor of the encampment, Lu Wenda checked his attire once more and confirmed that no bandits were in sight. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the key he had prepared earlier and quietly unlocked the window of the stronghold. With everything in place, Lu Wenda opened the window. A chilling wind accompanied by a light rain swept in, the damp air mingling with a hint of decay, filling his nostrils. He raised his leg and leaped out of the window, landing solidly atop the first stone. Once steady, he glanced around, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Fortunately, his agility had spared him from drawing the attention of nearby bandits. After relishing his success, Lu Wenda dared not linger, hastily making his way into the distance. Just as he leaped into the air, an unexpected sound erupted. A hand suddenly emerged from nearby, grasping at Lu Wenda's leg. With a splash, he fell into the water. This was disastrous. He had been discovered. Panic surged within him as he swiftly drew his dagger. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "You don't seem like a bandit, do you?" Lu Wenda, taken aback, turned to see 5 or 6 individuals concealed among the nearby grass. His breath caught in his throat upon realizing that these figures appeared to be clad in the garb of soldiers. The leader among them, a scholarly-looking man, regarded Lu Wenda with keen interest. "Are you truly not a bandit? Given your pitiful state, you certainly cannot be one. You are not a bandit either." "Indeed, I am not." The man tugged at his clothing and spoke softly. "Do you not recognize this attire? Are you a soldier?" "Indeed, I am a soldier." "What brings a soldier to this place?" "Because I intend to eradicate the Black Wind stronghold completely." Lu Wenda inhaled sharply, his expression a mixture of confusion and puzzlement. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Zhou Cheng'an, the magistrate of Jinan County." Chapter 68. Capture the thief by seizing the leader. Lu Wenda, upon hearing the words, displayed a look of disbelief. "Stop with the nonsense. I know the magistrate of Jinan County. He is an old man in his 50s. Not some young fellow who has sprung up from nowhere." Zhou Cheng'an scrutinized Lu Wenda for a moment. "Are you from Jinan County?" "Indeed." "Then why have you turned to banditry? Who is a bandit? Which of your eyes saw me committing such a deed?" Lu Wenda glared, his eyes wide with indignation. Zhou Cheng'an, with piercing clarity, responded, "The old man you mentioned is the former magistrate of Jinan County. I have been the magistrate for a full year now." At that moment, Zhu Di, who stood behind Zhou Cheng'an, impatiently interjected, "Brother Zhou, stop wasting words with him. Even if he is not a bandit, he is likely an accomplice. It would be better to end him swiftly, to honor the souls of the innocent who have perished." Hearing this, Lu Wenda felt no fear. Instead, it reinforced his suspicion regarding the identities of these individuals. "Are you truly officials?" Lu Wenda furrowed his brow, probing. "If you are officials, why have you infiltrated this den of thieves? Is this not akin to a sheep entering a tiger's lair?" Zhou Cheng'an countered, "If this is indeed a den of thieves, why are you here?" With a sigh of resignation, Lu Wenda replied, "Let me be frank. I am a captive, taken by the bandits of Black Wind Stronghold. My formidable knife skills caught the attention of the Black Wind King, who wished to recruit me. However, my family has always been of good repute, and I refuse to associate with those bandits. That is why I have been imprisoned here for over 2 years. Fortunately, I managed to escape today." Upon hearing Lu Wenda's account, a local soldier following Zhou Cheng'an spoke up, "Surname Lu, skilled with a knife? You must be Lu Wenda." Lu Wenda chuckled, stroking his beard. "Indeed, that is me." With Lu Wenda's identity now confirmed, Zhou Cheng'an no longer doubted him. Zhu, too, softened his earlier harshness, regarding Lu Winda with newfound curiosity. You possess quite a backbone. Zhou Cheng'an then addressed Lu Winda, saying, We have come here to execute a decapitation operation against the bandits of Blackwind Stronghold. If you wish, you may join us, but once you do, you must obey my commands. If you prefer, you may depart. Though Lu Winda had never heard of a decapitation operation, he understood the implications of the term. He turned to Zhou Cheng'an, puzzled. Are you suggesting that with just your small band, you intend to assassinate the Blackwind King? Precisely, Zhou Cheng'an affirmed with a nod. This was indeed the strategy he had devised to eradicate the Blackwind Stronghold. Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu, accompanied by a few loyal soldiers, spurred their horses onward. Arriving at Heifeng Zhai ahead of the main army, a glance revealed that the stronghold was nestled within a narrow mountain gorge, a location both easy to defend and challenging to assault. At this moment, Zhou Cheng'an lacked a substantial artillery force, making the prospect of capturing this stronghold a daunting task. It became evident to him why numerous county magistrates had overlooked the bandits of Heifeng Zhai. The terrain was indeed treacherous. Even a headlong attack would likely result in significant casualties, a price Zhou Cheng'an was unwilling to pay for his hard-earned soldiers, whose combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary troops. To lose such valuable lives in a futile endeavor would be a grievous loss. Consequently, Zhou Cheng'an resolved to take a bold gamble and attempt an infiltration from within the enemy's ranks. After all, the so-called 18 camps of Heifeng Zhai were merely a band of outlaws. The age-old adage holds true. To capture the bandit, one must first seize the leader. If he could take down the chieftain, the entire stronghold would crumble to dust, rendering the task relatively effortless. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu stealthily infiltrated Heifeng Zhai with a small contingent. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng'an advanced his troops towards the stronghold, feigning an attack. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's entire plan, Lu Wendao could not help but chuckle ruefully. I must say, esteemed magistrate, you may be underestimating Heifeng Zhai. The chieftain, King Heifeng, is an exceptional fighter, commanding 18 skilled captains, each a master in their own right. Do you truly believe a handful of men can assassinate him? That would be akin to chasing shadows. Zhou Cheng'an regarded Lu Wendao with unwavering confidence. I am well aware of the difficulties involved. The choice to join us is yours to make. Lu Wendao, a man of considerable experience and reputation, had never heard of such an audacious scheme to topple a bandit's stronghold with so few. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an did not appear to be a foolhardy individual. Could it be that he possessed a viable strategy? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wendao nodded. I will join you. However, let me be clear, should our endeavor fail, I will withdraw without blame. Rest assured, Zhou Cheng'an replied with a gentle smile, gesturing toward the nearby encampment. Lu, how well do you know this stronghold? Quite well. Lu Wendao responded confidently. Over the past year, he had employed every resource at his disposal to familiarize himself with the layout of Heifeng Zhai in order to escape. Then lead the way, Zhou Cheng'an instructed. If we succeed, I assure you, you will not go unrewarded. After a moment's thought, Lu Wendao nodded in agreement. Follow me. He signaled, beckoning Zhou Cheng'an and his companions to follow closely. At that moment, Zhu suddenly grasped Zhou Cheng'an's arm, speaking cautiously. The identity of this individual is uncertain. One must remain vigilant against potential threats. No worries, Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand dismissively. If he poses a genuine danger, we shall eliminate him swiftly. After all, do we not possess the palm thunder? Upon hearing this, Zhu produced a palm-sized iron object from his bosom. Is this truly as formidable as you claim? Zhou Cheng'an oppos, and, noticing the hand grenade had been revealed, quickly interjected. Whether it is indeed powerful will only be revealed in the moment of necessity. Just remember one thing. When the time comes, ensure you throw it far away. Chapter 69, The Demise of Blackwind Stronghold Indeed. The grenades in Zhu's possession served as the trump card that emboldened Zhou Cheng'an to undertake this audacious assassination mission. Given the current industrial capabilities of Jiannan, manufacturing firearms poses a considerable challenge. However, producing rudimentary grenades is not as formidable a task. In fact, on the very day the Jiannan shipyard was inaugurated, Zhou Cheng'an had secretly commenced the production of these grenades. The explosive power of these grenades has been meticulously refined by Zhou Cheng'an and the skilled artisans. While their potency may not yet rival that of some modern high-explosive grenades, they have nearly reached the destructive capacity of shrapnel grenades. These devices are characterized by their formidable lethality and portability. Zhou Cheng'an and his companions carried nearly 300 to 400 grenades among them. With such firepower, Incapacitating 500 foes would be a modest feat. Most crucially, the common folk of this era possess little comprehension of the devastation wrought by grenades, and they lack any form of armor. A single grenade hurled into a densely populated gathering would create utter chaos. Hence, even if that so-called great king possesses exceptional skills, a grenade tossed at his feet would spell his doom. Thus, under the leadership of Lu Wendao, Zhou Cheng'an and his companions advanced slowly into the heart of Blackwind stronghold. Outside the stronghold, the soldiers led by Zhou Cheng'an had also reached their designated positions. Consequently, the majority of the bandits had gathered at the entrance to prepare for defense. The resistance encountered by Zhou Cheng'an and his group was minimal and sporadic. Blackwind King was certainly within. Lu Wendao pointed towards the Grand Hall and spoke to Zhou Cheng'an. I cannot ascertain if he is truly inside. Zhou Cheng'an nodded and gestured for his companions to follow. Let us proceed and investigate. With a loud crash, the doors of the Grand Hall were forcefully kicked open. Zhou Cheng'an and his companions rushed inside, only to find the hall astonishingly vacant. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Cheng'an, prompting him to exclaim, "We've fallen into a trap." No sooner had he spoken than a throng of assailants surged forth from all directions. Ha! A burly man, flanked by a cadre of knife-wielding bandits, strode in with an air of triumph. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Did you truly believe that a few mice could sneak into Blackwind stronghold without my knowledge? This man was none other than the Blackwind King. Lu Wendao's face turned ashen as he whispered to Zhou Cheng'an, "It appears we have walked into an ambush. He is indeed the Blackwind King." Yet, at this moment, Zhou Cheng'an maintained his composure. He gazed at the Blackwind King, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "It seems you are not as incompetent as I had presumed." The Blackwind King fixed his gaze upon Zhou Cheng'an, a ferocious expression contorting his features. "I recognize you. You are Zhou Cheng'an, the magistrate of Jiannan. I intend to claim your head, yet you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. How effortless it is to obtain you." Indeed, it was remarkably effortless. Zhou Cheng'an, weary of further conversation with the man before him, swiftly retrieved a hand grenade from his bosom, removed the safety pin, and cast it at the feet of the Blackwind King. The Blackwind King was momentarily taken aback. He and his subordinates stared with curiosity at the grenade that had rolled to their feet. "What is this? Huh? Do you really expect this to kill?" Boom. Before the Blackwind King and Apos, as words could finish, the grenade detonated instantaneously. The world fell silent. Outside the Blackwind stronghold, ominous clouds loomed threateningly over the city. The 18 leaders of the Blackwind 18 camps, along with their followers, stood on high alert, observing the encirclement of their stronghold by the government troops. These soldiers appeared markedly different from those they had encountered before. One of the leaders spoke with a hint of concern. "Are these truly local troops?" "No, it cannot be." "Could they be regular troops dispatched by the court?" Indeed, the soldiers before them bore no resemblance to the local militia. These bandits were no strangers to battles with government forces. They were well aware of the militia's true nature. In essence, they were merely a group of idle rascals. How could they possibly maintain such a solemn military formation? "Old 3, stop talking nonsense," another burly leader retorted, glaring at the speaker in discontent. "What can you discern about this group? They merely seem a bit more organized. If you're feeling cowardly, just retreat to the back and stop undermining morale here." Despite his bluster, the burly leader could perceive that this group was indeed extraordinary. At the very least, they did not resemble the ordinary local militia. But what of it? The burly leader squinted, glancing at the stronghold behind him, his courage bolstered once more. The entire Blackwind stronghold was easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Even if these government troops possessed formidable combat prowess, breaching their defenses would not be a simple task. Just as the burly leader's resolve was solidifying, a sudden explosion erupted from behind the stronghold. "What is happening?" The bandits turned to look behind them, witnessing flames soaring into the sky as if something had been ignited. "This is bad." Upon realizing the situation, the burly leader could not help but shout. As the adage goes, before troops move, provisions must be secured. Food supplies are of utmost importance to any army. The audacity of these bandits to remain holed up was largely due to the formidable terrain of their stronghold, which could withstand any assault. Moreover, the presence of several large granaries within the stronghold provided them the confidence to engage in a protracted conflict with government forces. But now, indeed, quickly, extinguish the flames. This is dire, this is dire. Enemies have infiltrated. They are guarding the granary, preventing us from approaching. In an instant, all the bandits were thrown into disarray. As bandits, they inherently lacked any discipline to effectively counter the government troops. Now, with chaos erupting in their rear. The entire faction descended into turmoil. In the past, whenever faced with such circumstances, the Black Wind King would personally intervene, leading his followers out of peril. Yet today, amidst the chaos that has ensued, the absence of the Black Wind King's figure is keenly felt. Could it be that something has befallen the king himself? Some astute bandits have begun to sense the peculiarity of this situation. Zhou Cheng'an, commanding the troops, raised his sword high and issued the decree. Advance. Chapter 70. Wealth and jewels at a single command. The ambushed soldiers surged forward with fervor. The cacophony of battle cries echoed thunderously, a testament to the numerous heinous acts committed by the Black Wind Bandit stronghold. The atmosphere within the Black Wind stronghold was already rife with turmoil and trepidation. Sensing the impending danger, everyone hastily gathered their belongings, ready to flee. In this moment, not a soul contemplated the fate of the Black Wind King. Nor did anyone consider coming to his aid. The singular instinct was survival. Run, run. It truly is the soldiers. If we delay even a moment longer, we shall surely perish. What is happening? How did the soldiers ascend the mountain without a sound? The king should have been prepared. Where is he? Why is there no trace of him? Who knows? Our stronghold is heavily fortified. Not even a fly can enter. Could their arrival mean? Are you suggesting the king allowed them in? Impossible. How could he invite the wolf into the fold? Let us not forget. We are but a band of unscrupulous brigands. Do you truly believe the king is a paragon of virtue? Had the Black Wind King known that his subordinates had cast such aspersions upon him, he would surely have been driven to fury. He toiled tirelessly to establish the Black Wind stronghold, providing for his men with abundance, only to be tarnished with such a disgraceful reputation. It is indeed laughable. Zhou Cheng'an, observing the current situation, allowed a cold smile to creep upon his lips. He was determined to seize this opportunity to eradicate the Black Wind stronghold. Brothers, charge forth. Capture them alive. Remember, not a single one shall escape. Yes, Zhou Cheng'an effortlessly dealt with the Black Wind King. Yet, this was not the primary objective of his mission. The Black Wind stronghold had long pillaged the wealth of the common folk, indulging in their whims for years. Their hands were stained with countless lives, and they remained ignorant of the many sacrifices made by the innocent. The Black Wind King deserved his fate. Yet the riches and treasures he amassed could not be left behind. I have searched every possible location, yet found nothing. They must have sensed the danger and relocated their treasures, Zhou Cheng'an surmised. Zhu Di understood the implication of Zhou Cheng'an's words. As soon as the king fell, he commenced a thorough search, leaving no corner unchecked, meticulously investigating time and again. Ultimately, he confirmed that this place harbored no treasures. Zhou Cheng'an surveyed the surroundings, finally smiling and shaking his head. Impossible. Our decision to come here was spontaneous. They could not have received any intelligence, nor could they have prepared in advance. Moreover, if the Black Wind King had anticipated this, he would not have risked his own life. Thus, there can only be one explanation. We have not found the right location. Zhu Di nodded in acknowledgement, compelled to concede that Zhou Cheng'an's reasoning held merit. However, their unfamiliarity with the area made the search far from simple. I just recalled a certain place. Lu Wendao remained silent, not for any particular reason, but rather due to the unexpected event that had just unfolded. He had never fathomed that a mere iron ball could unleash such devastating power. With just a single thunderous sound, it could claim a life, truly astonishing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Esteemed county magistrate, if you trust me, perhaps you might accompany me to investigate further. I have been trapped in this wretched place for over 2 years. Although I have never ventured outside, I have managed to gather some information. I do know of a location that holds considerable promise, though I cannot be entirely certain. Zhou Cheng'an did not respond immediately but narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the individual before him. This man was a chivalrous figure from the martial world, possessing a commendable sense of righteousness. He had saved Zhou's life. A kindness such as that deserved gratitude beyond measure, especially when it was a matter of life and death. Very well, lead the way. Zhou Cheng'an finally agreed. Lu Wendao nodded and began to walk ahead. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, and noticing Zhou Cheng'an's intent to leave, he immediately grasped his arm. We know nothing of this person's background. What if he has ulterior motives? Absolutely not, Zhou Cheng'an replied decisively. As a swordsman, he was straightforward, devoid of any deceitful intentions. Moreover, having been trapped for 2 years, he likely felt that escape was impossible. Their arrival undoubtedly offered him a glimmer of hope, and he would be more inclined to express gratitude rather than betrayal. However, Zhu Di was inherently cautious. In such precarious circumstances, vigilance was paramount. Let us not linger. We don't have the luxury of time, Zhou Cheng'an interjected, resolute in his decision. Zhu Di, left with no choice, acquiesced. Time passed, marked by the burning of a stick of incense. Guided by Lu Wendao, Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu Di arrived at the Black Wind stronghold, a dense bamboo grove. The sight before them was one of impenetrable depths, with a chilling wind rustling through the bamboo, creating an eerie sound. Is this the place you mentioned? Zhu Di asked, eyeing Lu Wendao with suspicion. Who would hide treasures in such a location? Not necessarily, Lu Wendao replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. There is a saying that the most perilous places are often the most secure. Come, let us venture inside. Zhou Cheng'an wasted no time and strode into the depths of the grove. Zhu Di attempted to interject several times, but upon seeing Zhou Cheng'an's determined silhouette, he ultimately relinquished his objections. Suddenly, Zhou Cheng'an halted, lowering his gaze to inspect the ground beneath him. The earth here was noticeably softer than the surrounding terrain, as if it had been previously excavated. Zhu Di, sensing something amiss, hurried to Zhou Cheng'an's side, his eyes filled with caution. Zhou Cheng'an pressed his foot firmly into the ground. The sensation was indeed unusual. Brother Lu, this forest is vast. When shall we embark on our search? Is it possible that, apart from this individual, you possess no further leads? Our time is limited, and we cannot afford to linger here indefinitely. I recall that they mentioned transporting all valuable items to this very location, seeking a place where it would be virtually impossible for anyone to discover them. As for the specific whereabouts, I'm not entirely certain, as I was merely a captive of theirs and not one of their own. They harbored no trust in me and, consequently, would never divulge everything. So, from whence did you acquire this information? The more Zhu Di listened, the more perplexed he became. Could it be that he had placed his trust in the wrong individuals? They sought to recruit me, naturally employing temptation as their strategy. However, they employed an erroneous method, for I possess no interest in their schemes whatsoever. Chapter 71. The Black Wind Stronghold is more than just a bandit den. There are too many secrets. Lu Wendao spoke with a hint of regret. At that time, he had refrained from inquiring further, wishing to avoid mingling with those unsavory characters. He had thought he would be confined for a lifetime, never imagining that one day he would see the light of day again. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have sought more information. Well, Zhu Di was momentarily at a loss for words. It was pointless to discuss such matters now. Those individuals possessed the nature of bandits. Allowing them to remain would only lead to endless troubles that must be dealt with properly. However, Zhou Cheng'an seemed oblivious to their conversation, continuing to tread lightly on the ground. Once the two fell silent, Zhou Cheng'an beckoned them to step back and took a couple of steps away himself. Zhu Laosi, go fetch me a longer stick, he commanded. A stick? What on earth do you need a stick for at this moment? Zhu Di was utterly perplexed. Yet, seeing Zhou Cheng'an's serious demeanor, he complied. He swiftly ventured into the bamboo grove and retrieved a stick taller than himself. Zhou Cheng'an grasped the stick and forcefully jabbed it into the ground. If it weren't for its hollow nature, this bamboo pole would never have penetrated so swiftly. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this place had been excavated before. Who would come here for no reason, and who would dig a hole without purpose? Are you suggesting they buried their riches here? Zhu Di grasped the implication immediately. Zhou Cheng'an neither confirmed nor denied it, leaving uncertainty hanging in the air. The truth would be revealed once they unearthed the ground and ventured down to investigate. All right. Zhu Di rolled up his sleeves, ready to dig with his hands. They had not brought a shovel, and there was no quicker method than using their bare hands. Yet, before he could begin, Lu Wendao unexpectedly appeared with a bamboo pole, thick enough for a single person to embrace, which he had cut in half to use for digging. With their combined efforts, they swiftly made progress. Before long, the surface soil was cleared away, revealing a sizable pit. However, in the dead of night, it was impossible to discern what lay within. What are you standing there for? Go down and take a look, Zhou Cheng'an urged, noticing the two were still immobile. Lu Wendao and Zhu Di exchanged glances, waiting for the other to act. Zhu Di, seeing Lu Wendao's hesitance, quickly encouraged, you are more familiar with this area. You should descend and assess the situation first. Lu Wendao was not foolish. Having endured so much suffering, he merely wished to repay this favor and depart swiftly. I have already brought you here. What happens next is up to you. Zhu Di was immediately dissatisfied upon hearing this. Did Lu Wendao think this was merely their affair? This matter was of great significance, and everyone bore responsibility. If everyone is responsible, then you. Enough. Stop arguing. Zhou Cheng'an interjected, his patience wearing thin as he called for calm between the two. You may not wish to venture forth, so remain here. However, should you truly be concerned with wealth and jewels, it would bear no relevance to you. He, on the other hand, harbored no apprehensions whatsoever. Zhou Cheng'an had already arrived. The members of the Black Wind stronghold were entirely subdued. Who could possibly challenge them now? Moreover, he possessed several palm thunderbolts, ensuring that even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he could swiftly overcome any adversary. As his words faded, he leapt without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Di felt his heart leap to his throat, anxiety causing him to fidget restlessly. Lu Winda, oblivious to Zhu Di's true identity, mistook him for a mere sycophant trailing behind the county official Zhou Cheng'an. Observing Zhu Di's distress, he decided to lend a hand. Delivering a swift kick to propel him forward, for standing idly by would only heighten their anxiety, it was better to accompany him down. With a cry of despair, Zhu Di plummeted, landing with a resounding thud. "Lu, do you even know who I am?" he exclaimed, rising from the ground, astonished that someone would dare treat him so insolently. "Ahem," Zhou Cheng and Oppos, and interjected, lightly coughing to draw attention to their respective standings. Zhu Di, initially irate, found his fury dissipating significantly at Zhou Cheng'an's admonition. Now that he was down, he might as well see what lay ahead. An extra pair of hands could prove beneficial. Indeed, Zhu Di acquiesced, temporarily setting aside his grievances with Lu Winda. He retrieved a fire starter from his belongings and ignited it, casting a flickering light into the dark abyss. Before them appeared several chests, each towering half a person high, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Surely, within these containers, there must be wealth and treasures? Zhu Di stepped forward, eager to pry them open. Yet Zhou Cheng'an, brow furrowed, cautioned him, "Wait, do not rush." Lu Winda, startled by Zhou Cheng'an's vigilant demeanor, inquired, "What is the matter? Did we not come here to uncover riches? Why not open them?" Zhu Di was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom Zhou Cheng'an's hesitation. "Do you not detect a foul odor?" Zhou Cheng'an queried. Initially oblivious, Zhu Di inhaled deeply upon Zhou Cheng'an's prompting. "What is that scent? It reeks. It resembles the stench of decaying flesh." He was certain of his assessment, and the foulness emanated from the chest before them. Zhou Cheng'an uttered not a word more, merely beckoning Lu Winda to toss down a bamboo stick. With it, he extended the stick and forcefully pried open the lid of the nearest chest. Upon the lid's opening, Zhu Di took but a glance before he was unable to contain himself and vomited. Inside lay the grotesque remains of decaying human bodies. Who could commit such a horrific act? It was utterly monstrous. In stark contrast, Zhou Cheng'an refrained from any extreme reactions, merely furrowing his brow. It appears that the Black Wind stronghold is far more intricate than we had anticipated, leaving us to wonder how many secrets lie hidden beneath its surface. Zhu Di cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Cheng'an, questioning the implications. Could it be that these individuals were not merely coerced by the bandits of the Black Wind stronghold, only to meet their demise? You have already labeled them as bandits. After all, they are merely striving to earn a living, rendering such drastic measures utterly unnecessary. Chapter 72. As the saying goes, a small forbearance can avert great chaos. Upon his arrival, Zhou Cheng'an immediately sensed that something was amiss. The Black Wind stronghold had committed countless murders and robberies, notorious for their heinous deeds. Yet, as bandits, they harbored no fear of retribution. What did it matter if they had taken lives? Their hands were already stained with an immeasurable amount of blood. It was the furtive and secretive behavior that felt truly abnormal. Zhu Di was on the brink of losing his patience. He merely wished to depart swiftly. However, Zhou Cheng'an paid no heed to his concerns, rolling up his sleeves and taking a few steps forward. Zhu Di, sensing Zhou Cheng'an's intent, quickly grasped his arm. "Please, do not touch those things." The bodies had long since decayed, their remains grotesque and beyond comprehension. Zhou Cheng'an's gaze remained resolute, his determination unwavering. Having come this far, how could he simply turn back? He was keen to uncover the secrets concealed within the Black Wind stronghold. Zhu Di found himself unable to dissuade Zhou Cheng'an and could only nod in reluctant agreement, steeling himself to follow closely behind. Zhou Cheng'an forcefully kicked over a box, causing the corpse within to tumble to the ground. A nauseating stream of blood and viscera poured forth from the box, repugnant beyond measure. Despite Zhu Di's best efforts to maintain his composure, he succumbed to a fit of dry heaving, much to his chagrin. He hastily covered his mouth and nose, casting an apologetic glance at Zhou Cheng'an. "If you truly cannot bear it, step aside. I shall handle this myself." As a prince accustomed to a life of luxury, it was entirely reasonable for Zhu Di to be unsettled by such a scene, and Zhou Cheng'an made no attempt to coerce him. In critical moments, one must rely on oneself. He suppressed the foul odor, donned gloves, and meticulously examined the contents. Zhu Di observed Zhou Cheng'an with keen interest, noting a change in his demeanor. What is it? Have you discovered a clue? Zhou Cheng'an nodded affirmatively. These individuals are not locals, and they bear multiple gunshot and sword wounds. If I am not mistaken, they were likely soldiers. Soldiers? Zhu Di's eyes widened in disbelief. The military was under the centralized control of the court. How could they have ended up here, reduced to such a fate? Zhou Cheng'an furrowed his brow in contemplation, momentarily at a loss for answers. Well, this is not the matter we need to address at present. Let us open every single box here and ascertain their contents. Perhaps we might uncover some hidden wealth, thus profiting without effort. Reluctantly, Zhu Di acquiesced to Zhou Cheng'an's insistence. After half an hour, they had opened dozens, even hundreds of boxes before them. They uncovered a total of 25 corpses, alongside a considerable amount of gold, silver, jewels, and treasures. Staring at the chaotic scene before him, Zhu Di found himself momentarily speechless. How should one deal with both money and corpses? At that moment, a commotion arose from outside. County Magistrate, where are you? Upon hearing the voice, Zhou Cheng'an breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Luo Chahan had successfully completed the tasks he had assigned. Very well. There's no need to worry. You should rest for a while. Our people have already arrived. We can hand over these matters to them shortly. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhu Di nodded in agreement with Zhou Cheng'an's words. Lu Wendao, initially unaware of the identity of the newcomers, quickly sought refuge within the dense forest. However, upon learning that these individuals were associated with Zhou Cheng'an, he promptly revealed himself and guided them to Zhou Cheng'an's location. After a series of efforts, they finally managed to extricate Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu Di from the deep pit. As for the boxes, corpses, and treasures within, there was simply too much to retrieve in such a short span of time. My lord, all the members of the Black Wind stronghold have been apprehended. I have just confirmed that, besides the Black leader, there was also a scribe. Nonetheless, the Black Wind stronghold has been eliminated. One insignificant individual escaping is of little consequence. Escaped? Zhou Cheng'an replied, clearly surprised that anyone could slip away beneath his very nose. As for the Black leader, he had been utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand, knowing this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Quickly, find a way to retrieve the items inside. Yes. The following day, Luo Chenghan, accompanied by a group, excavated all the treasures from the deep pit. Even with masks on, they couldn't help but retch from the overwhelming stench. Zhou Cheng'an was astonished by the amount they uncovered. It was remarkable that such a small Black Wind stronghold could conceal such a vast sum of silver. However, he did not dwell on the matter too deeply. Had he not stumbled upon this situation, the Black Wind stronghold would not have met such a fate. Let it be. He mused, contemplating the potential reactions of those behind the Black Wind stronghold after its downfall. For now, he needed only to wait quietly. He instructed his subordinates to retain the wealth while ensuring that the deceased were properly buried. Zhu Di soon relayed this information to Zhu Yuanzhang, who was in no mood to attend to state affairs. This rascal, acquiring such a large sum without cause and keeping it all for himself, who gave him such audacity? He scoffed. Once I finish my current matters, I shall deal with him properly. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang cast aside the documents in his hands. His feelings toward Zhou Cheng'an tangled with pain and affection. He was not particularly concerned about Zhou Cheng'an. Indeed, he was a person of exceptional talent, possessing numerous rare and valuable resources that could benefit the future of the Ming Dynasty. Given his temperament, he truly did not wish to keep him around. Most importantly, the current Ming Dynasty was increasingly reliant on Zhou Cheng'an. It was not merely his needs, but also the future development of the Ming Dynasty that necessitated his presence. Unfortunately, his value was undeniable. Even as emperor, one must set aside personal sentiments. As the saying goes, a small forbearance may lead to great chaos. He certainly did not want these matters to disrupt his overarching plans. Chapter 73. He has arrived? Why not give a prior notice? Just in time. Empress Ma entered, carrying a pot of freshly brewed soup. Upon seeing the Empress, Zhu Yuanzhang and Apos' simmering anger diminished significantly. Noticing the pallor on Empress Ma and Apos' face, he immediately approached her with concern. What troubles you? Your complexion seems off. If you are unwell, you need not busy yourself with these tasks. Is there not someone specifically assigned for this? However, Empress Ma, wearing a gentle smile, shook her head. It is nothing. Spending all day in the palace can be quite dull. Engaging in some tasks can invigorate me. In truth, She was acutely aware that her health was deteriorating day by day, with age and the toll of childbirth having weakened her body. Coupled with the years of hardship traveling with Zhu Yuanzhang, she had scarcely rested, leaving her susceptible to illness. She had noticed this decline years ago. Each time she consumed a bit of medicinal soup, she felt a slight improvement, yet any pause would bring about a swift relapse. Most remedies merely addressed superficial symptoms rather than the root cause. She longed for robust health. If it were the case for an ordinary person, how much more so for an empress? Yet, the undeniable reality of her declining health was something she had to accept. Your Majesty seems troubled by something. What is it? Empress Ma, not wishing to monopolize Zhu Yuanzhang's attention, quickly shifted the conversation. Zhu Yuanzhang could not suppress a sigh. Thoughts of that foolish individual ignited his ire. This Zhou Cheng'an. He was preparing to voice his grievances when he sensed the Empress's discerning gaze upon him. Your Majesty, I am aware of Zhou Cheng'an. He is an exceptionally rare talent. Across the vast realm of Ming, one would be hard-pressed to find another of his caliber. What the Ming Dynasty currently lacks is not material wealth, but talent. It is only through genuine talent that the dynasty can flourish. Despite Zhou Cheng'an's many traits that Zhu Yuanzhang found disagreeable, he could not deny that his capabilities were irreplaceable. Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled silently, acknowledging the wisdom in Empress Ma's words. Yet, it was precisely because Zhou Cheng'an was capable, it had never accorded him the respect he deserved, that Zhu Yuanzhang found himself vexed. As emperor, he was meant to be revered above all, commanding awe and respect from everyone. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an was an exception. He had never sensed even a hint of reverence from him. I plan to visit him in a few days, and also to check on the fourth prince, Zhu Yuanzhang stated. Empress Ma nodded in agreement, observing her somewhat ashen complexion. A thought struck Zhu Yuanzhang. He recalled that Zhou Cheng'an had previously opened a medical practice. Perhaps he possessed knowledge of the intricacies of the art of healing. Empress Ma could accompany him. Perhaps Zhou Cheng'an could offer assistance in assessing her condition. If he was able to help, that would be ideal. If not, there would be no loss. With this thought in mind, he promptly shared his intentions with the Empress. Although the Queen felt somewhat superfluous, she acquiesced. Very well. I shall accompany your Majesty then. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement and promptly instructed his aides to make the necessary arrangements. What? He is coming? Shouldn't I have been informed days in advance? It's rather excessive to relay such news when he is already halfway here. Zhou Cheng'an was about to take a sip of water when he heard the sudden news that the old Zhu was seeking him out. This revelation caught him off guard, leaving him utterly unprepared. However, given that the traveler was already en route, fretting over it seemed futile. He hastily wiped the droplets from his mouth, coughed gently to alleviate his embarrassment, and said, Ahem, just him alone? Zhu Di nodded, confirming the information he had received. In truth, there is no need for undue concern. We have committed no grievous misdeeds, so there is nothing to fear. Yet, it was not fear that plagued Zhou Cheng'an, but rather the anxiety of unwarranted complications. As soon as Zhou Cheng'an's words faded, a booming voice echoed from outside. Complications? Who is causing you such troubles? Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback by the voice, his blood running cold. Just a mere incense stick's worth of time ago, he had received the news. How could the visitor have arrived so swiftly? Zhou Cheng'an, your audacity grows by the day, daring to orchestrate schemes behind my back. Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily stunned, then donned a smile. What a misinterpretation. How could I engage in such antics? I pride myself on speaking only the truth. If it is not factual, I shan't utter it. However, I was merely jesting earlier. Jesting? Zhu Yuanzhang did not perceive Zhou Cheng'an's words as mere levity. Often, what is said to one's face lacks sincerity. It is the words spoken in private that reveal true sentiments. Why just when one has no leisure? Should we all wear solemn expressions like those in the palace? Day in and day out? Life is already burdened with enough gloom. Why seek further troubles? Zhou Cheng'an eloquently articulated his thoughts, unperturbed by whether Zhu Yuanzhang believed him. As long as he steadfastly denied any wrongdoing, Zhu Yuanzhang was powerless against him. Enough. I do not wish to quibble over this. You are aware that what the Ming Dynasty needs most at this juncture is security, vital for both the dynasty and its subjects. Zhou Cheng'an nodded, appearing entirely at ease. Rest assured, since your Majesty has entrusted this matter to me, I shall see it through diligently. However, I require a bit more time. I kindly ask for your patience. Zhu Yuanzhang urged him, aware that such matters necessitate prompt action. How much longer will it take? I can wait, but the harsh reality may not afford the same luxury. It is indeed a complex matter. Zhou Cheng'an was fully aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions, yet he had never been swayed by such tactics. Since you claim disbelief, why not witness it for yourself? Since your majesty is already here, might I suggest accompanying me to see for yourself? There is no substitute for first-hand experience. Seeing it with your own eyes will bring clarity. Zhu Yuanzhang shared this sentiment, but beyond this matter, he was far more concerned about Empress Wan's health. He immediately glanced to the side, prompting Empress Ma to rise in understanding. Zhou Cheng'an had never anticipated that Zhu Yuanzhang would arrive with the Empress, and he felt an inexplicable tension. This was the legendary virtuous Empress. He could hardly believe that he would have the opportunity to behold her in person one day. Chapter 74. The boundless horizon is my love. The virtuous reputation of Empress Ma is widely acknowledged. Time and again, she has bravely stepped forth during the perilous moments of Zhu Yuanzhang, even risking her life to rescue him when he was ensnared. Despite being a woman, she possessed remarkable courage, embodying the true essence of a heroine. Even after attaining immense wealth and power, she remained frugal and humble, devoid of arrogance or extravagance, frequently reminding Zhu Yuanzhang to remain cognizant of the hardships faced by the common people and to wisely employ capable individuals. Her aspiration for virtuous and talented individuals to govern the realm was a principle that Zhu Yuanzhang adopted as a guiding maxim for ruling the Ming Dynasty. What is even more commendable is Empress Ma's benevolent heart. She has intervened on several occasions to prevent Zhu Yuanzhang from committing malevolent acts. Had it not been for her, individuals like Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wenjiang, and Song Lian might have met with dire fates. She is compassionate and empathetic, caring for the world around her, a paragon of virtue. And Zhu Yuanzhang's steadfast ally. Her life was like the summer bloom, ephemeral yet beautiful, and she departed like the winter snow, such is the nature of existence, without regrets. Reflecting on this, Zhou Cheng'an gazed at Empress Ma with newfound reverence. He immediately rose to greet her, adopting a rare solemn demeanor and bowing respectfully. The Empress had heard much about Zhou Cheng'an and was filled with curiosity about him. She had pondered the nature of this young man, and upon meeting him, she found him indeed to be of remarkable stature, distinguished in presence. Such a thoughtful and principled individual would undoubtedly contribute to the glory of the Ming Dynasty. Noticing Zhou Cheng'an's respectful demeanor, she stepped forward to assist him upright. He nodded in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ahem, Zhu Yuanzhang, noticing that the two had completely disregarded his presence, cleared his throat softly. "Zhou Cheng'an, the Empress has been unwell of late. Do you have any remedies?" Zhou Cheng'an immediately grasped the situation. He discerned that Zhu Yuanzhang had the Empress by his side today for this very reason. In her youth, Empress Ma had toiled tirelessly and subsequently bore many children without proper recuperation, leading to various ailments that ultimately contributed to her early demise. There is nothing in this world that I cannot devise a solution for. If it is merely a matter of illness, it is not significant. Allow me to prepare some prescriptions at once. With that, Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand, and arrangements were swiftly made for paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. He then promptly composed a prescription and handed it to Zhu Yuanzhang. Without even glancing at it, Zhu Yuanzhang swatted Zhou Cheng'an's hand away. "You are being utterly irresponsible. The Empress is of invaluable worth, and you approach this matter so lightly. What do you mean by this? Typically, when diagnosing an illness and prescribing medicine, one must conduct a thorough examination." Zhou Cheng'an had observed from a distance, yet he began writing a prescription without proper examination. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's anger, Empress Ma immediately intervened. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Perhaps Lord Zhou has his own insights." I am indeed curious to hear this young rascal's explanation." Zhou Cheng'an remained composed, as if nothing had transpired. "While I did not take your pulse, I can discern from your complexion that the Empress is suffering from a deficiency of vital energy. Her body bears a heavy burden, and her foundation is already weak. This is a fundamental ailment. However, it is not too late to start taking good care of oneself from now on. It will undoubtedly require more time and effort." Zhu Yuanzhang had long since summoned the court physicians to examine Empress Ma, and their assessments were similar to that of Zhou Cheng'an. Yet, despite the passage of time, the Empress had been sustained solely by medicine, with no sign of improvement in her health. Although Zhou Cheng'an could not guarantee success, he at least refrained from outright dismissal of hope. "Are you certain? Is there truly still time? Does your prescription genuinely hold merit?" Faced with Zhu Yuanzhang's barrage of inquiries, Zhou Cheng'an nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I am not so frivolous as to toy with lives. However, merely taking medicine can only sustain a breath. It alleviates symptoms without addressing the root cause. To resolve the issue entirely, one must strengthen the body's constitution." Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Zhou Cheng'an's intentions. "What do you mean? With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Cheng'an turned and entered his study. Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma, and Zhu Di exchanged bewildered glances, all equally puzzled by his abrupt departure. Perhaps Master Zhou is also at a loss, Empress Ma suggested gently, anxious to prevent Zhu Yuanzhang's ire. Zhu Di, however, craned his neck to steal glances into Zhou Cheng'an's study. For several days, Zhou Cheng'an had sequestered himself within, emerging only for sustenance. Odd sounds occasionally emanated from within, leaving them to wonder what transpired. Most troubling was his explicit instruction that no one was to enter without his permission. It was unclear what treasures lay within. Zhu Di muttered to himself. Though his voice was barely audible, Zhu Yuanzhang caught every word. What did you say? Zhu Di counted on his fingers. It must have been at least half a month. Half a month? In that time, much can be accomplished. What is he truly plotting? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a gnawing uncertainty. He recognized Zhou Cheng'an as a rare talent, yet he was not one easily controlled. Should he entertain ulterior motives, it would present an unprecedented crisis for the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang withheld his apprehensions, yet Empress Ma discerned his thoughts. Those with capability invariably harbor their own ideas. A sovereign must extend trust to them. Your Majesty. To suspect those one employs is to invite doubt. This is the principle of military leadership. Master Zhou may simply be contemplating how best to convey his thoughts. So let us refrain from excessive conjecture. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang regained his composure. Moments later, Zhou Cheng'an emerged from his study, cradling a peculiar iron object. What is this? He inquired, placing the item on the table with a beaming smile. This is a rare treasure, and it took me more than half a month to create. Originally intending to embellish the surroundings, circumstances compelled a simpler approach. It suffices to make do and observe. Yet the functionality is assured, as I have previously tested it. With that, Zhou Cheng'an turned the handle beside him. However, as he relaxed his grip, a melody wafted into his ears. The vast horizon is my affection. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers bloom. The meandering river descends from the heavens, flowing towards a vibrant sea of myriad colors. Chapter 75. His unique method of healing. Though they struggled to comprehend the meaning, their bodies involuntarily swayed in rhythm. Despite never having heard such sounds before, an extraordinary resonance seemed to awaken within them, compelling them to continue. Zhou Cheng'an observed their enjoyment with a satisfied smile. Indeed, this was the effect he desired. As the performance concluded, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma found themselves yearning for more. Just moments ago, the enchanting sounds had emanated from this inconspicuous iron object. What was this peculiar device, and how could it produce such effects? Zhu Yuanzhang, bewildered, reflected on his position as a sovereign, having encountered numerous wonders in his lifetime. Yet, this unassuming piece of tin was truly a novelty for him. When Zhou Cheng'an revealed the object, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. It could be a hammer, perhaps a metal frame, or even a mere ornament. Yet, he never anticipated it could generate such mesmerizing sounds, leaving him utterly astonished. Empress Ma shared his sentiments. Overcome with curiosity, she stepped closer and circled the iron contraption. Despite her scrutiny, she could discern no extraordinary features and remained oblivious to the source of the enchanting sounds. Brother Zhou, what exactly is this object? And from where did that sound originate? I recall hearing peculiar noises from your study. Could this be the cause? Zhou Cheng oppose and nodded with a smile, understanding their curiosity. Without circumlocution, he explained, this is a phonograph I constructed from leftover materials. As the name suggests, it is designed to preserve sound, allowing me to play it back whenever I desire. The music you just heard was pre-recorded. I merely need to turn it, and it plays automatically. A phonograph? Zhu Yuanzhang mused, intrigued by this novel term. The ability to capture one's voice and replay it at will was indeed remarkable. But how does this relate to the Empress's condition? You mentioned wanting to address the issue fundamentally. Can it truly achieve that? Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an replied. Zhu Yuanzhang grasped each word with clarity, yet their collective meaning eluded him. The Ming Palace housed many skilled in the arts of music and dance, and Zhu often invited musicians to play soothing melodies, a practice that often lulled him to sleep. However, the melody they had just experienced stirred something deep within him, prompting him to move in rhythm. Upon reflection, he began to comprehend Zhou Cheng'an's intent. Wait. Are you suggesting that this not only soothes the spirit, but can also heal through the motion of the body? Zhou Cheng'an gave a thumbs up to Zhu Yuanzhang, acknowledging the astuteness of the sovereign. Indeed, he grasped the essence of the concept swiftly. Indeed, that is precisely the point. With his words, Zhou Cheng'an clapped his hands towards the doorway, where a multitude of servants stood in orderly formation in the courtyard. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress. Shall we venture over to take a look? Zhu Yuanzhang was intrigued to discover Zhou Cheng'an's intentions, while the empress was filled with curiosity. Zhou Cheng'an activated the gramophone. And as the music resonated, everyone began to sway in rhythm. Zhou Cheng'an, from where did you procure these dancers? They are truly impressive, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked. Your Majesty. As you can see, they are not dancers at all. They are merely the cleaning servants from my courtyard. Zhou Cheng'an replied. Servants? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow. When did the standards for your servants become so elevated? Is it not a task anyone with hands can perform? Moreover, cleaning servants ought to maintain good health. A morning routine accompanied by music is beneficial for both body and mind. You intend for the empress to learn this? Zhu Yuanzhang quickly grasped the implication. Zhou Cheng'an nodded and then turned his gaze towards the empress. Your Highness, those movements are exceedingly simple. One merely needs to dance in harmony with the melody. A single glance is all it takes to master them. Why not join their ranks and give it a try? This way, I can also make adjustments based on your physical condition. The empress hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Zhou Cheng'an. She positioned herself behind the group of palace maids and began to mimic their movements. Initially, she was somewhat awkward, her body stiff, making her motions appear ungraceful. However, as time progressed, she grew increasingly adept, even displaying hints of enjoyment upon her countenance. In just a quarter of an hour, the empress felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It had been quite some time since she experienced such invigorating sensations. Observing the perspiration glistening on the empress and Apos' face, Zhou Cheng'an promptly summoned a towel for her to wipe herself down. Zhu Yuanzhang rushed forward to assist her in sitting down. Zhou Cheng'an smiled, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to the empress. Take a moment to rest. Mastery does not come overnight. The key lies in persistence. Zhu Yuanzhang was concerned about the empress's health. It was known that she always had attendants by her side, and due to her physical condition, she seldom ventured far. That brief exertion had likely exhausted her considerably. He carefully supported the empress and inquired, Are you feeling unwell in any way? Thank you, Lord Zhou. I shall certainly persevere. Chapter 76. This flavor is absolutely unbearable. Zhu Yuanzhang remained skeptical. The imperial physicians had been treating him for an extended period, yet there was no sign of improvement. The prescription recently provided by Zhou Cheng'an bore little distinction from that of the palace's physicians, the primary difference being the dance that had just been performed. Zhu Yuanzhang found it utterly incomprehensible that a mere dance could possess the power to heal. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of Zhou Cheng'an. Since he claimed it would work, they might as well give it a try. If it truly proved effective, it would be a fortuitous occurrence. Zhou Cheng'an. The evening is still young. Why not accompany me to the training grounds? Zhu Yuanzhang suggested. Your Majesty, perhaps we should forego that today. It is late, and one should dine heartily and rest well at night. I have prepared a feast of delicacies you have never encountered before, which I am certain will astonish you. Zhou Cheng'an and Apos, and replied. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a chuckle rising within him. As the emperor of the Ming Dynasty, he had encountered countless exquisite dishes. What could possibly amaze him? It was simply ludicrous. Sensing the disdain in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, Zhou Cheng'an said nothing further and instructed his subordinates to make the necessary preparations. In a mere 15 minutes, everything was arranged. Upon entering the dining hall, Zhu Yuanzhang observed a large pot situated in the center of the table, surrounded by an array of small dishes. However, all the dishes were raw and utterly inedible. What is the meaning of this, Zhou Cheng'an? After such a lengthy wait, this is all you present? This is utterly unacceptable. With the wealth you have amassed from commerce, you certainly do not lack for a few extra coins. Is this how you entertain your guests? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened with anger, feeling that Zhou Cheng'an had shown him a flagrant lack of respect. Zhou Cheng'an, however, remained unfazed. Your Majesty, why the haste? This is merely a dining method you have yet to experience. Observe the large pot. Once the broth within begins to bubble, we can select any ingredient we desire and cook it to perfection with our chopsticks. Intrigued by his words, Zhu Yuanzhang stepped closer, discovering the vibrant red broth bubbling enticingly in the pot. A rich and alluring aroma wafted through the air, impossible to resist. Achoo! What is that scent? Why is it so pungent? He exclaimed, caught off guard by the intensity of the fragrance. He had never encountered such a smell before. It was somewhat overwhelming yet tantalizing enough to provoke salivation. This is a special broth crafted with chili and beef tallow, a concoction you will not find elsewhere in the Ming Dynasty. Your Majesty has arrived at a fortuitous moment. Come, let us indulge, Zhou Cheng'an urged, gesturing for Zhu Yuanzhang and Jade to take their seats. Jade, however, said nothing, his gaze fixed on a distant point, lost in his own thoughts. A moment ago, I unintentionally kicked the stool and nearly lost my balance. Queen Ma typically abstains from food in the evening and returns to her chamber early. Upon leaving, she deliberately took Zhou Cheng'an's gramophone, claiming she wished to study it thoroughly. Zhou Cheng'an, generous as ever, readily relinquished it to her. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the abundant spread of lettuce on the table, accompanied by the crimson oil, feeling a sense of aversion. What peculiar manner of consumption is this? Are you certain that indulging in this will not lead to complications? In response to Zhu Yuanzhang's skepticism, Zhou Cheng'an uttered not a single superfluous word. He simply picked up his chopsticks, selected a piece of tripe, submerged it briefly in the pot, dipped it in the oil sauce, and placed it in his mouth. The crisp sound it produced stirred a longing within Zhu Yuanzhang. Observing Zhou Cheng'an savoring his meal with such delight ignited a flicker of curiosity within him. Although he found it difficult to accept, he could not resist the urge to try it himself. Grasping the chopsticks, he mimicked Zhou Cheng'an's actions. But just as he was about to bring it to his lips, Zhou Cheng'an halted him. "Wait, Your Majesty, you have never before tasted such bold flavors. Perhaps you should dip it in some water?" "Did you just dip it in water?" Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, convinced that Zhou Cheng'an had skipped that step. Zhou Cheng'an wore a beaming smile. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a twinge of defiance. If Zhou Cheng'an could partake, why should he not do the same without the need for water? He was determined to prove himself. With a decisive bite, the oil enveloped him, delivering a smooth and refreshing sensation. In the next instant, the spicy oil cloaked in sauce erupted, a fiery sensation surging from his tongue to his mind, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Zhu Yuanzhang promptly set down his chopsticks, gasping for breath, eager to quench the fire with some cool water. Zhou Cheng'an chuckled as he poured a glass of water. But Zhu Yuanzhang, overwhelmed by the heat, disregarded all caution and seized the cup, drinking it in haste. To his dismay, he found himself frozen in place. Instead of alleviating the heat, the gulp exacerbated his discomfort. Observing his plight, Zhou Cheng'an quickly checked the teapot. To his chagrin, it contained hot water. The combination of intense spiciness and hot water was utterly torturous. Without hesitation, he instructed someone to fetch ice cubes, concocting a makeshift ice treat. "Your Majesty, try this. It should provide some relief." Zhu Yuanzhang clutched his throat, never having experienced such discomfort in his life. That moment nearly cost him dearly. Had it not been for Zhou Cheng'an's presence, he might have suspected foul play. This time, he regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a skeptical gaze, only to be reassured that Zhou Cheng'an was not jesting, prompting him to cautiously sip the shattered bits of ice. At last, a semblance of relief washed over him. Regaining his composure, Zhu Yuanzhang shot a fierce glare at Zhou Cheng'an. "What on earth is this? How can something so stimulating be consumed? Are you certain this is fit for human consumption?" In a show of fortitude, Zhou Cheng'an selected a piece of spicy beef, dipped it into the red oil pot for a few seconds, and effortlessly consumed it, maintaining his composure. Zhu Yuanzhang realized that perhaps his earlier reaction was indeed a reflection of his own inadequacy. "Your Majesty, there is no need to feel disheartened. The appreciation of spicy cuisine is indeed a gradual journey. The more one indulges, the stronger one's tolerance becomes." Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated to partake, fearing a repeat of his earlier discomfort. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an savored each bite with delight. Observing Zhou Cheng'an's enjoyment, Zhu Yuanzhang found it increasingly difficult to resist. He took up his chopsticks once more, hesitatingly sampling the dish, and at last, he discovered he could endure it, albeit just a little. Chapter 77. Treating people as beasts. The meal lasted a full hour. Zhu Yuanzhang had never before tasted anything so exquisite, and his mouth felt as if it had turned into a sausage from the spiciness. Yet, he also recognized the allure of this flavor, though it was painful. It was also intoxicating. "Zhou Cheng'an, how is it that you possess such a delightful delicacy yet have never mentioned it before? Were you hiding it from me?" Zhou Cheng'an hastily shook his head. "How could that be? If I had something of such value, I would have informed Your Majesty at the earliest opportunity. There would be no reason to conceal it." "Then what is the explanation?" Zhu Yuanzhang had come to understand Zhou Cheng'an's character. He was wholly devoted to commerce, and it was evident that this dish was somehow linked to his business acumen. "What I presented earlier was a specially cured hot pot base, tailored to the local climate. It not only dispels dampness and heat, but also invigorates the spirit, enhances beauty, and detoxifies, immensely beneficial. My intention was to produce it in large quantities for wholesale distribution so that everyone could enjoy its merits. Unfortunately, the quantity and variety of chili seeds are far too limited for mass production. I merely brought it forth for Your Majesty to sample and to gauge your reaction." Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an mention business, Zhu Yuanzhang's interest was piqued. The citizens of the Ming Dynasty, spurred by commerce, were experiencing an increasingly prosperous life, their spirits drastically uplifted. If this trend were to continue, the Ming Dynasty would surely undergo a remarkable transformation. Insufficient quantity. You must have a batch of seeds already to create this. Where did you acquire the previous seeds? Surely you can procure more. Such a simple notion was not lost on Zhou Cheng'an. Yet he lamented that such precious seeds were not easily obtained. Your Majesty, do you think that what you can conceive is also within my grasp? I have already attempted the method you suggested, but it proved utterly impractical. Zhu Yuanzhang was particularly concerned about this matter. Seeds may seem inconsequential when not required, yet they become immensely vital when the need arises. Thus, one must possess them. If one cannot seek assistance, they must invest time to cultivate them themselves, which would at least delay the process by a year. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang conceded the validity of Zhou Cheng'an's words. Farmers understood the importance of saving seeds. Losing them equated to losing their very foundation. No one would be foolish enough to forfeit such a resource. Then we must wait for a year. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a tinge of regret. However, aside from this course of action, no alternative seemed viable. As the two fell into silence, Zhu Di's voice echoed from behind them. Brother Zhou, if we truly wish to engage in business, I believe we should shift our focus to other commodities. Zhu Di, burdened with his own thoughts, had barely touched his meal. Zhou Cheng'an refrained from probing further, as everyone harbored their own concerns. Yet, the unexpectedness of Zhu Di's statement caught him off guard. Zhu Laosi, what do you wish to convey? Ignoring Zhu Yuanzhang entirely, Zhu Di gazed earnestly at Zhou Cheng'an and articulated his innermost thoughts. The phonograph was an extraordinary invention, unheard of and unseen by the masses. It possessed the remarkable ability to capture sound and reproduce various melodies, leaving one utterly astounded. Such a creation is a true masterpiece, deserving of promotion and recognition by all. Based on prior experiences, once the phonograph is unveiled, it is sure to create a tremendous uproar. Even a solitary unit could fetch an unprecedented price. Zhu Di spoke with unwavering conviction. Zhou Cheng'an had contemplated this notion, yet ultimately dismissed it due to its impracticality. The idea was splendid, but the execution was fraught with challenges. Firstly, the craftsmanship involved in its production was relatively intricate, requiring considerable time and incurring significant costs, both temporal and financial, rendering it unaffordable for the average individual. Moreover, if it were to be sold, it would necessitate the inclusion of recorded sounds, thereby adding another layer to the process, with costs that were incalculable. Zhu Di had not considered these factors. Even when Zhou Cheng'an laid the issues bare before him, he remained unfazed. Regardless, he was fervently eager to possess a phonograph, willing to pay any price. He was convinced that other dignitaries and wealthy merchants in the Ming Dynasty would share his sentiment. Zhu Yuanzhang also found the idea feasible, believing that investing additional time was inconsequential, for such a remarkable invention, once created, would undoubtedly attract buyers willing to pay handsomely. Zhou Cheng'an, if you are amenable, I may consider offering you some support. Should you have any needs, feel free to express them directly. Zhou Cheng and oppose, and grasped the implications of the father-son duo's intentions. He had come to this place to train troops, only to be burdened with an array of tasks. It felt as though he were being treated like a beast of burden. Your Majesty, Zhou Cheng'an was about to assert his busy schedule and lack of time. Zhu Yuanzhang, seemingly having anticipated this, turned to Yu Di. Laosi, you have been here long enough. You should have grasped the essence of Zhou Cheng'an's training methods. Henceforth, this batch of troops will be entrusted to your management. Should any issues arise, consult Zhou Cheng'an for guidance. Agreed? Zhu Di understood Zhu Yuanzhang's rationale. Without waiting for Zhou Cheng'an to respond, he readily acquiesced. Yes, my son shall not fail in this mission. Zhou Cheng'an, realizing their resolute decision without seeking his input, felt somewhat disregarded. Well, Your Majesty, this undertaking will require a considerable investment of time and effort. Are you certain you can afford to wait? Zhou Cheng'an deliberately posed a challenging question, hoping to dissuade them from this line of thought. With the new year approaching in a few months, he had intended to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Being unexpectedly embroiled in such matters would surely mar his festive season. I have all the time in the world. I await your good news. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled heartily as he patted Zhou Cheng'an on the shoulder. Zhou Cheng'an let out a resigned sigh, pondering the misfortunes that plagued him. With no inclination to engage in conversation, he despondently waved his hand. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in understanding, advising him to retire early, for there would be a dance practice awaiting him the following morning. Zhou Cheng'an clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration within. Truly, it was a testament to the feudal society, The emperor stood as the ultimate landlord, a tyrant who knew only how to exploit and oppress, treating individuals as mere commodities. How excessive. Chapter 78. Your Majesty, are you unable to play this game? At the break of dawn the following day, while Zhou Cheng'an was still lost in pleasant dreams, a cacophony of knocking resonated from outside. He pulled the blanket over his head and turned aside, attempting to return to slumber. However, the relentless knocking showed no signs of abating. With a frustrated cry, he kicked off the covers, slipped on no shoes, and angrily swung open the door. Was there no consideration for a man's rest in the early morning? I had already declared that one should not disturb my repose before the sun had fully risen. Zhu Yuanzhang, taken aback by Zhou Cheng'an's demeanor, quickly furrowed his brows, his face reflecting a profound sense of affront. He had waited at the door for a full hour, and in exasperation, had come to rouse him, only to find such blatant disregard. Zhou Cheng'an, do take note of the hour. You still slumber while we have pressing matters at hand. Zhou Cheng'an despised being disturbed during his sleep. The agony of an interrupted slumber was more unbearable than death itself. Furthermore, his notorious morning temper was well known throughout the courtyard, dissuading anyone from intruding without his consent. Your Majesty, at this moment, nothing is of greater importance to me than my sleep. If you have matters to attend to, then by all means, proceed without me. With that, he took a step back, preparing to close the door. Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly placed his hand against the doorframe, indignant. As the emperor of the mighty Ming Dynasty, he demanded respect, and only Zhou Cheng and oppose, and dared to challenge his authority so brazenly. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? Have you mistaken this realm for your own domain, believing you can act as you please? After having deigned to wait for him, Zhu Yuanzhang found it intolerable that his efforts were met with such insolence. I am the magistrate, the paternal figure to the people of this land. If this is not my territory, then whose is it? As the saying goes, the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Your Majesty, even the hand of a sovereign cannot reach this far. If you doubt this, let us venture to the streets and see whom the populace trusts more, myself or you. You. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his teeth, recognizing the blatant provocation. The authority of an emperor was sacrosanct, and to be belittled in such a manner was intolerable. How could he stand idly by? Very well, you insolent lad. You have brought this upon yourself. Should you lose, do not shed tears. Zhou Cheng'an smirked languidly. Your Majesty, if we are to wager, let us make it substantial. Otherwise, it would be devoid of any excitement. And how do you propose we play? Zhu Yuanzhang, undaunted, sought to seize this opportunity to diminish Zhou Cheng'an's arrogance. Zhou Cheng'an tilted his head in contemplation, recognizing the rarity of this chance. If I were to win, I would request that your Majesty cede the governance of Jiannan to me, thereby allowing me to reign as the local sovereign. What say you? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze toward Zhou Cheng'an now tinged with a hint of wariness. The term local emperor is undeniably jarring. Had these words not escaped the lips of Zhou Cheng and oppose, and they would likely have been deemed treasonous. Nevertheless, even so, Zhu Yuanzhang remained on high alert, gradually closing the distance between them by 2 steps. Zhou Cheng'an, what are your intentions? You have scarcely arrived in the Jiannan region, yet you are already fixated on it? Zhou Cheng'an was acutely aware of the implications of his words and the storm they would stir within Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Jiannan is part of the territory of the Shu Han, a place that, while remote, has historically been a battleground of immense strategic significance. Your Majesty, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply find this place quite comfortable and wish to consider it my homeland for further development. Are you certain? It was evident that Zhu Yuanzhang found this excuse utterly unconvincing. Zhou Cheng'an merely shrugged, adopting an expression that conveyed, if you choose not to believe me. What can I do? Your Majesty, have you forgotten the Empress and Oppo's admonition? Trust those you employ and employ those you trust. Since you regard me as a person of potential, you ought to extend me sufficient trust. Otherwise, how can I fulfill my duties? Indeed, the words of Empress Ma proved effective. As Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor softened considerably from one of ferocity to a gentler regard for the young official. You are but a mere county magistrate. What makes you think I would acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? Typically, only princes and grandsons of the emperor receive fiefs. Not to mention that Zhou Cheng'an was a mere local official, with no familial ties to the royal family, rendering him devoid of such opportunities. Yet, he audaciously presented this demand. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself perplexed by the thoughts swirling in this man's mind. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that we were just gambling? You already consented to play for high stakes. Are you now having second thoughts, fearing the game? Zhou Cheng'an's words, laced with mirth, sent chills down one's spine. Anyone familiar with him knew that this time, he was genuinely incensed. Zhou Cheng'an, do you wish for death? Each word fell heavily, a grave ultimatum. Had it been anyone else, they might have crumbled, legs trembling, collapsing to the ground. Yet Zhou Cheng'an stood in stark contrast, holding his head high and exuding an air of calm assurance. Your Majesty, I am aware of my worth. The Ming Dynasty cannot do without me. Thus, even if you contemplated my demise, it would remain a mere thought, never to be actualized. Such threats do not perturb me. Do not attempt to intimidate me with such trivial tactics. Zhu Yuanzhang. As emperor, he was adept at discerning the hearts of men, employing imperial strategies to ensnare all within his grasp for his own purposes. Yet, each encounter with Zhou Cheng and Oppos and left him with an indescribable sense of powerlessness. He perceived that this man was shrouded in a veil, elusive and inscrutable. Alarmingly, Zhou Cheng'an effortlessly penetrated the depths of his thoughts, fully aware of his most genuine intentions. You are quite astute. However, one must not forget that history is replete with instances where individuals, in their brilliance, have been ensnared by their own cleverness. At times, being excessively astute may not be advantageous, especially when one becomes prideful of their intelligence, believing they have mastery over all matters. Zhu Yuanzhang offers a profound reminder: mere cleverness is of no use, while profound wisdom is what truly grounds one. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an remains unfazed, expressing gratitude for the Emperor and Oppos' counsel, but insists on addressing the matter at hand. Your Majesty, will you grant your approval or not? Chapter 79. This little rascal truly has some skills. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself cornered, with no alternative. Zhou Cheng'an had already made his stance clear. Should he refuse, he would be labeled as someone incapable of handling matters. As the sovereign of a nation, he could not afford to lose his dignity in such a situation, or else he would struggle to maintain authority over his ministers in the future. Very well. If you wish to play this game, then I shall grant you the opportunity. Zhou Cheng'an paid no heed to Zhu Yuanzhang's stern words. His only objective was to achieve his goals. With plenty of time still remaining, I shall rest for another half an hour, and then we shall set forth. With that, Zhou Cheng'an yawned and, regardless of Zhu Yuanzhang's consent, closed the door firmly behind him. As he gazed at the securely locked door, a shadow of displeasure crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. At that moment, Zhu Di rushed in, eager to speak with Zhou Cheng'an. Father, why have you arrived so early? Zhu Yuanzhang coldly huffed, tossing his sleeves and placing his hands behind his back, revealing his evident discontent. However, he quickly noticed the memorial in Zhu Di's hand. What business do you have with him? What is that you hold? This. For the common folk? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. The majority of ordinary citizens could barely read. Why would they send a memorial? Zhu Di shook his head and explained, not quite. Brother Zhou, upon arriving in Jiannan, quickly recognized the complexities of the situation here. He wished to gain a profound understanding in the shortest time possible and devised this method. He specifically arranged for a shop on the street, dedicated solely to one purpose: allowing the common people, regardless of their status, to voice their grievances and requests. While the concept is commendable, such methods are unlikely to yield results. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, then opened the memorial to take a glance. Upon seeing its contents, his previous thoughts vanished. You just mentioned that this memorial contained the dissatisfaction of the common folk. Why then does the content differ entirely from what you stated? Zhu Di bashfully scratched his head. Initially, Brother Zhou designed this shop for that very purpose, but its function evolved over time. From the citizens' messages, Brother Zhou recognized their hardships for every issue he could resolve. He exerted his utmost effort. Gradually, the memorial filled with praises and accolades from the people. Zhu Yuanzhang mused, this little rascal does possess some remarkable skills. His ability to win the hearts of the people is truly commendable. Zhu Di, undeterred by Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor, continued his thoughts. Zhou Cheng'an was unruly and unconventional in his methods. Yet, his perception of the world and his approach to tasks were entirely distinct from others. What might seem like fanciful notions to most, Zhu Di firmly believed that as long as Zhou Cheng and Oppos and articulated his ideas, they would inevitably come to fruition. Your Majesty, Brother Zhou's recognition by the people stems from his own capabilities, unrelated to any other factors, as was evident during his time in Ning'an County. While success in one place may be attributed to fortune, consistent achievement across various locales suggests a different narrative altogether. This is a truth that Zhu Di comprehends, and Zhu Yuanzhang is certainly not oblivious to it. However, Zhou Cheng and Oppos, and is exceedingly unpredictable, existing beyond his grasp. This lack of control induces an unprecedented sense of unease within him, yet he acknowledges that he is powerless to alter the situation at present. Very well. A moment's patience shall usher in tranquility. As the father and son conversed, Zhou Cheng'an's door swung open with a sharp sound. He appeared impeccably dressed, as though preparing to depart. Your Majesty, you haven't been standing here all along, have you? I understand your anxiety, but there's no need to rush. The morning chill is severe, and one might easily catch a cold. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze toward Zhou Cheng'an, clearly on the verge of articulating something. Yet he swallowed his words with great effort. Zhu Di, however, remained unfazed and promptly handed a document to Zhou Cheng'an. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an merely cast a cursory glance at it before discarding it. I need not read it to know its contents, it merely extols my virtues, proclaiming me a paragon of righteousness. I have perused such accolades countless times. What merit is there in reading it again? I am weary of this flattery. So kindly refrain from presenting such matters to me in the future. Zhu Di did not hesitate to acquiesce. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, when did Zhu Di become Zhou Cheng'an's sycophant? He did not seem to possess such a temperament previously. Zhou Cheng'an, these are the sentiments of the common folk of Jiannan Road. You disregard their words without a second glance and cast them aside? Zhou Cheng and Appos, and merely smiled faintly before taking another document from Zhu Di and Appos, as hands and handing it directly to Zhu Yuanzhang. If it pleases your Majesty, then consider it a gift, for I have no use for it. Having set matters in order, Zhou Cheng'an led the way, beckoning Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di, and the others to follow. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth. This insolent youth seems to have forgotten who the emperor truly is. Zhu Di, noticing Zhu Yuanzhang's displeasure, cautiously interjected, Father, were you not previously preoccupied with the matters concerning the martial arts arena? It would be prudent for us to proceed without delay. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at the document in his hand, contemplating emulating Zhou Cheng'an and discarding it, but reconsidered and placed it on a nearby stone bench instead. On the bustling streets of Jiannan Road, the scene was one of vibrant activity and prosperity, a spectacle Zhu Yuanzhang had never envisioned. It is worth noting that this area was once a remote place, shunned by many. Even finding a suitable county magistrate was a formidable challenge. Yet, not long after Zhou Cheng'an's arrival, the entire Jiannan Road had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the faces of the common people, he saw hope and unprecedented joy. This is the vision he holds for the magnificent Ming Dynasty, and this embodies the aspirations that the people of Ming should have for their lives. Chapter 80. The secret of his success lies in adaptability. Lord Zhou, it is indeed the first time I have seen you so early in the morning. Along the way, every person encountered seemed to recognize Zhou Cheng'an. Among those who knew him, none refrained from offering him something. And Zhou Cheng'an graciously accepted their tokens with a beaming smile. Zhu Di, on the other hand, appeared quite accustomed to this spectacle. Whatever gifts the common folk bestowed upon Zhou Cheng'an, Zhu Di would hold in his hands as well, almost resembling a mere porter. Zhu Yuanzhang watched in astonishment. As a sovereign above all, he dedicated himself to the welfare of the people. The court officials, both civil and military, would flatter the market with sweet words, which, though pleasant to the ear, often lacked sincerity. Yet, this occasion unveiled a wholly different scene. He could discern the genuine respect that Bai Shimin held for Zhou Cheng'an, even treating him with greater deference than his own kin. Zhu Yuanzhang had never experienced such treatment and was at a loss as to how Zhou Cheng'an achieved it. Initially, he had intended to compare his popularity with Zhou Cheng'an's, but the outcome was now glaringly apparent by the time they reached the end of the street. Zhou Cheng'an and Zhu Di were laden with an abundance of gifts, with no place to set them down. This small incident spoke volumes about the affection the people held for him. The shopkeepers, upon seeing Zhou Cheng'an, immediately acquiesced to his requests. As Zhou Cheng'an turned, he cast a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang, raising an eyebrow. Your Majesty, does our previous wager still stand? You have just witnessed the events. What are your thoughts? Zhou Cheng'an was not intentionally flaunting his success before Zhu Yuanzhang. Such occurrences were not particularly extraordinary for him. However, having decided to wager, a resolution was essential. Zhu Yuanzhang pressed his lips together, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. How did you achieve this? In such a short time. How have you garnered such affection from the populace? Having risen from humble beginnings himself, he understood the desires of the common folk better than anyone. Previously, the Jiannan region had suffered from transportation difficulties and mountainous terrain, leading to a scarcity of grain, forcing the people to live in constant uncertainty. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an had only recently arrived, and it seemed as if everything had transformed. Zhu Yuanzhang was perplexed by the changes Zhou Cheng'an had instigated. Zhou Cheng'an merely smiled lightly. It is nothing extraordinary. I simply sought ways to meet their basic needs. What the common people desire is merely to be well-fed, warmly clothed, and to live in peace. If I can fulfill these needs, why would they not support me? He appeared self-evident in his reasoning, as though everything was perfectly rational. I inquire about the specific measures you have undertaken to ensure the people's well-being. It is not merely your responsibility, it is also mine. For many years, I have diligently applied myself without faltering, yet I remain unable to attain such heights. And you? Before Zhu Yuanzhang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Cheng'an's laughter. Why must your majesty compare yourself to me? Not everyone can be like me. Zhu Yuanzhang, although aware of the people's plight, felt a surge of irritation towards him, wishing to confine him to a prison cell for a few days. It is quite simple. One must adapt to local conditions. The first task upon my arrival was to understand the local customs and geography, though the transportation is inconvenient. The people here are genuine and hardworking, relying solely on their industrious hands to provide for their families. However, due to the limitations imposed by the local natural conditions, no matter how hard they toil, their lives cannot flourish. Nonetheless, the climate here is quite agreeable. Even in winter, it is not overly cold, and summer brings ample rainfall, making it ideal for rice cultivation. Most importantly, rice can be harvested 3 times a year under such climatic conditions, significantly boosting yields. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had not specifically familiarized himself with the local situation, he knew that Zhou Cheng'an's earlier remarks were indeed accurate. The most crucial factors influencing crop cultivation are weather and climate. If these conditions cannot be met, all efforts are in vain. I inquired and discovered that rice had previously been cultivated here, but the harvests were poor, leaving only a few struggling farmers to subsist on their meager plots of land. Zhu Yuanzhang, feeling perplexed, asked, since it has already been attempted and proven unfeasible, why would you pursue this course of action? At that moment, they passed a field, and Zhou Cheng'an pointed to the newly sprouted rice, saying, Your Majesty, take a good look at how this batch of rice differs from those you have seen before. Rice is rice. What difference could there be? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for quite a while, unable to discern any distinction. In truth, this batch of rice had only been planted for about a month. What did you say? A month? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in disbelief. Having been born into humble beginnings, he had once endured hardships and had both witnessed and participated in rice cultivation while working for wealthy landlords. He knew well how large rice plants could grow in a month. The rice before him stood at least half a person's height, indicating it had been growing for at least 4 or 5 months. Zhou Cheng'an, do you think you can deceive me with such claims? This rice cannot possibly be just a month old. Zhou Cheng'an refrained from explaining further. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had expressed skepticism, his words would hold no persuasive power. Just then, a farmer carrying a hoe was about to head to the fields. Zhou Cheng'an called out to him, Old Zhang, are you preparing to work in the fields? If you find it difficult to walk, my family just bought a cart. I can have my son take you there. Zhou Cheng'an waved his hand, wishing to seize the opportunity to wander about, allowing Zhu Yuanzhang to behold the present visage of Jiannan Dao. Thus, he felt compelled to embark on this journey. If he were to remain seated in the carriage, everything would merely blur past, rendering the scenery indistinct and devoid of interest. No need, old Zhang. He remarked casually, I observe you diligently tending to your fields daily. The rice appears to be thriving. How long has it been since you planted it? Zhou Cheng'an's inquiry seemed casual, yet old Zhang, without much contemplation, responded, If I reckon the days, it has been about a month. Zhu Yuanzhang. Chapter 81. Can an island be flattened by just 2 people? Very well. You are indeed formidable. Zhou Cheng'an, without uttering a word of rebuttal, delivered a decisive blow to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang felt utterly humiliated, lowering his head as he walked ahead. Zhou Cheng'an exchanged a few words with old Zhang before hastily catching up to call out to him. Wasn't and Appos, T in a rush this morning to head to the martial arts arena? Why the sudden change? Zhu Yuanzhang, my dear fellow, do you even know how to speak? If not, it would be wise to remain silent. Zhou Cheng and Appos, and discerned Zhu Yuanzhang and Appos, as impatience and, with a chuckle, decided to temper his remarks. Your Majesty, you must be quite curious as to why this rice is so much larger than what you remember. The answer is rather simple. I have not cultivated ordinary rice, but rather a hybrid variety. Hybrid? Zhu Yuanzhang had never encountered this novel term before. What could it possibly mean? Hybridization refers to the process of combining the advantageous traits of 2 or more distinct plant species to produce seeds that embody these benefits, thus allowing us to cultivate superior varieties through the advantages of hybrids. Zhou Cheng'an understood that Zhu Yuanzhang might struggle to grasp this concept at present. However, whether he understood was his concern, while explaining was Zhou Cheng'an's responsibility. You must know that I have invested considerable time, labor, and resources into this endeavor. It has taken me several years to finally achieve some results. Zhou Cheng'an had been in this world for a few years now, initially struggling to come to terms with his new reality. Yet, he resolved to make the best of it. As long as he was here, he had to live well. To survive, securing adequate food was paramount. Thus, upon his arrival, he devoted all his time and effort to rice cultivation. Fortunately, he had previously perused some relevant literature, which provided him with a foundational understanding. Despite the challenges he faced, he believed that dedication would inevitably yield results. He endeavored to comprehend the intricacies of the process but found himself at a loss after much contemplation, ultimately deciding not to squander time on futile thoughts. The results before him indicated that Zhou Cheng'an had mastered this technique. If this practice could be disseminated, it would not only alleviate the sustenance issues of the people in Jian'an, but potentially benefit the entire populace of the Ming Dynasty. Zhou Cheng'an, have you ever pondered a question? Your hybrid rice is of such high quality. Merely adapting to this small region seems rather wasteful. If we could plant hybrid rice in all suitable areas, the benefits would surely multiply. Zhou Cheng'an certainly understood Zhu Yuanzhang's implication. He had considered it before. But given the current circumstances, such a prospect seemed implausible. Your Majesty, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Particularly in times like these, one should not be overly hasty. However, should Your Majesty be willing to entrust this area to me, I can assure you that in less than 2 years, I will transform it entirely. At this juncture, Zhou Cheng'an paused and halted, gazing earnestly at Zhu Yuanzhang. For this time, he was not jesting. Zhu Yuanzhang yearned to discern the innermost thoughts of Zhou Cheng'an through his gaze, yet he found himself devoid of such an opportunity. Are you so fixated on the Jian'an region? What is it about this place that captivates you so? Zhou Cheng'an shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent. There's no particular allure. I've simply spent an extended period here and have grown fond of it. I wish to contribute to its development. Your Majesty has observed that I have established a rapport with the local populace, and the task of training troops has been entrusted to Zhu Laosi. If I have no other duties, I would be reassigned. To remain here, I must find some purpose for myself. Zhou Cheng'an's reasoning was compelling. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang sensed it was merely a pretext. Deep within, Zhou Cheng'an surely harbored other intentions, but he was reluctant to elaborate. Your Majesty, one must honor agreements. Do not forget your prior promise to me. Zhu Yuanzhang seethed internally, realizing that this impudent youth was daring to challenge him. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the training ground. Towering walls separated the two sides, creating a palpable divide. Although only a wall stood between them, the atmosphere on either side felt utterly distinct. Within the confines of the wall, the sounds of battle echoed fiercely, exuding a formidable spirit, as if countless resolute blades sought to cleave the sky. Conversely, those outside appeared serene, gazing at the heavens and the earth, even observing the weeds in the corners. At all costs, we vow to serve our nation. The resounding cries emerged from deep within, a stirring force that invigorated the spirit. Zhu Yuanzhang had not experienced such vigor and spectacle in quite some time. Standing at the entrance, he could not grasp the essence of the scene. He had to venture inside. With that, Zhou Cheng'an pushed open the massive iron gate. The door creaked ominously as it swung wide. Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily faltered at the sight before him. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. How could they be clad in such attire? And what are those objects in their hands? Confusion clouded Zhu Yuanzhang's mind as he beheld the unfamiliar scene. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an stepped aside, seemingly disinterested in providing explanations. Zhu Di, however, was perceptive and quickly grasped the situation. Father, they are wearing camouflage uniforms, specially designed for battlefield conditions. This attire allows them to conceal themselves effectively in terrestrial or jungle environments, safeguarding them from enemy detection while enhancing their operational capabilities. The green and gray markings on their faces serve a similar purpose. Brother Zhou has previously noted that the most formidable survival tactic in nature is camouflage. Creatures adapt their appearance to their surroundings, and humans are no exception. As for the items they wield, Zhu Di continued, that is a newly invented weapon by Brother Zhou, capable of leveling an island or a mountainous area with just 1 or 2 operators. Its power is extraordinary. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Zhu Di, whose earnest expression sparked a thought within him. Could this young man truly be deluded? How could he utter such absurdities? To suggest that merely 2 individuals could flatten a mountain or an island was nothing short of fanciful imagination. No, it was utterly implausible. He simply could not bring himself to believe it. Chapter 82. Those who are greedy always meet a bitter end. Zhou Cheng and Apos, and discern the skepticism etched upon Zhu Yuanzhang and Apos' face. He refrained from voicing his thoughts and subtly summoned two individuals over. Master Zhou, we are prepared and ready to follow your commands at any moment. Zhou Cheng'an nodded, then turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, saying, Your Majesty, it is not a matter of disbelief. Let us witness the truth for ourselves. With that, he cast a knowing glance at the two individuals before him, who immediately comprehended his intent. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, Zhou Cheng'an, do not attempt to deceive me with this. I have fought on the battlefield and slain foes myself. In the heat of combat, blades are merciless. Even claiming a single enemy's head demands one's life. What you just proposed is sheer folly, and only a fool would believe it. Zhou Cheng'an merely smiled faintly, shaking his head, unperturbed by the remark. It was only natural for Zhu Yuanzhang to harbor such thoughts, given that he had never encountered anyone with such notions. Were he to exist in this era and someone were to assert they could single-handedly level a mountain, he would be utterly incredulous. Your Majesty, simply observe, and you shall discern the veracity of my words, Zhou Cheng'an replied. However, this location lacks sufficient space. Should an accident occur, it would be disastrous for others. We must find a different venue. While Zhou Cheng'an pondered, Zhu Di suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and interjected, Brother Zhou, remember our recent visit to Heifeng Stronghold. I believe that place would be most suitable. Originally a den of bandits, our expedition there to eradicate them would be most fitting. We could preempt any future ambitions over that territory and eliminate the threat entirely. With a snap of his fingers, Zhou Cheng'an instructed his men to make the necessary arrangements. The mere mention of Heifeng Stronghold ignited Zhu Yuanzhang's fury, and throughout the journey, he regarded Zhou Cheng'an with the intensity reserved for a nemesis. Zhou Cheng'an, feeling exasperated by such a gaze, finally broke the silence. Your Majesty, you have been glaring at me for quite some time now. What is it you wish to express? We are both straightforward individuals. There is no need for subterfuge. Your current demeanor not only distresses you, but also casts a shadow upon me. It is difficult to find joy in the presence of such a morose countenance, although the truth of his statement was undeniable. Few would dare to voice such sentiments in the presence of a sovereign. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, already grim, darkened further, his hands clasped tightly upon his lap. Zhou Cheng'an recognized the fury radiating from his counterpart yet remained unfazed, leaning back against the carriage and closing his eyes. Zhou Cheng'an, what has become of the hundreds of thousands of taels of silver seized from Heifeng Stronghold? Zhu Yuanzhang demanded. These bandits have plundered the common people, seizing their wealth. These riches ought to be returned to the citizens. How could you? Zhu Yuanzhang prepared to deliver a thorough reprimand, but before he could finish, Zhou Cheng'an interrupted him. What of it? I have rid them of their oppressors, ensuring that no bandits will disturb them henceforth. Is this not a boon for them? I have exerted great effort, time, and energy to alleviate such a significant burden. Should they not express their gratitude for my benevolence? Are they truly preoccupied with such trifling sums? Zhu Yuanzhang was well aware of Zhou Cheng'an's audacity, yet he never anticipated such blatant insolence. Right before him, Zhou Cheng'an unabashedly claimed the substantial sum of several 100,000 taels for himself. With an explosive clap, Zhu Yuanzhang, seething with fury, slammed his palm upon the table. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The reform of corrupt officials in our great Ming Dynasty is not a mere endeavor of a day or two. Every greedy individual meets a dire fate. My previous admonition was a mere suggestion. Your disregard for it, coupled with your sense of entitlement, is utterly unfathomable. Zhou Cheng'an trembled momentarily, feigning fear, yet in the next instant, he resumed his normal demeanor, even donning a smile that was more rogue than ruffian. Zhu Yuanzhang was infuriated beyond measure. I am a man of principle. Not a single coin of mine shall be forfeited. This is the code of a businessman. As the saying goes, only those who cherish wealth can multiply it. Otherwise, one remains a pauper for life. Zhu Di, overhearing this, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Such words could only be uttered by Zhou Cheng'an, for anyone else who dared express gratitude would likely lose their head. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth, stifling his wrath. Zhou, do not test my limits. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang intended to have a civil discourse with Zhou Cheng'an, but it was evident that such an approach was futile. Since he had chosen to disregard civility, then he would face the consequences. Zhu Yuanzhang had assumed that under the weight of imperial authority, Zhou Cheng'an would surely yield, yet instead, he stood firm. Impossible. Your Majesty, do not entertain such thoughts. It is absolutely unthinkable. I will never engage in a losing venture. This is my boundary. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes blazed with fury. Had his gaze possessed lethal intent, Zhou Cheng'an would have perished countless times over. Corrupt officials are my threshold. Should you wish to survive, it is best to adhere to the rules. Zhou Cheng'an merely chuckled, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Rules are immutable, yet humans are dynamic. These regulations are established by man and must serve humanity. Surely, your majesty cannot be unaware of this. Do you seek death? Zhu Yuanzhang felt as though he might be driven to his demise by Zhou Cheng'an's insolence. Your majesty, please do not let anger consume you. It only harms your health, Zhu interjected cautiously. Brother Zhou, I observe that you are not in want of wealth. What does this sum signify to you? Surely, you do not cling to it out of concern for its value. If there are other motives, please articulate them. I am confident that father will understand. Zhu understood that if no one stepped forward to mediate at this moment, it was likely that the two of them would not be able to overcome this obstacle. In such a case, he might even find himself suffering the consequences. For me, the reasoning presented earlier was entirely sufficient, akin to a moment of clarity. If it must be disclosed, I would not shy away from sharing. Indeed, the money at stake holds little significance for me. Throughout the compensation process, Zhou Cheng'an has always been present, perhaps lacking in many aspects, yet never in financial resources. However, the common people are in dire need of funds. More precisely, they yearn for an opportunity to earn. Chapter 83. The dignified sovereign transformed into a petty cat. Zhou Cheng'an's words bore profound significance. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to grasp the essence of his statement, and much of his ire dissipated. He took a deep breath to temper his emotions, casting a calm gaze upon Zhou Cheng'an, his tone noticeably softened. Do you harbor some unspoken difficulties? As a minister of the Ming Dynasty, you are free to express any concerns you may have. Not all matters necessitate your solitary burden, especially since this issue concerns the populace at large. Zhu Yuanzhang had always possessed a fiery temperament, and under such circumstances, it was no small feat for him to engage in conversation with such restraint. As the saying goes, it is far more beneficial to teach a man to fish than to merely provide him with a fish. Although the sum of money appeared substantial, its distribution would ultimately leave little behind. After all, the majority of what the bandits from Haifeng Mountain pillaged belonged to the local wealthy merchants, leaving the common folk with scant resources. The affluent hardly lacked for such sums. Their initial willingness to part with this money was merely a means of preserving their own lives. In essence, various circumstances underscored the futility of this approach. Given that the outcome had already been anticipated, why should one press their warm visage against a cold rear, courting their own humiliation? Zhu Yuanzhang had firmly believed he was in the right regarding this matter, yet the weight of Zhou Cheng'an's words began to resonate with increasing clarity. Are you implying that this money could serve a different purpose in your hands? Zhou Cheng'an nodded, refraining from elaborating further on the topic. Zhu Yuanzhang's lips twitched in irritation. Must he pry for every response? Could he not articulate his thoughts in one complete statement? Clarify your intentions. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? The carriage jolted, leaving Zhou Cheng'an feeling dizzy and devoid of interest in conversation. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang persisted in his incessant chatter, testing Zhou Cheng'an's patience. Since I have devised a comprehensive plan, it indicates that my mind is already made up. Your Majesty need only assess whether my plan is viable. Everything else is inconsequential. Inconsequential? Such words escaped his lips with astonishing audacity. As a servant of the Son of Heaven, he had jurisdiction over all matters beneath the heavens. Having taken the initiative to inquire, Zhou Cheng'an's dismissive retort of unimportant was an affront. The anger surged within Zhu Yuanzhang, who longed to reprimand Zhou Cheng'an severely. But before he could formulate a response, he noticed that Zhou Cheng'an had already leaned against the side and begun to snore. Zhu was aware that Zhou Cheng'an had recently visited Haifeng village and had gone several nights without rest. Just as he prepared to enjoy a well-deserved respite, his father had come to disturb him. Yet, his father was no easy figure to contend with. Upon arrival, he voiced grievances about one matter or another, leaving everyone mentally exhausted. Were he in Zhou Cheng'an's position, he too would likely reach a breaking point. Zhou Cheng'an's mere impatience in conversation was, in fact, a considerable display of restraint. Father, let us first examine the firearms. I have heard that Brother Zhou spent a full 6 months crafting these weapons. Although I have never witnessed the might of such a cannon, even the palm-sized minds instill a sense of trepidation. Surely, this great weapon must be extraordinary. Palm-sized. Mine. This was the first time Zhu Yuanzhang had encountered such an unfamiliar term, utterly bewildered as to its nature. Zhu Di cautiously retrieved a round object from his pocket, declaring, "This is it. Once thrown, it will explode, exhibiting remarkable speed and immense power. No one in its path can evade it." Zhu Yuanzhang reached out to inspect it, only for Zhu Di to retract his hands swiftly. "Father, this is the only one I possess. If you wish to see more, perhaps you could inquire with Brother Zhou. This was given to me during my last visit to Haifeng's High, and I am loath to part with it." The latter remark faltered on Zhu Di's lips as he perceived the intense gaze of his father, which seemed to convey a desire to cast him aside. "I am your father. You hesitate to relinquish such a trivial object." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was firm. "If you have any sense, hand it over for my inspection." Zhu Di, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. "Well, just a glance. And I promise to return it immediately." Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of indignation, uttering not a single word as he seized the object from Zhu Di's grasp. He scrutinized it from every angle, yet found no discernible peculiarity. It was merely a small sphere. What was so remarkable about it? Surely, the blacksmiths in the palace could fabricate countless such items. What was the fuss? Just as Zhu Di prepared to elucidate further, Zhu Yuanzhang, disregarding all caution, hurled the object away. In a flurry, he clasped his hands tightly over his ears, dutifully warning Zhu Yuanzhang to be careful. The latter, however, remained oblivious to the impending consequence. Then, with a thunderous explosion, several trees, sturdy enough for multiple men to embrace, were sent flying in all directions. Debris rained down upon Zhu Yuanzhang, leaving him in a disheveled state, akin to a beggar. Zhou Cheng'an, who had been peacefully slumbering moments before, was jolted awake by the cacophony. He sat up abruptly, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity before him. To an outsider, one might think you were digging in the muck. Zhu Yuanzhang hastily rolled up his sleeves to wipe the dirt from his face, only to smear it further. Resembling a calico cat, had the carriage been more spacious, he would have likely rolled on the ground in mirth. Zhu Di hurried to clarify, "Brother Zhou, please listen. I was just, enough with the excuses. I understand. It is merely the Emperor's insatiable curiosity that prompted this folly. I can empathize." Chapter 84. The Thunderbolt in the Palm. Merely a trifling gadget with a single remark. Zhou Cheng'an silenced Zhu Di, who swallowed hard, feeling somewhat stifled. Zhu Yuanzhang remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the recent events. What had merely been a small iron ball in his hand had inexplicably detonated. The explosion, astonishingly powerful, had effortlessly shattered a tree that several men could barely encircle. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a scenario possible, an unfathomable thought. Dazed, he turned to glance at Zhou Cheng'an, blinking in confusion. Zhu Di had never seen his father in such a state, and he could not contain a chuckle. Zhu Yuanzhang, entirely oblivious, fixed his gaze upon Zhou Cheng'an while gesturing towards the trees outside. "Zhou Cheng'an, did you see that? What exactly transpired?" As he spoke, he opened his palm to look at the now vanished iron ball. Just a moment ago, he had hurled it, and it had exploded. In a surge of excitement, Zhu Yuanzhang grasped Zhou Cheng'an's hand. "Do you still have any?" Zhou Cheng'an nodded. The thunderbolt in the palm required no technical finesse. He could conjure as many as he desired. Although often of little practical use, it proved invaluable for startling others in critical moments, perhaps even ensuring discretion. Given Zhu Yuanzhang's esteemed status, he periodically ventured out incognito. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the political landscape could become tumultuous. Thus, possessing a few of these devices would be prudent, alleviating his concerns. After all, he was the preeminent landowner in this feudal society. Aligning with him could facilitate future business endeavors. Bestowing such a costless item upon him was no great matter. Observing Zhu Yuanzhang's tearful gratitude, Zhou Cheng'an felt a sense of satisfaction, pondering that even a slightly excessive request at this moment might not be declined. However, as he contemplated this, a shift occurred. Zhu Yuanzhang remained oblivious to Zhou Cheng'an's inner thoughts and even encouraged him to voice any requests he might have. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Shou Qing and oppose and felt no need for decorum. "Your Majesty, I do wish to discuss a minor matter, though it hardly qualifies as a request." "Speak freely." Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. He was now an entirely different man. "Between us, what is there that cannot be said?" Zhou Cheng'an stroked his chin, adopting a serious expression. "As your Majesty has stated, all lands under heaven are the king's. If I were to request a parcel of land, I trust you would not object?" Previously, Zhou Cheng'an had mentioned his desire for the Jinnandao region, and now he sought another piece of land. What, indeed, were his intentions? As Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, a sudden clarity washed over him, and he regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a heightened sense of vigilance. Zhou Cheng'an, elucidate your intentions. This is not the first time you have sought your own land. Do you harbor ulterior motives? Zhu Yuanzhang had resolved himself to a final determination. Throughout history, nobles and lords who sought territory invariably veered towards rebellion. The Ming Dynasty had only recently been established. Everything was still in its infancy. After painstaking efforts to secure a semblance of peace, he was resolute in his desire to avoid further turmoil and to spare the populace from the ravages of war. This was his unwavering bottom line, impervious to infringement. Should he discern any hint of such aspirations, he would act decisively to eradicate the threat, leaving no room for future repercussions. Zhou Cheng'an, exuding an air of nonchalance, could hardly be bothered to speculate on Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts. Noting the disinterest in Zhu's demeanor, he propped his head on his hand and remarked, "Your Majesty, must you always regard me as an adversary? Can we not engage civilly? To be precise, we are in a partnership. I am merely sharing my plans with you, not seeking to divide your inheritance." "What plans?" Zhu Yuanzhang replied coldly, his voice laced with frost, as if he were poised to freeze everyone present in place. With a hint of exasperation, Zhou Cheng'an rubbed his forehead, realizing that with such an attitude, there was little more to discuss. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating an end to the conversation. "Very well, if you are so disinclined to listen, let us abandon this topic." Zhu Yuanzhang found himself at a loss for words, perhaps more so than ever before in his life. "It is rather straightforward. The reason I seek this land from your Majesty is merely to maintain firm control over all affairs. Only in doing so can I wield absolute initiative." "Control in your hands?" Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a chilling smile. "By what right do you presume that this land should be yours to command? This realm belongs to the Zhu family. Every inch of this territory is rightfully ours. What makes you think you deserve a share? Are you suggesting that I should cede a portion of my dominion to the Zhou clan?" Zhou Cheng'an oppos and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Having reached such an impasse, it was truly foolish not to grasp Zhu Yuanzhang's mindset. "Your Majesty, whether this realm is under the Zhou or Zhu name is of little consequence. What truly matters is that our objectives align. We both desire peace in the realm, the flourishing of all, and the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty, where the common people can lead lives of security and happiness." "Oh." Zhu Yuanzhang's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Your words are quite eloquent. However, by what rationale do you believe anyone would trust you? You have embezzled the people's wealth and traded in official positions. Such transgressions are ample grounds for condemnation. With such a disposition, what makes you think you can foster the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty?" Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware that his words had perhaps exceeded the bounds of propriety. Zhou Cheng'an's methods were indeed unorthodox, at times verging on incomprehensibility. However, whether in Anning County or in the Jiannan Circuit, he single-handedly enhanced the lives of the local populace, who harbored profound gratitude towards him. They might be oblivious to the name of the emperor, yet they could never be unaware of their county magistrate, Zhou Cheng'an. This epitomizes capability, this exemplifies skill, and this stands as irrefutable evidence of his success. Chapter 85. What could possibly dismantle a mountain? Zhou Cheng'an found little inclination to elaborate extensively. The matter of belief hinged on a mere word. Should Zhu Yuanzhang truly harbor discontent towards him, no amount of explanation would mitigate the situation. It would only exacerbate the complications. Thus, he resolved to let events unfold naturally. If Zhu were inclined to grant his request, so be it. If not, he would seek alternative avenues. His approach to matters was governed by a singular principle. When faced with adversities, one must either confront or conceal them. He firmly believed that no predicament lacked a viable solution. This minor issue hardly occupied his thoughts. Zhu Yuanzhang, under the impression that Zhou Cheng'an would implore him, was taken aback by his direct disregard. The sensation of striking a fist against cotton was indeed disconcerting. Nevertheless, Zhu did not entirely dismiss the matter, as he had his own considerations. Regardless of Zhou's intentions, he was the one wielding power. Even if he consented to cede this territory, he would never permit any actions beneath his very gaze. With this understanding, he felt little cause for concern. The carriage jolted along the route until it finally reached its destination. The once bustling Haifeng stronghold, home to over 100 individuals, now lay in desolation. Its former vibrancy replaced by a haunting silence. The structures that had once stood there were utterly ravaged, reduced to mere remnants. The flames that had consumed their supplies left a charred darkness in their wake, casting an air of despondency over the scene. As a few figures disembarked from the carriage, Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed the landscape, a twinge of melancholy stirring within him. He had believed that under his reign, such circumstances would be a thing of the past. Yet reality had starkly proven him wrong. Zhou Cheng'an cast a glance at those accompanying him, prompting them to begin their preparations. In a matter of moments, they wheeled forth a cannon towering to the height of a man, exuding an imposing presence. Both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di were taken aback by this formidable apparatus, having never before encountered such a marvel. Zhu Di, in particular, had long harbored an interest in weaponry since his youth. Whenever he found himself idle, a tome on military strategy would occupy him through the night, his curiosity unwavering throughout the years. Brother Zhou, is this the artillery you previously mentioned? I recall glimpsing something akin to this in your study, though at the time, I scarcely considered its implications. Who would have thought it could manifest with such grandeur? Zhou Cheng'an offered no superfluous words. The aesthetic grandeur of the cannon was irrelevant. What truly mattered was its formidable power. A weapon lacking sufficient might was devoid of purpose. Although Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of enthusiasm, a thread of skepticism lingered within. Zhou Cheng'an, are you certain this contraption will prove effective? Should you not be as formidable as you claim, you may very well find yourself hoisting a stone that strikes your own foot. Zhou Cheng'an scoffed, wholly dismissing Zhu Yuanzhang's biting sarcasm. He gestured to two attendants and proceeded to pull both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di back 1,000 li. At such a distance, even the grand slope was rendered indistinct to their eyes. We have finally arrived at this location, only for you to pull us back here. What were you thinking? Zhu Di expressed his confusion, yearning to observe closely. From such a distance, nothing was discernible. Zhou Cheng'an chose not to elaborate. They would soon comprehend everything with a mere glance. From his pocket, he produced a small red flag and waved it gently downward. Immediately, the two individuals beside the dam commenced their operations. In a matter of mere minutes, preparations were complete. Zhou Cheng'an cautioned, if you wish to avoid the deafening silence of the next few days, you might want to cover your ears. Zhu Di, having learned from past misfortunes due to disregarding Zhou Cheng'an's advice, complied this time. In stark contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang wore a disdainful expression. If he could not see, then hearing was equally futile. What, then, was the purpose of his presence here? Noticing the other and Apos' indifferent demeanor, Zhou Cheng and Apos, and refrained from further comments and simply shook his head. Very well, your disobedience is your own burden. Should any issues arise, do not cast blame upon others. He had made his warnings clear and unambiguous. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted in their ears, booms of cannon fire, the crashing of collapsing structures, and the clattering of falling stones from the mountainside. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sharp pain in his ears, belatedly recalling Zhou Cheng'an's previous warning. He turned to Zhou Cheng'an, his gaze filled with reproach. While Zhou Cheng'an shrugged in resignation, clearly signaling, do not blame me. I did warn you, and you chose to ignore it. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself unable to cast blame. He recognized the fault lay with his own negligence. Once the clamor subsided, Zhou Cheng and Apos, and signaled to the two men. All is well. The mountain has been leveled. Henceforth, the Black Wind stronghold shall truly cease to exist. Zhu Di rose and looked up. The once towering peak, now reduced to a flat expanse, bore no resemblance to its former self. Zhu Yuanzhang's pupils flickered with an indescribable shock. Is this real? He questioned, suspecting he was ensnared in a dream. Even rubbing his eyes vigorously. Just as he prepared to pinch himself awake, Zhou Cheng'an intervened. Your Majesty, is it truly necessary to be so harsh on yourself? Whether it is real or not, you are certainly capable of discerning the truth. He glanced at Zhou Cheng'an and then at the cannon at the base of the mountain. Could it be that the mere trifle from earlier truly possessed the power to reshape the mountain in such a manner? Yet, in comparison to this towering and majestic peak, that object seems utterly insignificant. What, then, could possibly unleash such tremendous force? Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at Zhou Cheng'an with a complex expression, a mixture of skepticism and hope. This contraption was merely a whimsical creation of mine, and to think it could actually prove effective, once or twice could be deemed fortunate. But to attribute success to luck after 3, 4, or even 5 times would surely invite disbelief. As Zhou Cheng'an prepared to depart, Zhu Yuanzhang seized him without hesitation. Wait. Zhou Cheng'an, I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 86. The Tractor, a novel contraption. With a mere glance, he grasped the intention of the other party. Recognizing the understanding between them, he deemed it unnecessary to squander time. He waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting palpable impatience. Your Majesty, do take a moment to observe the current circumstances. Do you truly believe that discussing so much at this juncture is warranted? With that, Zhou Cheng'an rose, brushing off the mud clinging to him, and promptly approached the group beneath him. In all his life, Zhu Yuanzhang had never experienced such neglect. Even as a mere coward in his youth, the children in the village had to heed his words. Yet now, with Zhou Cheng'an's mere presence, he felt reduced to an inconsequential being. Zhu Di, noticing the disquietude in Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, feared that he might voice any grievances regarding Zhou Cheng'an and hurriedly reassured him. Father, do not overthink it. Brother Zhou has always possessed such a temperament. I, too, found it somewhat disconcerting when I first arrived, but in time, it becomes less significant. Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled sharply through his nose, his tone growing notably colder as he shot a fierce glare at Zhu Laosi. Zhu Di shook his head in resignation. Since his arrival, he had spent every waking moment shadowing Zhou Cheng'an, except during the hours of sleep. Truth be told, he was at a loss regarding how Zhou Cheng'an managed to find time for these endeavors. Any hint of a lead would never leave him this oblivious. Father, I do comprehend your concerns, yet Brother Zhou possesses his own thoughts regarding every matter. He is not inclined to elaborate, and I cannot incessantly press him for answers. Nevertheless, there is no cause for alarm. After all, he remains a subject of our Ming Dynasty, and all his actions are for the benefit of our realm. The formidable weapon he has developed will ensure that we need not fear any impending threats, which is indeed a positive outcome. Zhu Yuanzhang could not dispute this point, yet one aspect troubled him profoundly. He found himself unable to fathom Zhou Cheng'an's inner thoughts, and this sense of losing control left him in a state of disquiet. Coupled with the two requests Zhou Cheng'an had previously presented to him, he felt an increased sense of vigilance, fearing that this individual might one day bring great turmoil to the Ming Dynasty. Laosi, your presence beside Zhou Cheng'an serves two purposes. The affairs of military training in Jiannandao must not be neglected, and you must keep a close watch on Zhou Cheng'an. He is no ordinary man. Zhu Di paused momentarily before nodding earnestly. He understood his father's concerns and desired to defend Zhou Cheng'an, yet he recognized that, in such circumstances, the more one spoke, the more suspicions would arise. Thus, it was perhaps wiser to remain silent and let events unfold naturally. The innocent need not prove their integrity. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng'an engaged in conversation with those below, and soon they began to withdraw the cannons. Almost immediately, a cacophony of thundering sounds echoed from the mountainside, a noise so immense that it was impossible to overlook. The father and son of the Zhu family immediately turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment at the sight before them. A large, iron contraption with 4 wheels had appeared, the very noise they had heard emanating from it. What in the world is this colossal object? Zhu Di had never encountered anything like it before, his eyes wide as he shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhou Cheng'an approached with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Upon seeing his composed demeanor, they quickly understood, and he calmly elaborated. This. Allow me to introduce you. It is scientifically known as a tractor. As its name suggests, it can both tow and transport items, proving highly convenient for large projects. A tractor? Zhu Yuanzhang had been in this place for a day or two and was already inundated with unfamiliar terms each day. He couldn't help but question his own intelligence, bewildered that he had never heard of such marvels that Zhou Cheng'an presented. With 4 wheels and no horses or donkeys in sight, how does it move forward? The steep hillside here was treacherous, even for a horse-drawn carriage. Yet this machine ascended effortlessly. Why? A myriad of questions surged in Zhu Yuanzhang and Appo's mind, each one leading to another. Zhou Cheng and Appo's, in good spirits, showed a bit more patience and explained, it is nothing remarkable, merely a new type of power source. What does that mean? Zhu Yuanzhang felt utterly lost, unable to grasp a single word. Despite the situation, Zhou Cheng'an claimed it was no big deal. What was he implying? A jest at his ignorance. But my simplified version of the tractor is different, Zhou Cheng'an continued. It operates on steam power, as long as there is fire and water. As long as there is energy, it can run indefinitely, offering greater stability and continuity. Zhu Yuanzhang was left dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Zhu Di nodded in confusion as well, not in agreement with Zhou Cheng'an, but rather echoing Zhu Yuanzhang's bewilderment. Zhou Cheng'an, exasperated, slapped his forehead. All right. It seems explaining this concept is futile. Perhaps it would be more effective to dismantle it and allow you to observe its internal structure. Once the tractor had cleared away the debris, Zhou Cheng'an led the father and son to its side, opened the so-called trunk, and explained each component. In truth, all the power of this tractor derives from this very part. If it fails, the entire machine becomes useless. However, with a modicum of care, such issues are rare, and the lifespan of such a vehicle is generally around 5 to 6 years. This version is simplistic and, naturally, cannot compare to the finely crafted models of the future. For him, in such a desolate place, merely having functional machinery was a remarkable feat, and thus he held no lofty expectations. Chapter 87. In the end. The fundamental principles are quite similar. Is what you just said truly accurate? Is this thing genuinely as remarkable as you claim? Prior to this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had never encountered such a formidable entity, nor had he conceived that it could wield such immense power. He mused that if the principles underlying this invention could be applied in various other domains, it might indeed usher in profound transformations for the Ming Dynasty. Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and nodded, offering no extensive elaboration, exuding an air of indifference as if to suggest belief was a matter of personal choice. Observing Zhou Cheng'an's demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing his previous words may have been too forceful and inadvertently offended his companion. Cheng'an, do elucidate to me how this contraption operates, he implored. It can elevate an entire mountain and even clear away the debris. Surely, we can devise a means to apply this in other areas? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and nodded. Zhu Yuanzhang, true to his stature as the apex figure of this era, not only grasped his intent, but also demonstrated a capacity for deductive reasoning. Indeed, it is feasible. After all, the fundamental principles are largely analogous. With sufficient time devoted to a thorough understanding of these principles, all challenges can be surmounted. Upon hearing this, the Zhu father and son exchanged glances of enlightenment. If this is indeed possible, we could replace horse-drawn carriages with this power-driven mechanism. Yes. Not only would it mitigate the jostling and enhance comfort, but it would also accelerate our pace, and most crucially, it could traverse any terrain. While horse-drawn vehicles are ill-suited for the rugged hills and fields, this magnificent invention certainly could. Any discerning observer could readily perceive that this contraption far surpasses traditional carriages in functionality. Zhou Cheng'an, after a brief moment of reflection, cautiously remarked, in principle, it is indeed possible. However, whether we can achieve success remains another matter. I previously mentioned the issue of energy. The driving force of this device hinges upon a reliable energy source, which is of utmost importance. This is merely the most elementary concern. Beyond this individual aspect, numerous other minor factors must also be considered. While these may not be the most critical, they are certainly not to be overlooked. In summary, this endeavor is anything but straightforward, nor can it be approached with naive assumptions. Substantial sacrifices must accompany it. Zhu Yuanzhang could comprehend Zhou Cheng'an's apprehensions. Having ascended from the lowest rungs of society himself, rendering him acutely aware that every accomplishment requires dedication and effort. Those outside may only witness the superficial splendor, but the toil and sweat behind the scenes are known solely to the one who endures it. Cheng'an, we fully grasp what you have articulated. Yet no matter how arduous the journey, as long as we possess the will, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Our greatest fear is not failure, but rather the uncertainty of how to progress. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and responded with a resounding affirmation, nodding in agreement, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Indeed, Your Majesty, you speak with great insight, and I share your sentiments. In fact, I have taken the liberty to investigate this matter. Zhu Yuanzhang, why do I suddenly feel as if I have been ensnared in a trap? Could it be that I have been deceived by this fellow? What does he mean? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by Zhou Cheng'an's intentions. The issue of energy that I mentioned is indeed a significant concern, one I had contemplated beforehand. Hence, I had dispatched individuals to inquire about it early on and have gathered some intelligence. Zhu Yuanzhang's lips twitched involuntarily. Just a moment ago, Zhou Cheng'an spoke of difficulties. Yet now he claims to have obtained information. He is clearly toying with him. Though anger simmered within, he found himself at a loss for words, grappling with a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, he acquiesced, for his curiosity regarding this matter far outweighed his grievances. An opportunity such as this should not be overlooked. Zhou Cheng'an, on the other hand, wore a triumphant expression. The process did not matter to him. Only the outcome held significance. Could it be that this Zhou is playing us for fools? It has been quite some time, and he has yet to arrive. Zhu Di glanced at the time, noting that a full hour had passed. Logically, the person should have arrived by now. Uncertain of the circumstances, he suggested going to investigate. As he approached the door, he spotted Zhou Cheng'an carrying a basin of water. Brother Zhou, come, hand it over. In the future, for such mishaps, you can deliver them directly to me. Zhou Cheng'an, lacking any form of politeness, relinquished the basin without hesitation. Zhu Di was taken aback by Zhou Cheng'an's prompt compliance, nearly failing to catch it. Fortunately, having practiced martial arts since childhood, he reacted swiftly and, with considerable strength, prevented the basin from crashing to the ground. Upon entering, Zhou Cheng'an noticed Zhu Yuanzhang's displeased countenance, his expression dark. "Your Majesty, you have already examined the cannon. How is its power? Are you satisfied?" Zhou Cheng'an inquired, clearly eager to claim credit. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a flicker of joy. Aware that Zhou Cheng'an had indeed achieved a significant feat, however, upon hearing his tone, the desire for recognition dissipated. The power is indeed present, but regrettably, it has only leveled a mountain. Who knows how it would perform against a genuine adversary? It cannot be that you have created such a device merely to flatten a mountain. It is not only impractical, but also exceedingly wasteful. Zhou Cheng'an recognized Zhu Yuanzhang's disapproval. But he remained unfazed. He was not a precious metal that everyone must adore. After all, his singular thought persisted, the mouth belongs to others. Yet it is he who must live his life. Like a person drinking water, one knows their own warmth and chill. To obliterate a mountain does not equate to dismantling the enemy's combat capabilities, yet its formidable power is evident. If your Majesty truly disapproves, perhaps I should withdraw this entire regiment to spare your Majesty's view. Zhu Yuanzhang. Chapter 88. What is this new concept of intellectual property? Zhou Cheng'an, uttering these words, turned around, preparing to give orders. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng'an approach, Zhu Yuanzhang was instantly flustered. He quickly stepped forward to obstruct the other's path. You have misunderstood. That was not my intention at all. The power of that device is indeed formidable, astonishing even. However, to transport such a colossal entity to the battlefield and utilize it would require considerable effort. Zhou Cheng'an, perceptive as he was, recognized that Zhu Yuanzhang was merely putting on a brave front. The curiosity he felt towards the device was palpable, yet he refused to express it. Your Majesty, are you certain that what you just uttered was a genuine sentiment, with nothing else lurking beneath? If you truly believe this is inconvenient, then I shall respect your wishes and withdraw. I have always conducted my business this way. I engage when there is demand, and I retreat when there is none. Any venture that does not promise profit is one I would never entertain. Zhou Cheng'an anticipated that by offering a way out, Zhu Yuanzhang would graciously relent for the sake of preserving his dignity as a sovereign. To his surprise, however, the emperor stood his ground. No, it is not as you perceive. I merely voiced some concerns, nothing more. I do not intend to have you disband this troop. Indeed, your artillery unit is exceptionally powerful. It is unlikely that there exists anything within the entirety of the Ming Dynasty that could rival it. Even the northern Xiongnu or southern barbarians pose no threat. The issue raised earlier does exist, yet it is not the most pressing matter. I merely asked out of caution. Zhou Cheng'an nodded, carelessly finding a place to sit, adopting an air of nonchalance, utterly disregarding his image. Your Majesty, I have constructed 3 units of this device. To be candid, once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with me. I shall prioritize our own interests. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback, astonished, and somewhat perplexed. He questioned whether he had misheard. What was Zhou Cheng'an implying, engaging in commerce with him? He was a minister of the Ming Dynasty. Everything he created was for the glory of the empire, for the realm, for the court. How dare he bring such mercantile dealings directly before him? With a resounding clap, Zhu Yuanzhang's visage darkened, his piercing gaze fixed upon Zhou Cheng'an, filled with seething anger. Zhou Cheng'an, do not overstep your bounds. Among the 4 classes of society, merchants have always been the lowest. While commercial endeavors have indeed brought numerous benefits to the Ming, the traditions of our ancestors can never be altered. You have already made significant gains. If you continue to push further, consider the dire consequences that await you. Zhu Yuanzhang was not merely expressing anger. He was issuing a stern warning to Zhou Cheng'an. Zhou, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent for a moment before offering a faint smile. Observing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of frustration, realizing that this insolent young man truly feared nothing. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? I initially built my fortune through commerce. This is my area of expertise. How could I possibly forget? Moreover, what is wrong with engaging in trade? As long as we can establish a foothold in this realm, we might expand our business, perhaps even reap substantial rewards in the process. Zhou Cheng'an contemplated the 2 world wars, understanding that America's rise was significantly due to the benefits accrued from the conflicts, which far outweighed everything else. From a different perspective, had those wars not occurred, his ascent would likely have been delayed by decades, if not a century, resulting in profound shifts in the entire geopolitical landscape. Thus, a nation's military prowess dictates its strength. Only those robust enough can remain relevant on the historical stage, while the weak risked being relegated to obscurity. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was utterly perplexed, failing to grasp Zhou Cheng'an's implications. Such matters were typically state secrets, never to be divulged. What did he mean by trade? This was an unfeasible transaction. Your Majesty may not comprehend this now, but I assure you, in due course, you will understand. Trust me, you will not regret this, Zhou Cheng'an asserted confidently. Zhu Yuanzhang, observing the young man's demeanor, felt a mix of bewilderment and intrigue, yet reason urged him to recognize that Zhou knew little of the broader implications. First and foremost, the artillery battalion cannot be withdrawn. Secondly, those 3 cannons belong entirely to the Ming Dynasty. That is a command, Zhu Yuanzhang coldly instructed. Having no intention of negotiating with Zhou Cheng'an. Initially silent, Zhou then burst into laughter, shaking his head as though addressing a fool. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Business does not operate in such a manner. Zhu Yuanzhang, undaunted, stepped closer. I have no desire to engage in this business transaction. You must comply, whether you wish to or not. His stance was unwavering, yet Zhou Cheng'an was no pushover. He had never considered yielding in this matter. Your Majesty, this tactic may work on others, but it will not suffice with me. In truth, aside from myself, no one in the Ming can navigate this situation. Therefore, the initiative remains firmly in my hands. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his jaw, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Though he loathed the realization, he had to concede that Zhou Cheng'an spoke the truth. What do you truly desire? Zhou Cheng'an snapped his fingers and replied, It's quite simple. I have invested considerable time in the design and construction of these cannons. I do not require much. Just cover the costs, Your Majesty. However, discussing financial matters can indeed be somewhat detrimental to our sentiments. Perhaps we could simply state that we must safeguard intellectual property. This way, no one could find a loophole. Intellectual property? Zhu Yuanzhang did not quite grasp what that entailed. Essentially, intellectual property refers to creations born from my intellect and labor, which solely belong to me. I may choose to offer this creation for public use, yet it is imperative that you compensate me accordingly. After all, my investment in the creation of this endeavor has been substantial. It would be unreasonable for me to bear the loss. Chapter 89. The prerequisite for a peaceful life is a harmonious world. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for quite some time, striving to comprehend that the so-called intellectual property essentially represents the reward for the labor of creators, akin to the accolades bestowed upon an individual after achieving success. However, Zhou Cheng'an had adopted a different approach. Anyone wishing to utilize his inventions must compensate him. This naturally implies that he could generate a continuous stream of income. As long as there remained a demand, he could essentially enjoy a life of leisure and prosperity. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but mentally commend Zhou Cheng'an, duly impressed by his astuteness and shrewd business acumen. Yet, have you considered a pivotal question? When you sell this creation to others, they may very well conduct research based upon it, perhaps even producing an identical replica. If it were merely a commonplace item, Zhu Yuanzhang's concerns would be entirely justified. However, even if they were granted decades, or even a century, they might still be unable to replicate it. After all, the knowledge encompassed within this invention is vast and intricate, making it impossible to thoroughly research in a short span. Your Majesty, you are overthinking this. Since I have declared my intent to sell, I have no fear of what they might discern. Moreover, even if they do understand, what harm is there in mutual benefit and collective advancement? Zhou Cheng'an replied with an air of nonchalance, and Zhu Yuanzhang immediately grasped his meaning. As the saying goes, teach a disciple, and the master may starve. Zhou Cheng'an's confidence indicated he surely had contingencies in place. Is there something you have yet to disclose? Since we have broached this subject, why not clarify whether you possess additional leverage? Zhou Cheng'an gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the inquiry. Indeed, it is imperative to maintain unwavering control over such intellectual property. The core technology must remain undisclosed. In simple terms, as long as the core technology resides with me, any attempts they make will merely be a futile endeavor, devoid of significance. I can assert with absolute certainty that I have nothing to worry about. Their thoughts and machinations are their own concern. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng and oppose, and shrugged indifferently. Zhu Yuanzhang experienced a sudden epiphany. This young man indeed possessed remarkable insight. A fine lad. You are truly deserving of your reputation. It appears you have thoroughly contemplated the necessary considerations, which explains your decisiveness. Zhou Cheng and oppose, and nodded without reservation. Of course. Otherwise, how could I engage in business with your Majesty? To ensure a successful venture, one must meticulously evaluate all pertinent issues in advance. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. Contemplate whether you truly wish to acquire these 3 cannons. If you require it, I can arrange for someone to deliver it right now. Of course, it is perfectly fine if you decline. I can simply find another buyer. After all, this item is hardly difficult to sell. Before Zhou Cheng'an could finish his sentence, Zhu Yuanzhang promptly interrupted him, asking, "How much?" Zhou Cheng'an extended 5 fingers in response. Zhu Yuanzhang observed him with a smile, pondering internally that this little rascal was somewhat sensible, refraining from outrageous demands. What was 500 taels of silver in the grand scheme of things? Even if it meant taking it from his own pocket, he wouldn't and oppose, mind. Very well, I shall take it. Fourth brother, you have 500 taels on you. Pay him immediately, without delay. Zhou Cheng'an, however, interjected, "What? 500 taels? I meant 5 million taels." The shift in numbers left several individuals exchanging awkward glances, their expressions rife with embarrassment. 5 million taels was not a mere transaction. It was akin to robbery. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhu Yuanzhang's initial reaction was disbelief, prompting him to inquire further. Jade could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, 5 million taels was an unfathomable sum. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an displayed no intention of retracting his statement, maintaining his earlier stance. 5 million taels, not a single cent less. If not, then this deal is off. Regardless, even without you 2 buyers, I can easily find others. Zhou Cheng'an's demeanor was calm and assured, exuding an air of unyielding confidence. Zhou Cheng'an, you. Zhu Yuanzhang was both amused and exasperated, wishing to seize him on the spot. However, Jade intervened, grasping his father firmly. Father, 5 million taels is indeed excessive, but the potential of this item is unimaginable. If we can harness it to eliminate all hostile forces surrounding the Ming Dynasty, it would contribute significantly to the stability of our realm. The common people can only begin to thrive in an era of peace. Otherwise, notions of security and prosperity are futile. Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the reason he still acknowledged Zhou Cheng'an in such circumstances was precisely for this rationale. However, Zhou Cheng'an's approach. All right, 5 million taels shall be granted without a single cent less, but you must disclose the core technology. Zhou Cheng'an smiled in response. Sure, what is the big deal? We are all on the same side here. The more individuals involved, the greater the benefit for our Ming Dynasty. I would be delighted, not hesitant at all. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, felt increasingly uneasy. Just a moment ago, Zhou Cheng'an had insisted on retaining control of the core technology for himself to reap immense profits. He had merely posed this request to gauge his reaction, never anticipating such a swift agreement. Your Majesty, I was merely jesting earlier. I had no intention of pursuing it seriously. I must be vigilant, but my caution is primarily directed towards others. How could I possibly be stingy with my own people? However, since you have already promised 5 million, a gentleman's word is his bond, impossible to retract, especially for one of royal stature. Your words carry weight, akin to gold, and cannot be altered. Zhu Yuanzhang, you, insolent boy, are you attempting to play tricks on me? Zhou Cheng'an raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Your Majesty, such words are rather misplaced. How can this be deemed trickery? It is merely a jest. Nevertheless, intellectual property is indeed a novel concept, and it will gradually gain popularity once the time is right. In the meantime, Your Majesty may wish to contemplate this matter, making prudent preparations for the future. Chapter 90. Core technology must be mastered by oneself. As Zhou Cheng'an's words echoed in the room, before Zhu Yuanzhang could respond, Jade, sensing the precariousness of the situation, promptly stepped forward. Brother Zhou, while what you mentioned regarding intellectual property may not directly apply to weaponry, it certainly holds merit in other realms. Zhou Cheng'an, seemingly oblivious to Zhu Yuanzhang, cast a glance at Jade, encouraging him to elaborate. Taking a deep breath to alleviate his tension, Jade organized his thoughts and continued. Weapons are intrinsically tied to the lifeblood of the nation. Even with the protection of intellectual property, we must ensure that no other factions gain knowledge of them. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. Should that occur, the armaments you painstakingly developed could ultimately become instruments for the destruction of the Ming Dynasty, an outcome not worth the cost. However, other inventions you create could indeed be leveraged. Not only could they enrich you personally, but they could also elevate the status of the Ming. For instance, the tractor we observed on the mountain. You mentioned that the core technology of this device is known only to you within the entire Ming realm. In that case, we need not fear its theft, and such a creation would pose no threat to the dynasty or its sovereignty. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement, having not considered this perspective. It seemed Zhu Di possessed a potential that he had overlooked. Were it not for the connection between Zhu Biao and Empress Ma, alongside Zhu Biao's diligent nature, he might have even contemplated Zhu Di's capabilities in that regard. Yet, this notion lingered only briefly in his mind before being cast aside. After all, Zhu Biao was the product of his lifelong dedication, groomed as the next emperor of the Ming Dynasty, certainly not a role to be filled by just anyone. Indeed, fourth brother speaks wisely. The potency of a weapon reflects the military prowess of a dynasty. The rules of this world are straightforward. Only those with sufficient might can stand atop the global hierarchy, lest they be trampled underfoot. Since our Ming possesses such formidable weaponry, we must firmly retain control over it, ensuring that it is never divulged. While the concept of intellectual property does offer some protection, it is not applicable in this context. Zhou Cheng'an grasped their concerns, yet he had already formed his own conclusions regarding the matter. Your Majesty, Your Highness, there is no need for such apprehension. The issues you have not considered have long been contemplated by me. My reluctance to voice them stemmed from a fear that you might not comprehend. Implicitly, if you cannot grasp my reasoning, then my words would be in vain, merely a waste of time. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth, though his expression remained largely impassive. Zhou Cheng'an had always been thus, and truthfully, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Then, Brother Zhou, what are your thoughts? The formidable cannon, a weapon of immense power, undoubtedly belongs to the imperial court. However, the tractor, a more versatile invention, could potentially be disseminated, perhaps even ushering in new opportunities for the Ming Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng'an nodded. He shared this sentiment, though everything remained a work in progress. Indeed, if we can grasp the principles behind the tractor, we could harness this knowledge to create even more powerful and useful inventions. Take, for instance, steam-powered vehicles such as carriages and ships. While they may seem unremarkable at first glance, they play a significant role in practical life. At this revelation, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Ships? He recalled Zhou Cheng'an's earlier establishment of a shipyard, initially assuming it produced conventional steam-powered vessels. However, it now appeared that his understanding might be misguided. Zhou Cheng'an, did you just suggest that ships could be propelled by qi energy? Surely, you jest. Zhou Cheng'an had no desire to delve into extensive explanations. A mere glance conveyed his thoughts. What was there to jest about? If you choose not to believe me, that is entirely your prerogative. Why the hesitation to speak? Zhou Cheng'an opposed and felt a twinge of frustration at the inquiry, ultimately nodding in affirmation. Indeed, earlier vessels relied on wind power, but wind is inherently unstable. It is far safer to maintain control over one's own power. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded absently, recognizing the validity of this perspective. He had encountered similar dilemmas during his conquests. Yet, regrettably, he had not devised a superior solution until now. What he could never have anticipated was that the quandary he had grappled with for years was effortlessly resolved by Zhou Cheng'an. Please, enlighten me further about this steam power. What exactly is it, and what makes it so extraordinary? Zhu Yuanzhang no longer wielded his former air of superiority. Curiosity and a thirst for knowledge now consumed his thoughts. He yearned to discover the source of Zhou Cheng'an's inspiration for these innovations. The kettle on the fire began to emit steam, signaling that the water was nearing a boil. The concept of steam power is, in essence, quite simple. It is merely the gradual transformation of water into steam. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di exchanged perplexed glances, neither comprehending Zhou Cheng'an's assertion. Brother Zhou, am I mistaken? Isn't it common knowledge that water boils and transforms into steam? This seems unrelated to what you just mentioned. Zhou Cheng'an opposed and shot a pointed look in his direction, prompting Zhu Di to promptly fall silent, while Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze remained firmly fixed on Zhou Cheng'an. Of course it is related. If it had no connection whatsoever, why would I waste my breath discussing it? Am I so idle that I would engage in frivolous conversation about such matters? Chapter 91. A prince who cannot produce even 10,000 taels? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. Zhou Cheng'an was merely a lowly county magistrate, a mere ninth-rank official in his eyes. Yet he dared to speak to him in such a tone. Zhu Di also sensed the tension between the two, promptly positioning himself in the middle, ready to mediate at any moment. Brother Zhou, no, please do not misunderstand. We truly mean no offense. We are merely curious. After all, from our perspective, these two matters appear completely unrelated. If you do not clarify, we cannot possibly connect them. At this moment, the water in the kettle had begun to boil, bubbling vigorously, wisps of white vapor ascending and coalescing into droplets on the lid. Do you see? Water, when heated, can transform into gas, and when that gas encounters something relatively cooler, it can revert to a liquid state. This illustrates that water, as a liquid, can change its form when surrounding conditions shift. The most common transformations are between liquid and gas, as well as solid when frozen into ice. The reason for such transformations is fundamentally tied to the influence of energy, particularly manifested as heat. Liquid water can only become gas through heating, and when gaseous water meets something cold, the reduction in heat naturally returns it to a liquid state. Zhou Cheng'an's explanation was sufficiently detailed. Even if Jade and Zhu Yuanzhang had never heard such things before, they nodded in astonishment. Indeed, it is so. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's understanding of his words, Zhou Cheng'an nodded, affirming the sentiment. The energy transformations accompanying different states are distinctly unique. When the lid was placed in cold water, it remained utterly still, yet now, it began to rise and fall, nearly teetering off. What could be the reason for this? The Zhu family scholars fell into deep contemplation, sensing they could articulate an explanation, yet whenever a thought surfaced, it felt fundamentally flawed. I believe it is quite possible that the boiling water is producing bubbles that lift the lid. This was one possibility. Yet it could also be the hot air from below that was forcing the lid upward. The father and son each offered a rationale, although neither was entirely on point. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in acknowledgement of their insights. You both simply have not articulated the complete picture, yet your observations are not incorrect. Indeed, this is a contributing factor. However, the crux lies in the conversion of energy. Cold water, when heated, generates gas, which I referred to as steam. At this moment, the steam serves as a form of energy, as I previously mentioned regarding steam power. This boiling water merely nudges the kettle lid, but what if there were even more? If only there were a bit more, this power could propel a cart, or even enable vessels to navigate freely across the sea, unrestrained by the whims of nature. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared to experience a moment of enlightenment, his gaze sharpening significantly. Such reasoning resolved many of the queries weighing on his mind. Indeed, a mere pot of water could lift the lid of a kettle, and with just a little more, it could dislodge a wooden plank, with even more force. It could break through heavier and larger obstacles. In essence, the greater the steam, the mightier the force, provided there is sufficient power, no matter the mass. It can be set in motion. Brother Zhou, you truly deserve this praise. Were it not for you, it seems no one would have been able to uncover this principle. It's truly remarkable. Jade did not conceal his admiration for Zhou Cheng'an, offering his commendations with unabashed enthusiasm. Zhu Yuanzhang found the flattery somewhat excessive, feeling uncomfortable enough to clear his throat lightly as a subtle cue. Yet Jade, as if oblivious to the discomfort, stepped directly before Zhou Cheng'an. Brother Zhou, I understand that your earlier explanation must have been the most rudimentary, merely skimming the surface of this principle's most crucial aspects. As a prince of the Ming Dynasty, contributing to our glorious realm is my lifelong aspiration. If I could achieve something in this matter, I would surely. Zhou Cheng'an immediately grasped Judy's intentions, not allowing him to finish his thought. He turned to face him, extending a hand, and said, I fully comprehend your desire for accomplishment. However, you must also recognize that my discovery and its application in practical life are no small feat. If you truly empathize with my challenges, perhaps you could provide me with a modest token of appreciation, nothing extravagant, just around 10,000 taels should suffice. Judy's lips twitched involuntarily. Asking for 10,000 taels was indeed a bold demand. As a prince of the Ming Dynasty, he could certainly muster such funds. Yet since his father initiated a campaign against corruption, their princely expenditures had notably diminished. To procure the amount Zhou Cheng'an and Oppose and requested, he would need to sell off his estate. But if he were to do so, where would he reside afterward? Without a home, would he not be rendered homeless? Brother Zhou, I do not wish to haggle with you, yet you must understand that this imposes a bit of difficulty for me. Perhaps, considering our long-standing acquaintance, you might extend me a concession. Zhou Cheng'an let out a dismissive sound and waved his hand, stating, You are a prince, surely. You cannot imply that you cannot produce 10,000 taels. Judy's face flushed with embarrassment. Although reluctant to admit it, the truth was indeed somewhat challenging. He longed to assert that not everyone in the Ming Dynasty possessed his keen business acumen. Zhou Cheng'an sighed and shook his head, casting a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang, and remarked, Your Majesty, this exemplifies the consequences of excessive discouragement. In all matters of the world, excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Your Majesty must keep this in mind at all times. Chapter 92. Nothing but abundance of wealth. What does this imply? How are these two matters intertwined? Zhu Yuanzhang was unexpectedly reprimanded by Zhou Cheng'an, leaving him momentarily speechless. He stood there, having done nothing wrong, yet found himself in such a predicament. Observing the look in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, Zhou Cheng'an spoke calmly. Your Majesty has consistently emphasized the importance of agriculture over commerce, as well as the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. In simpler terms, it suggests that commerce can be disregarded and its development overlooked. However, the evolution of commerce holds paramount significance for the future and prospects of society, being irreplaceable. If suppressed, it will inevitably lead to chaos at some point. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang had dismissed such notions, but after witnessing the true state of the Ming Dynasty under his rule, he found it difficult to contest Zhou Cheng'an's assertions. His subjects required a means of livelihood. Relying solely on the meager earnings from agriculture was insufficient to sustain themselves and their families. If this persisted until a critical threshold was reached, the tragic events he had previously encountered might recur, a result he was most unwilling to witness. As a prince, Judah, indeed, should lead by example, yet he also represented the dignity of the royal family. If he could not even produce 10,000 taels of silver, how would others perceive him? They would not consider the integrity of the Ming Dynasty. They would merely reflect on the unfortunate circumstances of the emperor's son. Consequently, the common folk would regard the Ming as a weak and easily bullied state. Was this truly the outcome the emperor desired? Zhu Yuanzhang remained focused on internal affairs, never contemplating how others might view the situation. However, both external threats and internal strife were always inseparable. After careful consideration, he ultimately nodded in agreement with Zhou Cheng'an's perspective. Indeed, Zhou Cheng'an, satisfied, continued, since it is thus, why doesn't he, Your Majesty, assist the prince by providing the 10,000 taels? After all, you are family. Whether you or he provides the funds is of little consequence. What matters is that you both gain a significant advantage. Zhu Di gazed eagerly at Zhu Yuanzhang, wishing fervently for him to acquiesce. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang remained unmoved. He would allow many things, but not the parting of his money. Once funds entered his possession, they rarely saw the light of day again. Absurd. If he had the inclination, he should procure the funds himself. What was the harm in selling a farm? Did he not possess the spirit to do so? Zhu Di exhaled in resignation. His father's disposition was as expected. He decided to relinquish hope. Brother Zhou, please hold on to this for me. Once I gather enough funds, I will come to you. Zhou Cheng'an raised his fingers, murmuring to himself as he counted. Zhu Di appeared somewhat anxious, pondering whether this task would indeed be insurmountable. Your Highness, he began, under normal circumstances, your request is not unreasonable. However, many others have approached me with similar intentions. If I were to reserve this for you, and you were to later withdraw, I would lose other potential clients. To be frank, the risk is rather substantial. Zhu Di's unease intensified. Brother Zhou, grant me just 3 days. I assure you, I will procure 10,000 taels of silver within that time, not a single penny less. If you are truly sincere in your desire, a deposit must be made. Once you provide the deposit, I will hold it for you. However, should you decide against it midway, that deposit shall be forfeited. What say you? Will you agree? With gritted teeth, Zhu Di hastily presented the most valuable possessions he owned. This is a jade pendant I have cherished since childhood. Irreplaceable and worth at least 200 taels. This royal metal, its weight, surely worth 300 taels. And this. Zhu Di meticulously counted, each item valued in the hundreds of taels, accumulating several thousand. Although it fell short of the sum previously mentioned by Zhou Cheng'an, it was sufficient for a deposit. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in satisfaction, signaling his attendant to step forward and collect the items. Zhu Di watched with a tinge of reluctance. He was taken aback, contemplating whether Zhou Cheng'an had become overly enamored with wealth, as his every word revolved around money. Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer bear the sight and coldly remarked, a person in authority should exhibit magnanimity. Your behavior is truly disgraceful. Zhou Cheng'an opposed and replied, Are you no longer interested in these items? Having second thoughts? Very well. According to our earlier agreement, should you withdraw, I reserve the right to retain these possessions. However, considering our existing rapport, I shall only keep this jade pendant. Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di. Despite Zhu Di's belief that Zhou Cheng'an was rather avaricious, he had only just managed to persuade him for 3 days, and he could not let this opportunity slip away. Brother Zhou, my father merely offered a reminder. It was not directed at you, so do not take it to heart. Let us proceed as previously discussed. You will keep these items, and I shall settle the payment in due course. Zhu Yuanzhang found it difficult to endure Zhou Cheng'an's unwavering gaze, yet he ultimately acquiesced. This matter lies between the two of you. I shall not intervene. You may act as you see fit. Chapter 93. Sugar? Are you certain it is not honey? Zhou Cheng'an nodded in satisfaction. Zhu Yuanzhang, a formidable emperor and a man of strength, displayed a commendable attitude by allowing him to speak freely. Your Majesty, aside from this particular venture, there is another business matter I wish to discuss, though I am uncertain if it piques your interest. Zhu Yuanzhang, aware of Zhou Cheng'an's astuteness, recognized that no one could extract benefits from him in matters of commerce, himself included. This realization heightened his vigilance. What business? He inquired. Speak plainly. Zhou Cheng'an replied. I have already devised a plan for its utilization, yet I require your Majesty's support. Thus, I am eager to hear your thoughts on this matter. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed inwardly, contemplating the audacity of Zhou Cheng'an in broaching such a subject. The funds in question rightfully belonged to the court, and Zhou had retained them privately. Had it not been for his status, Zhu would have been enraged long ago, regardless of his intentions. The money derived from the people's hands must ultimately be returned to them. This is a principle. Zhou Cheng'an turned away, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Did he not comprehend such basic reasoning? He awaited the opportunity to see his money generate more wealth, for the funds in his possession were of little use aside from gathering dust. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly summoned 2 cups of hot tea. Zhu Yuanzhang, parched and eager, seized a cup upon its arrival. However, upon lifting the lid and beholding its contents, his desire to drink vanished, and he cast it disdainfully onto the table. Zhou Cheng'an, is this your hospitality? How can one consume such insipid liquid? Zhou Cheng'an, unfazed, raised his own cup and took a sip, the sweet flavor instantly warming his heart. Your Majesty, are you certain you do not wish to taste it? I dare say you have never experienced such a flavor. Zhu Yuanzhang retorted. Is it not merely boiled water? You just if you claim I have never tasted it. Zhu Di glanced over, nodding in agreement, puzzled by Zhou Cheng'an's peculiar antics. Zhou Cheng'an smiled lightly, lifting the teacup to his nose and inhaling the sweet aroma, a scent he had not encountered in ages, intoxicating him somewhat. The father and son exchanged glances, bewildered by Zhou Cheng'an's rapture. Your Majesty, I understand your skepticism. Having never encountered this before, yet there is no need for such dismissal. While it may appear to you as not but boiled water, it may indeed harbor hidden wonders. Would you not agree? Zhu Di, somewhat hesitant, prepared to lift the cup anew to test the flavor, yet Zhu Yuanzhang was quicker. Brother Zhou, how does this taste differ from the boiled water I previously encountered? It is sweet, akin to honey. No, it seems even sweeter than honey. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang, sensing the hidden intricacies, immediately pushed Zhu Di aside without concern for anything else. He lifted a teacup to his lips and took a sip. The moment the liquid touched his palate, his pupils dilated. His reaction was no different from that of Zhu Di. He clearly had something to say, yet the words remained unspoken on his tongue. Zhou Cheng and opposed, and nodded, indicating that they need not speak. He had already grasped their meaning. In the south, there is sugarcane, and in the north, there are beets. The sugar extracted from these 2 plants not only possesses a delightful sweetness but is also remarkably healthful. Do you know that just a couple of sips can be greatly beneficial for one's health? Beyond this, there is also brown sugar crafted from these ingredients, which boasts an even richer and more fragrant flavor, particularly advantageous for women's health. I contemplated that if these 2 ingredients could be widely promoted, it would surely yield considerable wealth. Zhu Yuanzhang raised no objections this time. The flavor was one he could not resist. In his childhood, he had not been unfamiliar with honey, yet it had always been a luxury too extravagant for him. Throughout the year, he might not have had a chance to savor even a single taste, for any small amount at home would be sold on the street to support the household. Because of his scarcity, he felt a profound dependency on such delights. Even a single taste was something he was reluctant to relinquish. He was entirely oblivious to Zhou Cheng'an's business acumen, lost in the sweet essence of the moment. This is not honey, but something you have created? He mused. Such a product holds significant value. Producing it must require considerable time and effort, and the costs cannot be low. Zhu Yuanzhang, in all his endeavors, cared most about one thing, money. Having emerged from a life of hardship, this mindset was ingrained in his very being. Although Zhou Cheng'an found it somewhat troublesome, it was a normal sentiment. Throughout history, lacking money is far more arduous for a man than walking naked in the streets. Your Majesty need not worry about this. As I have said before, I, Zhou Cheng'an, may lack in many things, but I do not lack in wealth. Thus, any matter that can be resolved with money is trivial to me. I have mastered the methods of sugar production from beets and sugarcane. Should your Majesty require assistance, feel free to approach me. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng'an summoned a servant to bring forth a bag containing the white sugar he had recently crafted. If they have needs, they may also seek me. We are all serving the Ming Dynasty after all, and I will offer them a bit of a discount on prices. Zhu Yuanzhang, at that moment, could hardly fathom that Zhou Cheng'an was still contemplating business. He was utterly at a loss for words to describe him, ultimately settling on a silent expression of disbelief. Zhou Cheng'an, however, appeared entirely unconcerned, exuding an aura of coolness. Isn't it just too cool? I think so too. Your Majesty, whether the people of Jinan Dao can rise from their hardships and lead prosperous lives depends entirely on Your Majesty and the Prince's advocacy. Chapter 94, 2080 split. Your Majesty, are you jesting? The affairs of the state are pressing. Zhu Yuanzhang could never remain here indefinitely. He initially intended to merely investigate the situation and depart. Yet he was unexpectedly met with so many delights from Zhou Cheng'an. Curiosity swelled within him as he gazed at the large bag of white sugar before him, with inquiries bubbling forth one after another. Zhou Cheng'an, do you mean to suggest that you intend to enrich the populace of Jianan Prefecture with these items? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression revealed little, yet his intent was unmistakably clear. This substance was rarely seen even by him, and certainly, the common folk could never afford it. Even if he were to produce it, how could it possibly reach the households of the ordinary people? Zhou Cheng'an smiled lightly, lifting a piece of white sugar to his mouth, the sweet sensation bringing forth a sense of comfort. However, in the presence of Zhu Yuanzhang, he maintained the respect due to a monarch, after all. He was not merely a ruler but also a figure whose dignity must be upheld for the sake of his commercial ambitions. Indeed, otherwise, what meaning would my efforts hold? Moreover, the production of white sugar necessitates a significant investment, the majority of which derives from the populace. Drawing from the people and benefiting them in return is the fundamental economic principle for a nation's enduring stability. Zhou Cheng'an understood this principle profoundly, and thus he approached these matters with utmost diligence. Zhu Yuanzhang had not systematically contemplated these issues, but upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's words, he immediately grasped the point. Yes, it is indeed the right course of action. Yet, no one has ventured to undertake such an endeavor before. Can you truly succeed? Zhou Cheng'an furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. In the context of the previous era, he would have lacked confidence, surrounded by numerous business magnates. He was but a fledgling. However, the circumstances were now vastly different. Everything was just beginning for him, and he could swiftly seize this opportunity for growth. Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. Yet, every endeavor must have its first attempt. If we are to be timid and hesitant, how can we accomplish anything? I reiterate, Your Majesty may rest assured regarding all else. I will manage this matter independently. Zhu Yuanzhang discerned the implication in Zhou Cheng and Apos' words, and as Zhou Cheng and Apos, and ceased to elaborate, he took the initiative to inquire. How shall I assist you? Since you have already made your decision, there is no need for obfuscation. Speak plainly. Zhou Cheng'an nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The inquiry from the old Zhu indicated his interest in the matter, as long as he was intrigued. Everything else would fall into place. As a sovereign, Your Majesty commands great authority. Your single word carries more weight than 100 from others. The same holds true for the princes, as royal family members possess a status of considerable value, one not granted to all. I am confident that upon their first taste, they will find it irresistible and subsequently they shall seek avenues for procurement. Zhou Cheng'an held unwavering confidence in his plan, believing that as long as he proceeded step by step, no significant issues would arise. However, Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, emitting a cold snort, his displeasure evident. It was utterly laughable how Zhou Cheng'an could so grandiosely utter the word utilize. Zhou Cheng'an, you are indeed clever, seizing all the advantages for yourself, while I am merely a cog in your grand design. Zhou Cheng'an hastily rose, eager to clarify. Your Majesty, how could you say such a thing? The plan aims to achieve our goals, and to be precise, every individual, including myself, is a crucial component of this scheme, each indispensable. If we must rank our importance, Your Majesty undoubtedly stands as the most vital link, irreplaceable by anyone else. Furthermore, how could I claim all the benefits for myself? As long as the endeavor succeeds, everyone, be it Your Majesty, myself, the princes, esteemed officials, or even ordinary citizens, will reap the rewards. I have meticulously designed a comprehensive industrial chain, and I am also prepared to promote the concept of intellectual property rights alongside this endeavor. When the time comes, the core technology for producing sugar will rest in our hands, allowing us to dictate the quantity and pricing as we see fit. All we need to do is cultivate the market. Every other issue will pale in comparison. Zhou Cheng'an spoke with fervor, as if nothing could pose a challenge in his eyes. Zhu Yuanzhang conceded that the notion of intellectual property rights, as Zhou Cheng'an had articulated, indeed held merit. If the two could synergize, there might be potential for remarkable outcomes. Though still harboring reservations, he resolved to grant Zhou Cheng'an an opportunity. Very well. I shall adhere to your proposal. However, the court's share must constitute the greater portion of this enterprise. Zhou Cheng'an's lips twitched involuntarily. It was his ingenuity that birthed this plan, his efforts that would resolve the challenges, and he would personally oversee a multitude of tasks, investing both resources and intellect, yet the lion's share would go to others. Despite his dissatisfaction with Zhu Yuanzhang's stipulation, he recognized the gravity of the emperor's status and thus opted for diplomacy. Your Majesty, don't you think this is somewhat unjust? We should receive compensation commensurate with our contributions. A 3-to-7 split seems exceedingly reasonable. Without uttering another word, Zhu Yuanzhang swept his sleeve and turned to depart. Zhou Cheng'an was left bewildered, pondering the emperor's sudden ire. I merely suggested fairness. It is not as if I insisted on this. As businessmen, we ought to negotiate. With this thought in mind, Zhou Cheng'an quickly set aside his pride, approaching with a beaming smile to intercept Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, our discussion is far from over. How can you leave now? What I meant to convey was that while a 3-to-7 split is reasonable, what we truly require at this moment is to finalize the deal. Would you not agree? Zhu Yuanzhang cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Cheng'an and promptly gestured a numeral with his hand. Should you acquiesce to this figure, we shall proceed. If not, we shall cease our endeavors. Upon seeing the number, Zhou Cheng'an's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he repeatedly shook his head, exclaiming, No, no. I cannot possibly agree to this. Am I to lose my very trousers? 80-20. Your share is 20. Mine is 80. Zhu Yuanzhang remained steadfast in his demeanor. If you deem this arrangement acceptable, we may commence immediately. Should you harbor other intentions, we must abandon this discussion forthwith. Chapter 95. What could possibly happen at this late hour? Zhu Yuanzhang's resolve was unwavering. At most, he would merely earn a little less. It was far preferable to not securing a deal at all. The citizens of Jiandao looked on with eager anticipation, should matters fall through. He would have no explanation to offer. Very well, Your Majesty, I can acquiesce to your request. However, for the sake of our collaboration to proceed smoothly, I do have a modest request of my own. Zhou Cheng'an's demeanor softened considerably, anxious that Zhu Yuanzhang might harbor discontent. As the saying goes, the impoverished fear the wealthy, and the wealthy fear the powerful. Given Zhu Yuanzhang's esteemed status, he was unequivocally the authority in this region, whether in monumental matters or trivial affairs. He wielded the power of life and death, while Zhou Cheng'an, a mere county magistrate, lacked the capacity to sway Zhu Yuanzhang's decisions. Furthermore, it was evident that he was currently at the mercy of the other party. Thus, making a request seemed reasonable, albeit with a hint of excess. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's request, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately heightened his vigilance. He had long suspected that Zhou Cheng'an was not as innocuous as he appeared, and his demands were likely to be extraordinary. Oh, did you not just assert that I and the fourth prince need only to assist you with a singular task? Why, then, do you present additional demands? Zhu Yuanzhang echoed Zhou Cheng'an's previous words, rendering him momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away entirely and thus extended a concession. However, I too wish for the citizens of Jiandao to thrive. Feel free to voice your requests, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them, provided it is within my capabilities. Zhou Cheng'an thought to himself. Regardless of the necessity to acquiesce, why must it be couched in such convoluted terms, as if to burden him psychologically? Perceiving Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions, he nonetheless nodded with apparent satisfaction. Your Majesty, you are well aware that undertaking such endeavors is no simple feat. It consumes time and requires manpower. I have only recently arrived, and I lack sufficient capable hands. If feasible, I hope you can assign me additional personnel. While Zhu Yuanzhang could understand the need for manpower, he wondered why Zhou Cheng'an sought him out specifically, given the myriad options at his disposal. Did he not fear the possibility of Zhou Cheng'an placing spies among his ranks, thereby obtaining intelligence at will? Are you certain? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted with a probing inquiry. This was not a challenging task, yet once the individuals arrived, dismissing them would prove difficult. Will you not regret it? Zhou Cheng'an smiled gently, responding, What is there to regret? Moreover, I am indeed in need of personnel. Why would I wish to send them away? However, he added, the individuals I require must meet certain criteria. Otherwise, even if they arrive, they would be of no practical use. What do you mean? Zhu Yuanzhang expressed his confusion, inquiring further about Zhou Cheng'an's intentions and the roles he envisioned for these individuals. Of course, to bring glory to the Ming Dynasty and to ensure its continued prosperity. Zhu Yuanzhang, taken aback, chose not to press further, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. Enough of the trivialities. I shall arrange for 100 men when the time comes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhou Cheng'an expressed his gratitude for the imperial grace. Zhu Yuanzhang departed. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang left, Zhou Cheng'an wasted no time. He immediately summoned Luo Cheng'an. Upon his arrival, Luo Cheng'an prepared to perform the customary kneeling salute, but Zhou Cheng'an, unencumbered by such formalities, promptly pulled him up. Enough of these pretenses in my presence. Let us address the matters at hand without wasting time. Luo Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement, fully aware of Zhou Cheng'an's intentions. He swiftly produced a document from his bosom and presented it. Zhou Cheng'an glanced at it, his brow furrowing in concern. He understood that the situation with the Black Wind stronghold was far from straightforward, yet he had not anticipated the extensive implications. Are you certain of the veracity of this information? Luo Cheng'an nodded emphatically, leaving no room for doubt. My lord, the Black Wind stronghold involves numerous lives, and I assure you I have approached this matter with utmost diligence. Since learning of it, I have discreetly sent individuals to investigate and, thankfully, have uncovered some leads. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in acknowledgement. He held deep trust in Luo Cheng'an's capabilities, viewing this matter as manageable. However, he was astonished that such a bandit stronghold had connections to the court. If the information proved accurate, it would mean he had unwittingly poked a hornet's nest. Remember, this information must remain confidential for the time being. Your inquiries must be conducted discreetly. We cannot afford to have too many people privy to this. While we are not fearful, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Do you understand? Luo Cheng'an nodded gravely, expressing his assurance. Rest assured, we shall exercise utmost caution. Zhou Cheng'an then recalled another individual. What of Luandao? We encountered him at the Black Wind stronghold. He has endured years of oppression without yielding, demonstrating a commendable spirit. Zhou Cheng'an had a vivid impression of him and was uncertain of his whereabouts in the haste of their departure. Luo Cheng'an, perceiving Zhou Cheng'an's thoughts, replied, My lord, he's undoubtedly still in the Jiannan region. As long as he remains in this area, we shall surely locate him, and I will bring him before you. Zhou Cheng'an nodded and gestured for him to proceed. Very well, go about your business, and whatever developments arise, inform me promptly. Yes, after a full day of exertion, Zhou Cheng'an was utterly fatigued. He skipped dinner and collapsed onto his bed. Just as he prepared for a well-deserved rest, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. He had no desire to answer the door, pulling the blanket over his head to block out the noise, yet the commotion persisted unabated. Who is it? What is the matter at this late hour? He grumbled, irked by the disturbance that disrupted his rest. Is it not possible to allow a person to sleep at this hour? His annoyance was palpable as he was roused from his slumber. Old Zhou, something has happened. A grave matter. Do not retire just yet. Come with me at once. Zhou Cheng'an forcefully kicked the shoes aside and opened the door, revealing Zhu Di standing anxiously at the threshold. What could possibly be amiss at this hour? Moreover, what urgency could compel one to act at such a moment? Chapter 96. The bandit's objective is unmistakably clear. The canon Zhou Cheng'an stirred slightly from his restless slumber, his demeanor reflecting the toll of inadequate rest. Yet, Zhu Di was in a state of acute urgency, disregarding any formalities as he burst into Zhou Cheng'an's quarters, draping a coat over his shoulders. Old Zhou, do not inquire about anything now, simply accompany me. I shall elucidate the situation during our journey. Thus, Zhou Cheng'an allowed Zhu Di to pull him into the carriage. The jolting ride banished any remaining drowsiness, revitalizing him. Your Highness, do enlighten me on the gravity of the situation that has rendered you so agitated, he implored. Zhu Di had never before exhibited such a level of distress. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an's question, he cast a quick glance at him, inhaled deeply to steady his emotions, and replied, Old Zhou, the news of our development of cannons has inexplicably leaked. Just moments ago, a band of thieves stormed the military camp. Their objective alarmingly straightforward, our cannons. I am aware of the considerable time and effort you have dedicated to these weapons. Should they be seized, would not your endeavors be rendered futile? Moreover, the Ming Dynasty is in dire need of these cannons. Even if we do not employ them ourselves, they must not fall into the hands of outsiders. What shall we do? Zhu Di was beside himself with anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Zhou Cheng'an paused momentarily. The military camp was heavily fortified, and such a breach was virtually unheard of. If an explanation were to be sought, only one reason could suffice. Yet, Lacking concrete evidence and clarity regarding the matter at hand, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Your Highness, please remain calm. You must understand that maintaining clarity is paramount in such times. Kindly recount the events as they transpired and detail the current circumstances, he urged. Zhu Di nodded, striving to regain composure, and proceeded to relay the sequence of events in meticulous detail. Moments prior, he had been unable to sleep, restless in bed, contemplating the soldiers in the Jianan military camp, which he had been tasked with managing. With time to spare, he thought it prudent to inspect the camp. However, as he approached the entrance, he encountered a group of furtive figures clad in black. Zhu Di refrained from alarming them, opting for silence as he stealthily trailed their movements, only to discover their coordinated efforts were focused on the cannons housed within the military camp. Initially, he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. But by the time realization dawned upon him, it was too late. One of the cannons had already been seized. Outnumbered and powerless against such a formidable group, he could only watch helplessly as the thieves spirited the cannon away. Despite dispatching men to pursue them, his worry remained unassuaged, prompting his hurried visit to Zhou Cheng'an in hopes of discovering a more effective strategy. Zhou Cheng'an had not anticipated that such chaos would unfold in a single night. However, Zhu Di had just articulated a salient point. This cache of formidable weaponry, even if not utilized by oneself, must never fall into the hands of others, for the consequences would be utterly dire. Old Zhou, at present, only we are privy to this matter. It is imperative that we resolve it before dawn. Otherwise, should Father Emperor learn of it, I would surely be flayed alive. Zhou Cheng'an discerned the tension within Zhu Di. Yet it was an inevitable truth that Zhu Yuanzhang would eventually become aware of it. This was no secretive cabal, and Zhu Yuanzhang's trust was not absolute, undoubtedly. He had embedded spies in close proximity. It was conceivable that when Zhu Di had sought him out earlier, the news had already reached Zhu Yuanzhang. Nonetheless, Zhou Cheng'an, mindful of Zhu Di's emotions, refrained from voicing these thoughts, choosing instead to offer reassurance. Zhu Di, genuinely placing his trust in Zhou Cheng'an, would not have sought him out at the first sign of trouble otherwise. Yet, without visual confirmation of the situation, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. What shall we do now? Are we to merely watch as they abscond with the items? Zhu Di maintained an outward calm, yet a cold sweat had begun to beat in the palms of his hands. Observing Zhu Di's demeanor, Zhou Cheng'an shook his head in resignation. He knew he would likely react similarly if faced with such a predicament. The weaponry could not be concealed. Even if hidden, without expert guidance, it would be utterly unusable. Thus, you need not fret. Even if we fail to locate them, they will inevitably come to us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of hope illuminating his expression. You truly believe they will seek us out? Zhou Cheng'an, with a grave countenance, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, such artillery comprises two components, the firing mechanism and the ammunition. The firing mechanism can be reused, yet each round of ammunition is finite and must be continually produced. Zhu Di pondered Zhou Cheng'an's analysis in silence, and after a moment, he nodded in agreement, his heart, which had hung in suspense, finally finding solace. Old Zhou, your words offer me some relief. I have no further demands. I simply wish to resolve this matter swiftly. Zhou Cheng'an understood the urgency, yet haste was not the answer. They must proceed methodically. We have but a short while before we reach the military camp. Let us go there directly to ascertain the situation. Zhu Di nodded in assent. Before long, the two arrived at their destination. The earlier commotion had subsided, yet everyone remained visibly shaken, scarcely able to fathom the disturbance that had transpired under the cover of night. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng'an, their expressions turned tense, fearful that he would hold them accountable for the upheaval. However, Zhou Cheng'an refrained from reprimanding them, choosing instead to conduct a thorough inspection of the surroundings. Although Zhu Di was unaware of what Zhou Cheng'an was observing, he persistently remained by his side. Chapter 97. Undertakings at night are prone to exposure. Better to wait until dawn. Although he was engaged in military training, he had already established guard protocols in accordance with the Army's regulations. Logically, as long as there was any situation, the guards would be the first to be informed. If he were aware in advance and communicated with his subordinates, such a predicament would have been utterly impossible. Only one individual, with piercing eyes, fixed his gaze on Zhou Cheng'an, showing no inclination to retreat. Zhou Cheng'an immediately noticed this person, gradually stepping forward to stand before him, taking a moment to scrutinize him. You are the most composed among these individuals. Do you not find this situation utterly absurd? In response to Zhou Cheng'an's inquiry, the man maintained his resolute gaze, his voice steady. Sir, You have previously conveyed to us that a military camp is the most crucial stronghold of a nation, bearing the responsibility of defending our homeland. Regardless of who they are or what their intentions may be, the first course of action for anyone wishing to achieve a particular objective is to wage war on the enemy's military encampment. This naturally implies that we are perpetually in danger, and such perils encompass not only the battles on the front lines, but also sudden assaults. This ambush indeed caught us off guard, leaving us utterly unprepared, yet this may very well be the outcome the enemy intended. Listening to this account, Zhou Cheng'an narrowed his eyes slightly, as if attempting to discern something deeper within the man. He acknowledged that there was a degree of truth in what was said. However, it was indeed rare for an ordinary soldier to possess such insight, a feat that one might not encounter often. You are correct. Such unexpected circumstances may arise at any moment, and while this may be your first experience, it will certainly not be the last. Are we to remain here, like statues, awaiting the results as if they might descend from the heavens? Suddenly, Zhou Cheng'an's demeanor transformed, his gaze sharpening to an intensity that even Zhu Di found unfamiliar. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing such a look, a fleeting, unprecedented fear stirred within him. It was no wonder that he could train this group of soldiers to be so obedient in such a short span of time. Clearly, he possessed considerable skill. Old Zhou, let's temporarily set aside the matter of teaching them a lesson for now. Instead, ponder what we should do next. If it were possible to resolve this matter in the shortest time possible, it would be most advantageous. The longer the delay, the greater his concerns grew. He simply wished to conclude this swiftly. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an appeared unfazed, even summoning someone to brew a pot of tea. Zhu Di thought to himself, it is already this late, and given the magnitude of the incident, how can you still find time to drink tea? What are you truly contemplating? However, he did not hastily articulate his innermost thoughts. Instead, he merely stood by, adhering to Zhou Cheng'an's intentions in a rather dry manner. No matter how anxious he felt, he could only endure it for the time being. After a while, Zhou Cheng'an, cradling the freshly brewed tea, leisurely skimmed off the surface foam and took a gentle sip. Finding the flavor quite agreeable, he nodded in satisfaction, half reclining in his chair, his demeanor slightly drowsy, as if he were on the verge of slipping into slumber. Zhu Di, feeling a twinge of urgency, had expected that Zhou Cheng'an would at least utter something after finishing his tea. Instead, he appeared ready to drift off. Old Zhou, do you have no thoughts at all? Zhou Cheng'an cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Di, his expression icy, resembling a vast glacier. Zhu Di's previously anxious heart felt as though it had suddenly turned cold. With enemies lurking in the shadows, perhaps observing their every move, the more flustered they became, the more joy it would bring to the adversaries. Are you afraid that others will not be sufficiently pleased? Zhu Di quickly shook his head, naturally unwilling to witness such a scenario unfold. Zhu Di remained perplexed by Zhou Cheng'an's mindset. As he noted that dawn was fast approaching, he realized that once daylight broke, all the agitated forces hidden in the dark would retreat, making it increasingly difficult to locate them. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an had made his decision, and any further words would hold little significance. Time flew by swiftly, and as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, everyone, including Zhu Di, found it increasingly difficult to maintain their stance. They were unaware of what Zhou Cheng'an was awaiting. Having waited so long, they still had no result to show for it. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced the air. The group turned toward the source of the noise, only to find that Zhou Cheng'an had somehow slumped over on the nearby chair, fast asleep. Zhu Di and the others were left bewildered. How could he possibly sleep through such circumstances? It was utterly inconceivable. Zhu Di contemplated rousing Zhou Cheng'an, but upon recalling that he had not rested for an entire night, he ultimately refrained from doing so. All right. They are likely on the verge of losing their concealment. You should take a group and follow the trail left behind, stopping where the tire tracks disappear. It's likely to be close. Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes widened in realization. He comprehended Zhou Cheng'an's intent. The artillery was inherently heavy, and even with a few wheels beneath it, it would undoubtedly leave traces on the ground. Searching in the dark of night would be a futile endeavor. Now that the sky had begun to brighten slightly, they could discern the details on the ground, and those individuals, in order to avoid alarming the enemy, would not choose to act at this moment. It was undoubtedly the optimal time for them. Chapter 98. Your Majesty, this time you cannot conceal it. Upon comprehending these matters, Zhu Di wasted not a moment, promptly leading his entourage in pursuit of the traces left along the way. Zhou Cheng'an observed Zhu Di's departing figure, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. To him, Such a trivial affair hardly warranted his direct involvement. He had merely closed his eyes for a brief moment, not truly resting. And Judy's excursion would certainly consume several hours. Thus, he could seize this opportunity to indulge in a refreshing slumber. Stretching languidly, he rested his hands behind his head. And as soon as he shut his eyes, he drifted into a deep sleep. Those around him gazed in astonishment at his demeanor amid such a significant upheaval. Most would be frantic, yet he remained undisturbed. However, none dared to interrupt Zhou Cheng'an, each person standing quietly by, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they disturb him. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang arose early, reviewing the memorials before instructing his subordinates to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Yet before he could set forth, a messenger arrived with news that ignited his fury. He slammed his palm against the table in anger. How could it be that, while he remained present, someone dared to target the military encampment? Such audacity was intolerable. The Ming Dynasty would not permit such occurrences. Was Zhou Cheng'an even aware of the situation? Reports indicated that upon his arrival, Zhou had undertaken no actions, instead resting within his carriage. What? Zhou Cheng'an was known for his cunning, often devising plans on a whim. Zhu Yuanzhang had always been particularly wary of him, fearing he might act impulsively. Yet, he held no doubts regarding Zhou's capabilities. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhou should have devoted all his time and energy to addressing it. Instead, he chose to sleep in his carriage, provoking bewilderment. Prepare the carriage. Zhu Yuanzhang resolved to see the situation for himself. Hearing of it was one thing, but witnessing it was another. Yes, his subordinates responded without hesitation. Half an hour later, Zhu Yuanzhang and his entourage hurriedly arrived at the military encampment. From a considerable distance, they spotted a luxurious carriage stationed in the middle of the road, surrounded by several individuals, indicating that someone was indeed inside. The opulence of the carriage rivaled even that of Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Aside from Zhou Cheng'an, who else would possess such audacity? Grinding his teeth in frustration, Zhu Yuanzhang longed to drag them from the carriage himself. What nonsense is this? He exclaimed, leaping down and flinging aside the curtain of Zhou Cheng'an's carriage. Amidst such chaos, you dare to sleep? Zhou Cheng'an was startled by the sudden voice, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhu Yuanzhang. He gently patted his chest, as if to release a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, your sudden shout nearly frightened me to death. Zhou Cheng'an had long anticipated that this matter would eventually reach Zhu Yuanzhang's ears. Given Zhu Yuanzhang's temperament, it was inevitable that he would personally come to this place. Therefore, Zhou Cheng'an was not at all surprised by Zhu Yuanzhang's presence. In fact, he considered it all part of his plan and expectations. Zhu Yuanzhang, unaware of Zhou Cheng'an's thoughts, felt extreme dissatisfaction with his approach, especially since every moment was of utmost importance. Zhou Cheng'an, the military camp has been robbed, and intruders have invaded. This is not merely a challenge to your authority. It poses a grave threat to the Ming Dynasty. How can you remain so unconcerned? You must understand that Jianan Dao is currently under your jurisdiction. Should the situation escalate, neither you nor your subordinates will escape unscathed. It may not be a great deal if you alone bear the consequences, but can you truly bear to see innocent people suffer because of your negligence? Zhu Yuanzhang's words carried profound implications, clearly using those close to him as a means to threaten Zhou Cheng'an. He understood the underlying message but merely smiled lightly. Your Majesty, did you not just state that this matter should be handled by me? In that case, you need not worry. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, there will be a conclusion, don't you agree? Zhu Yuanzhang could not deny this. Yet sitting idly by was not an option. He immediately adopted a commanding tone. You must understand that if this cannon falls into the hands of others, the Ming Dynasty could perish at the hands of its own weapons. The thought alone is laughable. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in agreement, offering no further words. Zhou Cheng'an. Oh dear, Your Majesty. You can rest assured that as long as I am here to witness this matter, there will be no issues whatsoever. Zhu Yuanzhang was puzzled as to why Zhou Cheng'an could speak with such certainty, unaware of any plans he might harbor. And what of the fourth brother? Did he not just send you a message? Where has he gone? Zhou Cheng'an turned his gaze toward Zhu Yuanzhang, his eyes expressing a clear message. How did Your Majesty know that it was Zhu Laosi who delivered the message? It seems your surveillance of me cannot remain concealed any longer. Zhu Yuanzhang. Chapter 99, Closing the City Gates. A superfluous move Zhou Cheng and oppose, and had long been aware of the situation, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Nevertheless, he could comprehend the rationale behind Zhu Yuanzhang and oppose's actions. Perched in such a lofty position, The emperor was incapable of discerning the sentiments of those beneath him. Thus, he sought to enlist additional eyes to aid in his observation. Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and mused that, given the passage of time, it was reasonable to expect that the individuals in question had been located. This matter was of utmost significance. He would not permit any misstep. The repercussions of failure were far too grave for him to bear, and the entire Ming dynasty could not withstand the fallout. No. Zhou Cheng'an sighed, placing a hand upon his forehead. Your Majesty, I understand your feelings, but one must consume a meal bite by bite, and likewise. Matters should be addressed step by step. There is no need for such haste. Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed this notion with a wave of his hand. In the face of such a grave incident, how can one remain unconcerned? When, then, should urgency arise? I decree that you must apprehend the culprit by the end of today. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and awaited Zhu Yuanzhang and Oppos, as conclusion, curious as to what further threats might ensue. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor hesitated in determining the appropriate reprimand, ultimately stating, "Then you shall handle it as you see fit." Zhou Cheng'an felt a mix of resignation and determination. He gestured to a nearby guard, issuing immediate orders. Seal the city gates at once. Remember, every individual passing through must be thoroughly searched. No fly or mosquito shall escape scrutiny. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze remained fixed upon Zhou Cheng'an, his silence laden with unspoken questions. Was this arrangement truly sufficient? Zhou Cheng'an explained, Your Majesty, the prince's movements are somewhat swift. There is no need for us to initiate a lockdown. This is merely a precautionary measure. Zhu Yuanzhang grasped Zhou Cheng'an's intent, but still deemed the approach excessively risky. In matters such as these, one should always prepare for the worst. Caution was paramount. While other aspects could be dismissed, the prince's capabilities were beyond question. If he were incapable of managing such a trivial affair, then it was unthinkable that Zhu Di could have traversed from his territory to the capital with only a few thousand men. Thus, while part of it was indeed fate, the prince's inherent competence was equally undeniable. Compared to the prospect of insurrection, this issue seemed trivial. With his astuteness and strategy, it could be resolved in no time. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an's earnest words faded into the ether, leaving him with a sensation akin to swallowing a morsel of food that could neither be digested nor expelled. What precisely do you wish to convey? You speak halfway, and then fall silent. What does this mean? Zhou Cheng'an quickly sealed his lips and waved a hand, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Should Zhu Yuanzhang become aware of information not meant for him, and in a fit of rage, harm Zhu Di, the consequences would be dire. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely express a fleeting sentiment. Furthermore, I have already advised the prince on the necessary course of action before his departure. I firmly believe that nothing will go awry. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted at Zhou Cheng'an, unable to fathom why he should believe the latter's nonsensical claims. However, as the other party was reluctant to elaborate, further inquiries would yield no fruit. Did you not previously express your desire to claim Jianan as your territory? This matter has occupied my thoughts for quite some time, and I am inclined to acquiesce. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly declared, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and, as if seeking to discern his reaction to this revelation, Zhou Cheng'an and Oppos, and was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. It took him a while to assure himself that he had not misheard, and that Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed serious. Your Majesty had previously dismissed this matter with great severity. What has prompted such a sudden change of heart? Could it be that there is a sage behind the scenes, perhaps guiding your thoughts? Zhu Yuanzhang, perplexed, retorted, What sage? What guidance are you speaking of? I merely perceive your exceptional capabilities and the merit in your words. He continued, This was a request you initiated. Do you not wish for it to be fulfilled? Or did you harbor ulterior motives from the outset? Zhou Cheng'an quickly waved his hands and shook his head, insisting, What ill intentions could I possibly have? I merely wish to seize the opportunity to secure a prosperous territory for myself. Who can predict its future utility? Your Majesty, you overthink this matter. I have no ulterior plans. I simply aspire to develop Jianan without reservations. I firmly believe that it will soon transform into a granary for the Ming Dynasty, even becoming an indispensable presence. Had this been a prior conversation, Zhu Yuanzhang would have dismissed such claims entirely. Yet now, Zhou Cheng'an's actions had unveiled a latent potential within the young man. Perhaps he truly could achieve such aspirations. Both men were engaged in a silent assessment of each other's thoughts when an abrupt voice shattered the tranquility between them. Old Zhou, father. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of relief and promptly approached, asking, Fourth, you have worked hard. What is the situation? Chapter 100. A grave situation. An unexpected assault. Jade furrowed his brow, appearing lost in thought. Zhou Cheng'an could discern that he had yet to articulate all that was on his mind. He refrained from probing further, even as Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions were similarly restrained by Zhou Cheng'an. After a considerable pause, Jade gathered his thoughts and looked up at Zhou Cheng'an with an inquiry. Brother Zhou, do you remember the assistant who used to accompany you, Old Tang? Zhou Cheng'an oppose and nodded. It was impossible for him to forget Old Tang. Why would Jade bring him up at this moment? Did this matter somehow involve him? I discovered these items in a dilapidated temple. When I arrived, there was no one present, yet remnants of uneaten food littered the ground, indicating that someone had indeed been there before my arrival. Most importantly, I found this. As Jade spoke, he retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom and presented it. While it was not a particularly rare artifact, it was uncommon for someone to carry such an item. However, he had seen it previously on Old Tang and had noted his fondness for it. Jade subtly inquired if it had any connection to him. His words were veiled, yet the implications were clear to any perceptive listener. Zhou Cheng'an, upon hearing this revelation, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate this matter. But let us keep this information confidential for now, lest we alarm the enemy. Jade assented. Rest assured, I am quite discreet in my dealings. I know well what should be said and what must remain unsaid. Suddenly, they were unprepared as the carriage lurched forward, nearly causing them to tumble. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at Zhou Cheng'an, who promptly lifted the curtain of the carriage to peer outside. Coachman, what is the situation? My lord. Just now a fiery projectile fell from the sky. Is there any danger? The coachman trembled, pointing at the blazing orb that still burned ahead. Zhou Cheng'an oppose and narrowed his eyes. Discerning that such a phenomenon could not occur naturally, there were certainly sinister forces at play. It was audacious for someone to conjure such tricks in broad daylight. Do not fret. Press onward. I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to obstruct our path. The coachman, bewildered, nodded in agreement. But his pace was slower than that of a snail. Jade remarked, this pace is even slower than if we were to walk. Zhou Cheng'an reassured him. We must confront these brigands who dare to target us. We cannot simply turn a blind eye. Let us see what audacity drives them to block the road of the officials. Upon hearing this, Jade's heart sank. He had not divulged the incidents occurring in the military camp to anyone. Logically, news should not have spread so swiftly. Who could be behind this roadblock at such a critical moment? Old Zhou, these events have unfolded with such suddenness that one is left utterly unprepared. Most crucially, each occurrence seems intricately linked, as if orchestrated by a hidden hand. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in acknowledgement, affirming the prince's wisdom. Indeed, how else could so many coincidences transpire? Zhu Yuanzhang prepared to lift the curtain of the carriage to glance outside, but Zhou Cheng'an immediately interjected, Your Majesty. The reason I dare to act so boldly is because they are unaware that you are within this carriage. If they were to discover this, they would likely flee in terror. Do you not wish to execute them on the spot? What are we waiting for? Zhu Yuanzhang was eager to unearth these individuals and reveal the puppeteer behind the scenes. However, Zhou Cheng'an shook his head. Of course. I desire to apprehend these miscreants and dispense justice, but this is certainly not the way. At this moment, revealing too much will only incite their wariness, preventing them from acting recklessly. We must allow them the audacity to proceed. The more egregious their actions now, the more severe their downfall will be later. Both Zhu Yuanzhang and Jade nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of his words. On a brief stretch of mountain road, the coachman's brow was already beaded with cold sweat the size of soybeans, his garments thoroughly soaked. Fireballs cascaded down the mountainside, and a single misstep could ignite the carriage, endangering all within. Having worked in this profession since his teenage years, the coachman deftly maneuvered, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. What do you mean? Brother Zhou, what are you planning? Zhou Cheng'an lifted the curtain and stepped out, wielding a small device while skillfully dodging the fireballs. Zhu Yuanzhang and Jade stood stunned, utterly bewildered by Zhou Cheng'an's perilous actions. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an remained vigilant, attuned to every minute's sound, ensuring nothing escaped his notice. Suddenly, he aimed his device in a specific direction and gently squeezed the trigger. A resounding bang echoed, followed by a piercing whistle that could not be ignored. Moments later, a scream of agony pierced the air. Zhu Yuanzhang witnessed Zhou Cheng'an's subtle movement and wondered how such a thing could happen. Jade, equally taken aback, had not anticipated this turn of events. Zhou Cheng'an casually blew on the smoking barrel of his device. His expression relaxed. It's nothing. I simply thought this group was far too arrogant and wished to impart a lesson. What is that you hold? Can such a device truly teach them a lesson? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, noting the seemingly unassuming object in Zhou Cheng'an's grasp. Yet, the sound alone indicated its formidable power. It is a hand cannon. With a mere flick of the trigger, it can unleash an attack. Chapter 101. This thing is remarkably powerful. Zhu Yuanzhang was no stranger to the term hand cannon. The existence of such devices can be traced back to the Yuan Dynasty, and even earlier, to the Southern Song period with the advent of the fire lance. These weapons utilized gunpowder for propulsion and evolved continuously alongside advancements in gunpowder technology. By the late Yuan and into the Ming and Qing dynasties, they had become vital armaments for military forces. After overthrowing the waning Yuan dynasty and establishing the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang participated in innumerable battles, where hand cannons played an indispensable role. Following the establishment of the Ming dynasty, he commissioned the large-scale manufacture of various hand cannons to harness their formidable power, thereby strengthening border defenses, maritime security, and urban fortifications. This shift had a profound impact on military training and combat strategies of the Ming army, fostering the development of combat techniques that synergize with traditional weaponry. In essence, Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware of the power of hand cannons. Thus, when he beheld Zhou Cheng'an holding a paper-wrapped object, he was struck with astonishment. The hand cannon in Zhou Cheng'an's possession was notably more compact than any he had previously encountered, yet its potency was not diminished by its design. In fact, it appeared to be significantly enhanced. Although they were unaware of the enemy's exact location, the current circumstances indicated that the adversaries were likely not within visible range, making it difficult to gauge the distance between the two sides. Remarkably, Zhou Cheng'an was able to discern the enemy's position merely by sound, a feat that was no small accomplishment, and he executed it flawlessly. In truth, this weapon differed somewhat from those previously seen by His Majesty, as Zhou Cheng and Appos, and had spent several days refining it from its original design. Observing Zhu Yuanzhang and Appos' expression, Zhou Cheng and Appos, and understood the curiosity brewing within him and remarked casually, "Your Majesty seems quite intrigued by this double happiness. Fortunately, I brought an extra one just in case." With that, he produced another hand cannon from his pocket and generously offered it to Zhu Yuanzhang, advising him to handle it carefully. Although it was not particularly valuable, it could yield different consequences if it fell into the wrong hands. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the object in his hand and could not help but glance up at Zhou Cheng'an, his emotions a tumultuous blend of awe and unspoken questions. After a moment of silence, he finally organized his thoughts and inquired, "Zhou Cheng'an, how did you manage to create such a compact design without sacrificing, and indeed enhancing, its power?" Without further ado, Zhou Cheng and Appos, and produced a crumpled piece of paper from his person, revealing a design blueprint in the palm of his hand, where all the secrets lay. "I know your Majesty places great importance on these matters and has dedicated considerable time and effort to them. A mere glance at this should provide you with immediate understanding." Zhou Cheng'an placed unwavering faith in Zhu Yuanzhang's capabilities and refrained from unnecessary discourse on the matter. He stood at the edge of the carriage, continuously scanning the surroundings, ever vigilant for any signs of movement. Should anyone dare to make even the slightest disturbance at this critical moment, they would not escape the wrath of his subordinates. The recent incident had cast a hushed silence over the area, even silencing the fireballs that had been cascading down the slopes. Within the confines of the narrow valley, an eerie tranquility enveloped everything. Zhu Yuanzhang held the schematics provided by Zhou Cheng'an, while Zhu Di meticulously examined the hand cannon. The father and son were so engrossed in their observations that they had no time to contemplate anything else. The design was extraordinarily ingenious. Even those who specialized in such matters from the skies might struggle to replicate such an exquisite weapon. It was truly remarkable. Zhu Yuanzhang was not one to easily voice his thoughts, yet this time he found himself unable to contain his admiration. He could not fathom how Zhou Cheng'an, so young and without a foundational background in this field, had managed to create something so formidable. At that moment, he regarded Zhou Cheng'an with a gaze imbued with an indescribable emotion. Zhou Cheng'an felt a slight unease under the scrutiny. Without uttering a word, Zhu Yuanzhang merely cast a deep glance at Zhou Cheng'an and nodded in affirmation. Zhou Cheng'an, feeling a bit flustered, casually remarked that it was not such a grand achievement. In fact, he possessed hundreds of such designs at home, each with distinct focuses and functionalities, applicable in various scenarios. If His Majesty held such interest in the matter, he would arrange for these schematics to be delivered to the palace. Such creations could only truly find their purpose with the Emperor's support. What a jest! After all, these were military weapons, and Zhou Cheng'an was merely a humble county magistrate. Without Zhu Yuanzhang's explicit permission, how could he dare to act recklessly? If Zhu Yuanzhang were to suspect ulterior motives, it would not only jeopardize Zhou Cheng'an's life but could also bring calamity upon those around him, a true case of incurring greater losses. He understood the gravity of his position and the responsibilities it entailed. Even if circumstances occasionally forced him to undertake tasks beyond his remit, he must not stray too far. Otherwise, the weight of such responsibilities would be more than he could bear. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng'an and Oppose, and Oppose, S words, Zhu Yuanzhang and Oppose, S eyes brightened. Is what you just said true? Zhou Cheng'an nodded earnestly. Indeed. No matter how unreliable I may seem, I would never jest about such matters. However, he added, those schematics are merely my idle sketches. Whether they can be practically applied in real life requires thorough vetting by dedicated professionals. What is useful should be retained, and what is not can be discarded. Zhou Cheng'an spoke with an ease that suggested this matter was as simple and routine to him as eating or drinking. Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow slightly. A simple remark from Zhou Cheng'an had already stirred a tempest within his heart. What he held in such high regard seemed to be of little worth in Zhou Cheng and Oppose, S eyes, as if it were nothing of great consequence at all. Chapter 102. Does he still intend to assassinate from behind? Zhu Yuanzhang, clutching the hand cannon in his grasp, gazed at Zhou Cheng'an, whose mind was shrouded in inscrutable thoughts. Yet, Zhou Cheng'an did not squander a moment. He remained vigilant, acutely aware of every rustle around him. Suddenly, he turned to glance at Zhu Di, whose understanding of Zhou Cheng'an's intent was instantaneous upon meeting his gaze. A subtle nod from Zhu Di prompted him to swiftly lift the curtain of the carriage and leap out with agility. Zhu Yuanzhang, momentarily taken aback, was left bewildered by their actions. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Are you courting death? Zhu Yuanzhang intended to call him back, but Zhu Di had already vanished into the depths of the forest. Seizing the moment while Zhu Yuanzhang was distracted, Zhou Cheng'an swiftly snatched the hand cannon from his hands. Hold on, let me use this first. I shall return it shortly. With one hand gripping the weapon, he oriented it towards various directions, ready to react at the slightest hint of movement. Those who had been lurking in the shadows began to stir restlessly, yet upon witnessing Zhou Cheng'an's actions, they dared not even breathe, fearing that the next moment could spell their demise. The standoff persisted, causing Zhu Yuanzhang to feel an unsettling anxiety. He yearned to comprehend Zhou Cheng'an's intentions. If this impasse continued, the enemy might endure longer than they could. Our current predicament is exceedingly precarious. If you persist in this stalemate, you may falter long before they do. It would be prudent to seize an opportunity for a swift resolution, otherwise it is we who may ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. Zhu Yuanzhang, seasoned by countless battles, recognized the gravity of the situation more clearly than anyone else. If Zhou Cheng'an maintained his current stance, his endurance would inevitably wane, and the enemy, positioned advantageously, would soon discover a flaw. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in acknowledgement, yet hesitated to act. Zhu Yuanzhang surmised that Zhou Cheng'an had yet to devise a superior strategy. He glanced towards the sides, contemplating, if all else fails, we might seek refuge within. Your earlier display instilled fear in them. They likely remain disoriented, affording us a chance. Zhou Cheng'an conceded that the suggestion of retreating to a concealed location was indeed a viable tactic, capable of alleviating the immediate tension. However, such a course of action would inevitably expose their identities, complicating any efforts to apprehend their foes. His ambitions extended beyond mere escape. He intended to unearth these adversaries before he departed. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago, rather than linger in this perilous situation. Your Majesty need not fret. This trivial matter shall be entrusted to me. You rose early and likely did not rest well. It would be wise to take this moment to rejuvenate your spirits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was left at a loss. Who could possibly find solace in slumber under such dire circumstances? It was utterly preposterous. Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively leaned aside, and in a moment of crisis, Zhou Cheng'an and Oppose, and yanked him back with urgency. Had he not evaded in time, it was conceivable that he would have met with imminent demise. Your Majesty, it would be wise for you to recline and lower your center of gravity, for only then can these stray bullets be less likely to harm you. Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled a breath of cold air through his nostrils, feeling a surge of indignation within. He had fought his way step by step from the battlefield to attain the imperial throne, securing his position more steadfastly than anyone else. To think that such a trivial skirmish could intimidate him was nothing short of ludicrous. He immediately rose, prepared to confront the danger, and deftly avoided Zhou Cheng'an's attempts to restrain him. I possess a firearm as well. I shall stand alongside you. Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback, but the surprise quickly dissipated, for the man beside him was none other than Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Zhu Yuanzhang's humble origins and the arduous journey he had undertaken had already set him apart from other emperors in history. The trials he had faced to reach this point were unimaginably challenging, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Zhou Cheng'an offered a few simple instructions, and Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly grasped their application, proving that his aim was no less accurate than Zhou Cheng'an's. Observing the scene before him, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction. This was the caliber he ought to possess. As he beheld the few remaining adversaries swaying unsteadily before him, he promptly signaled Zhou Cheng'an to cease fire. Do you not wish to know who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Spare a few of them. We must extract the truth. Zhou Cheng'an nodded and leaped down from the carriage, causing the remaining 3 individuals to turn tail and flee in terror. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps before Zhu Di and his entourage intercepted their escape. Now that you have ventured this far, do you still think you can flee? Where do you believe you can run to? A fierce glint flashed in Zhu Di's eyes, his desire to execute these scoundrels on the spot palpable. For their audacity to conspire here was nothing short of outrageous. Yet, with Zhou Cheng'an and the emperor present, the decision of their fate was not his to make. Zhou Cheng'an casually picked up a few pebbles from the ground and struck the kneecaps of the assailants with deliberate precision. The men fell to their knees, uncontrollably crying out for mercy. Young master, we are but unfortunate souls. None among us wished for this. We acted out of sheer desperation. Please, spare us. Zhou Cheng'an's expression remained inscrutable as he replied, there are countless individuals in this world who find themselves in dire circumstances. Yet few possess the audacity to attempt to assassinate a court official under such duress. Lord Zhou, one tall man among them slowly raised his gaze. However, before he could finish his plea, he suddenly produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and lunged at Zhou Cheng'an with reckless abandon. Zhu Di shouted a warning, be careful, and Zhu Yuanzhang felt his heart constrict tightly. Zhou Cheng'an executed a swift turn, narrowly evading the attack. The man had just delivered a forceful blow. Had it truly struck him, he would likely have become a lifeless corpse by now. As the man, poised for seppuku, prepared to take his own life, Zhou Cheng'an swiftly kicked his hand away. Wishing for death, it seems, would not come so easily. Chapter 103. He is not a deity, unable to foresee the future. Zhou Cheng'an swiftly took action, seizing the man's throat with a firm grip, demanding, who sent you here? Why do you wish to see me dead? The man emitted a harsh rasping sound from his throat, his eyes glaring at Zhou Cheng'an filled with resentment, wishing he could sink his teeth into him. You are nothing but a corrupt official. While others regard you as a virtuous person, I know you are no different from those unscrupulous officials, only knowing how to exploit and oppress us common folk. You have no idea how arduous life is for us at the bottom, regardless of the outcome. It is a dead end. I might as well take a chance, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. Zhou Cheng'an, bewildered, could not fathom what incident had stirred such animosity within this man. You had better articulate your words clearly, otherwise you may not survive to leave this place today. His voice was laced with danger, yet he had eased his grip considerably. Previously, the man had been unaware of Shou Qing and Appos as formidable skills, let alone the powerful weapon he wielded. He had anticipated an easy victory over this corrupt official, only to find himself outmatched and in this unfortunate predicament, a consequence of his own actions. As the others fled, it was evident that escape was impossible. Thus, the man resolved to unburden himself. He relinquished his struggle, loosening his grip, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Years ago, my family thrived through our business endeavors. However, one fateful day, we encountered a band of robbers at Blackwind Stronghold, and our valuable goods were seized. We liquidated all our possessions to repay the debt. Yet it was insufficient. After that incident, the people of Blackwind Stronghold set their sights on my wife. They returned, forcibly taking her from me. And when I finally saw her again, she was nothing but a cold corpse. I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards those from Blackwind Stronghold. Zhou Cheng'an nodded thoughtfully. If this were indeed the case, aiding in the destruction of Blackwind Stronghold would make him a benefactor to this man, rather than the object of his wrath. Brother, have you mistaken the facts? It was I who eradicated those from Blackwind Stronghold. I avenged you by slaying those wretched souls. You ought to express gratitude rather than brandish your dagger at me. The man had already resigned himself to death, unafraid of the consequences. You may have killed them, but you are no saint. The riches of Blackwind Stronghold have fallen into your hands, of which a portion belongs to me. I expected you to return it to us intact, yet you, this corrupt official, have devoured it all. Those were the fruits of our family's labor, for which countless lives were sacrificed. You are an official tasked with eradicating the bandits of Blackwind Stronghold, a responsibility that lies within the scope of your duties. The hard-earned money of the common folk, how could you possibly embezzle it for yourself? I must fight for my life against you. Zhou Cheng'an was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the other party had sought him out for this very matter. However, upon reflection, he could understand. The man had lost everything, and the only thing of value left to him was likely that batch of goods. I can empathize with your feelings, yet the situation is not as you perceive it. That sum of silver is, in fact. Just as Zhou Cheng'an was about to elaborate, a sharp crack echoed from behind them. The man's body lurched forward, his eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood. Departing from this world with unclosed eyes, Zhou Cheng'an immediately looked up to see a man clad in black darting past him with astonishing speed. Unmistakably a skilled martial artist from the Jianghu. Witnessing a murder before his eyes was a novel experience for him. Your Highness, pursue him. Capture him alive. Zhou Cheng'an instructed succinctly. Zhu Di, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and rushed forward with his men. Zhu Yuanzhang had observed the unfolding events, astonished that it had escalated to such a fatal outcome. I warned you, there would be those who would exploit the situation. Zhou Cheng'an nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. Your Majesty, I too did not anticipate that matters would reach such a critical juncture. Zhu Yuanzhang understood that it could not be solely attributed to Shou Cheng and Oppos, and, after all, he was not omniscient. It was unrealistic to expect him to foresee every eventuality before it occurred. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house on the outskirts, Master Tang wore a troubled expression, his face pale. His eyes, devoid of life, fixated on a particular spot, filled with dread. What to do? What to do? If this continues, it is likely that Zhou Cheng'an will uncover my involvement in this matter. Given his temperament, he might very well take my life. Even a deity would be powerless to save me then. Beside him sat a refined gentleman in white attire, who, upon hearing this, merely chuckled softly. Master Tang, how can you lack such resolve? I recall you boasting confidently when I inquired previously. That was then. This is now. I believed I knew that insufferable Zhou Cheng'an well enough, yet I did not anticipate. I did not foresee the multitude of contingencies he had prepared. The items he possesses are exceedingly formidable. We currently lack the means to confront them, and all the men we dispatched have perished at his hands. At that moment, he had not foreseen the situation unfolding in this manner, nor was he prepared for the outcome that had transpired. Chapter 104. The fundamental issue is the land issue returning to the residence. Zhou Cheng'an sat quietly, his expression grave and contemplative. Zhu Yuanzhang, observing his demeanor, felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in Zhou's mind. The events had already transpired, and overthinking was futile. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a solution. Acknowledging this, Zhou nodded, fully aware that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. Your Majesty, you previously mentioned that the Jianan Road holds significant strategic importance for the Ming Dynasty. Thus, even if, in some respects, Jianan has hindered the progress of the Ming, it must not be relinquished. It is precisely for this reason that you chose to train troops here and tasked me with fostering economic development. Zhu Yuanzhang affirmed this, recognizing that his decision to send Zhou Cheng'an to this locale indeed carried those dual intentions. Though unspoken, he had faith that someone as astute as Zhou could discern this truth. You are correct, it is indeed so. But tell me, do these two matters bear any relation? Zhu gazed at Zhou with a piercing look, sensing an underlying motive in Zhou's mention of the issue. Your Majesty, whether it pertains to the bandits of Haifang's High or the common folk harboring animosity towards the court officials, the root cause remains poverty. Poverty breeds unrest and insurrection. These individuals are merely seeking a means of survival in dire circumstances. Zhu Yuanzhang understood Zhou's sentiments, for no one knew the bitterness of poverty better than he. Even after all these years, memories of those times still evoked a sense of sorrow. Had such a path been available to him back then, in a bid to preserve his life, he might have tread it without hesitation. Yet, what could one do upon realizing the depths of destitution? No, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Action must commence immediately, or it will be too late. Zhou Cheng'an spoke resolutely, as if having made a firm decision. When he lifted his gaze to Zhu Yuanzhang, his eyes were filled with determination. Zhu Yuanzhang, though perplexed, refrained from interrupting, standing calmly and listening intently. Your Majesty, I initially planned to commence the sugarcane business next year, but it seems we cannot wait that long. In truth, it is not merely our impatience. The people of Jianan are struggling, and they can no longer afford to wait. We must provide them with a means of livelihood now. One that not only sustains their families but also gradually improves their circumstances. Zhou had broached this subject before, and Zhu Yuanzhang was now fully aware of his intentions. However, he remained unfamiliar with the intricacies of such endeavors. Zhou Cheng'an, I understand your urgency, yet some matters cannot be rushed. Haste will only exacerbate the situation. I comprehend. Zhou Cheng'an nodded in agreement, assuring His Majesty that he could rest easy. His words had been weighed with careful consideration. Although the current weather may not be entirely suitable, this was not of paramount importance. We could certainly seek out a more appropriate locale. The vast expanse of the Ming Dynasty's territory offers diverse climates, each conducive to cultivating various crops. Sugarcane, as the principal raw material for sugar, qualifies as an economic crop, inherently promising substantial economic returns. If we devise methods for extensive cultivation, both the populace and the entire court could reap considerable benefits, thus allowing all challenges to be adeptly resolved. The common folk possess minimal aspirations for life. Their existence hinges on the land beneath their feet. If they had access to land, their lives would likely not be as arduous. At the very least, they would not need to fear hunger. Yet, the sobering reality is that they cannot fulfill even this modest desire. Countless hands and eyes fixate on their meager possessions, and at the slightest provocation, schemes arise to seize what little they have. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed in resignation. Zhou Cheng'an's intentions were commendable, yet the realization of such ideals would prove a formidable challenge. While his arrangements were indeed prudent, he had overlooked a critical issue. The common people lacked land. Historically, during the late Yuan dynasty, land distribution had already become a contentious dilemma, and even now, land has not genuinely remained in the hands of the farmers. To speak candidly, the farmers bear little distinction from a hoe or a sickle. They are merely slightly more advanced tools of cultivation. Initially, Zhou Cheng'an had indeed failed to consider this crucial aspect, yet he could not deny Zhu Yuanzhang's assertion. Land is the cornerstone of economic development in this era. Addressing the land issue is vitally important, as the conflicts and complications that may arise are utterly unpredictable. For entrenched interests, land has long been perceived as a part of their private property, claimed as their own. With one hand propping his head, Zhou Cheng'an pondered deeply, his mind racing with a plethora of solutions pertaining to land distribution. The success of these solutions would hinge on their alignment with the prevailing social conditions, necessitating a practical approach. Your Majesty, the issue you raised is indeed significant. As far as I am aware, the predominant land systems currently in operation are the military land system and the garrison land system. The court has adopted these measures to encourage the reclamation of wasteland. Regardless of prior ownership, any land that has become barren may be claimed by those who cultivate it. In fact, in recent years, there have been tax exemptions for such endeavors, and the land can be freely bought and sold. In truth, the unrestricted buying and selling of land is fundamentally responsible for the increasing fragmentation of these territories, ultimately enabling the affluent to acquire even more land while the impoverished remain destitute, devoid of any ownership. The wealthy landowners have skillfully exploited the very nature of land transactions to consolidate their holdings, resulting in a concentration of resources that falls solely into their hands through the power of wealth.